All right. Let's kick the tires and light the fires. What is up, everybody? Let's see. Let me make sure everything's kicking on the YouTube end. Where am I at? There we is. All right. So let's see. Now that we got that, I got that. Everything's kicking. We're going to give it a minute. Let's see. Cake Gunworks ought to be getting done in just a sec. What's up, Waffles? Tactical Fud, what's happening? We are cooking tonight. So I'll tell you what. Let me go ahead and Yep. This would be the calm before the storm, Ron. Yeah, we're about to start partying. Let me show you. Let's swap so many things around. Which I put in the description. The first recipe that we are looking at, which is this. So these are homemade yeast rolls. A recipe that's, hell, I've been cooking all my life. My mom actually, this is one of the bread recipes that she's used for years. Matter of fact, I'll show you, and I'll pull that recipe back up. I want to show you guys this book. She showed me it earlier. So this is copyrighted in 1964, which is probably about time my mom got this book. This is what these pages look like for where these recipes are at. It's there have literally been thousands and thousands of rolls done with this recipe. And it's really simple. It's really simple to do. I'm going to do starting out tonight because I'm cooking for tomorrow, but starting out for the night, I'm going to do 2 double batches. So let me pull the slide back up. So in case anybody's following along, this is a recipe. So for a single batch, 3/4 cup hot water, 1/2 cup sugar, 1 tablespoon salt, 1 cup warm water, not hot, 2 packs Fleischman's yeast. Typically, I use tablespoons because I buy big things of yeast. 2 eggs, and then 5 1/4 cups flour. Now that flour is sifted, which I don't do a whole lot of measuring when I do these. When it comes to the flour, what's up, Misty? Typically when I'm doing these, I don't worry necessarily about the cups of flour per batch, whatever. And I'll show you guys when I start making them. I just basically make them once I get the dough to a consistency that's not really just sticking to my hands. That's when I call it enough flour, and then I roll on with the rest of it. So I'm going to expand this out. I'm actually kidnapping my parents' kitchen tonight, which I'm going to miss having my island to work off of and a couple of other things the way my kitchen's set up. So I'll be a little bit different in here. But it was funny coming over here because, you know, talking to my mom about when she got this book, and she got this book when she was still in high school, early in high school, actually. So yeah, 64 when this book was made, and she's pretty much been using it ever since. And there's a ton of other good recipes in this book, but if you if you flip through pages, you'll see a lot of these pages are kind of clean. And then once you get to where the bread recipe is, it's like a train wreck. Because, like I said, I know personally I've made hundreds of these rolls out of this book through the years. And my mom's been using this book for 50 years. So, now this recipe, the good thing about this recipe is you can make this recipe days in advance, put it in the refrigerator, let it actually chill down, and then you can just pick off what you need through the week if you want. If you want to have fresh bread all through the week, you can do that. And this dough is actually better once it's actually set in the refrigerator and chilled down. Then you just pull them out, roll them out the way you want, let it rise, throw them in the oven, you're ready to rock and roll. So this is my first cooking live stream, kids. So I don't have any C4. I am going to do something different with one of these batches, though. So I'm making 2 double batches. Let's see. Where's that? Hold on. Am I missing? I missed a line in the ingredients, I believe. I did. I did miss a line in the ingredients. Yeah, the 1/4 cup shortening. So there should be a 1/4 cup shortening in here. I missed it when I typed this out. But a lot of times I'll use just straight butter instead of shortening. But I'm going to do a batch tonight with butter like I normally do, but I'm going to use lard in the second double batch that I'm doing. Because lard's kind of one of the old school ingredients that you would use in the first place. So I'm going to have to fix my slide. I figure the first time I do this, I screw the slide up. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to fix that real quick, and then I'll throw it back up. How about that? That way anybody paying attention can see what I'm doing. This is very important. Very, very important. Where am I at? Let's throw it here. I'm going to get my stuff straight one of these days, guys. I swear to God. It just ain't going to happen in my lifetime. It's not going to happen in my lifetime. There's just no way. Remove that, and I'm going to bring this slide back up, hopefully with the right ingredients. Nope, something didn't come over right. It still didn't come over right. And this has got to be right. There's just no way it can't be right. Especially if any of you guys in the audience are single. Night strike. Because it is unbelievable how many dates I've gotten just off of this. Okay, there it is. So 1/4 cup shortening for a single batch, 1/2 cup shortening, or 1/2 cup for a double batch, which is going to be what, a half stick of butter versus a whole stick of butter for a double batch. And then you can do them. I've done them half and half. I've done them half shortening for a double batch. I've done them half shortening, half butter, all kinds of ways. The shortening leaves them a little bit more firm than the butter does. A little bit different consistency dough. Yeah, I know the gun guy, the crazy ass guy who sits there and drinks and smokes all the time. I do have other talents. Oh yeah. Yeah, when coming to fry turkey, because I'll be frying a turkey tomorrow. Look, kids, when you go to fry a turkey, when you drop your bird, shut your burner off, then drop your bird, then start your burner back up. You're not going to lose that much heat. And make sure that your bird is nice and dry before you go to drop it. Go, child. Hey, you don't have to take the noise somewhere else. All right, so let's see. So, kind of show you guys, because I'm going to get into the cooking here. So to kind of show you guys how I'm doing some of this, let me pull up my own deal. So, no, you can't sit there with that, okay? So it's noisy. You can turn it down, but okay. So a cup and a half hot water. So I was going to use butter on the first one, right? Yeah, told you, taking over my mom's kitchen. So when I do the hot water, I'm going to take the sugar, the salt, the butter, just throw them in one bowl with the water, heat it up in the microwave, get everything dissolved, and then I'll set that to the side, let that chill out.
Can you prepare a cooking show on your work?
Yeah, Daddy's doing. Daddy said he was going to do a cooking show one night, so we're doing a cooking show tonight.
I'm going to be in the cooking show.
You're in a lot of shows, child. So let's see. Sugar. Move. Child. It's like dealing with a chimpanzee. Oh, I gotta grab my salt. Where's my salt at? Where's your salt at, man? Oh, we're getting bougie. We're using pink salt. Should look for these earlier. Measuring spoons.
You didn't.
Never mind, I got them right here. Told you guys. So let's see. So I'm gonna do my cup and a half of hot. I'm gonna throw the water in it. Oh. Get.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'll do my 2 tablespoons of salt. And a lot of the times when I make these, I don't get as precise about stuff. I just tend to just dump and run. So it's just one of those things. Once you make them a few times, if you've got to like make them in a hurry, you can make them pretty quick. All right, so I need my cup of sugar. And then I'll toss this stuff in the microwave. Nah, we ain't doing that salty, Ron. People kill me.
Dad?
Yes, Key.
Did you already do the dough?
No, baby. I'm doing the dough now. All right, so that's butter, salt, and sugar. See how that microwave does. We'll throw it in there for starting out for about 2 minutes.
Did I?
Now,
Can I bend my elbow?
Put in there for 2 minutes.
the butter, the salt, sugar, just heating up the water.
Bring it to boil.
Dissolve the sugar. Go. What's up, Jen Lim? All right. So now when we talk about the we're mom's in here talking about stay out of his way. When we talk about the warm water, now what we're doing with the warm water, we're going to use 2 cups of it. But when we're doing the warm water, would you want the water to be warm enough to activate the yeast? But if you tried to get it too hot, you can kill your yeast. And we don't want to kill the yeasties. Not in this one. Not when we're making alcohol, not when we're making bread. Don't want to kill the yeasties. So, like I was saying before, you can use just the packs of active dry yeast. We normally get it by the 1 pound container. So, typically, I'll use 1 tablespoon for one in place of 1 pack. It's actually more than what's in a single pack of yeast, but adding a little bit more yeast is not going to hurt anything. It actually, to me, gives the bread a little bit better flavor. In fact, I'll just use warm tap water. Sure. Let me let that run because it'll take a second for that water in the kitchen here to get heated up. But just warm. You don't want it
Too cold.
Yeah, you don't want it too cold because your yeast won't activate, or it'll take them forever to activate. You don't want it so hot that it kills the yeast. So typically, if I can basically hold my pinky in it and I know it's not too hot, then that's
The
that's
deal.
where I'll fly as far as adding yeast to it.
Could be anywhere.
So with that stuff coming out, which I need 2 cups. I may just warm it up. Yeah, let me warm it in the microwave. This house, I put a tankless water heater on it. And tankless water heaters are great, but this kitchen is the furthest away from the water heater. I'll try a minute. If it heats it up a little too much, I'll cool it down. But the kitchen's the furthest away from the water heater, so it takes longer for the water to heat up in the kitchen. Oh, man. Start going through here in a minute. Hey, Manzi, where's your whisk at?
Right here, baby. That girl right there.
This one?
No, the one there.
Ah.
There's several of this in there.
G23, what's up, man? And yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. So, with that hot water, everything's in the hot water. I'm going to whisk all that down, make sure everything, dissolves. And again, if you guys are wondering what yeast, it's just that regular Fleischman's active dry yeast. You can use a couple different types of yeast.
That's the best.
The Fleischman's is the best. So, yeah. So I can basically hold my pinky in there without getting uncomfortable. So, out. Child. So we're going to do 4 tablespoons in there. I just spread it out loose across the top of the water. Once the yeast starts to break down or dissolve, once it starts to activate, I make it stir it just lightly with a whisk. But you don't want to just beat the hell out of it because you can kill yeast. Manipulating it too much, yeast can be a little funky. What's up, Kurt? So this is one of the cooking streams I've been wanting, or I've said I was going to do forever. So now we're doing it tonight.
Hey.
So I know Misty had her stuff together the other night. She was working on her cooking, and Ron was trying to stay out of the line of fire. So now I'm working on mine tonight. So plan is I've got to do bread. I've got to do at least 2 pumpkin pies, and I've got to do some cornbread dressing. So I'll be running. What's up, DJ? Sup. You got to tell them what up. You got to tell them sup, what up.
Nope.
Nope.
Only gonna tell him sup.
Only going to tell them sup. A child who acts all shy about any time you think I'm live streaming, you're going to be right there. And I'll try to get you guys a good view, like when the yeast starts to activate and all that starts to break down. Sometime if the yeast is looks like it's taking a little too long or it's not activating as much as I want. What's up, 2A? Sometimes if the yeast doesn't activate like I want it to, or it's looking a little slow, I'll add a little bit of sugar to the top of it for it to feed on. I mean, just like a pinch. And if your yeast won't activate like that, then you probably got some dead yeast. It's probably old. Typically, it doesn't take too long for it to start breaking down. You'll see it start to kind of bubble a little bit. It's pretty cool.
It's satisfying.
Years ago, my mom actually did a study on yeast. And her, I guess, I don't know what you'd call it. More of her studies, I guess. I'll say that. I do come from intelligent folks, believe it or not.
I went to school and taught the kids about.
I don't know where it went wrong with me, but.
Come on, Levi. Come on.
So in case you're wondering who my name is talking to,
it'll be hard to
my
see.
Younger brother. So.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to see.
Biggie.
But you'll see that yeast kind of start to.
Bubba, come into the video.
It'll start to make the water milky looking.
Oh, it smells divine.
Oh yeah, it does. It smells real good.
I almost fell off the stool.
And once it starts to break down and activate completely, then we'll be ready to go with the rest of it. The other thing to worry about, or the other thing to think about is your butter, salt, and sugar mix, your hot water. Let that cool before you dump it into your yeast. Because you can kill yeast that way by dumping a bunch of really hot water into it. And again, I'll typically it's still a little hot. It's going to cool a little bit more. Typically, if I can hold my finger in it, hold the tip of my pinky in it, and it doesn't get uncomfortable, then the water is cool enough to where we can work with the yeast with it. If it's anything over that, if you go to dip your pinky into it just to check it and it burns, it's too hot for the yeast. You'll kill your yeast. I'm going to do all this by hand. I'm not using a mixer. You can use a bread mixer.
And it's too cold.
You can use a mixer with it. Just don't sit there and just work your dough too much, because that's another way that you can kill your yeast. That's the one way I've effectively killed yeast one time. Was using a friend's big KitchenAid mixer and mix it too much. And I ended up with hockey pucks instead of nice, evenly, raised rolls. Yeah, I killed the hell out of it. That whole batch of bread got assassinated.
Yep, and it eventually got turned into a hockey puck. And those things are
my child. Killing me. Yes. What you need to do is you need to be here to read out everybody's names so you can tell me who says what in the chat. That's what you need to do. You need to be like, normally when they do shows and DJs on there, DJ lets everybody know who's in the chat, what everybody's saying, keeping up with everything. You need to do that for me. My children. Yeah, Misty. Most stuff I don't use mixers for. I don't use it if I'm doing cakes. I don't use mixers if I'm doing. Well, I will use them on my pumpkin pies. I will use a mixer on my pumpkin pies. I'll say that because there's really not a whole lot you can just beat to death there. But typically, most other things I make, it's whisk and hand, and I don't use a whole lot of mixers. Yeah. You got a problem with it?
I got a good right hook.
Oh, I know you got a right hook. You got a sneaky ass right hook.
Mom, we're making rolls.
Yes. I'm just now making rolls. My wife walks in here and she's...
Sir, this is why I married you.
Ah.
Well, you can tell everybody on the stream about that. This is the cooking stream I said I was going to do forever, so we're doing it tonight.
Okay, well, I guess you're not going to church spelling.
No,
I was hoping you had stuff done already.
Well, Mama's been using her kitchen.
I didn't know. I have not been here. I have been at work, making money, fixing things and learning things and all the things.
And the things and the things.
The things and the things.
Here. Things and things and things and things and
Yeah,
things.
she's done making cheesecake. There's deviled eggs in there. Don't touch them deviled eggs.
I ain't gonna listen to you. Because I don't touch them deviled eggs. I ain't gonna listen to you.
Those deviled eggs she made I smashed a few of them when I came in earlier today.
How much deviled eggs?
Yeah, I smashed those things. All right. So yeast is starting to break down, starting to activate good, starting to see bubbles on the top of it. Don't see anything clumpy in it. It's looking nice and milky. I'll give it another second or two. Give that another second or two. Then what I'm going to do is I've got to add 2 eggs in, and I can add them right into the.
You're not supposed to tell everybody the recipe.
I'm telling everybody the recipe, woman. But I add eggs in, and I'll just take them. You can beat them before you add them in, or a lot of times I just dump them right in sugar mix and just beat them up there. A lot of times I have forgot them. And if you do forget the eggs, because I have done a couple times. Dough still turns out pretty good.
The eggs turned into no masterpiece.
Miss Coop has been like bugging me about rolls all day long because she knew I was supposed to make rolls tonight.
You're supposed to bring them to me at work.
Yes.
YouTube's gonna have to I gotta take my gun off.
Peyton says you're fired because you didn't bring rolls.
Oh well, I get fired all the time. They'll hire me back later. Another thing about this recipe, if you guys didn't hear it earlier, you can put these in the refrigerator. Hell, you can even freeze them. And then all you got to do is let them warm up and rise. If you put them in the refrigerator, you can just pick off whatever you want to use. But these make really good cinnamon rolls also. They make some of the best cinnamon rolls that I've ever had. And I'm not a real big sweets fan, believe it or not, with my chunky self.
Why'd you marry me?
Huh?
Why'd you marry me?
I married you because you look good.
Is it sweet?
It's delicious.
I'm your child because I love you.
You're my child because you didn't have a choice.
If you did, you did it wrong.
Well, I'm gonna do a batch. I normally do them with the butter, and we have done them with the shortening. I'm gonna do a batch with lard tonight. Do a double batch with that. Just stay out of deviled eggs.
You don't tell my mom what to do. She tells herself what to do.
Yep. Yeah, Clover Tack. These things, the consistency of the dough's got just enough sweetness to it and just enough kind of that salty and yeast flavor to it. Doing cinnamon rolls with them is outstanding. You can do them with just regular sugar, cinnamon
Crusty.
with a glaze, or you can do them with raisins in them. Done them that way. Boy, get out of my eggs.
No.
All right, look at y'all.
Hey.
Let me be great. I'm reading.
Well, be great. Scoot over.
No.
Do you like my plates?
Yes,
So-
I told you that this morning.
Again, adding in the eggs, I'm just going to add those to the.
Ooh, the herb bubble bread eggs I made. Not eggs, rolls.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add those to the sugar, salt, butter, and then I'll mix those in. One of the things I'm trying to not to do is I'm trying not to beat the yeast up any more than I have to. I guess
Pan strong.
after killing the batch that time with that mixer, it's like being gun shy. I don't want to do anything to like mess my yeast up.
Don't ruin the rolls. Is this the OG recipe?
Yeah, that's the OG. That is the original goodness.
You
So-
can tell.
Yeah, now that everything's set,
You can tell what page it's been left
all the
open on
ingredients
books.
are there. I'm just going to dump all that together with the yeast. Give it a little bit of a stir, and then, on the recipe it says 5 1/4 cups of sifted flour for a single batch.
Did you like
And
it?
look out.
They got
So again, when I start adding yeast to it or adding flour to it, yes, baby. I typically don't measure it. I'll work it to a consistency where it's basically not sticking to my fingers real hard anymore, and then I leave it at that. So if you do this recipe, don't get hung up on you gotta like jam all 5 1/4 cups flour in there, or wash my hands a little bit. Don't think that you gotta. If you get 5 1/4 cups in there and it's a little too, the dough's still a little too sticky or something, you've got to work more into it or something like that. Don't get hung up on the amount of.
You got wiggle room.
Yeah, absolute. I gotta stick to 5 1/4 cups flour. Don't be the flour Nazi. You ain't got to be that hardcore about it.
You ain't. You ain't gonna be like flour in a cup. You can just be like.
All right, let me get some of my stuff out of the way. And the flour, I'm using just standard gold medal, just regular enriched flour. What's up, Ed? Look out. Look out, folks.
Why do you say look at?
Good
Hi.
Lord, it's like trying to cook in a zoo.
Like you're not taking.
I got off work. I'm in a good mood. And my depression's gone. Let me be great.
Yes, but me and her.
Let
So-
me be great.
Of course, I washed down my table and everything.
Yeah,
Look out, go, move.
let me and her be great.
I'm
Bubby
gonna
hasn't.
let y'all be a bunch of sore asses in a minute.
I was kidding.
Huh.
Bubby has never seen you make rolls.
No, Wubba is not.
He is not. Which as soon as you get to playing in that dough, he's gonna be right there. Okay, can I play with it?
Typically, I can't remember how many cups of flour is in a standard bag of flour. I can't remember. I had it nailed down at one point, and then can't remember. All right, move, child. So, old school sifter. Love these things. One with a hand crank on it versus the squeeze. Go old school. If you can find one, go old school.
Don't wash them. I get yelled at for that.
Yeah, don't wash them like a.
Such as that.
He's
Like I
already
said,
watching.
this is the point where I get to. How did he rob those? They were sitting over there. Oh, so this is the point I get to where I'm not really doing a whole hell of a lot of measuring. The biggest thing is I want my flour to be nice and sifted.
I'm hungry.
Once I start adding it in.
I'm fired.
Hmm?
What's that food doing?
Well, I had plenty of stuff to do.
Go watch Big Bird.
So I'll add in a sifter full, and then I'll take my time, get it incorporated, add in another sifter full. And then once I get it to a certain consistency, what I'll do is I'll just flour the hell out of the table, and then I'll just dump this on top of the flour that's on the table, and then I'll just start mixing and incorporating everything, just kneading it.
Maybe one of these days I'll do a video and mix it.
It's a possibility too.
I'll measure them. Perfect. Good old German food. You don't need butter.
My son's over there robbing the supplies.
What do you want butter?
This Wubba does not need butter. Wubba will be covered in butter, and so will everything else if Wubba gets butter.
And good God, trying to catch it.
It would be like trying to catch a greased pig at that point.
Yeah.
Only if he didn't get it on his feet.
If you got it on his feet, done. Just done.
Let's see that. That second sifter full might have got me about where I want to be before I dump it. Remember, this is a double batch, so everything I'm putting in is all doubled up. If you want to put this stuff in the fridge, you can do it in Ziploc bags.
They will explode.
Yeah, if you put too much in, they will explode. But one of the best things to use are like the plastic ice cream containers. Stuff you get your regular old Walmart ice cream in, those things work great.
Remember, I made bubble bread.
Yeah.
One of our first Thanksgivings, and it overflowed in the oven.
Yeah. So this is getting. So everything's not incorporated into this flour right now, but it's just kind of a thick
sludge.
Yeah, thick kind of sludge.
Wallpaper paste.
And this is where we get into.
This is, I don't see how you do this part.
I'm just going to just heavily flour the table. Whatever surface you're working off of.
I highly doubt people are going to be making it on the floor.
Well, you never know. Could be a combat situation.
Well, it is rolls. You do what you got to do for rolls.
You can see the way this stuff dumps. I have had it a lot thinner than this when I dumped it. And I have had it thicker. Again, I'm not getting so hung up on one thing or another. But heavily flour the table, and then I'll come over the top of it, flour it up. And then it's just a matter of kneading everything in from there. And again, I go to about the point where it's not just completely sticking to my hands. Yeah, it's about a messy way to do stuff, but it works for me.
Yep.
There's a joke in there. I'm gonna let that go.
That can make a mess on her table.
And there's one thing about the dough, it's only going to accept so much flour.
Yeah.
So, and it'll let you know when you don't have enough. It'll just be too sticky, and it'll let you know when you got, try to add too much to it, because it'll be hard to get the flour incorporated into the dough. And I'll just, from what I put on the table and what I put on top, once I get it folded, kneaded over a few times,
Steve!
Yeah, don't let that cat anywhere near the damn table.
But it's Steve.
I don't give a shit whether it's Santa Claus.
Dada. Why do you hate cats?
That's a long answer, Mikey.
A very long answer. I'm just shaking the whole table around.
I already kept him off the table.
But, and it'll take, the dough will take almost all the flour that I put down. And then if I need to add more, I can add more. I can always shake more flour to the top of it. Once it starts to get a little bit stiffer like this, then I'll start kneading it pretty good. Of course, folding it out. And
I hit my elbow and now it hurts.
Get your little paws away from my pizza roll. What's wrong with you?
Still wanting to stick to the table like that.
No.
Still want to stick to the table. Add a little bit more flour on it. And I'll just, knead it down to where all the flour is incorporated and the dough is not sticking to my hands. You can see there's some dough sticking to my hands now, but it's not just this giant paste mess.
But he did make a mess on my beautiful table.
Daddy always makes a mess when I make bread. But
can I take just a little pinch and make it into a mini roll?
Here. You can take a little piece and you can make your little ball with it. My daughter has been around us making rolls her entire life.
You're going to tell them about the pan also.
Yeah, well, to the point where I think I was making rolls a couple of days after we got her home from the hospital.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, getting there, woman. It's my story. Good Lord. It's like having a director.
Shut up. Go ahead.
Well, it's not worried.
But she was around rolls so much. She was like 1.5 or 2. Me and my mom were talking about earlier today. All I had to do was pull a bread pan off the top of the refrigerator, and she'd be standing there going, rolls. So you can tell, which kind of hard to tell on video, but you can see that the dough is getting nice and stiff now.
Get on my bread.
Everything is, the flour's getting nice and incorporated into it. It's not it's to the point where you can put your hand on it and it doesn't just absolutely stick to your hands unless you dig into it a little bit more. So I'd probably add a little bit more flour to that, and then that'll be ready to ride. The next step is to use butter. You can use shortening. We'll heavily wash out one of these bowls, heavily grease the bowl, and then we're going to sit this dough to the side and let it rise. And we want it to at least double in size. Once it doubles in size, do a little more. Once it doubles in size, we'll punch it down, and then that's when we're ready to roll it out.
Roll over.
And
Still needing my dough.
actually make the rolls. Now we're going to do these. We're going to do the fancier version of them tonight.
No.
You actually gonna roll them up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because you can take these. You don't have to do anything super fancy.
I'm doing
You can just roll them up into a ball, let them rise and everything. But we're going to take them and roll them out. Basically, coat them down real heavy with butter.
I'm just gonna leave mine.
And then let them rise again, and then put them in the oven. So I've definitely got enough flour in this. I just want to take it and work it down a little bit.
What?
And one of the cool things is, even if something, say you had a little bit of flour that wasn't incorporated completely, once it rises and you roll it back out, it'll work in. No. Yeah.
Eat my dough.
And we may, while I let this batch rise, go ahead and get the stuff ready for the pies. So see that dough nice and stiff now, not sticking to the fingers. That's ready to go.
That flour sticking to my finger. Floury fingers. Floury. Rise.
I think we're just going to use, go ahead and use a lard.
Oh, well, we got it right there.
Yeah. So, and I'm going to try it in the next batch. Instead of using butter for the dough itself, I'm going to use lard. I was talking to my mom. She said, when she was a kid, when they made bread, that's what they used was lard, just regular old cooking lard. Said the bread crisps up a lot better using straight lard. Oh, drop stuff. But get your hands out of stuff. Go, child. Killing me.
I don't got flour on the floor.
Daddy's gonna have flour all over this kitchen before the night's over. So, greasing the bowl. When I'm using lard, I have used butter to do it.
Crisco.
Yeah, regular old Crisco shortening. But really heavy layer in there. I'm going to put the dough in, coat one side of it, pull it out, flip it over, make sure that side's good. And then now it's just a matter of just a regular old, any cloth will do, just a regular old bread cloth. So I'm going to cover that up, set it to the side. And what I want to see is, I want to see this thing basically the size of this bowl and double batch, I want to see this thing start to lift the top of that towel off, and that's when I know it's because we want it to double in size.
Yep. I'm good at this.
Oh, you did it at the house.
Thank you so much for sweeping, baby. So, I tell you what, let's set all that to the side. Best things in the world for doing any kind of breads, biscuits, anything like that are these bread knives like this. These things are great. And you'll see as much flour and everything as I threw on that table, that's what I've got left. So, about a quarter cup of flour, maybe at max. So I know it looks like I throw just a ton, which I do throw a ton of flour down, but and to tell you what I got left in the bag, probably about a quarter bag left of flour. So lucky. So it takes quite a bit of flour.
Sorry, Dad.
You're okay, baby. I didn't realize you had the broom right behind me, and I would like turn around and trip. And I'm not gonna just like super clean this table. One, I got a bunch of stuff I've got to cook, and I'm gonna be cooking a bunch of stuff on it. But when I come back in and do the rolls, that little light coat of flour for the initial time I roll the dough out is almost perfect. I might throw down a little bit more.
Good boy. Thank you. Okay, now I'm just cleaning everything.
It's nice when you got kitchen helpers.
Yes. It's nice when we got those.
I certainly appreciate it, Mark. You are saving Daddy more work because Daddy typically makes a serious mess whenever I do bread.
Yes.
Just bread?
A lot of other things too.
Yeah.
And a lot of other people.
So when you do cinnamon rolls with these, you just make your mix of cinnamon and sugar, get it to taste. And it'll be the same way I'm going to roll these rolls out. Roll the rolls out, cinnamon and sugar them, butter them, roll them up, cut them, and then it's the same thing. I mean, you're letting them rise because you're going to let them rise twice. Once with the full batch like this, with the dough intact, you'll let it double in size. And that can take a while depending on how warm the house is, how warm the kitchen is, how good the yeast is. But you let it double in size, roll everything out the way you want to roll it out. Once you get it in the pan, you'll let it double again in size. And then it's ready to go in the oven and cook. So if something happens like our house sometimes, if it's super cold, the yeast can take a while to rise because they're running slower. Because all they're doing is they're sitting there eating up the sugar that's in the bread and feeding on it, and that's what's causing carbon dioxide. And, yeah, they're pooping out carbon dioxide too. So that's what's causing your bread to actually rise. So cooler house is going to take them longer. It's actually warm here. Mom's been cooking all day, and now I'm getting in here cooking, so it's warmer. It shouldn't take that long to rise. But I think we're going to take a smoke break real fast and then come back in. And do we want to do pies or cornbread next? We'll flip a coin.
Pies.
No, I don't. Well, I'm not. You can use cheesecloth on it. I'm not really using necessarily a cheesecloth on it. These bread towels are a nice thin towel. It works just kind of like a cheesecloth does. I mean, you get about the same air movement and everything through it. Krabby, what's up, brother?
Do you have the Dodge keys?
Yes, I do have the Dodge keys.
The ones that I need that haven't been misplaced.
I put them around here somewhere.
So you saw them?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as you saw them. As long as they're not lost.
No, they're around here somewhere. Check down there next to the end of those pans. Check under those
Dad has
pans.
the Hello Kitty keys.
I didn't move some of the stuff around.
Cool. Anything you need.
If
If you send me to Walmart, I will never forgive you. But if you need anything,
no, we shouldn't need anything. I've got everything to do the cornbread. I've got everything to do the pies.
you think it'd be quicker to go to Phoenix City or that one down at
The tractor supply?
Yes,
What time are they closing tonight?
Close at
'Cause-
9.
okay.
I might just go to Phoenix City.
Phoenix City would probably be quicker.
I know that way. And I can go to the dollar store and get those little bitty little thingies. I can organize my gun desk.
Ain't saying nothing. Come on, go. Get off the table. But yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. And you guys can hang out as long as you want. If you want to see what else I'm cooking or you want to see the rolls cooked, you guys are welcome to hang out as long as you want. I'm just going to keep this thing going. Like I said, I got another batch of rolls to do. I've got cornbread I've got to do because I've got to do cornbread dressing, and I got to do some pies. So I'm going to be cooking for a while. About the only thing I'd pause for is, of course, Chris from the 740's got his show coming on at 9. I don't want to miss his stuff, so I might take kind of a pause for some of the stuff on his. But if I'm still cooking, I'll just crank up another stream. Don't forget the beer. Oh, we got beer.
Oh, were they telling me that? Do you need anything? Beard.
Well, I mean, always getting more.
Don't you send me to Walmart.
I ain't going near Walmart today. I had to stop. Well, I had to get oil fry the turkey, and I stopped over there to. I hit Piggly Wiggly because I wasn't going anywhere near Walmart.
I ain't going anywhere near Walmart. I can see which is in my account.
Yeah, I mean, if you gotta get food, I would hit the pig before I went anywhere else.
Win Dixie.
I'll tell you what. Look out.
No.
Mm-hmm. Come on, we're gonna take a walk because I'm gonna take smoke. Oh, that feels good out here after being in the house.
Yeah, Dad. Watch out if there's Zora on there.
What?
I said watch out if there's Zora on there.
Because it'll take 20 minutes or so for that bread or for that batch of dough to rise, at least 20. So I'm gonna smoke a cigarette or two, and then I'll go in. I'll either start. I'll start whatever I grab next. How about that? Either the cornbread or the pie. I'll go ahead and do the pies, actually. And I was going to do pie crust, but actually got pie crust this time. Because normally I do my own. But man, pie crust pissed me off. Shanna, what's going on? Yeah, pie crusts are basically the bane of my existence. Because if I get them to where they're going to be good crusts, it's a pain in the ass to actually get them in a pan. And if they're easy to get into a pan, they're probably going to be really shitty crusts. So, and I like mine super buttery and super flaky, which means they're super crumbly. And it's a pain in the ass to get them in a pan. But as much as I fight them and as much as I despise them, I ain't never had anybody complain about them. Oh, so is anybody else cooking tonight? You guys just chilling or what? What are we doing? Hell, let me do this.
How much gas did Dodge got?
Dodge should have about 3/4 of a tank. I know.
Dang. Hey, don't how many? You know how much gas I put in that thing since I've been driving it? Because they still don't have my truck done.
20.
Oh, wait, 20 a day.
Here, we'll pin that up.
$200 worth of freaking gas in that.
Wee.
That way, if anybody wants to jump in and shoot the breeze. Yeah, I know, Mister. You got to jump on things for sure. Which is this is typical for me, cooking everything the night before. I don't know. It's just one of those things. This is the way I'm doing it. If I do a whole lot of cooking for Thanksgiving, and this isn't a whole lot of cooking. This is cooking. This isn't a whole lot of cooking. I have been up all night long, just music on, cooking. What are you doing, woman? What are you doing?
Oh, never mind, I got it. Oh, where'd it go? Okay. I like how you're putting your hands out like I need help.
Well, apparently you do, because...
Well, I did, because it pinched my hand and I couldn't grab it. But I'm loading it. What?
Are you going to make a career out of loading that thing?
It's been in the bottom of my purse. It's probably filled with dirt. It didn't load right. It jammed because it's filthy.
That little G43 is not a bad little gun. I wish they had 40X frames.
It's a little rackety. And small.
Well, it's small. It's a good backup gun.
I know. It's hard for me to grab.
But I wish they had 43X frames. So my wife's toting the little 43 that I built.
I need to paint it.
Yeah, I mean, Cerakote it.
Well, yeah.
You can paint it blue
We
or
have the
black
technology.
or any color you like.
We have the technology. I have the knowledge. You haven't done it yet.
Well, I Cerakoted my AK with green.
You did.
Yes, I did.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. Aha!
Coat it blood red.
Mofo.
Yeah, I'm gonna do like distressed stores.
Are you gonna like battle warrant? Or just,
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Give me kisses and be
Yeah.
careful
Shut up.
because
Shut up.
we is in town.
I don't care. I ain't scared of nobody.
That's your problem.
Well, I'm scared.
Oh, night strike's in.
What's going on?
up, Strike?
Here, let me.
What
turn
you
the
up to
camera
tonight, man?
on. No, I just made pumpkin pies. This year I didn't make them from scratch. I just went and got the ones from the store just because easier to make.
Yeah, I do mine. It's all it is it's the Libby's.
It's the all you do is Libby's.
Filling.
Yeah.
What
I used to do is I used to get the frozen crusts that you could get from the store. Then you just set them out, let them de-thaw. Then you put Libby's in there, and then you cook them for however long you need to cook them. I used to do that, but this year I went for quick and easy.
Yes, and quick and easy. That's buying the pie crust.
Yeah,
because normally I make my own. It's a what is it? I can't remember the name of the recipe, but it's like super buttery and super flaky. Which is great, but man, it's a pain in the ass.
Everybody's calling me China Strike these days, so I made something last night.
Midnight Bronze and Burnt Bronze or Sniper Gray.
Ooh, Sniper Gray.
She's showing me a pattern she wants to do on that little 43.
Ooh, fancy.
Good God, the freaking glare.
Freaking glare.
Yeah, the glare.
There we go.
That's pretty nice.
That thing.
So I made something last night. so that people can call me China Strike even more.
I don't know, because
What's that?
Check this out.
That's beautiful.
It's got an SKS and an AK on it. There we go. China Strike.
That's beautiful.
There we go.
I love you too, Monkey.
See, I even used the Chinese English font.
You know how much I love kitten?
That's perfect.
So there we go.
Do you know
For those that wanted to see China Strike, there you go. You're welcome.
I love y'all 300% too. Even all the cats.
So you love everybody 300%?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Lisa.
Someone is really wanting food. I'll tell you that right now.
She
Either
is
that-
bound up.
How much caffeine have you given that child today?
I haven't given her any.
Or okay, the real question is, how much caffeine has the grandmother given the child?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
I think this is the energy children get before they're about to crash.
Oh, is that what that is? All right.
Yeah, I think that could be some of it.
So,
Because
all right,
you know how it is. Before their batteries completely run out, they go into perpetual motion.
yeah, I'm switching back and I'm turning the camera on. There we go.
Child. Oh, I'm gonna beat her. Anybody want a child? I'll mail her to you.
No.
I slapped him.
No slapping, child.
There we go.
You lucky you're so well behaved with everything else. Otherwise, I'd feed you to a lion.
No. Feed them to the alligators.
Well, we can do that too.
You know, the gators are easier to find down there.
All right, that's enough. Oh yeah, gators are definitely easier to find down here.
Yeah.
All
You know,
I
they're in
gotta
my
do is
back-
hit the river.
You know they're in my backyard too. So, you know.
Well, G23, you all right? Tax credit. Can I say
Yeah.
my little tax credit?
Not much of a tax credit, but you know, take what you
well,
can get.
if they didn't take the money in the first place, you wouldn't need the credit now, would you?
Right.
I love how the government, they can rob you at gunpoint because that's basically what they're doing. And then when they give you money back, they tell you you're getting a credit. Gee, thanks.
Basically what the government does.
Of course, now there are some people who don't pay in and they get the money. So technically, they're just getting free money.
Yeah.
There was oh God, who was it?
So did you see what I posted on Instagram today?
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't really looked at the grams today.
Yeah. I went down to my local and I picked up a Heritage Rough Rider that was on sale.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I saw that while I was at work. I'd bring you through for just a minute.
I'm thinking about getting the Betsy Ross grips that Heritage sells.
Yeah.
And swapping the grips on that with Betsy Ross grips
You
instead.
don't understand.
All right. Yes, it's Diet Mountain Dew, but it still has caffeine, child.
Give me.
You don't want diet. Diet tastes bad.
Last one for tonight, hear me? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So well behaved.
No, that's most of the stuff that we drink is all. I mean, besides me drinking beer, but most of the stuff we drink is all either different sweeteners, no real sugars. It's we don't do a whole lot of sugary drinks.
Ron, we'll talk.
Wouldn't know it by the way this child runs, but
Yeah. So yeah, no, I got the Rough Rider. I haven't shot it yet, but I got it. I cleaned it up because it still had some packing grease on it.
oh
And
yeah,
I had to remove the plastic from the chamber that they ship it with.
No, it
'Cause, you know, they
actually
put a plastic cover on the cylinder when they ship it, so I had to take that off.
okay, cool.
And I had
Yeah,
never
so
taken a
you
Rough Rider
do
apart
not-
before, and I was like, "Oh God, how do I take the cylinder out?"
Yeah,
Luckily, it's pretty damn easy to take the cylinder in and out. It's just you have to push a button, pull the cylinder rod out, and then just pull the cylinder out.
yeah. Those aren't too bad.
No, that was super easy as opposed to every other revolver in the world.
Jump scares.
There was one. Oh God, which one was it? Man, that one, getting the cylinder rod out of that thing was a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't that Red Hawk. It was another one. Getting the cylinder out of that Red Hawk's not bad at all.
Was it a black?
Red Hawk,
Was it
Black Hawk something?
Was it Black Hawk or was it a? Was it
No,
a
I
Super
can't
Red
remember
Hawk
which
or
one it was.
was it a Taurus?
It was a 44. It was either a 44 or 357.
Well,
I can't remember which brand it was, which make it was.
Was it Smith and Wesson Model 629 or 29? That's 44.
It could have been something.
That's
like
44.
That. I can't remember I can't for the life.
I know you do G23. I saw it G23. I've been wanting a Rough Rider for a while. You know, just the 22 revolver, but I just never been. I've never seen a good enough deal for me. And then I went and walked into my local gun shop, and literally it was right there, staring right in front of the face because he started his Black Friday deals early. Like everybody else.
How much you ended up paying for that one?
About $99.
Oh man, that ain't bad at all.
I bit your knee.
No.
Quit, you goober.
Granted, I had to pay tax and whatnot, but you know, even with that, it's still not that bad.
Yeah, even with that, that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
What's up, Tech Money?
So I mean, at that price, I couldn't say no. You know.
No, I would have snatched it up too for that price.
Yeah.
Quit, child.
G23, that is on the books. I'm looking at which cylinder I want. I'm thinking since I have the six round model, I think I'm gonna get the 6-round American flag cylinder, a WMR cylinder, or I'll get the just the standard WMR cylinder. It depends on whatever's cheaper. You know.
Like go past. I'm like.
Yeah, I didn't realize you could get the other cylinders for those guns.
Yeah, you can just buy the cylinders right off of their website, off of Heritage's website. The cylinders are like 20. Depending on which ones you want, the cylinders go for between $29 and like $39.
Oh man, that ain't bad at all.
That is, and at that price, I mean, you can't really say no. And even with the grips, depending on the grips, depending on which set of grips you want, the grips set are like $24.99 to like $29.99, depending on what type of grips you want. Either, and still, that's inexpensive, and that's that's an acceptable price for that little handgun. You know, so you got upgrade options. You got it's got a little bit of modularity where you can replace it with any type of grips they sell. And if you want a different cylinder like G23 said, you can get the 22 WMR cylinder and just swap it out and it'll work.
Nice.
So that was like kind of like the what you call it, the icebreaker for me. Yeah. So I had to get it. So
Oh man, I'd have snatched it up too.
So
I did not
get both cylinders. I only got the 22 LR cylinder, so I'm gonna have to, change it. I'm gonna have to order one. But even at that point, you know what? It doesn't hurt me to order one. I can pay that much for it.
What all 22 cylinders can you get for that thing? Can you get like a 22 mag or?
You can get a 22 WMR cylinder. That's it.
Okay.
So it can do 22, and it can do 22 WMR. That's it.
All right.
But even at that point, you gotta order the. Sometimes they sell it as a set where you get the 22 cylinder and the 22 WMR cylinder. But this one was just with the 22 cylinders. So
okay.
I have to order the extra.
Yeah,
they got a variety of different looking cylinders, like where they've got them etched with playing cards, like old cowboy crap, all that shit on the cylinder.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, and they just charge you the standard price, and I'm like, that's really affordable.
Yeah, that is. Definitely.
And it looks nice too. So I mean, somebody's doing something right.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, ultimately, it really doesn't change anything in their production for the cylinders if they're just doing different different cuts on it.
Yeah,
So-
Ron's saying he shoots shorts in his fun stuff. Yeah, you can do that.
Well,
too.
yeah. I mean, if it'll shoot 22 long, that it ought to shoot 22 shorts,
Can you help me
Yeah.
get a
22
flower?
CB caps, all that subsonics.
Can you help
Yeah.
me get a flower from there?
No, we're not doing that. Daddy's fixing to go inside. Daddy's fixing to start cooking some more.
Also, here's the cool thing.
Quick.
You do know that Heritage is doing a holiday rebate right now. Like if you buy a gun during this Black Friday season, like
Yeah.
like from November 1st to January 15th, they got a $30 mail-in rebate.
Cool deal.
So
You flinched. You
at
flinched.
that point, you really can't say no.
All right, Mutt, grab your drink. Come on, we're going inside. Daddy's got to start the next round.
Cooking show.
The next cooking, yeah, the next round of the cooking show, yeah.
Can I do it with you?
Yeah, no, G23. That's a good deal if you got the one with both. I mean, I didn't, and they didn't have the one. They didn't have one at my local with the barrel with the cylinders, so I have to order it extra. But if you look at the prices on their website, honestly, it's not a deal breaker, even if you have to order an extra cylinder.
Hey, where's my little ball?
So.
Go.
Did that?
So I'm happy with what I got. Honestly,
That's starting to rise up pretty good.
that looks pretty good. That looks good.
My little baby roll.
I don't know what happened to the little one, baby.
Is it in here?
I'm gonna steal that old mixer for the pies.
And then when we're done with the cooking, then we have to go for a next round.
My child. Oh, let's see. Ramsey, where's all your cinnamon and cloves and all that?
Do you like it?
So tired.
Tell my mom, she's got tons of spices everywhere.
Tons.
Cinnamon, clove, brown ginger. Yep.
Here,
Cloves.
you need some salt and you got.
I'll use that pink salt.
Well,
You got it
G23. Remember, you are probably gonna have to pay shipping, but at that point, that's not a deal breaker. It just depends on where you live, I guess. Here it is. The standard WMR cylinder for my Heritage Rough Rider, $29.99.
Oh man, yeah.
I mean, and I can use 22 WMR in my Rough Rider. Honestly,
Yeah.
I could order that right now, and I probably will, because that's not a deal breaker right there.
But it's next
No,
round.
not at all.
Dad, can we use these?
Can we what?
Use these? They can be washed.
We're not going to use those, baby. My child to help her.
Well, you know, you gotta love them, raise them, and teach them right.
Oh, that girl was the thing about it, she's been raised in the kitchen.
Time to get back to work.
Yeah, just have to get, she's got the can open and cut the rim of the can instead of cut the top of the can.
Right.
What I do?
She's a lot better.
What I do?
Yep, G23. That is right. It does. So I'm gonna work on that.
What are you doing, child? Oh, you sweeping up some more?
I'm getting back to work.
You getting back to work?
Yes.
Such diligence.
Huh?
milk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to just hide through one time and get it out of the way. Well, nice try, Houston. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? You spend it with the fam or what?
Yeah, spend it with the fam. Tomorrow morning we're gonna start making all the food. We usually start tomorrow. We usually start in the morning right after breakfast.
Yeah.
Dad, careful not to hit the broom thing with your butt.
All right, child.
Remember,
Santa brings this year.
Remember, don't hit the thing with your butt.
Yeah, don't hit the thing with your butt, guys.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
My child.
But yeah, I'm just spending time with the family and whatnot. And I'm just chilling, standard.
Yeah, we're headed over to in-laws' place tomorrow. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, my in-laws, we actually get along really good. So that's
pretty amazing. Not everybody gets along with their in-laws.
No, we actually get along really good.
Because some people have in-laws that are lucky.
They're my mom's parents.
No, I would take my in-laws in a hurry. Took a little while to warm up, but after it did, it was. We'll go over there. Been a little while. We'll go over there. Hell, we'll spend a couple of days over there hanging out, play cards, hunt, go chop wood, do whatever. So yeah, we get along with them really good.
Nice.
It's definitely nicer than well, I'm glad it wasn't some of my exes, to say the least.
Ooh, we don't talk about that.
Yes, glad, because he has some exes. And one of them is Christy.
Would you?
It's bad when your kids talk about your exes.
Why are you so hung up on someone you never met?
It's all in your brain.
I think it's all in your brain. My child. All right, that's enough going.
I'm still sleeping.
I'm about to sweep you right under a rug.
I don't think they would fit.
Then I'm going to mail that rug to Zimbabwe.
No, Uganda.
Yeah, Uganda'd work too.
Uganda, because they Gonda. Sorry, I had to make the bad joke.
Hey, bad jokes are good jokes.
Yeah, so.
Let's see, I'll put some more eggs.
So what's the next recipe you're going to give out?
This one we're just doing pies, and then I'm going to do some cornbread, and then do some cornbread dressing. Yes, child. Killing me. So let's see. With the Libby's pie, which I'm doubling up. So it's 2 cans of Libby's pie filling, 2 cans of the evaporated milk.
Right.
Ginger, cloves, sugar, cinnamon.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's what I need. 4 eggs. 4 eggs.
Good.
Since I'm not at the house, we're using store-bought eggs. Actually, hell, I'm down on so many chickens right now. I ain't getting that many eggs.
Yeah, because I'm not going to say any animal names, but it starts with a P.
We went from, 20?
1,000.
24 birds. I got 3 birds right now.
Oh, my God. What happened?
Yeah, man, there was a possum that whacked a few of them. Then we had a hawk that was running around. I think he nailed a few of them.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. It's all right. This spring, we'll get a few more birds.
Daddy,
Get the stock built back up.
Dad, do we still have kitten?
Yes, baby. Kitten is still at the house.
Dad.
Yes, baby.
Kitten the chicken.
That one I have no idea.
What, do you have a chicken that meows?
Yeah, well, she had a chicken she named Kitten. And Not quite sure. I don't think that one's around no more. I think that one might have fell prey to a possum.
G23 says instead of pumpkin pie, you should do cheesecake.
Yeah,
Pumpkin
Huh?
cheesecake.
Oh.
Chickens.
Well, there's a. Well, my mom did a couple cheesecakes earlier today. But yeah, the
Well,
pumpkin
he's-
cheesecakes.
He's saying
Those
use
are-
the
those are
pumpkin
really good.
cheesecake. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
pumpkin
I've
cheesecake's
never
good.
done that one.
One of these.
We did one. Did we do one last year or year before?
Last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah.
How do you remember?
It's already been.
I mean, they look old enough to have been around last year.
Oh well, yeah, she was around last year, doing the same thing she's doing now.
Annoying you?
Yo, harassing me while I'm in the kitchen cooking.
Yeah, well,
Like I
Ow,
said,
my pinky.
this child is growing up in the kitchen. It was-
this is what happens when you take their video games away.
Oh, she doesn't have one of those right now.
Oh man, that's rough. That is rough.
I found out. Well, she'll play some of them. She got a tablet over here at her grandmother's. She plays on, but it's nothing serious. But other than that, about the only time she's really playing games or something is when we're in the woods. When I bring her down deer hunting with me, I'll load some stuff on my phone. She plays with that.
Right.
So, cup and a half. Cup and a half of sugar. Yeah, sit right next to me. This is pie. Really, pumpkin pies are about the only thing I use a mixer for.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm just gonna mix these by hand tonight.
Uh-oh. Well, it was nice knowing you, Coop.
It don't take much. But even cakes and stuff, I quit using them if I'm doing, which hell, I haven't made cakes in a while, but if I'm doing cakes or something like that, I don't even use mixers anymore.
Oh, I use a mixer. I use a mixer when I make cakes from scratch. But believe it or not, yes, I do know how to cook. I do know how to bake. I just don't do it often.
Well, it's definitely one of those skills that
I mean,
can be awfully impressive to the ladies.
yeah, considering most women these days can't cook.
Oh, good God. My wife could effectively cook, I think, one dish when we got together.
TV dinner.
Which was her curry chicken. No, it was curry chicken, which is good as hell. But that was the only thing she could cook.
Dad,
Can't have
is
that
your
every time.
headphones loud.
Can't have
No,
that
they're
every
not
day.
loud like that.
Well, I turned them up. A lot up.
You can't really turn my headphones up
Why?
because only I can turn my headphones up.
Yep.
But they don't have your access. I did. I pressed the volume button like 21 times.
You could push it 23 times, it wouldn't have done.
Don't work. They don't work.
Oh, Ron Wayne is giving us the details.
Dad,
What's that?
Listen to this. Ron Wayne said Misty burned water when they first got together.
Hey,
Oh, man.
my wife could do. When we first got together, she could.
Wow.
dishes.
How do you burn water?
Let it stay in the pan till it just evaporates and burns the pan.
Ooh, G23 is giving the recipe for the pumpkin cheesecake. He says you can use either canned or fresh pumpkin if you know what you're doing, and cream cheese to make pumpkin cheesecake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did. I'd have to find the recipe for one we did last year that was so good.
I'm gonna tell Mama when she gets back.
Okay.
You can tell Mom when she gets back because Mom knows full well she couldn't cook when we got together.
You know, I like donuts. You know, and here's the thing. I came across one of my grandmother's old recipe books, cooking books.
Yeah.
It's like from like the 20s or 30s. and it's got one of the original recipes of apple fritters in it.
Oh man.
So
I hear a lot of talking, but I don't smell no roll.
Hey, look, they're making old man. Starting that with me. He's been dying for rolls.
everybody is.
Well, my mom's been doing keto for a long time.
Oh, she shouldn't have any rolls.
So, yeah, so no breads, no nothing like that. So
Yeah, with keto, it's basically you swap out the sugar in your diet and the wheat in your diet for just meat and protein and vegetables.
yeah,
That's it.
What I was doing, I didn't go full on keto. I was doing pretty close for a while.
Oh, Misty says he ain't lying, and she has the laughing icons. And then Ron Wayne said, after 2 kitchen fires, the lessons began.
Yeah. Tell them though, that smoke alarm's not quite the alarm you're waiting for.
I believe the words after the first time was, "That's smoking."
Get a hole in your jeans. I can see your underwear.
Well, I know you can see his underwear, but I know you ain't seen his butt because Papa ain't got one of those.
Papa doesn't got a butt.
Ask Nana. Papa ain't got a butt. Papa ain't never had a butt.
He ain't never.
Ain't never. Of course, that's
You tell your buddy.
Huh?
You tell your buddy that's keto bread.
Oh yeah, she's over here showing off. This is keto. This is keto bread.
No
I know.
flour of any kind.
I know. I've seen keto bread.
Because he said you gotta have just veggies.
Well, that's
She's
what the diet is.
Well, yeah, I mean that's basically what.
I mean, yes, there's keto bread where you could substitute normal bread with, but again, honestly, if I was doing the keto diet, I'd cut bread out completely.
Dude, I don't know because I'm a bread fan, and
Merry Christmas, Dada.
It's not Christmas yet.
her keto bread is
The
on
most
point. Child, you got me all mixed up. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah. Make sure I put all my ingredients in here.
What?
Good luck.
Oh.
Yeah, I got sugar, salt, cinnamon, ginger, cloves. Yeah, we're good. I have been known to forget stuff. That's like making the bread.
Don't hold the broom over that.
You
Just
can,
hold the broom up.
Uh-oh.
Tell him there's no. Put that broom down.
Huh.
There is no flour of any kind in that.
Yeah, that's what he
keto
was
bread.
saying.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. My mom eats keto bread most of the time.
Well, nothing.
That
Okay.
stuff, man. We're fixing grilled cheese sandwiches and stuff like that. Whew.
Okay, we've got more. We've got more of the skinny on the
On the trilogy or on the Misty Wayne saga.
the Misty Wayne saga. Yeah. Okay. Ron Wayne says frying salmon patties in 5,000 degree oil will do that.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah. And then Misty goes on to say he went out and bought a fire extinguisher after the second time, but they wasn't that bad, just a lot of smoke from the just burnt salmon patties.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Luckily my wife never did that to us.
Yeah.
But she'd laugh at me because I'll just pull a bunch of ingredients together that all will go together, and then I'll just make something. So she got used to walking in the kitchen going, "What are you cooking?" I'd go, "I don't know." It's all this stuff, and it's going in a pan. But it normally, normally works out.
JLM said he almost blew up his house melting candles on a gas range. Do not test your luck. You will blow up your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Candle wax can do that. I almost got us one night. I was frying egg rolls, had a deep pan on the stove, and had one of the egg rolls just bust open as soon as I dropped it in the oil, and that joker bubbled up, and I grabbed the pan and moved it off of the stove, and it bubbled up, and luckily it's just basically steam that rolled over and hit my hands. I thought I was going to be burned bad, but I'm over there with almost a flaming hot pot of oil boiling over, screaming at my wife to grab the fire extinguisher, and she's in there going, "What?" Like, gee, thanks. Yeah, we're fixing to be lit up. You're over there going, "What?"
Yeah,
Because there's a fire extinguisher where my stove's at, right there on the wall. Before you head into where my son's room is, or where my office is, there's a fire extinguisher hanging right there. So, I mean, it's accessible unless you're holding a flaming hot pot of oil, and then your hands are kind of tied up.
Yeah.
Misty is saying, in my defense, I wasn't allowed to use the stove and was never taught to actually cook. Laugh out loud. I helped, but never cooked till I married Ron. Ron, I hate to say this, but I think you are a saint, man.
Yes.
I think you're a saint, Ron.
It's amazing to me that, my wife didn't know how to cook real good, because her mom's like me. Her mom's an excellent cook.
Yeah.
You give a bunch of ingredients to Betty, and Betty will make whatever with it. Not my wife.
My grandmother was a great cook, my mom's mom, and she was a great cook. And we lost her last year, so
I'm sorry.
That was rough. But she was going downhill anyways, so it was a matter of when, not if.
Yeah, that's which even when you know it's coming like that, it still sucks.
Yeah, but I learned a lot from my grandmother.
The same way.
Not so much my mom, because my mom, even though she's a decent cook, but the problem is she has problems every now and then, because there's been a couple times where she's walked away from the stove after having something on the stove, burned soup twice.
I have done that in the past. I will say that.
I've never burned soup.
What was I cooking one time? It was I think I was cooking down a deer neck, and I was going to do a pot of beans with it.
I didn't burn it, but I may have browned Hamburger Helper at least once. Beginning.
And then how
got a little brown, but it didn't burn.
it burned?
As long as it didn't burn, you're good.
Right.
If it's a little overdone, you're pretty good. The burnt flavor, that stuff doesn't go away.
That stuff don't come out. No,
that stuff doesn't come out. It's not like you can just wipe that away and then keep on trucking. Burnt's burnt.
Yeah. All right, we got a couple comments out there. Let me go through. JLM's talking about the flames almost hit the ceiling, and the smoke was all at the ceiling. 15 more minutes, it would have been a bomb. About that gas leak in his kitchen. Yeah.
Joe Morris, what's happening, brother?
Yeah, Ron says, of course she didn't mention not knowing how to cook until months after the marriage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What, Ski?
Can I clean my hands with the Clorox?
No, go out. Matter of fact, go hang out with your brother or something for a little bit. Cut me some slack.
JLM says, that day I found out my smoke detectors didn't work. The fire extinguishers did, and I have more courage than I give myself credit for.
He was practically playing a game of backdraft in his own kitchen.
Right? Like he didn't have to see the movie. He had it unfolding in front of him.
Yeah, he had the home version of
it. Shauna Ewing says, my husband lucked out with me. I was a cook in the military. Yes, I know how to cook, so I can cook for thousands if need be.
Oh, see, that's my only, which my dad always teases me about it, that I tend to cook way too much. He said I should have been a cook in the military, because typically when I cook, I freaking cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you in the military, Coop?
No, I never could go in. My back was screwed.
I could have gone in, but I didn't. Joe Morris says C&T Design and Arms. What up, Coop? Dropped in to say hi real quick. Heading over to knocking back a few PBRs on my buddy's back porch.
I was
Happy
going to get
Thanksgiving,
PBRs
bro.
tonight.
You know,
I get every time I go in the store, I look for PBRs because of Joe. And I was going to get some tonight, and they didn't have them. So I was like,
yeah.
kicking with the natties.
They didn't have them when I go to the store because, you know, I'm not a beer guy. I'm not really a beer or ale guy that much at all. I like the harder stuff. Okay, so you can't blame me because I'm more a bourbon guy than anything.
Oh, well, I love good bourbon too.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you go to high school in Bourbon County, Kentucky, you know.
Well, see, and my issue is I have really expensive taste when it comes to liquors, but I can handle cheap beer.
Yeah.
So
I like PBR. When I lived in Kentucky, they used to have this brand called Red Dog. You remember that?
Yeah, I do actually. Yep. The Plank Road Brewery.
Yeah. I loved Red Dog, but I can't get it anywhere down here in the rest of the
I
South.
haven't seen it for years.
I haven't seen it either, so I guess they stopped making it. But I drank
probably
that.
did because I haven't seen it in forever.
I drank that and it was pretty good, but you know, nowadays if I drink beer, it's probably just PBR. You know,
it just depends. If I'm just around the house and I'm just sitting around drinking a beer, I can handle some cheaper stuff. If I want a good beer, then I'm looking for something like a what's that? It's a Dunkel. It's a good Pilsner, good like German Pilsner.
Right.
Or something like I used to never like Guinness, and I got into Guinness. A buddy of mine got me into it. So good Guinness, some meat and taters beer.
Yeah. Mike McClune is saying that happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Oh, yep. JLM says that's where I learned to cook too. So he learned to cook in the military as well.
That would explain why I was catching his house on fire.
Yeah, well, he apparently he's also outed himself, so he also eats crayons too because he was a Marine.
Oh well, yeah. They still can't figure out that they may be multiple colors, but they all taste the same.
He's a Marine. There's
never a was a Marine.
Yeah. It's
I laugh. I can't think about the Marines without thinking about my Uncle Bobby, my mom's brother. Yeah. Marine, 3 tours in Vietnam, shot up, blown up, shot up again, pronounced dead once.
Nice.
Yeah, he woke up on top of a pile of bodies in a damn medevac hospital.
And he's like, "What the hell, guys?
They were at that time in Vietnam. They were putting Kool-Aid. Marines were putting Kool-Aid packets on other Marines. When they died. So he woke up and it was he said it was a black corpsman was in here, and he asked that dude where his Kool-Aid was at. He said he'd never seen a black person turn that white so fast. Because he was literally dead. Yeah. And he was like, "Hey, where's my Kool-Aid at?" He said that dude just went to pieces. Because it was when he got reported, KI or killed in action. Of course, the reports go out. They actually sent people to my grandparents' house to tell them that my uncle was dead.
Did they have to send somebody back to say, "By the way, we made a mistake. He's still alive"?
I never asked whether they sent anybody back, but I don't believe they did.
No.
I do believe they're like, "Oh, who dodged a bullet on that one?"
No. It's like he just calls them later, and they're like, "He's alive! Hallelujah! He is risen."
I laughed. He said, I can't remember whether it was that tour or whether it was one after, but he said they were walking through a village and he passed some other Marines that he knew that were, I guess, were in another unit. He said, "Hey, Fish, I thought you were dead." Yeah, well, technically.
I was, but they said I couldn't leave.
Yeah.
Technically I was, but they won't let me leave.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Ron says I have to say 20 plus years later, she's a darn good cook now. Well, after 20 years, you should be. Ooh,
that's what the dough's looking like now. So we're fixing to roll this out.
Yeah, the yeast has risen.
Yep. So it's nicely doubled in size. And this stuff, you can keep knocking it down and it'll keep, coming back up. So if you got busy doing something and you didn't want to deal with it right then, you can punch it back down and it'll give a little bit, it'll rise back up. Now, I don't think my mom realized that at one point when I was a kid because I kept walking past her and punching her dough down. That woman like to kill me.
Yeah. Shauna says she cooks way too much. JLM says the Navy has better food though compared to the Marines, and I believe that.
I have heard that before.
I've heard that one too.
I think the one I've heard that's got the best is the Air Force.
When you have
the Navy's pretty slamming too.
I'm going to preface that when you have proper Navy cooks, because my friend was on an aircraft carrier, and the Navy cooks there didn't know how to properly bake mac and cheese. They served mac and cheese frozen. I'm like, how do you serve that frozen?
How do you serve frozen mac and cheese?
I don't know, but that's the Navy for you.
Of course, I had a friend of mine.
Mike LePoon says he was Mama's little helper in the kitchen when he was a kid. Now he just kicks Mama out of the kitchen. Yep.
There are days.
Misty says he has to say that now, or else he knows I'll make him do the cooking. Man, I'm just loving these stories. I tell you.
Oh, these are the things, man. Where
uh-oh, Coop.
Oh, we're fixing the. Which I mean, you gotta see how much that's risen up, and we're just gonna punch it down.
Right.
I'm gonna punch it down, split it in half, and then start rolling it out.
Oh, we are way far back. I'm way far back from the comments. I'm trying to get through them all. And Shauna says, Shauna says that's what my husband said. He was Marines. Ooh. Joe Moore says, Red Dog and Ice House were out of the same brewing company. Yeah,
Plank Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, good old Plank Road Brewing Company. I remember those.
Jay Lemon says, worst food I ever had was Oakland University, Michigan, not California, dining hall. Worse than Marine Corps chow hall overall. Ooh.
Okay, man. My dad served 26 years. We ate in mess halls a few times.
Yeah.
I was trying to think which one was the worst, and I can't remember.
Yeah. Joe Morris says, we used to crush Ice House beer in college in the early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the headaches in the morning.
Oh, God, yeah.
Mike McLuhan says Keystone Ice, but it's been discontinued. Oh, man, that's all. Misty says, my dad's favorite was Milwaukee's Best. Yeah, Milwaukee's Best is all right.
Milwaukee's Best is a headache in a can.
It's all right. I'm not fond of it, but it's all right.
Years ago, matter of fact, this is how far it goes back. It was one of George Foreman's last fights.
Yeah, George Foreman's fight.
My grandmother, it was my grandmother Louise, gave me and my cousin a 12-pack of Milwaukee's Best, me and my cousin Nikki. And we tried drinking it. The only thing I got out of that was a headache. That was it.
Jason Ewing is out there saying, howdy, everybody. And then Shauna says, oh, no, the crayon eater knew I was talking about him.
You mentioned crayons, and Marines start showing up, man.
Yep. You mentioned crayons. They're out there. Jason's saying Semper Fi Marines. Yep. JLM says, just for that, you got to make birthday candles out of crayons for you.
I have seen crayon birthday candles before.
JLM, if you do that, let me know. I want a set. Oh my God, that's great. Betty Cooper's out there saying, yes, they sent someone back from Little Rock, Arkansas, to tell my parents my brother was alive.
Yeah,
so I guess that's your mom.
Yeah, that's Mammy.
So apparently they did send someone back to tell him he was alive.
Yeah, I couldn't remember whether they did or not.
It would have been hilarious if they didn't send anybody back. They didn't phone call, and then he just calls randomly. And they're like, "You're alive! He is risen!
No one bothered.
Hallelujah!"
my uncle was an absolute nut. He was a hoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like to broke me when he passed.
Oh, Ron says you need to bake the biscuits like that. Just this one giant mega biscuit.
Dude, well, you can do this in loaves and all kinds of stuff. So I mean, if you let it sit there and rise, it would do it.
He jokes about that, but I've seen people make like mega biscuits and mega cinnamon rolls before. Just like a giant cinnamon roll.
Oh yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, you can do it. It's just it takes forever.
Doing it, yeah,
takes forever in a standard oven.
Oh, you gotta make one of those. Whenever you're doing big items like that, you got to make sure your oven is set perfect.
Yeah.
Now with these, I'll show you how to roll these out. But I'm just putting a light coat of oil in the pan because there's going to be so much butter, they're not going to stick anyway. Because we're going to stir that up and then we're going to dump that on the rolls. Once I flatten them out, dump that on there, rub them down, and then roll them up and then cut them in sections. So each one's going to be rolled. We're doing the fancies. What was I doing? I was doing something. I swear to God it was. Oh, rolling pin, jackass.
Betty says she made dough several times that day. That day that you went and beat it down.
She did, because I kept punching. I'd walk by and there was dough, and I didn't know any better. I just kept punching the stuff down. I honestly wasn't even trying to be a jackass that day.
No.
But I guess she kept thinking the yeast, it was taking too long, or the yeast wasn't rising like it should. I think she made like 3 batches now. She mentions it.
We start talking about Marines because there's 2 out there, and then they started. Somebody either fed them after midnight or got them wet because Ghost Tactical shows up.
Oh no, Ghost is here.
Ghost is here.
Yeah. Well, it's the Crown talk. I'm telling you,
it's can't Crown talk. Yeah. Yep, it's Crown talk. What's up, Ghost? How you doing, buddy?
Ghost, what's happening, brother man?
So, J-Lim says I couldn't get one person to sing "Happy Birthday, dear Marine Corps" this November 10th. Really? You couldn't get anybody to sing "Happy Birthday" for the Marine Corps? That's awful. R4 Mississippi Thunder's out there.
R4, what's happening, brother? So, getting to these, I'll roll this stuff out to where they're. I'll leave them thick sometimes. Anywhere between 1/4 inch and 3/8 of an inch thick on the dough.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I'll pour butter all over the top of them. And then just roll them up. And yeah, it's messy, but it's goodness.
Oh, that's awful. Betty is mentioning that November 10th was her brother Bobby's birthday. One year he got to cut the cake, the Marine Corps cake. Bobby passed away on her birthday in 2000 from cancer caused by Agent Orange.
Yep.
Man, that sucks.
Bobby was wild, man. His legs, basically the whole area where his combat boots were in Vietnam, for the rest of his life, they were basically black. They'd bust open in big sores. It was rough. When I rolled it up and then cut them into sections, you can see the roll in them, how they're twisted.
Yeah, nice.
Tell you, man, we're getting fancy.
Yeah, Ron Wayne's we're giving a little hint out there saying someone may have a exploding cranberry sauce Thanksgiving video dropping tomorrow.
I wonder who that could be.
I wonder who that could be, Ron.
Could it be someone that does a whole lot of range videos?
It's like JLM
has-
says PBR and glass pints. I must find this mythical cheap beer.
Dude.
Yeah. Then they're commenting on Agent Orange. It got a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough, man. So that's about a way a pan of those will look.
That looks good.
And then normally, because I weigh the dough out when I divide it, so normally there'll be a little left in the pan, and I'll have to kind of stack a roll here and there. But
Oh, you got more out. He's doing more, guys.
this is the second half because I did a double batch, so this is the second half of the first batch.
Mm.
Now I still got to do another double batch after this
So-
one.
How many rolls out of these is this gonna make?
Oh God, man, I couldn't tell you. Typically, I could probably think of it by pans. So a single batch will do like a single standard pan of rolls. I'll put it that way.
Mhm.
Depending on how you cut them, how thick you cut them, and stuff. Because we never tend to cut them like some standard size. They're always a lot thicker than normal. Because let's face it, I mean they're good. Why would you want to like limit the goodness?
Right.
Roll it up. It's probably been me and the wife are talking. It's probably been 2 years since I've really made any rolls. Well, no, because I did make them last year for Thanksgiving, but for those of you guys who didn't hear me,
Ron
talking
is
about it
asking
earlier,
you to move your camera a bit down. C&T Design Arms.
Yep.
They want to see. There's the other Shetland.
Yep.
Because they want to.
Just show you.
Are you
Flatten
buttering
out
it?
the dough. Yeah, well, flatten out the dough. Pour butter on top of it. Just rub the butter on it, and then you just. It's not like I ever measure things, but I just get it into a nice rectangle. And then just roll it.
Yep. Ron says there's the money shop. Thanks, Coop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So after it's all in that roll like that, then you're just cutting them down, and I'll cut them.
Now, what do you use to cut them? Do you have something special?
This is just you
use one of those spades, right?
Yeah, it's basically a bread knife. It's just kind of in that spade instead of a normal, like one of the ones that looks more like a butter knife or something.
Yeah, I've got one of those.
Get butter away from that one.
Sorry, I'm
Come here,
coming.
what you in, dude?
My son's got the butter on the other end of the table making block houses with it because I've got like I don't know how many things of butter laying around here. Never mind. And then I said, I'll lightly grease this because there's going to be so much butter floating in this pan that there's no way they're going to stick.
Yeah. Oh, JLM says much better. Can't eat your face, Coop. Well, that's frowned upon in polite society.
Yeah, you could. It just depends on how much bath salt you're doing at the time.
Yeah, right.
Just be like that dude ate his buddy's face.
And whether or not you live in Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, what?
Got Spartan some food and a joint supplement. And Kevin called on the way back. He wants my food handles far, which I figured anyway. But he said Spartan and Miami today.
Good deal. Spartan's feeling spunky then.
So it wasn't like a full gallop, but it was a whole lot more than he has done. Toasty.
All right, Coop, I gotta go. You have a good one. I
All
hope
right,
your
Mr.
family
Night
have
Strike.
a happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, brother. You guys have a happy Thanksgiving too, man.
Take it easy, everyone.
Yep. You take them easy, brother.
I turn this off.
Hello?
Very carefully.
Dad,
Yeski.
why is there mucus on the table?
Baby, it's the butter mixed with a little bit of flour.
Oh.
Child. Come on, go. So these actually made out bigger than the first batch. Go, Monk. But everything will pretty well stack in the same. I'll have to stick one roll in the first pan. It's a good thing about it when you do it. So like I said, I never like split the dough in any kind of quantitative way. I just whack the ball in half, and sometimes you gotta kind of play with your roll placement a little bit. So again, that's what the pan will look like right after they're rolled out. And then we'll put these to the side. We'll let these rise again. They'll double in size again. And once they double in size again, then they're ready to go in the oven. And then that's another thing I did do. I didn't write the temps and the time down on the recipe on that one slide, but I'll get all that. This is the part that definitely you're gonna have butter everywhere, but you can take your scrap flour and throw it on top of that butter that's left on the table, and it makes it easy to clean up.
So you've done this time too.
I've done it a few times. It's like I said at the start, I wonder how many thousands of rolls have been made from that bread book.
Well, if my fat ass is any indicator, this shit lies.
All right. So I'll wipe and clean this down. And while I'm waiting on that, might as well pour the pie filling or get the pie filling poured. And then we'll do cornbread, kids. Get away from my table.
It was on my lap.
His nose was near my table.
Your nose is near everything.
'Tis true.
Spartan ran. He did. He ran. I'm so proud of him.
I'll put a little bit of flour on the table and then clean up that last little bit of butter. That flour will soak that butter up, and it just makes it easier to come off the table.
My boy ran. That's so great. So happy. He's feeling better.
Oh, you have to explain to everybody in chat just how well you cooked when we got together.
Me?
Yes.
Oh man, I was like Gordon Ramsay.
Who's Gordon Ramsay?
What was your one
He's not
hit wonder?
No, I had several one-hit wonders.
You had like 2 1-hit wonders max.
Chicken curry.
Yeah, chicken curry. And
I
Chick-fil-A.
couldn't make spaghetti, I just didn't.
you could make it. We were laughing. Everybody in chat. Everybody's talking about cooking, and when they got together, Missy Wayne said she could basically burn water when her and Ron got together.
Baked ziti.
You weren't completely just lost, but in between your mom's cooking skills and your cooking skills, there was a very large discrepancy.
There's also a large discrepancy in years.
What is that?
All right,
It's
I'm gonna
delicious.
cover these up, and we'll let them rise again. Grab my pie, please. Well, here, you're in the way again. Yeah.
Okay. Bro.
Mama,
What?
that's the one. Wait, can you get me some spare peanut butter crackers?
Have you eaten anything for dinner?
No, we really haven't eaten anything for dinner yet. So yeah, it would be a good idea, Mom, to eat some dinner before you start snacking on more crackers and stuff. Yeah, we roll disposable pan-ins.
I didn't trust you with my pie dish.
Huh?
So I didn't trust you with my pie dish.
It's not that. It's just I'd rather use disposables tomorrow, especially.
Yeah, but my pie dish is a little pumpkin. It's cool.
Okay. Well, I promise you, I'm gonna have enough filling to where you could use it. Because these regular pie pans,
What's that? You're not making crust?
huh?
You're not making crust?
Nah. Gray hair said she got these, so I'm gonna use these.
Time saver.
Huh?
It's a time saver.
Oh, it's definitely a time saver. An aggravation saver, because you know me and pie crust. I will complain the whole time I'm doing them. Because I hate making pie crust. They always turn out great. I just hate making them.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because
They're pain.
if you do a pie crust to where it's like a really flaky, good pie crust.
You need to put them in the microwave for a few seconds.
Oh, well, I for did not know.
Get it now.
You didn't read the directions.
Guy. I do believe I just got threatened by a little gray-haired woman. Pretty sure. Oh, man.
Well, Monkey, what do you want to eat for dinner?
Whoa.
I'm not dinner.
Shauna, there are days, maybe it's just kind of dependent on the mood. There's days where I could bake something really easy, and there's other days where I would much rather just cook. I'd rather just take a bunch of ingredients and then make whatever. Because how many times have you seen me in the kitchen? Because you're here now, you can attest to some of it. How many times have you seen me in the kitchen with a pile of ingredients and you asked me what I was cooking, and I went, oh.
I don't know.
Okay.
This
Well,
one first.
school me on the
If you don't let it
pre-made pie
rest,
crust here.
if you don't let it rest,
It's gonna explode.
get it out of there.
I'll see. There you go. You let it rest. I hadn't thought about the story of me punching down that dough.
You did it 3 times. I didn't know you were doing it, or I'd let it risen again, but I thought something was wrong with my yeast.
I hadn't thought about that in forever.
We're only 2. All right. Now it rolls out better. And you shape it in there.
How sweet.
Now you finish doing it. See, that's meant for a smaller pie thing, but it'll stretch to go around the edges.
Yeah, well, I don't do pretty pie crust anyway.
I know.
I just look.
It's like you don't put rolls in the pan like I do either.
I don't do pretty food for the most part. I do good food. I don't do pretty food.
for dinner?
Where else would a sushi be if it's not pretty?
Yeah, I do good food. But
All right. Yeah, you need that.
as far as pretty food, nah, that ain't me.
The oven needs to be at 425 for 15 minutes.
I'm good. Well, these aren't.
The explosive
And then you
kind.
turn it down to 350.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm just trying to. Cause I got those rolls will be ready to go before those pies are.
I think if you look, there's
Go,
temperatures up on that.
go, 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 go.
Yeah,
What do
this
you want for dinner?
that is one thing for sure. It's
Pie
like finishing
roll.
pie crust. I normally give them to my wife and let my wife finish them.
That's not dinner. What do you want for dinner?
Hand me that cookbook over there.
Hmm.
Not
No.
cornbread.
I don't know.
That
Ask
book.
Nana what she has.
That book is amazing.
Is it $3.25 for those? The roll?
Yeah, it should be.
Or 25
These scissors are back. So yeah, this is going to be easier than making my own pie crusts, but they
Won't be
still
as
aren't gonna be
good.
pretty. No, they're not be as good. But
Ask Nana. She has
400
anything
degree
for
oven for
dinner
25
for you.
minutes. 375 for 20 minutes.
Ugh.
well, because what I may do is go ahead and I'll cook the rolls. I'll put the pie crusts
Yeah,
to the side.
gotcha. Because it'll take longer to do the pies.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer to do the pies than it does the rolls. But the rolls, once they're made out like that, it won't be long. They'll be ready to
I want
put in the oven.
one pie for here.
Can't have no pie. Start talking crap to my mom. You guys gonna see me get my ass kicked on screen.
You better watch it there, bud.
I'm gonna laugh.
I still want to know when she hides.
I'm laughing, eat my ice cream.
Like I
And
said,
I'm
I
not-
still want to know where she hides that right hook at, because I swear to God, I had my eyes on both them hands before I called her that particular word, and I still got shit flat down.
You want the one I got.
Huh?
You want the one I got.
Got me on one of them, I know.
Smile.
Well, I still haven't washed everything. How long has it been since I actually cooked in your kitchen?
Last Thanksgiving.
Well, I didn't cook anything over here last Thanksgiving, did I?
Has there been a time you haven't cooked anything over here?
I swear to God, there had been.
No.
No, I don't know that you cooked anything over here last year.
Yeah, I went to my own kitchen last year.
Your son,
Now, many, many years before that, I wrecked it continuously. Oh, what? What about my son?
peed on my foot.
How did my son manage to be on your foot?
Standing there and I'm giving him them crackers. And I look at the look on his face and I said, uh-oh. And he done stood there and peed right down there on my foot. Yeah.
Oh my
I
God!
look at the look on his face and I said, oh, he did. Yeah, he did. It was awful.
I might die. What were you saying, Ron? Yeah, part 2 of the stream. Washing dishes. Oh man, I might die. I think I just broke a rib. He's peed right on his foot. Oh. Here, let me get that because I'm gonna steal that bowl because I'm gonna do the cornbread.
You got company.
Yeah.
Well, here, I have to wash it good.
Yeah. Well, okay, I ain't gonna argue with you. Be mean to me like that.
And your papa and they're fussing.
Not the first time it's ever been peed on.
When I was little, did I pee on his foot?
No, I don't think you ever peed on Papa's foot. I've seen you pee on your own feet.
What do you want for dinner, Murphy?
I still haven't figured out.
Oh man. I'm gonna snag another smoke here.
Why are you putting them on me? I'm
Here.
eating ice cream.
Keep them entertained.
I'm not very entertaining.
You can be awfully amusing.
Not by myself. I need banter.
Oh, well, I got banter all right. Oh, my ribs hurt.
Mom,
What?
Gianna's talking about you.
I don't care. What doing?
Huh?
So what doing?
I'm smoking a cigarette and laughing at that. Keep going.
It was okay ice cream. It worked in a pinch.
It worked in a pinch.
It worked in a pinch.
Yeah, mamas are like, now you guys are meeting the fam now. So these are all the people that put it with my lunatic ass all the time.
It's me. I put up with his lunatic ass all the time. The patience of a saint.
You notice you can put it right there.
I do know I can put it right there.
Patience of a saint, huh?
Yeah.
Man.
I do. I have the patience of a saint. It's just I spend it all on you.
You don't have a very deep pocket.
Oh, and I have very deep pockets. This is just, you're really expensive.
We I don't know what to do.
Oh man. So are any of you guys traveling for Thanksgiving? Or everybody pretty well in place with the family or short travels? Because like us, we're headed to her mom and dad's, headed to the in-laws. So
One of my sisters.
oh God.
And my nanny-in-law.
She is, I ain't got nothing to say to her. Well, don't
We ain't got to talk about it.
that, especially with my
Yeah. Don't touch my toe.
and I got a 13-pound bird to fry. So not normal, not what I normally fry.
So we're gonna have two fries. Are you frying the turkey tonight?
No, I'm gonna get it ready tonight. And I'll just have to get up early tomorrow.
Okay, because
Or we'll get over there early and I'll fry it.
I gotta go feed Spartan the animals. You
It
can
doesn't
go
mean,
by
yeah, it
yourself.
doesn't mean we can't get over there early. That's one thing we were talking about with Night Strike, because I was talking about going to in-laws. Night Strike was like, and I was like, no, dude, I like my in-laws. My in-laws are great.
Well, I tend to be cute, but I'm not actually that.
Definitely is an upside to having cool in-laws.
We got lucky.
Yeah, because my God knows my mom and dad would keep you and trade me out for some little kid from Zimbabwe.
Probably.
Oh man,
Actually, it's not probably. It's no doubt.
I gotta stretch my damn back out. What's up, Samantha?
So,
Oh, cool deal, Sam. Typically, a lot of nights we'll be over at my folks' place the night before, and then her folks' place the day of. I mean, we kind of do Christmas the same way. We'll be over here the night before and then over there. So, and really, I got to try to think. This is about what I've cooked for Christmas the last few years. I haven't had, because since you're my, or yeah, yeah, for Thanksgiving. Because your mom's normally got so much stuff. There's no sense in me cooking like I used to.
She's thinking about retiring.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not.
I'm thinking about retiring.
No, she's not.
I told her she ain't passing that dang apron to me.
No, we want everybody to live.
My anxiety can't handle that.
No, not what. No, you would go to absolute pieces.
I'd lose my. I couldn't.
Such a waste.
There's Ozzy. What's up, Oz? Oh, damn, my back's killing me.
Yeah, now my toe's killing me. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, I like sharing the pain, so.
Tell him I broke my toe.
No, I haven't told him you broke your toe.
Or my toe was broken. I didn't break my toe.
Well, you know, in everybody else's defense, if you had really realized that, you know, that you could operate the dimmer switch for your lights up here with your hand instead of your feet, you wouldn't have got it hung in your steering wheel like that.
Quick, quit.
Quit, Ski.
I get that.
I go to full action.
Not many young people would.
No, it's an old joke. It's like when they moved the dimmer switch from the floorboard to the steering wheel.
I
They
know.
almost had to move it back down because blondes kept getting their feet stuck in the steering wheel.
I get it.
I don't know why they moved those. It was convenient having it down there by your foot where you could just tap tap.
I kind of understand because mostly they were stick shifts, and if you're working the clutch and brake and the gas, it's like you're having to shift and somebody comes up, you have to. It's just a whole lot of mess for a stick shift.
They were like that on automatics too.
You could have kept them with automatics, but for stick shift, I understand because that's a whole lot of mess.
There's Case. What's up?
I pounced.
Mucky.
So yeah, we're taking a smoke break, and then I got to go in. I'll do the cornbread. Well, it won't take long for the rolls to rise, so I can probably do the cornbread and then throw the rolls and cornbread in the oven at the same time. And then I got to do a whole nother batch of rolls.
My poor toe.
Dad said there's no way all those rolls are leaving this house.
Okay. Every single one is not leaving this house. But
Yes.
there's rolls leaving this house.
Yo, there's rolls leaving the house. But if I try to take all the rolls out of this house, the old man might have a Vietnam flashback. And I might not make it. Honestly, I thought it was VC.
Honestly, I thought it was BB.
I'm gonna smoke one more. I'll get my back a fucking break.
Mucky, you need to figure out what you want to eat for dinner.
See, I'll do a whole nother thing of rolls, so you guys will get to see that again. But the next batch, like I said, I'm gonna do those with lard instead of butter. So we're gonna see what the consistency of the dough turns out with that.
For shiggles.
Well, it's like Mom said, that's all they used to use when they were making bread was just straight lard. So she said the dough will come out once it's cooked, it'll be a lot crispier.
Crispy.
Once it's browned, it'll be more of the crunchy on the top. Not the burn, but more of a crunchy, a little bit different texture. It's like when I did them with shortening instead of butter, which you thought was sacrilege.
It is sacrilege.
You liked them. I didn't hear you say nary word while you were shoving bread in your face.
Still like butter better.
Me too.
Look, you don't even eat butter.
Did you have any of the rolls I did with shortening? I can't remember what I did them for.
I don't know.
Can't remember.
Dad, remember the pool party?
Why are the headphones?
Huh?
What's the headphones for?
So I'm not working off the audio on the computer, because the audio on the computer, just even for the mic, sucks.
Like, Mom,
Oh, so
do you remember the pool party at Beverly's?
So
yeah.
normally I do have music playing in the background, which I need to crank up.
No.
Oh, I don't have it playing that loud,
No.
Goober.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah. Why don't you take
No.
your ass on out?
Steve.
Steve.
So do the cornbread dressing.
So do the cornbread dressing. So that's what we're gonna
You're
do.
a weirdo.
Mm,
Practically married a communist.
I'm a stuffing person.
I know. Practically married a communist. Do a poll in chat whether you guys like cornbread dressing better or whether you like bread stuffing better.
Stovetop stuffing.
Like stovetop stuffing.
It's gonna go to dressing. My mom only makes it for me.
Watch this. Watch this video if you like breadsticks.
Kerrygold Irish butter. That might be an idea one time. I've never used it. Nah, I hate cornbread. Casel, kick him out of the chat. Ban him. Ban him. Burn him at the stake.
Burn it.
I don't like cornbread either. Bread stuff. Holy crap!
Ron, thought I liked you. Oh, man. Which now?
Nana.
What?
I didn't realize she was in the chat.
Yeah, she's in chat. Believe it or not, Nana lurks in some of my live streams.
Baby Cooper.
Sure.
Nay.
You guys may have thought I was joking when I say she lurks in my live streams. She'll be there.
Baby
That's why
Cooper.
She tells me all the time, watch your mouth. I
Baby
can't watch my
Cooper.
mouth when I'm talking about the government.
Ricky, quit.
Wheat bread to make stuff, and I've never had it with wheat bread. I've had bread stuffing plenty of times, and it's good, but I've never had it done with wheat bread. I wonder if you could throw like pumpernickel in there.
Ew.
You leave pumpernickel alone.
Uh-uh.
I'm not saying do the whole thing with it, just a little kick of pumpernickel. All this from the person that practically wouldn't eat anything but mac and cheese when we got together.
So?
How long will it take me to get you to eat fried fish?
I don't know.
I'm probably just.
Did you catch your big stripe before we got married or after?
After.
Because I got you to try fried fish after you caught your big stripe.
4. You got me to try fried fish after we went fishing. We went jugging the first time. Yes.
Was it then? We've been together a while.
I don't know. I can't remember exactly when I caught that stripe.
That's the first time you'd ever been jug fishing, wasn't it?
With you, yeah.
Did he have to tell
Had you ever been
something?
jug fishing before?
No.
Did I have
Well, that's
to
what
tell
I'm
you
saying. Yeah, you'd run. I think you'd run trot or.
Trot line, yeah.
Yeah, you've been out and run trot lines before. You'd never been jug
Yeah,
fishing.
I don't like trot lines.
You don't like trot lines because you have this aversion to stumps in the water, and trot
Yes.
lines are normally tied off the stumps. Careful, now.
That's a no-go.
I have to tell you something. I have to whisper it in your ear. Please never send me to an orphanage.
Please never send you to an orphanage. But I had the paperwork ready.
Stop, don't joke. You know she'll
Monkey.
take that serious.
You know I would not ever. Ain't nobody taking you but me. Nobody. You know that. You know that. Monkey, ain't nobody taking you but me. Nobody. Nobody. Daddy wouldn't know what to do without you. You know that? Yeah, Daddy wouldn't know what to do without you. Daddy wouldn't know what to do without you at all. You the monks.
Fixed a. Hold on.
There ain't no way
870.
Daddy'd let anybody take you, huh?
Fixed an 870 today.
What'd you have to do?
Me, all I did was diagnose the issue.
What was the issue?
The cartridge stop. The way it works, the bolt pushes up against it to push it out of the way.
Yeah.
And you rack it.
Yeah.
It might not have been an 870 because it was pump.
870s are pumps.
What the heck am I thinking of? Okay, it was an 870, and there's another one I'm getting mixed up with. Any hoozles.
But there's no way Daddy'd let anybody take you at all. Daddy's never giving you up.
Anywho, when the bolt goes back, it pushes the cartridge stop out of the way. Well, that spot it hit had worn down enough where it wasn't letting the shell come out.
Yeah.
So I pulled it out and was like, "Hey, Pat, can you weld it?" Because I don't trust his welding machine.
Build it up with a little bit of weld.
Easy peasy. And I tried plating that Colt one more time, and it just no go. So put it back together and polish it up for him. Call it a day. Sometimes there ain't nothing we can do.
Bring that house. Let me use the restroom real fast. I'm gonna start on this cornbread. You gonna get your
Come on,
cornbread?
y'all are heavy. Come on, Mikey.
Come on, Ski. Baby, I am serious too. There's no way I'd let anybody take you. Nobody. No way I'd let anybody take you.
Still didn't figure out what you're going to eat for dinner. Excuse me.
There's some chicken strips or something.
You want chicken strips?
And you put it in the pot.
Chicken nuggets. Hot pocket. Chicken nuggets. Your chicken nuggets. Mama got you your own.
That's mail.
Thank you, Mom.
Always the bad one.
Lucky. She used to be 4.5 feet. Now she's just 40. We see people feel drunk a little. Kitty, you're sent to get started. Dad, why does Hello Kitty have no mouth?
I have no idea why Hello Kitty has no mouth. Sup, War? Liv, what's happening? Let's see. I am going to. What am I doing? I'm doing something. I'm doing something. I know I am. Ow! Just got slapped in the ass. It's abuse. I know what else I need to do.
If you're cooking mostly rolls and your hands are full of flour, you come up behind me and slap me on the ass?
I would never. Lying on me again.
I do the math on how to.
Let's see. Where's my book at? So I'm going to add this to the slide real fast. And I'll throw that slide back up just so if you guys is interested in the whole deal.
Yeah, I'm right there. Go and get.
Are you gonna use both of them?
No.
Grease. Da, 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 da. 375.
Yeah, what's the lid, please?
Here, let me save that. I'll kick this back up. Let's see. What am I doing? I know I'm doing something. Okay, I took that down. Yeah, brother man. Which, hey, War, if you want to jump in here, you're more than welcome to jump in too. So, let's see. Can I switch this? I just throw the whole slide up. Okay, so yeah, those are going to be ready to ride in just a minute or two. So when we do the rolls, we're going to bake them at 375 for about 20 minutes. Another one of those things. I typically set the oven for about 18 minutes. I'll check on them. If they need to go a couple more minutes, I'll let them ride a couple more minutes. Some ovens are cook a little bit better than others. So once you figure out your own oven, what your own oven's doing, you can nail the time down pretty close. But we'll just say 20 minutes to start off with. Plug my power cord. I'll show you. So much more. All right. So these got another minute or two to rise, but if you remember what they were like, they were just about half this size when I put them in the pan. And now you can see that some of them have already risen to just above the lip of the pan. So, matter of fact, those are, pick off some of that flour. Those will be ready to go. And then the other pan is looking about the same way. Now, I will say this. When I load them into the pans, because I don't like measure them out when I cut them, if I've got rolls that I cut a little bit smaller or a little bit thinner, I'll typically load those towards the middle of the pan, and any of the ones that I cut a little bit larger, I'll try to put on the outside of the pan. That way, when they cook, you don't end up with some big doughy thing in the middle and the ones on the outside that are like cooked all the way. What's my Mamsie saying? Yeah, Missy loves slap. Yeah, she's getting me back because she's right. Normally, when I'm cooking rolls, I'll sneak up behind her and leave a big floured handprint. Misty was saying it was a love slap.
Oh no, it wasn't.
I told her, yeah, I'll normally slip up behind you and be like, pow, and just leave a big handprint.
Delete.
Okay, so where are you for a second?
Roll
Five,
that
seven.
down.
We're going to start tossing these in the oven.
Roll that down again. Roll up the wind. Roll down.
So what are you doing?
Throw away my trash. Civilized you
You
today.
can't put me in the trash can.
Free range trash.
So we get that rolling. Now, if that's done, or those are in the oven.
Stay there.
You guys, which there's more people in here now than there was when we started. Of course, I'm doing the rolls, doing the other cooking. For those of you guys who didn't see it at first, the recipe that I'm using for these rolls, and I'll kick the slide back up in a second in case anybody else wants it. Wife's over there telling me I shouldn't share it.
Secret family
But
recipe.
This book is my mom's original bread book that she got in like 1964.
High school.
But that's what the pages of that book look like after 50 something years of making bread out of this book. It's yeah. She got this book when she was a teenager. This book was printed in 64. Well, this was the 7th edition of this book in 64. Copyrighted 63. All about home baking. God knows when the outside cover just finally decided to fall off. The outside cover actually was on there for years when I started using it. Let me get my pumpkin pie stuff out of the way.
Dada,
Yes, baby.
am I a teenager?
No, baby. You are a long ways from a teenager. Daddy has a while to go before I have to worry about you being a teenager. Should be baking powder. Oh. That's over there. I wasn't expecting anything to beat the air fryer to beat. I was like, what the?
Ladies are done.
Yeah, it's still gotta cool down there.
Yeah, War was born. Yeah. Yeah, my mom was in high school when she got that book. Of course, she'd been cooking bread and stuff before then, but that's when she got this book. So this book has been to Germany 3 separate times, moved all around the United States, God knows how many places. Like my dad was in the Army 26 years. And of course, mom's in the other room. She could tell you exactly how many times they moved in 26 years, but it was it was a lot. Because there were places where we'd be there, you know, hell, we didn't even make it a year in some places, and then poof, it was time to move on to the next place. We did a lot of moving when I was growing up. Sometimes it might have been a short hop across town. Other times it was across the country, across the ocean.
Sometimes we got into the
I
army.
can't remember how old I was when we were in Frankfurt, Germany, and then I was a teenager years later when we were in Heidelberg, Germany. That is where I got my love of German food and German beer.
Look at that, you married a German woman.
Hungarian.
My grandmother was German. My grandfather was Hungarian.
Yeah. For some reason I thought your grandmother was Hungarian.
No, she escaped from either East or West Germany. East.
East Germany.
You gotta give me a second because I'll say it backwards. I always do. She escaped East Germany. She stowed away in a train car.
Oh, dude. My dad, man, when he had that 30-40 Craig when I was a kid, I never got to shoot it, but I always loved that gun. I always loved looking at it. I always loved the operation on it. And I'd have to ask him to make sure, but I'm pretty sure it was when we were on Fort Gordon. You couldn't use rifles on the base, and he ended up making a trade. Got a PSE bow and some other stuff. But yeah, the 30-40 Craig went away. That's why as soon as I saw that picture you posted the other day, I was like, that's a 30-40, isn't it? That's one of those rifles that, you know, like I said, I never got to shoot it when I was a kid. I got to look at it, hold it, and it's been one of those rifles that I've always wanted another one of. So yeah, as soon as I saw that picture, I was like, yeah, that's 30-40. I asked to make sure. But that low or the side of it where you dump your loose cartridges is a dead giveaway on that 30-40. All right, what's my recipe on cornbread?
Put it in the trash.
I might not get divorced tonight.
Do not get divorced. Do not get divorced.
I may ponder on some things, and marrying a communist
Dada,
doesn't like cornbread. Monkey, it's a joke, baby. It's a complete joke. Daddy's just messing around.
Calm down.
My daughter's over here. No, get divorced. No, baby, I'm joking. What are you saying, Warsaw?
No.
No, man, it wasn't hard moving multiple schools. It was a fact of life. But I think that's one of the reasons I don't do as good a job of keeping up with people now, because I got so used to moving away from people then that, you know, even good friends of mine, I typically don't see them a whole hell of a lot. But, you know, we may go 3-4 years without seeing one another, but when we see each other, we just kind of pick back up right where we were at, and we're, you know, still good friends. So it just yeah, Nanny Fisher would have been 100 this past January. Yeah. Speaking of that, old man's in the other. Yeah. What'd you trade that 30-40 Craig for? With Washington State when you got rid of it? I thought it was on Bending when you got, or Gordon when you got rid of it.
Well, you know what? It might have been on Bending.
I think it was Gordon because you couldn't use rifles on Gordon, and you traded that PSE. You got that PSE bow.
And I couldn't come up with that PSC load. When I traded
You got rid of that. You got rid of that pump action 30-06 too, didn't you?
But
No, man, I should have drowned you a long time ago.
Thurl said that he kills my spiders.
Did my eyes go like?
It was Fort Gordon. Where no, it was Benning where you missed it, but
Where
it's
did it
Fort
go?
Gordon where you
I don't
traded
know.
that 30-40 Craig off. Because Gordon's the only base we were on where you couldn't use a rifle. Yeah, we were talking about everything. Yeah, it was this base. No, it was this base. No, it was Gordon, Fort Gordon at the time. You could not use rifles on Fort Gordon. Oh yeah, the 30-40 Craig's a freaking monster. Still don't get rid of guns. I haven't been able to teach him that yet.
What did you trade it for?
It was that first PSE bow that he got. Boy, get down from that chair like that. No, sir. No jumping from chair to chair. Get down.
No, chair.
My little daredevils.
Chair. Daredevil. I can just walk from chair to chair.
Yeah, I would love to find another 30-40 Craig
Then I can just walk the chair to chair.
No, you're not walking chair to chair either.
Oh, no. Wow.
Definitely one of those guns I'd love to find.
Chair.
Let's see, what else am I looking for?
Flying from chair to chair.
It's 4 tablespoons, 8 tablespoons.
Unagi.
I'm not scared of you.
Good thing you're
Not
not.
even a little.
Pick up, please.
Do that.
So I'll have to do
Maybe?
double batch of cornbread, then let the cornbread cool. Then I'll have to bust it all up, then add salt, pepper, a little bit of garlic, sage to taste, and then broth, and then that'll be ready to ride. What is I doing? I was looking for something else. We're trying to use my brain and actually do something. And me using my brain some days ain't exactly this.
You have to have one before you're able to use it.
It's bad. That's funny, Misty. Yeah. And it shouldn't be scared of him. It should be kind of scared to see what he brings home. Am I reading this right?
I don't really have anything cool to work on
Yeah, so
at work. I don't know, that 1917 was pretty cool. Well, I got to play with a really decked out M1A. That's an awful lot of baking powder.
it's 4 for a normal batch, so it's 8 for a double batch. Teaspoons.
That's a tablespoon.
That's tea. Babe. That's table.
Those are huge. Oh, they're shallow. Okay. Mine are.
Are you saying that the measuring spoons are shallow? Are you judging the measuring spoons saying they're shallow?
Yeah.
Oh, that bread's already smelling
I
good.
know, it smells like yeast in here.
Not bad yeast.
No. No.
Oh, what am I looking for next?
Here.
1 teaspoon salt. 2 teaspoons. Cause salts.
Look at this nastiness.
One, you don't leave my cornbread when I do.
I ain't touching it.
Freaking weirdo stovetop stuffing.
You married me.
I did, and I'd marry you again. Maybe. Kind of. Sort of.
I don't know. We could do like your mom and dad, get divorced and then get married again.
Could.
We can make it a tradition.
What did I do?
Ooh, chicken broth.
We talked about hitting that today.
See, now I got nothing to do. Miscalibrated measuring spoons.
I can't remember what I did. Oh, God. I couldn't remember what I put sugar in already or not. I thought I did. I swear I did. Not.
I don't think you did.
I got salt. So I need 2 cups of milk, 2 eggs, and half a cup of veggie oil.
Easy.
Huh?
You move it out of the way.
I got it.
Oh,
Where's your regular veggie oil?
What?
veg oil.
Veggie oil. Veggie oil.
Now you know good well I don't have.
Peanut oil.
I have peanut
Oil.
oil. I have olive oil.
Olive
I
oil.
have avocado oil. I have butter. You can melt lard and put in there.
I need to find corn oil.
I collect.
So I need to find corn oil.
And there's no corn in that
We use
corn.
olive oil.
It's for Spartan. It's what the vet recommended. Just some extra fat for him.
If you guys wonder about the Spartan talk, if you haven't heard, that's my wife's geriatric horse.
He's my glue stick.
Um,
He's an expensive glue stick.
apparently, she likes geriatrics between me and the horse.
Hey. If you'd have seen him when they brought him out, you'd have brought him home too. I know you would have. As much as I like that big old pretty Tennessee Walker, as soon as they brought that skinny old horse out, I'm like, no, he's coming home.
Might have had a minor accident.
Dogs come up here.
Oh, watch, because I went to
Okay.
What did you do?
I
You
went
do that?
no shooting dogs in town.
We are in the middle of the hood. Nobody will question anything.
We're not in the middle of the hood. We're on the edge of the hood.
We're on the edge of the hood. If I should go, dog,
Oh.
nobody
No,
will say anything.
Shake up that cream and the lid flew off of it. So,
Either way, if those dogs come out now, I'm going out there. I may not shoot one, but I might.
Sit outside for a few minutes.
Yeah, cook his or some ovens.
yeah, it's warm in the house.
Oh, yeah. You can't even love on them already.
I'm a bad influence.
Huh?
I'm a bad influence. Am I a bad influence? Or do I just fit right in? As far as the cat thing goes.
Bad influence.
So you think before me, your mom wouldn't have sat out there with stray cats? Your baking powder is puffing. Your floof powder. Clean up on aisle Coop.
Yeah. It's not the worst thing I've had explode in the kitchen. You're not supposed to be in the house. Do me a favor and let her out.
No.
Wow.
Because your mom knows she's in here.
Well, she knows.
And I don't want to scare Zora. Did Nana tell you about Zora?
Yeah, something tried to get that.
Yeah. No. If she wants him or wants No-Nos out, I'll go catch her in a minute. But right now, I just want to let them. They can have their moment.
Now it's not time to add the Pyrodex just yet.
Speaking of Pyrodex.
I have to find the video of my daughter's gender reveal.
It's on my Facebook.
My mother-in-law, because we didn't want to just find out at the OB's office, whether it was a boy or a girl. So we did the gender reveal party. And my mother-in-law volunteered to make the tannerite. let's just say my mother-in-law's Tannerite is way better than anything in the store.
What can I do to not mess with it? Like if I hit.
All you gotta do is shrink that tab down. You can just shut that, or just shrink it down right there.
Okay, but if I just click new tab, will it mess
No,
with it?
no. If you just click new tab, no, they can mess with it.
Okay, I'm just digging in it. They can't see what I'm doing, can they?
No.
Not yet. Is there a way to make them do that?
Oh yeah, you can do a screen share.
Okay. We can do that later. Oh, well, I'm here on your Facebook. I didn't even know you had Facebook anymore.
The one I've got now has just got more stuff from CNT Designs on it. I don't have. I could probably still go access my old Facebook.
You don't have me on there?
No.
You don't have your wife on here.
You don't pay attention to it anyway.
The wife you claim to love so much.
You don't pay attention to it anyway.
Like a dog, you lie.
All right, so those rolls will be ready in just a second. They just went 20 minutes, and I want them a little bit browner, so I'm going to leave them another 2 minutes.
Okay, well, that's monkeys. What this gender reveal thing went.
Yeah, monkeys was. Monkeys
Right there.
Yeah.
So if you want to do the screen share and have everybody watch the explosion.
Just a second. Oh, no.
Spoiler alert, it was pink.
What?
Coop's in trouble.
Huh?
Said Coop's in trouble. Why is Coop in trouble?
He's always in trouble.
I know, but
What particular thing did I do this time? There's no
I
telling.
don't know.
Huh?
I need something to fiddle with.
Well, I got something, but you can't do that on YouTube. Could. Get me all out of hours.
Oh, okay. Not adding me on Facebook. Okay. Now I got it. Sorry, I'm a little slow. I'm always mad at him, so it just look. Go away. You don't have me on that Facebook page.
You don't pay attention to me anyway.
That's your hoe page.
If you want the hoe page, go check out my Instagram. I get hit by a hose like everybody else does. I still got to do a hose of the gram stream one night where we just go through and respond to them. I told one chick I got burned up in a damn fire the other day, and I was disfigured because she hit me up with, "Hey, handsome," and what'd she say? Oh, she LOL'd me. And I was like, "No, I'm serious." And she said something else, and it was like, "No, I don't forgive you." I don't want this to go. So yeah, they're not quite as brown as I want them, so I'm gonna let them go just a little bit longer. And then once they're ready, once I pull them out, then I'll smear them down with butter all over them. So yeah, butter, and more butter on those rolls.
No Nose is in the house. Do you want her out?
Let's see. Cornbread, so yeah, I'll be ready to do pie. So as soon as I get that, then I'll be ready to start the next batch of rolls. Night Strike and War. Hold on, let's add.
I'm back.
in Homies.
I'm back.
What's up?
Oh boy.
I got done with family dinner, and I got done taking care of what the prep for tomorrow. So I'm good.
Good deal.
Who would have thought that Night Strike would have joined me at the same time I'm hopping on?
All right. Well,
It's no longer night yet. It's no longer Night Strike.
here, let me do a.
There we go.
Let me do a screen share. We're fixing to show off Explosion.
You
There we
made a
go.
logo for it?
I made a logo for it because I was bored last night.
What do you think, Coop?
Chicken nuggets on the floor, buddy.
I think it's a pretty good logo. What do you think?
All you had to do was say no, you didn't want it.
This one.
You need a Type
This one.
56 Night Strike.
Okay.
I have a Type
Yeah.
56.
No, not the SKS.
The SKS is Type 56.
No,
That was
not
after
an
it went
AKA.
off.
Okay, then do the other one. I don't see why it did that. But...
Oh, is this your photos, Coop?
Is that the hunting makeout video?
No. This is my daughter's gender
I hope you
reveal.
see the color.
Get started. Get ready.
You ready?
Oh, damn.
I didn't
Yes.
shoot that. You did.
Yes.
I shot. We both shot at once.
Oh, that was a good one. Where'd it go? Oh, that was good.
We'll see your home rifle.
You handed it to me. Or no?
We both got
Okay.
okay, I know which one. My dad's on 6.
That was a blast.
The 40X.
40 on me.
Yeah, that was the 40X.
Who knows?
So yeah, that was some serious homemade tannerite.
That's how you do it, Coop. That is how you do it.
That right there, the first. Well, that was the second run. So the first run on that. Let me stop this screen share.
There we go.
The first run on that, we're shooting at probably about 7,500 yards. It would wiggle your pants legs.
Yeah.
It was serious. The one for my son, we did store-bought tannerite and I actually did more tannerite. And it was nowhere near the same explosion.
So, what prompted you to make that logo, Night Strike?
I was bored last night, and I was playing video games. I was bored.
So he said, "Screw it! I want to make a logo for me calling you Night Strike."
I'm gonna make a logo so you guys don't have to say it anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody calls them China Strike because every gun he gets made in China.
Pretty much. I keep
not
calling it
every
a goddamn
gun.
Chinese Tokarev and a Type 56 PSA.
I bought a Rough Rider today, so it's not every gun is made in China.
Well, you'll have the only Chinese made Rough Rider. Look out, look.
The only Chinese made Rough Rider. No, it wasn't made in China.
That's these coming out of the oven.
Are you gonna smother those in butter too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just take a stick of butter at room temperature.
Are those biscuits?
Oh, that looks good.
No, these are homemade yeast rolls.
These are yeast rolls. Yeah.
Biscuits, believe it or not, are my white whale. I cannot make a seriously good biscuit. I make good biscuits. I don't make seriously good biscuits.
Coop, you ever had a biscuit, sausage, and egg sandwich?
Oh yeah.
Those are the best things in the morning, man, especially with a cup
So
of
that
coffee.
means you're Captain Coop. Instead of Ahab, it's Captain Coop.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was
Wow.
all dusted up.
Ooh,
Those look good. You're letting some butter drip. Stop.
To live.
butter dripping. So, anybody doing some Black Friday sales right now? They're buying some stuff.
They got 5 minutes.
I went and got something at my local gun shop today because, yeah, they had something.
Yeah. Well, you guys, the Chinese shotgun you always wanted to keep buying.
No, you didn't listen. You didn't listen.
He didn't catch this.
First it was a Chinese shotgun. Now you're getting something else.
Like the little shit you are. You didn't listen. As I said earlier, just a second ago, I bought a Heritage Rough Rider today.
Well, good for you. You know I just like to get under your skin at times. You know that.
Look at the avatar. Shut up.
Yeah, China Strike. You need to stop buying these Chinese clone copies, man.
I'm not going to.
You say that next year you're going to buy the PSA Spiker, right?
No,
Mark my fucking words.
Next, I'm going to buy the Remington 870 clone.
Ron,
Yeah, Ron's backstage.
brother, man, what's happening?
Oh, okay. I see how to do that. Okay.
Hey, Ron.
What's up?
What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
Ron, you finally figured out how to use technology.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it something?
Yeah, how about that?
So do you really own that many Chinese guns, Strike?
Okay. I have to go and pay. Apparently, my
I want to know
shotgun-
details. I want to know details on this.
My shotgun shows up on Friday. FedEx says they're going to deliver it on Friday. Okay, so it's basically a Saiga clone made in China. All right, so that's number 5. The first Chinese gun I bought was a Chinese Type 56 SKS because at $150 in 2014, that was a good deal.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now my second Chinese gun, I didn't really expect to get this one. It was a Type 53 Mosin Nagant, which is basically an M44 Mosin. Okay. Another good Chinese gun. Then I got a Polytech M14, the M1A copy.
Right.
You know, and then I got a Norinco NHM 91 RPK because I wanted an RPK, and I got it at a good price.
Damn.
And now I've gotten the Lynx 12, which is Chinese, and yeah, I pick it up on Friday. So I got 5 Chinese guns.
I'd be tempted to get one of those Lynx 12s because everybody's had such issues with them.
Well, the
I'd be
people that
tempted
have
to
issues,
get one just to see if I could butter that gun up and actually make it run right.
There's a couple things you can do. One, you can swap some of the springs out, some of the recoil springs out.
Yeah.
2, you can place the rod. 3, you can put a buffer in it, you know, an AK buffer. And 4, you need to fiddle with the gas selection because it's an adjustable gas system. And people always say, "Oh, I have so much problems with this, that, and the other." And I bet you 10 to 1 they haven't even messed with the gas system. Because
if it's adjustable gas, I can guarantee you people aren't trying to tailor their gas out to whatever shells they're shooting.
Exactly. It's an adjustable gas system. So 10 to 1, I know for a fact they didn't fiddle with it. That's why they're saying I have such problems. They didn't try springs. They didn't try a buffer. They just went out to shoot it, and they didn't even mess with the gas system.
Now, here's a question. Are the trigger groups interchangeable as well, like on an AK?
Yes, I could use a fine group trigger if I wanted to.
Which I keep telling you to buy, and you keep telling me no.
You buy me one, and I'll use it.
It's Black Friday sales. Get one right now.
No, I'm not buying one.
Yeah, the Saigas did have some issue. Iraq Veteran 8888 did a video on some of them, and they were getting them into where the gas ports weren't drilled in the right position. So, you know, of course, the guns weren't cycling right. Just all kinds of stuff with them. And that was during the last few years that we were actually getting them in. They were having some serious quality control issues with them.
Well, from what I hear on the Lynx 12s, half of the camp says they're great. They're great, inexpensive shotguns. If you actually, you know, use the adjustable gas system. Okay. And you can do a couple modifications to make them run a little better and whatnot. And you can use the SDS imports mags, or you can get like the KUSA KS12 mags and use those. Those are even better.
One of the biggest reasons I'd want one is because I always wanted one of the Saigas.
Yeah.
And you know, I wish I got one year. I passed on a couple of them years ago. Just because, you know, it's like I got other things I got to spend money on, and man. We've all got those stories. So
yeah, that's
a friend of mine has one, and he loves it. So there's also the other camp of the Link 12 owners. As I said, we were talking about it earlier. They don't know how to run the damn thing, so they have so many damn problems with it. But I bet you 10-1, as I said, they probably didn't even mess with the gas system. They were probably just trying to shoot birdshot through it.
Yeah, well, if it's adjustable gas and you got it set to a higher pressure setting and you're running low brass birdshot out of it,
Yeah, that's the thing. Most of these people are running low brass birdshot through it. Yes, I know what the fine group trigger looks like. I'm not buying it, Warsaw.
Look at the price right there.
I'm not buying it. Shut up.
$64.99. That's not bad.
It's
Look.
all right. It's Black Friday sales.
No,
Get it right now.
No,
all right.
no.
That could be yours. It could be yours, man.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Look,
Nice
Warsaw's
strike.
hounded me so much about that PSA top cover. I finally broke down and got one the other day, so it's on the way.
All right.
Night Strike, take my word for it, all right? Because the reason why the Flying Group is so impressive, and I love it at this point, because anything else, like besides ALG, the Flying Group hammer is lower than a standard AK hammer is on a regular trigger group.
I got my head.
That's nice. I don't want one.
Quit being a goddamn poor and being sitting behind a brick wall, all right?
Oh,
Buy
yeah.
a goddamn trigger group.
Yeah, you're telling me to stop being a poor when I went out and bought a gun today. Thanks, Warsaw.
But did you look under the trigger or the grip of the Heritage to see if there's a little gold sticker that says "Made in China"? He's looking.
I did
He's
not.
looking.
I did not. But I know most of those are made in Brazil.
So you bought a Taurus.
Well, Taurus owns Heritage and Rossi.
So you did pretty much buy a Taurus.
Pretty much.
Hold on a second. Let me show you a photo when I'm talking about Night Strike.
No, I know what you're talking about. I just
No,
don't
you're not.
want
Just-
it.
God
I
damn
don't.
it. Wait,
Warsaw.
Wait up. Wait
Warsaw.
up. Wait
Shut
up.
up.
Wait
I
up,
don't
wait
want
up.
it. It's not Chinese. There we go.
All right, so you are buying all Chinese shit from left and right.
That'll shut him up. It's not Chinese. There we go.
No, I'm still gonna show you the goddamn photo where you're liking it or not.
God. Gonna choke the ever living shit out of you.
Here, this is what I'm talking about. They added that little extra hump there on the edge of the hammer. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't
See?
care. I really don't care.
Look, how could you live without that?
I can tell you how. It's called it's called the Palmetto State Armory nickel boron trigger set.
Yeah, and your hammer's going up higher than the fucking fine group. Oh my god, now you sound like Beaker.
Me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Beaker. Yeah.
Every fucking time. Me. Fine group. Me.
You're a Beaker.
I
I'm telling you, fine group, you're not gonna go bit wrong with it, man.
don't care. Don't care. Give no cares.
All right, tell me what's something you haven't bought that's not PSA. All right, come on.
That's a good
Besides your
point.
Chinese guns, off the table. Chinese off the table. What else have you bought besides Chinese or PSA?
M1 Garand, M1 Carbine.
Any other brands?
Those aren't really brands. Those are surplus rifles.
I'm talking brands.
Beretta.
So,
I own a Beretta. I also have a Carcano rifle.
A what?
A Carcano rifle.
The Italian classic.
Yeah,
You mean the one that killed off JFK?
not that particular model, but a carbine variant. Yes, I've got the 91 carbine variant. I've also got the Krag.
Which you cannot find ammo for.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Ron's the only guy that can find ammo.
Reload.
I don't reload.
Well, yeah, reload.
Yeah,
That's your problem, man. You've got to
know.
reload.
I'm not reloading right now.
Dude, I've got to get set up for reloading. My father-in-law, he set up last time which I've never really done any reloading. If I need reloading done, I run over there to father-in-law and I'm like, hey, make me stuff that goes pow.
There's the only con I see with reloading, and I mean, I see there's pros about it, just conserving ammo and all that, and avoiding prices with everything. But I found out if you can only reload a brass cartridge like 3 or 4 times, that's it. You can't reload it after that.
Oh yeah, because you're dealing with case expansion and all that. So yeah, you're gonna be turning cases.
At the end of the day, the way how a bullet and the whole mechanics of it work is it's one tiny little explosion in that brass case that propels that bullet with gas down a barrel.
Yep, and we're
See,
talking
this is
metal
why we
expanding
need to
and
send Night
re-explosion.
Strike to Congress. That way he can explain ballistics to Democrats.
And the way semi-automatics work is that gas that is right behind that bullet, propelling it outside that barrel, goes through a little hole, usually at the top of the barrel. There's a little hole.
Usually, unless you got an RPD.
That goes, depending on the way your semi-auto works. Okay, sometimes you have direct blowback and whatnot, but usually it pushes some form of piston that pushes the bolt, or the gas just pushes the bolt because it's direct impingement. That's how that works.
Yep.
ARs are not direct, or ARs are not impingement guns.
Actually, they changed that.
They're direct.
They're not direct impingement.
Piston driven.
No.
If you look at Stoner's original patent for that system, it was a gas expansion system, not impingement.
But everybody calls it direct impingement now.
Yeah, everybody calls it direct impingement.
Yeah.
There were only a couple guns made with that were actual direct impingement.
Is it?
Shit. Was it FNFAL? Was one of them?
It's an old gun.
No, it's I can't think of the name of it. It's an extremely old gun. What basically happened was, for the impingement, instead of having like an AR where you have a gas key that goes down into the bolt and all that, where you actually have a gas expansion in there, this was basically just like a little dead end hole in the bolt. Was all it was. So your gas tube actually sat right there by that little hole, or that little dead end hole, and that was your direct gas. That was your direct gas impingement gun. And I can't think of the name of it offhand. There were only like a couple of guns that were made that were actually DI guns, because they were really shitty systems. That's how. Stoner took that system and improved it and made what he called the gas expansion system. So it's like a DI gun, but it's
technically not.
The MOS 49. That's what it was.
MOS 49. Let me look that up.
4956, right?
I think there's another one.
There might be another one.
There's MOS 4956.
Oh, I've seen these. Yeah, French MOS.
Yeah, this one just says MOS 49, but it's a 7mm, 7.5 model, 1949.
You call it the MOS 49, but there was another version after the 49 called the 4956.
There's another one.
So that was MOS. That's a true DI gun.
Yeah, and AR is more of like a rotating delayed. Rotating bolt.
But that was one of the first things we went over in Intro to Firearms and SDI. It was like, quit calling them DI guns. Everybody calls them DI guns. It's like, oh shit, okay.
Well,
it's like dude posted Stoner's original patent and was like, look, here it is.
Hold up, man. Coop, you're not burning something back there, are you?
No, not this time.
Okay. I mean, this is a good conversation and all, but don't forget you're cooking.
Yeah.
No, I got the cornbread in there now, so that's got another.
Remember, the AK is a gas-operated closed rotating bolt.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
cool.
if you look up direct impingement, and
it's
pops
a
up with like an M14 or M16.
So it's a piston-driven system.
Yeah, that's everybody knows ARs is DI guns, but I mean that's generally it's colloquial, whatever you want to call it these days.
Now, let me ask you this, Coop. I know you're a big fan of the AK, but you heard of a Chinese Type 81?
Not offhand.
It's one of their LMG copies.
Well, it's a rifle, and he also got an LMG.
An AK LMG copy.
Okay. Nice.
And guess what? Our Canadian cousins are actually getting these banned up in their country pretty soon.
Oh yeah, dude, they're getting
because
everything banned.
that's the only AK variant they could actually own, and now they're getting banned.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, Canada, they're going to ban anything that goes pow. I mean, literally. And of course, if our illustrious rulers in this country get their way, they're going to do the same thing. It's and you could see the bias in the media when they go over some of these things, because like that knifing the other day, where 4 or 5 people were knifed to death. They weren't calling for knife bans after that.
They were calling for gun bans.
Yeah, they were calling for gun bans after the knifing, which
doesn't make any sense.
Well, look at England. They had their knife bans, but yet they have all these goddamn gangs and affiliates that are stabbing the living shit out of people.
Yeah, well, that's why the mayor of London a couple of years ago was wanting people to bring their knives in to get their knives blunted. It just the mayor of London wanted people to bring their kitchen knives in to get the tips of their kitchen knives blunted, so it will be harder to stab people. Like, you can't slit someone's throat with a knife that ain't pointy.
No.
You heard of a brick wall and a piece of wood? That's all it is. They like a shiv.
Yeah, it just these people. It's like, hey, if we ban guns, no one will get killed. And there's a bunch of people in prison going, yeah, but I got damn shanked the shit out of the guy last night. It's just freaking.
It's like the whole mindset for socialism that leads to communism. Like, communism looks good on paper, but it's all bullshit in reality.
Yeah, it's just another step on the road. I mean, this is the only reason the communists and socialists had issues in between one another is one didn't think the other one went far enough.
I mean, a touch of socialism doesn't hurt. Now, if it's the radical expansion shit, yeah, that's far off the table.
Well, you've got differences in between, say, social programs in some cases, where welfare should have been a program where we will help you out as long as you are doing things to help yourself and eventually get off of this program. That's the way that should have been set. That is a social program.
Coop,
Coop, suck.
Ron, I hate you, man. I hate you. I don't have any. I'm gonna cry now.
Dude, I haven't even tried to price out a Craig in a couple of years.
I bought mine for the price of an AR.
Oh, wow.
Like, we talking a good AR? We talking a bad AR? We're talking
a cheap AR. Like, I went and sold one of my ARs at the local gun shop. Okay, I got about $400 out of the deal. I only spent like $350 to build the AR. So
I like that freaking chest rig.
So I sold that AR. Then I went online and bought the Krag for $350.
I found it off
eBay. Man, that ain't bad. That ain't...
Though the guy had taken a 1902 Krag 1898 and basically turned it into a carbine. So it doesn't have the metal butt plate.
Yeah, but still, I mean, even sporterized ones are going expensive.
That's the funny thing. That's the one thing he didn't have. The receiver doesn't have any drilled holes in it for scopes.
So he didn't completely try to sporterize it.
No, he just tried to turn it into a carbine copy, more or less. And I'm not so unhappy about that, but I went on eBay and got myself a full length Krag barrel with the original front sight on it, just in case. I want to take the barrel off, turn it full.
Oh yeah, dude. Have you seen the video where oh god, I can see his face. What's his name? That gunsmith that you met, Strike, Anvil.
Mark Novak.
Novak, yeah. Have you seen the video where he took that old ass beat up 30-40 Craig that had been like drowned in a damn lake in a flood and then redid that gun?
Oh yeah. By the way, did you see how my M1 Garand turned out?
I don't know whether you showed any pictures of it.
No, he did the video of the M1 Garand. I was with him in that video.
What lid does he have? Does it have
Crisco on it?
No, it doesn't have. You can't eat that.
Is that
Well,
wine?
maybe it did have some lard on it. It'll be okay. My son was using the lard the lid to the lard as a hat. So he might have a little lard in his hair. Twisted, yes, this is the one who actually puts up with me. She has papers on me.
Metal.
No warranty, but she's got papers.
No, your warranty's gone.
Yeah, my warranty's been gone for
Yeah.
a long time.
Yeah, because JC Benny's is out of business.
They're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
Truck's 30 years old.
I'm about as far out of warranty as that.
Yeah,
H&R
that's
22
it.
pistol
That's it right
Granddaddy
there.
Frank.
That's a K98.
Look how rusted up that K98.
Oh yeah, dude.
Look at that K98 he did. Ooh boy.
Man, Novak does amazing work.
Yeah.
Like that
Coop,
duffel cut Arasaka that he did.
Yeah. Coop, go back. Go look at Novak's channel next time you get a chance, and go back to the head spacing M1 Garand video. That's my Garand.
Oh, is that your Grand?
Yes, I'm also in the video.
Okay, I'll dig it up.
I'm in the video. It's a couple videos back, but I was in there. I went down to the shop, hung out with them all day, and shot with them.
Yeah, I knew you talked about you went down there and met him.
Damn.
Go check the rolls.
Damn. Oh, crap. Get a little feisty there.
Cat fight.
So, hey, Coop, you like my rig, huh?
Rigged for her pleasure.
As soon as I get one of those simple
Yeah,
game
as soon as this
things that I
cornbread
can
gets
carry,
done, I gotta start.
to get
Well, I'll
that
put those
cake
pies in, then I gotta
and
make
then
up this
take
next
those
batch of
out.
rolls.
So, Coop, Type
Yeah.
56, huh?
Huh?
You like that rig, Type 56 rig I worked on?
Oh yeah.
I found it off on eBay for $150, and some guy in California was putting it together.
Dude, that thing turned out slick.
Yeah, he had one more, but he sold out last 2 days ago. I was actually going to give you the link until we got hooked up.
Well, I know you sent me the link to one.
That's a surplus one, so you could modify it. Actually, I could help you out modify it.
Oh yeah, dude, modifying that's not hard at all.
I mean, you
Especially
have
when you got someone who can
so
What I do?
nothing.
What I do?
Nothing.
webbing. Yeah, well, it's still
I'm
webbing.
in.
You know how
I'm
to do webbing?
bored. What I do?
Talk about modifying a
Chinese Type 56.
wet gear
that's
chest rig, sewing extra stuff onto it, modifying it.
Huh? Say that slower.
Oh my god.
All you gotta do is do webbing.
Talk
Just
about
go
like
webbing.
modifying a chest rig. So say a chest magazine carrier,
Here,
adding
here,
extra
Okay,
pouches, wet
see, that's
gear.
what I needed. Thank you.
here. I'll send you a picture.
I can't
that.
hear half of the conversation. I'm only hearing your part.
So yeah, so a rig like that.
Yeah, no, that looks like a pain to stitch.
Hold up.
You can stitch leather. You can stitch that.
Hold up.
Leather's harder to stitch.
Leather is a pain to stitch.
Yeah, and you do it so that would be easier.
I ain't done it in a while. I got crap leather. I need better leather.
Here. That's what it looked like before.
Oh yeah.
See, they just install the webbing. That's all you gotta do.
I got one of those big heavy duty leather stitching machines, but them's expensive.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Freaking man, what's up?
I miss myself.
Oh, man against the masses says the
Man
new meme
against
is
the
up.
masses.
Oh, let's go look.
New meme.
Who is it this time?
Freaking,
Who is it this
would you
time?
that one of the memes he did the other day with Dark with hairy legs and feet sticking above his shoulders. Damn, I like to died when he sent that to me.
I'm surprised he didn't throw Biden that joke.
He could have. He should have had Biden standing off to one side, sniffing one foot.
Yeah, yeah, because Biden says he has hairy legs.
Oh man,
And remember, Corn Pop was a bad dude,
I don't understand people. I don't understand people.
and he mobilizes.
I just seen his meme.
Which one is it? Is it the Bofa the Senate candle?
I think so. Yeah, that's the one I'm laughing at. Yeah.
Manly scented candle. The ATF can suck on Bofa D's nuts. That accent of man against the masses. Oh wow!
Man against the masses is a freaking. He's a meme lord.
Oh, it says poured in the USA, 6 ounces, 170 grams.
Hey, Night Strike.
What?
Type 56.
I don't want one.
Yes, you do.
I do.
I don't need another Chinese gun. Stop that.
I do.
Type 56.
Milled receiver. Yeah, I take it all day long.
Don't
I'm
make me
good.
play the Chinese anthem.
I'm good. But by
That's
the
the
way,
best.
Ron, Kurt made me buy that revolver. It's totally Kurt's fault.
There you go.
Everything's Kurt's fault.
And,
It is.
and Kurt even mentions it, saying, you can't blame me for this one.
Yeah, we can.
I had a PSA dagger for it wasn't even 24 hours, and he talked Misty into taking it. So it's his fault.
I've got one with the RMR and threaded barrel if you want it.
You hear me?
Oh.
Did he call you an angel again?
Oh.
So
I was up in back working.
I'll be hollering at you. We just can't tell Kurt about it though.
as I said, it's got all the bells and whistles. It's got the RMR and the RMR plate, and it's got the threaded barrel.
I got you.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Now, China Strike. Do you
Yes.
have an Arasaka?
I do not have an Arasaka. That's Japanese.
What?
That's
Oh.
Japanese.
Oh, my bad.
Actually, correction. China Strike. Actually, believe it or not, the Chinese actually did have captured Japanese Arasaka.
Yeah, but it's still Arasaka. Arasaka is Japanese, and it's different. If I get anything next, I'm probably gonna get one of those Gewehr 88
Bikers.
copies, the Hanyang 88, or the Chinese Type 24, which is a K98.
Whoa.
You need to get a Type 56.
Why?
Striker.
Because if I'm going down this barrel, I'm gonna start a whole new channel, and it's gonna be China Strike. It's gonna be,
He's almost single-handedly funding Hunter Biden. He's just doing it through a back door. He's buying all these Chinese guns.
Believe it or not, all these Chinese guns I've always gotten secondhand.
Now, will you change your flag for your other stream?
No.
No.
What
No.
would be the Chinese version of "Don't Tread on Me"?
That's what I was thinking.
Taiwan. Actually, let me. You know what? Actually,
Stomp on me harder.
Here, hold on. I'm actually going to translate that.
Would it be like a dragon with a sandal on top?
No, it would be do as Mao says.
Yeah.
Instead of don't tread on me, do as Mao says.
Here, I'm going to do Chinese.
Or don't badmouth the party.
Well, hell, we're getting there now. So, I mean,
Yeah,
Here, I'm going to translate it for Chinese, Taiwanese. Here it is.
不要对我发怒，
Oh my God.
不要对我发怒。
I'm not saying that.
Oh, yes, you are.
No. My Chinese isn't that good. My Japanese is actually better. But that's
不要
besides the point.
对我发怒，
We could use one of those gold made in China stickers and just enlarge it like 1,000 times its size and put it behind you.
That could be the channel logo.
Yeah.
Made in China.
Everybody knows it. I mean,
Or how about actually Taiwan Strike be better?
No, because I don't have any Taiwanese guns. All my guns are Chinese. All of them say made in China.
Misty, you've already claimed that one. The best option is to keep it and then make him go get another one.
Yeah, that's his best
Oh,
option.
There's
Oh,
no
clear-
givebacks.
clearly that is the only option.
But
Let me ask you this.
There's buybacks.
Here's a question. Do you think Night Strike should get a Chinese Tokarev?
no, I don't want a Tokarev.
Yes, get a Chinese Tokarev.
I don't
Get
like
a
the
Chinese
Tokarev.
Tokarev, damn it.
I can't find crag ammo. I don't need another gun I can't find ammo for.
Get a Chinese Tokarev as a collector piece. Come on, man.
Stop.
Chinese Tokarev.
Well, if he was like Forgotten Weapons, he could go all the way back and get some of these really, really horrible Chinese copies of guns. So he could have like the Chinese copy of the 1911 where the safety actually doesn't even do anything.
No, that was the Vietnamese copy.
Was that? Yeah, no, yeah. That was the Vietnamese. You got me. You got me on that one. That was
the North Vietnamese copy, by the way. They found that during the
other. Yeah,
during
there were
Vietnam.
some other Chinese copies of guns that were just as bad, but that one was rough.
No, the Chinese copies I do want a Norinco 1911. They did bring them in the country. They're rare. And
what else? Chinese.
And I do want the Chinese Mauser C96.
There's a C75 that's made in China.
Ian from
Ian from Forgotten Weapons.
Coop's muted.
I don't know. I don't know, man, against the Masters. That's a good point.
Yeah. It didn't do anything. It was basically just decoration.
Oh, Mike McClune finally bought a second dagger. I already have two. I'd like to get rid of one.
Dude, I haven't bought a dagger yet. I've gotten, of course, one of my builds. Which one did I do?
How are those rolls coming?
One of the P80 builds that I did, I put a PSA dagger slide on it. And that thing's been solid.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was.
Soviet Union, baby.
Because it may be the 19 that I carried. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 19 I carried is a daddy slide.
Katniss, go back to the living room.
Back in the living room, baby. So at least tone it down a little bit, okay? Yeah, that's a dagger slide. That's on that 19 I carried. Because I went with the dagger slide and the Muck One build that I did, that's got a Patma slide on it.
No, I'm not buying this. I'm gonna stop myself right there.
Now here's a question for you, Cooper. Are you a big fan of bullpups?
Dude, I've never really handled too many bullpups, but they're not like a gun that I like fanboy over by any means.
I've handled a Tavor and I've come across the Hellion. Those are the only two.
I don't own any. I've got nothing against them. I just don't own any right now.
I've just never run out to chase one to go. Yeah, that's like the
Chinese Type
British,
95.
the LN. I mean, it's a cool looking gun, and bullpups are a cool concept.
I just don't want one.
I don't see myself going out and chasing down bullpups.
I don't like bullpups.
Here's the thing: this bullpup, the Type 95 that the Chinese military uses, it's actually internally like a Kalashnikov.
It's just an AK inside of a bullpup.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a tranny AK?
More or less.
I'll show you the animation of the bolt carrier and all that. Hold up.
Oh. So wait a second. We get all the confused people that are useless, but they actually have a confused gun that's useful.
Yep. Yes.
Can we trade?
No.
Can
no,
we
because
send
they would
them
just
all
throw
our
those
confused
people off
blue
the
hairs
building.
and we get their guns?
Oh wait, no,
It'd
that's
make Night Strike happy.
Here, I'll show you the animation. Hold up.
I don't want Chinese bullpups, okay?
Why?
Well, I'd take a Chinese bullpup over a transvestite.
I agree with that, actually.
I mean, there's logic there. You it's hard to argue with the logic, is it not?
It is hard to argue with.
All right, here's the animation.
Look what Mike McClune put in just now.
What did Mike say?
Here, let me show you. Look at this is the actual operation of the Type 95 bullpup. Look at that is
popcorn eating and
Bruce Jenner of AKs.
There you go. Wow.
Yeah. It doesn't have its parts cut yet. It's just tucking them.
Type 95 bullpup, made in China.
Made in China. All right. We don't need one of those.
Yes, we do.
I don't need one of those.
No bullshit. You want more?
I don't like
He,
bullpups.
se- he secretly wants one in his China arsenal.
Nice
You
Rick.
know he
Tell
does.
me you don't like the nice Rick. You don't tell me you don't like the Devore.
Roll.
You don't like the Devore?
I don't like the Devore. No, I've shot one full auto too.
Roll, please.
I guess you like your ugly, fugly Keltex then.
I don't like the Keltex either. Really.
Neither. I don't like the Keltex.
Hold on, I gotta show this off. So this is one of the rolls.
Ooh.
I need one. I need one of those in my life. Uh-oh. That roll's going bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah, the OG roll taster back here. Yeah, tell me.
There you go.
And that quick, it was gone.
And that it's
Oh,
gone.
like a piranha.
That's not a piranha. She ate it like a gator.
Yeah.
Ooh. Don't say that out loud.
Those are
See
pretty
now,
sweet.
now this is a share the pain stream. We can't partake in this. So.
Yeah, there you go.
This is what happens anytime I cook rolls. The original pan just gets destroyed.
Yeah.
Which is why I have to do like two double batches.
Ooh.
Because the original pan just gets handed out. Oh yeah. Steve.
You don't need butter.
Lucky. You ready to roll? Yeah, the original pan. There's at least one pan that gets sacrificed to the roll gods as soon as they're ready.
All right.
Oh, butter. You want to roll?
So when's that top cover coming in?
I should have it in. I have to check the shipping. I should have it in probably middle of next week. I should.
Probably.
Should anyway. Unless PSA drags their feet.
Well, they do drag their feet.
Did you get the black one or a green one?
Dude, I didn't even look at the color. I ain't worried about the color.
You don't care about the color?
No, dude,
No.
I can Cerakote it. I can paint because on that AK, even all the Cerakote in there, I probably just gonna spray paint the shit out of it and rattle can the hell out of it anyway.
Well, it's because one has a peep sight, one doesn't. That's why I was asking.
Call me a communist.
Yeah, I didn't even look. Hold on, let's see.
Bourbon cookies? Wait, no. Full stop. Bacon. Bourbon cookies.
Oh, we got rid of the
Still no
one.
mention of bourbon cookies. No, I'm not making bourbon cookies right now.
Oh, no bourbon cookies.
Oh, see now.
See, I'm just disappointed in you now.
Yeah, I mean everybody can fire me. You'll hire me tomorrow.
Not likely.
Yeah, more than likely. Yeah, well, Hold on, let's see. Where? Say your order is shit.
Scalp's messed up.
Track order. What?
No, my scalp's messed up. It's itching.
Lumpy ass head.
Oh, damn.
I don't know if you've told him this particular piece of information, so I'm going to keep it to myself.
Hold on.
There we go. Let's see here.
Because I didn't. Order confirmation. There it is. Your cart.
Your car's warranty has expired.
PSA or PSA AK hinge dust cover. So this is the black. This one looks like the black one, I guess.
Yeah. Does it have the peep sight? I mean, you have the option if you had a peep sight or not on there.
Well, I mean, you got your rear V notch.
Well, you got that, but they also now PSA is offering them also with the peep side as well as option.
Yeah, this one's got a rear V notch on it. This doesn't have.
That's good. That's good.
No, I mean, it's gonna be fine. I mean,
Is that like a ulti-back rail kind of sort of thing?
no. This replaces the dust
ultimate.
cover, so that locks into your rear
yeah,
sight
that's
block.
what I meant.
Yeah, that locks into your rear sight block, and then
I got it.
woman.
Yeah, it's kind of Xenico.
I'm gonna see what color a redhead looks when they get choked on stream.
I think that's a little too. You're on the wrong platform for that.
Well, yeah, you're right. Wrong platform.
I think that belongs on Pornhub.
You know, I could. You know, you could probably search that and find it really fast. That's the sad thing. And the dude wasn't even doing it for that reason. He was just choking her out because he's like, might as well make some money since I'm going to jail for this shit.
Boy, you go
Right?
easy, bro.
Let's see.
Boy, what are you doing? Did tablet die? Is that the look I'm getting?
I believe tablet died.
Yeah, that's the look I'm getting.
Oh, come here. Hold up.
Oh, so Coop, you want to hear something crazy?
Dude, I always want to hear something crazy.
Hey, wait.
You had an eye wink, didn't you?
Huh?
You had an eye wink, didn't you? Eye wink.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Boogie.
Did you have an IO wink?
Hold still.
I wink. What?
I.O.Inc.
Oh, I wink. Yeah. Dude,
Uh,
I'm like, I wink. What?
Here.
No, the original AK that I built was a IO Inc. Interordinate. What was it?
Interordinance.
Interordinance Incorporated. It was one of their blemished parts kits. That was the original one that I built.
Well, here's the crazy thing. Now I found out. You know, Suits, right? Suits on YouTube.
Yeah.
He just got a Pioneer's Arms AK underfolder that's Polish.
No.
They claim it's Polish, quote unquote. It's in 5.56 and it's an underfolder. And here's the thing: I found out Pioneer Arms actually worked under IO Inc.
See, the biggest problem with IO Inc. was their trunnions were cast, their bolt was cast,
And their quality control was shit.
Yeah, their quality control was horrible. They were using the instead of actually doing the riveting property, they were just sticking a rivet or pushing the barrel in and then just hammering a rivet against the barrel.
Yep.
Oh God, there were so many problems with those guns.
And they were using Pro Mags.
Yeah. Well, believe it or not, I've got some IO mags. How did I get those? A buddy gave me
Hope and a prayer.
No, well, a buddy gave me a bunch of AK stuff that he had because he took he had two. And God, if he had only known, he had two Arsenal AKs. He had a 7.62 gun and he had a 5.45 gun. And he traded him to a guy who was supposed to build him two custom ARs. And this was been a few years ago. So at the time, he wouldn't have come out bad on the deal if the dude built them or built both guns like he was supposed to build them. This dude actually worked for Magpul. And then dude ended up, I think he built him one gun and he never built the second gun. He was supposed to build him an AR-15 gun and supposed to build him an AR-10 gun. And I think he got the 15. The dude never built him the 10. And then he had a bunch of AK stuff. He gave me some wood furniture. A couple of different grips. He gave me some couple mag pouches. He gave me a bunch of cool shit for AKs. And he had a couple of the mags that he gave me were actually IO. When you look at the mags, it's got IO on them. And believe it or not, those mags have actually run great. And yeah, I haven't had an issue with it. And I have beat the hell out of those mags. So I mean, I couldn't argue with the Max. Everything else from IO is trash. Good God. Matter of fact, when I originally got that parts kit in from because I got it through Royal Tiger.
Mhm.
So when I got that parts kit
That's
in,
another
I knew,
IO company.
Yeah, I knew. Well, Royal Tiger is the import side of it.
That's who I got my SKS through.
What am I looking at?
Is it a meme?
Oh yeah, if Man Against the Masses is saying that, yeah, he sent him a meme.
Yeah,
but
It's not you a meme.
yeah, I will check that in just a sec. But yeah, I knew what I was getting when I ordered because the AK kits, decent AK kits, even then were 400 and some change, 500, and that was for a non-matching parts kit. So here's this $200 parts kit.
No.
And I was like, I knew what I'm getting. But, I mean, it worked out because I figured, if I build the gun, all's good. But if I end up where I can't build the gun, then I'm only out $200. I'm not out any big money. So that was the reason I went with
Don't
that
press
kit.
buttons. No
Because I
pressing
was
buttons.
going to have to build all my own tools and all the other stuff that I did. And now, shoot, that gun has been completely rebuilt to where the only thing on that gun that's still IO is the trigger group, which wasn't a bad trigger group, and the barrel. That's the only thing left on that gun that's IO. Dude, when I got that kit, they sent me the bolt carrier that they sent me was basically one of their brand new bolt carriers. And if you ran it down the rails on the receiver, it was ski jumping before your piston got all the way into your gas tube. It was actually ski jumping, and it was just hammered across and just railing into the rear trunnion. So that wouldn't operate. I could take the bolt carrier out of the washer tin that I had, drop it in that receiver, and run it, and it was smooth as butter. Put that one in there, and it was ski jumping. It was horrible. So I ended up ordering a Polish. It may have been a Hungarian bolt and carrier. There's a Polish bolt and carrier that I dropped in that one.
You tried to find one for me.
Yeah, that's right. I tried to find the Hungarian one. I couldn't find a Hungarian. So I got a Polish bolt carrier, dropped that in, rehead spaced, and got all that running. But you could see their a couple of their parts, you could still see the cast marks and the cast lines in the parts. It was horrible.
I fiddled with the text. It looks better now.
So like the bolt that came with it looked good until you started looking close, and then you could see the cast marks in it, the cast lines, and it was like, nah, dude, that's not gonna that all ended up getting trashed.
There we go. That looks better. Yeah.
So even when I built the gun, the front trunnion was inner ordnance, the barrel was inner ordnance, the front sight block, rear sight block were inner ordnance, the trigger group was inner ordnance, the rear trunnion was inner ordnance, and then all the rest of the gun was AK builder or Polish. And then once I learned that I could build everything, then of course I invested in more AK builder tools. And because when I put that gun together, I ran 1,000 rounds through it flawlessly. So I was like, okay, my rivet work, if I get better tools, that will help me improve my rivet work. Because I had a couple of heads on rivets weren't seated like they should have been. Because I was using those I used their design for tall tools, but using the bolt cutter rivet tool, I shake the jaws and everything myself because I was trying to do everything as cheap as I could. So, I mean, I got everything riveted in that way, but there were a couple rivet heads that didn't seat all the way. They were a little off. Not horribly, but it was better than an IO rivet job. But yeah, I ran 1,000, over 1,000 rounds to that gun. And that's when I updated my tooling. I got the next kit. built that one out, which that was a full Romanian parts matching kit, and then built the next couple from there. Was like, yeah, this guy needs to be rebuilt. So I got a Polish, a brand new Polish trunnion for it, virgin trunnion, and then the barrel on that IO gun, the barrel journal on it that presses into the front trunnion was oversized. So I had to sit there and take that thing down. I just chalked it up in a piece of equipment that would spin it and just sat there with sandpaper because I didn't have a lathe. And I had to shave, I don't know how much off of that thing before I could get it down to about 5 thousandths interference where I could get it into that trunnion. Because it was like 11 thousandths over or some shit. So yeah, it was it was no fun. Me sitting there for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, just sanding and spinning. I got it down to where I had 3 thousandths interference in between the journal and the trunnion, and got everything pressed in. And then it was ready to run. And then, of course, head spaced it and all that shit. So head space must have.
I still don't understand those things.
What do who do to who?
Your arm. I was like wondering, did you hurt your arm?
Not lately.
Oh, your wife.
Oh no, she's just over here picking.
Huh?
Here.
What?
Talk for a minute.
Nothing. I just thought you hurt your arm.
No, I pick. Well, my arms hurt, my shoulder hurts, but.
Well,
Hi.
Did you eat your roll before you're over here reaching up on the stove trying to grab more rolls? Well, if you don't want it, then I ain't gonna. You know Wubba and his texture thing. From that head and had an appetite. I know.
So there, Comrade Night Strike.
It's just Night Strike right now.
You don't
need lemon juice.
Ron's phone died, Misty said.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, I heard, Misty.
Don't you take my phone.
Ron's phone died. I'm sorry, Ron.
Get away from my cornbread.
I don't want your cornbread.
Communist.
Disgusting.
What happened?
Communist.
So,
Honor a communist? That's harsh.
So Man Against the Masses sent me a picture. It's a Chinese flag with a bull on it with the Labrador Retriever head on the bull.
Are you gonna drink that?
And I'm like, I'm not sure what to make of that. Is that Chinese variant?
Oh, it's good. It's just a little sweet. So that'll calm down by the time I throw all the seasons at.
Not quite sure what you were going for, Man Against the Masses.
What are you doing, Babu? You're looking guilty.
Ooh, doo, 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 doo,
Okay. Ron's gonna charge his phone. Oh, there it is. I get it now, Man Against the Masses. So basically, he sent me a picture of the Chinese flag with a bull on it and a dog's head, and it was his version of a Chinese bull pup.
What were the 10 on the pies again?
$4.25 for 15 minutes, and then $3.50 for the rest of the time.
That's right. We put the pies in the oven, then I gotta start the other batch.
Running around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Well, that's how he is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've all seen his YouTube channel. Oh, we've seen mine too. It's like
Need to stir that again
Yeah.
before you pour it, 'cause some of that stuff gets settled in there.
Yes, mama.
For shame.
Mama.
In my kitchen, you better do it
Oh.
right.
Get him, Hannah.
I am.
all right.
Don't mess with the gray hair in her kitchen.
Hey, Night Strike.
Wait, what's up?
Did you ever tell Coop
Tease
about
you
your
can't mess with.
Hungarian East German monstrosity?
Hey, man, you think it's a monstrosity, but the thing is, the serial number has a German serial number. So
It's still not German, my friend.
you split hairs too much, Warsaw. You need to just leave things be.
Rebecca, that strawberry pie is delicious.
It is good enough.
I thought that was gonna.
I don't know. No, that'll be fun.
No, it'll be all right. I thought it was gonna be. Those pans are a little deeper than I thought they were, so that'll work out.
Yeah, so I made 2 pies. One of them was a smaller pie plate.
Well, normally those.
Those other pie pans are not
Hey,
that
No, they're not. Because normally,
You better buy your
that's why I always have the extra pie stuff for you.
I know, now I'm getting no extra pie stuff.
Well, you don't
No
want this
rolls,
anyway
no
because it's got
pie.
sugar in it.
Oh.
We got strawberry pie, cheesecake.
Hey, there's a Narenko 1911.
Yeah, he's enjoying those rolls.
I think he is.
Baby.
Oh boy.
Well, will you take it over the show?
Apparently, she
I
is.
think I had eye boogies a lot today.
Oh.
No.
I'm so happy. Wow, let's go. Tapa number. Tapa number.
He had no clue.
This is
Smeared
today.
it. No
Ay.
There's another one. Better price.
Everybody's doing pretty good for that
Uh,
weather change in every time.
Oh. What's these?
He's not touching the buttons. He's just pointing. Hey. I say that and then you start typing.
Huh. Oh.
Are they talking to you about it?
nope.
Yet.
Safety docs out there.
Your headphones? Yeah, headphones. Boy. Hey, safety doc, what's happening, brother?
Yep, he's out there. Ron said he'll be back once his phone charges.
Don't you touch that pie.
I still,
It was that.
of course, I gotta
It's a pie.
do more like an interview show with a couple of people. Ron's one of them. I still gotta call him.
Oh.
Every time I turn around, I got so much going on these days.
You have problems.
There we go. 15 minutes.
I'm gonna see if I have some here.
I mean, well, the rolls took longer, so I don't know. It's just different.
The wheels on the bus.
Well,
Anybody else?
I get the 3 pans out of them. So it's like 4 pans. I get 3, you get 2.
Well, yeah. I mean, not everybody loads their pans like I do.
I
Go.
know.
My mom's over here asking. Yeah, I normally get 3 pans rolled out of my stuff. You get 2.
Ooh. I like that coin.
the Soviet ruble. I had it at my bank. Actually, believe it or not, I was getting some change in my bank, and this was in there.
Boop.
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 What'd you have?
Here.
You got a Soviet ruble.
Yeah,
My toe.
Soviet ruble. Cool.
yeah, I had it. I was at my local bank last year. I was getting some change for some money,
Let's go doctors.
and this was in the exchange bin, like random coins, and that's why I came across.
You can't,
It's pretty cool.
you can't exchange it for Federation rubles.
I can't.
Cornbread will be all right.
Tickle.
Pies. Pies.
Tickle.
In the oven. Cornbread's coming off. I'm gonna took a smoke, and then I'm gonna start making this other batch of bread.
We go trail, go we go trail.
Are you like doing a mashup of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, Wheels on the Bus?
No, he said wheels on the truck.
Oh, the wheels on the truck?
Wheels on the truck.
Because it seriously sounded like he was like riffing on some, like,
Wheels on the truck.
hey, he knows what the truck is.
You do?
Here, Coop, I'll show you. This is what I found in my local bank in the exchange bin.
Look at
Yeah, that thing's cool.
that is actually cool.
Soviet. It's not worth anything.
Well, yeah.
1985.
What is that, Bubba?
Two.
Very good.
It's a cool piece.
Exchange it for Russian Federation rubles.
I ain't doing that shit.
Oh
And
my
fuck
God.
Poop.
Number 6.
Crazy son of a bitch is always killing off the Russians and Ukrainians.
What?
That's bonus.
I don't get where you're going with that was.
Nobody
You got
knows.
me.
It's calling you Bubba.
Huh?
All right.
But yeah, you can actually find those rubles on eBay cheap.
Oh yeah, I bet you can.
I don't want one.
I think they're kind of a really cool historical piece if you like them for the history side of it. You know, if you understand that communism kind of went down the pooper.
Gentle.
Now I can show you something a little bit nicer
Gentle.
for you, Coop. This is my
What's that?
belt buckle.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Sit. This is history.
That is
Just
super
sit your
cool.
butt down, boy. I can't see. Get your big old face.
There's
Dude,
an
that-
international.
Yeah, dude, I dig that.
You can buy this off Etsy. They have them on Etsy.
Rolls.
No.
Doing lies.
Pieces like that are just cool. I mean, they really are. Hang on, I'm gonna walk out here and park smoke real fast. Don't let the house burn down.
You're not going to rice, so there's a good chance I won't.
No, that is one thing that I actually have burned quite a few times.
All right, man, I get some mess, so check that out.
Why's out? Why's out?
Because I'm doing something else. I gotta put it out.
Eating sugar.
Chicken coop. There you go.
Buh.
That's great.
Things that make you go. What?
I have a present for you.
All right. I think I'm gonna jump out for the evening.
What, been sleepy already, Night Strike?
Yeah, it's getting close to my bedtime.
Oh man,
Step it off.
you're not gonna be up to late up strike, huh?
No, I'm not doing late night strike tonight.
Let me snag my pooter.
All right, Coop. I'll see you
Oh.
later.
All right, Strike. Take it easy, brother,
Yep. Night.
man.
Thank you. Is this still going? Of course, the McDonald internet.
Wifey said bye too.
Hey, Coop. Hey, I dropped a link for
Yeah.
you for that belt buckle if you're interested.
Oh yeah, I'll take a look at it.
It's only $36 off Etsy.
Dude, those things are just freaking cool. Are they making like new production of them, or does someone just have them and they're selling them? Like they got them in some deal and then they're selling them.
You got me, dude. I don't know. They're probably new production or me to pewter. It's in the chat here on StreamYard.
Okay. Yeah, I got you now. Let me see, because I'm gonna open that up and look.
I'm thinking about buying one and actually engrave it into a box, so it's actually showing on a box.
Yeah, like inlaying it. Yeah,
I was thinking about doing it. Yeah,
that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I'm looking at the page now.
Mm-hmm.
That looks really freaking cool.
You know, actually, while I'm at it, let me get my American Eagle one. Actually,
Yeah, bring it on and show it.
I got this one off. Where did I got this one? eBay. I got a guy from Florida for $11 actually.
All right, let me open up my IG. Hold on, I have to open it up. That looks really good.
It's got a little ding in it, but I repaired it with some JB Weld. That's the only thing I can fix it with.
Yeah, it's hard because some materials, man, it's hard to find something that's actually going to bond to them. You could probably do it if you had a way to do it with copper, because copper should bond to it.
Like melt up a whole bunch of copper.
Yeah, you'd have to. Well, you'd almost have to for something like that. You'd probably have to try to like TIG it.
Well, that's the thing. I think this is like I don't know if it's copper or brass, but I wouldn't risk welding it. I actually tried welding one of those and messed up the buckle.
Dude, some materials you just can't. You can't do anything with.
Yep.
I've tried. Man against some asses. Dude, why is this bitch trying to fucking audio call my ass? I don't know you. Oh, this was another one that chick hits me up on Instagram. I told her, unless you're here for plasma cuts, why are you contacting me? So I charge $150 an hour for a design and a minimum of $150 per plasma cut. I figured that'd shut her up, but she's trying to call me. Hell, how many times does this bitch try to call me? Video call started, video call missed, video call started, video call missed.
Is this current or is this in the past recent minutes?
Dude, this was when was the last one? It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Because it's like, hold on, where was the other one at? Which one did I tell that I was like injured in a fire? Oh, here it is. She started off with "Hello there, handsome," and I told her that's not funny to say to someone that was horribly disfigured in a fire that killed their favorite dog. And she LOL'd me on that. So I told her it's not a joke. Why the fuck would you laugh at someone like that? Then she comes back with, it's fine. Don't scold me. I'm sorry. I said, you laughed at my disfigurement. Scold you? Then she goes to this whole thing about forgive me. And I told her, oh, hell no. Oh, man.
Oh, my God. There's so many weird people out there.
Oh, God, man. It's freaking, they'll hit you up on the gram. You know how it is. They hit you up, and then it's like porn links, and it's freaking, what is it? We joke about the thing all the time, like doing feet pics and stuff on it. But yeah, it's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are freaking, I guess they just hit every damn dude up, and there's guys out there that are apparently paying the money.
For what? Foot fetish?
I guess for anything they're throwing out there. OnlyFans, that's what I was trying to think of.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that shit's going around everywhere.
It's like, God damn, man. Just give somebody a break. Misty said there's some crazy women on IG. Yeah, there are.
Well, it's like, they can't get a fucking job, dude. They just rather be wasting their lives selling off their body.
Well, hey, look, if that's your gig, that's your gig. I really don't care either way. But, if your business model is just hitting someone in their, or their direct messages every single day for every guy who pops up, it's like, dude, you could make more burger. Well, some of these women are probably making bank. That's the thing.
Yeah, some of these women are getting rich and making a bank account.
Monkey, I know I'm not saying anything that would lead you to know exactly what I'm talking about, but
you don't want to know.
You don't really want to know. And if you ever find out, I would like to know who shows you, because me and that person need to have a serious chat.
Yes, and it won't be fun when he tells me again you might murder.
Again, you don't want to know.
Take your scrawny tail in the house.
Why?
Because Daddy
listen to your dad.
That's why.
I want to stay here with you.
You want to stay out here with me?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You can stay out here with me for another minute, because I think I'm going to smoke one more cigarette. Then Daddy's going to cook some more.
It was like I'm gonna.
Now the other one's coming out here.
His son.
Boy, you two are like two chimpanzees turned loose from the zoo. I swear. I don't know which zoo I got you guys from.
Bubba, you got me from.
Yes, I got you from Mama's tummy.
Bubba, with a scooter. Go to your scooter.
Oh, man.
No!
I always wondered if I answered back, said this is your wife, runs page.
I don't want to.
Oh, Misty, you ought to do it. You ought to answer him back. Please do. And let us know how it turns out, because it's quite hysterical. More than
Like and subscribe.
I had one the morning me and my wife got that alligator. Of course, I was on IG, did some stuff on IG, look up, and chicks messaging me. So I'm sending them pictures of like a dead alligator. It's like, yeah, okay, I'll send you pictures of something, chick. Oh, man, I had one. She was, what was it? It was another one that hit me up, and I was like, look, unless you're here for plasma cuts, and I started throwing her out prices. And then she finally told me, well, I'm on here to make money too. And I said, yeah, well, I ain't making it the way you are. I seriously need to do a hose of the gram stream where we just go in and start answering them. Just to see what they say.
Those plasma cuts, I bet it's a pain in the ass to paint, right?
it's just I suck at painting a lot of these things, but it's really not. Most of it's not too bad, depending on how complicated the design is.
You don't suck.
I don't suck at painting them. Thank you, Monkey. I'm glad you have faith in me.
I mean, do you heat up the plates and then just powder coat them?
What's this?
No, I'm doing everything basically rattle canned, or I'm doing it with just any number of different metal paints. So nothing's powder coated. I'm not set up to powder coat. So I'm thinking about doing some, depending on the cut. I'm thinking about hydro dipping some of them, and then maybe Cerakoting some others.
Because I've seen guys, they heat up the plate like with a torch carefully and quickly. Then they let that heat sit for a few minutes. Then they use a rattle can to spray it and actually coat it like a powder coat.
Yeah. If you heat it up right and then spray paint it, yeah, it'll bond a lot better in some cases.
Y'all need to come in the house.
Yeah, chitlins.
Levi, come on. You need to come in the house.
Can I stay with Dad?
Levi has no long pants on. He has no shoes.
How about you can stay out with me for a minute. I'm gonna smoke one more cigarette and then I'm going in.
Come on, bring your
But Wubsa needs to go
bring
in the
your
house.
Come on.
Yeah, because he has underwear on.
Grab something real quick.
Come on, we gotta go in the house. Come on.
He can scooter in the house.
Nice one, Mike.
Come on. In the house.
I can scooter outside.
Get in the house.
Get back in his house.
I told him to come in.
I
told him. Go, baby. Come on.
Oh!
Hey.
Look at this,
That's
Dad.
what
I can do a trick shot. Oh!
Styrofoam.
Oh, the styrofoam stuff? Oh, okay.
Papa, look what I can do.
Yeah, they had some stuff sitting out here for a couple old cats that come up to the house, and apparently something tried eating one of them last night.
Hey, Coop, look what Mike just said.
I am really good at doing my foot.
Mike just named the stream. That's gonna be it. Like I said, Bacon named the Share the Pain stream. So Mike's got the
Troll the IG.
Yeah, troll the IG. Because we seriously have to do that one night just to see who will answer and what they say. Because they typically will jump on an answer or jump on a message quick. It's amazing how fast they get to it. Because they can message me and I'll ignore a message, and it'll be like 3 hours later. I'll be like, okay, I'm just going to screw with this one. I'll give them some prices on plasma cuts, and it's like a minute later, they're like, pow, they're answering.
As far as AKs, you like underfolders?
Dude, I think the next gun I build, I think I'm going to build an underfolder. I haven't owned one yet, so I don't. I think they're cool guns, but I think that's the next one I'm going to build, because I just built that side folder, a few months ago, and I think the next one I'm going to build, I think I'm going to build an underfolder.
Yep,
because I've got all the parts and pieces for them.
What I don't want another AK, but I do want a MP40. But the problem is with MP40, you got to have that 16-inch long barrel, because of ATF regulations.
Oh God, yeah. Right, man, I'm so tired of the freaking ATF right now. It ain't even funny, and I know everybody else is. Anybody who's paying attention is.
No, but an MP40 would be a nice addition to a collection, dude.
Oh yeah.
Who wouldn't want a nice 9mm MP40? Come on, man.
Well, that's another gun. I do want an AK in 9mm. But yeah, that MP40, hell yes.
Plus, it's what my ancestors
used.
used.
Yeah, we're still on, brother. Hell, I still got stuff I got to cook, so we're still hanging out.
Well, like I said, that's what my resistance fighters back in Poland did. They used those.
Yeah.
The people that can't scooter, little kids, are trash.
Monk, don't say that.
Sorry, Dad.
My daughter's over here trying to like punk people out. Little kids who can't scooter are trash. No. It's bad when you got your kid trash talking on the porch.
This is a Swiss Cheese.
Joe, you done drank all the PBR?
Okay. Right slow on this one.
Yes, Misty Wayne, you have to answer some of these chicks on IG. You have to.
Yes, you have to.
It'll be hysterical.
Like and subscribe and click the bell on this video. Please. Do it for the thing.
My child.
Oh man, you gotta love it.
What am I gonna do with you, child?
Uh,
You don't know?
Maybe take me to maybe take me surgery to get shark teeth.
Yeah,
What?
my daughter wants sharp teeth.
You do that with a file, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, I could pin her down with a Dremel.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, that's what they call child abuse, but well, you know, apparently the Democrats, you can't, you know, like give a child a tattoo, but you can cut off vital parts of their anatomy. I still can't wrap my head around that logic.
Well, you know, I used to be a former Democrat.
Can I have a tattoo?
That's something I can't say.
I used to be a supporter of Obama. And I realize it's all bullshit most of the time on the far Democratic left.
Well, no, dude, it's mostly bullshit on both sides. They get up there and they talk all their crap, and then they go have dinner together. They shake hands. They go smoke their cigars, and you know, they let the plebes out here just do whatever. It's just
That was the best.
there's very few of them that are honest about any of their. Well, I'll say this: the ones on the left are generally more honest about their positions than the ones on the right.
I'm the one on the
You know,
Well, then
the
again,
ones
we got
on the
the
left
far
will
left.
flat out. Well, the ones on the left will flat out tell you that they're socialists and you know they want more government and you know they want to ban guns. They'll tell you that.
I have to go
You
get
know,
something.
Well,
They're
that
way
was-
more honest about their positions.
Well, how about like the Clintons? Remember Black Hawk Down?
Oh yeah, dude. That whole situation when you dig into Somalia, when you dig into the way they the reason they were over there, two, the way they allocated resources, they just hung our troops out to freaking dry.
No, they just sent them in like cannon fodder.
Yeah, it's with all the resources that we could have had there, you send a group in broad daylight into a town where you know they're going to get shot at. You don't give them air cover that they needed. It just there was so much crap with that, and I'm old enough I actually remember a lot of that when it went down.
I wasn't even born yet when that happened.
Yeah, well, you know,
Only this.
can I say?
But still, it's tragic, man.
Oh, it's horrible. That whole situation, there was no reason for any of that. But again, it's politicians willing to hang people out to dry, and get a whole lot of people killed to push their narratives, and that's all it came down to. John Rice, what's up, man? Yeah, Beto was honest. Beto was another one. I want to ban this. I want to ban that. Hell yeah, we're going to come take your AK-47, your AR-15.
You mean jerk off for work?
Yeah.
They call it jerk
My
off for work.
advice would be wear gloves because the barrel's going to be really hot by the time you get to it. And watch out for the brass. Stepping on a bunch of that can slide your feet out from underneath you.
Yep.
You know, and here's the thing with the whole idea of so-called gun control.
Done that.
If people really look up the history of what gun control has done all over the
By
nations
the
of
way,
Europe,
what's up?
Quit.
every society around the world,
What's up?
they would think twice. You know,
Well,
history
you've
is
got
important.
thing is, you've got a very large portion of the U.S. voter who are absolutely uninformed, who think that the government is here to solve their problems
No,
or make their lives better, and that's nothing the government's ever going to do.
well then, I mean, of course, I don't know if we can talk about it, but the whole Ukraine issue we've been dealing with for the past 8-9 years.
Oh yeah, we can talk about anything on my streams. I don't care.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's
I-
going to get shut down if we talk about it. Though I'm saying.
Trust me, I ain't worried about it.
Well, yeah,
So
remember-
far, I think my channel's small enough to slide underneath a lot of radars.
But no, I remember I found out when years later, after the whole Maidan protest in Kiev, Ukraine went off,
Yeah.
Obama actually started that. It was actually a coup.
Oh yeah.
So if you see his face and you see the thing he made, click on it, and first thing you do, like, bell button, and subscribe.
How do you know that off the top of your head, Kyle?
She's probably listening off of you.
Videos.
No, well, I'll tell you how she knows it. There's what's her name? Sniper Wolf, that one chick you watch.
Oh my god, dude!
Oh
the
man, it's
best.
horrible.
And I thought, what's the other guy's name? Logan and Rand Paul, whoever his name is, Logan Paul.
Logan, yeah, I ain't never paid any attention to him either.
All these weird, stupid celebrities on YouTube, dude.
Get.
Well, I mean, hey, Tulsi Gabbard's got her stuff. She's becoming a real big celebrity these days. Now that you mentioned celebrities, come on, Ski.
Somebody you wouldn't trust, really.
Dude, is she?
She's a flip flop.
She is a flip flop. Now, if she could actually prove that she had some sort of change of heart, and she was really had an epiphany about things, I could see it. But
I mean, she's on the same level. She's on the same level as Lindsey Graham, in my book.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I think she's doing a whole lot of stuff right now because, well, I mean, it's just making her popular. She's got more political plans.
Yep.
I think she figured out. Okay. I think she figured out if she goes that way where she starts talking about freedom and limited government. I think she knows that she's going to get a big audience that way. Now, like I said, if she can actually prove she had some sort of an epiphany and she changed her mind on all this stuff, I wouldn't have any issues with it. But all these people jumping on the Tulsi Gabbard boat these days, I don't trust her.
Well, and, here's the thing. A lot of these people that are in power, especially politicians, they always claim, well, if she's a vet, she should have an opportunity. Well, if she had an opportunity, she should also uphold her oath as she went and served her own country.
Yes. Absolutely.
And yet she's contradicting her oath.
Well, see, you got a lot of the bro vets out there like that. I'm for freedom, I'm for this, I'm for that, and then they're like, well, I don't think people should be able to own these guns. No, dog.
No, that's the same direction like Canada then.
Yeah, I mean, just because you're a vet doesn't mean that you're the authority on things by any means.
It's like that badge of honor thing. You get more things than even a normal human being.
Yeah, it's yeah. Brother Tony went off on her one day, and it was hysterical. Tony Simon, I mean, he lit into her on some stuff, and he was right about it.
Well, here's the crazy thing I found out. You know, all these branches they're so screwed right now, all of the military branches.
Yeah.
They're so desperate now. They're actually taking kids that are autistic.
Thick boba tea.
Oh man, this These folks, if you go look and you look at people they're putting in charge of the armed forces and stuff right now, they're political appointees, and they're basically there to destroy our military at this point. They honestly are.
Well, I mean, like, we're talking not like a Black Hawk Down. We're talking some major worse than that.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to get a lot worse. Do you have another plastic bowl, kind of like that blue bowl?
They're even gonna bring the FBI.
Just here. I can do it. Here, I can do it.
But then has
All I
an
gotta do is
X
melt
named
down the sugar and salt and all that.
But
Yeah.
it has an X named Christy.
That's what I got that for to use.
Coop, your daughter is trying to expose something.
Ski, what are you doing?
She's saying stuff that she shouldn't be.
Get out. Go, child.
I told them your secret.
What secret?
X.
Get out of here.
No.
Get.
Nope.
Get.
Nope. Nope.
Go, Linear.
Nope.
Yes, ma'am. Go. Dirty face.
No, the whole Ukraine thing, I do support to a small extent. I just don't agree with the tax dollars being sent over there. That's sacrificing our revenue and our own government's money.
Well, Ukraine and Russia, because you got to go you got to go way back, even before the Soviet Union.
War One history.
Yeah. To really get into the history on that. When it comes to Putin and his stuff, the only reason he is even trying this crap is because we have a weak ass president in office, and he knows Biden's been wrapped up in Ukraine forever. He knew Obama was wrapped up in Ukraine.
Yep, exactly.
And he knew he could get away with what he was doing then.
Yep.
No,
but the Ukrainian people do have the right to defend and fight against them.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I also say we need to let them figure that out.
Yeah, let's stay out of it. Let's not send our troops out there. Period.
Yeah. We need to let them figure that out.
I mean, he just shot a missile over in Poland. 2 of them actually.
Yeah, and they're still going back. Last I heard, they're still going back and forth. It was a
Ukrainian
anti-air or anti-missile battery. And they've been bouncing back and forth. And of course, Zelensky's like, "No, it wasn't me, dog." And it's even if they came out and they said 100%, we know that it is this, and we know what happened. Can you trust them?
I don't know if you could or not.
No, I mean you can't.
You
can't trust a damn thing they say.
What this is another conflict out there with Russia and Ukraine. It's another Yugoslavia. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's nothing but a Balkan War.
It's something that Ukraine and Russia and all them. We need to let them figure it out, and we need to stay our little happy ass out of it.
I mean, look at our border. Our border's not safe right now at the moment.
Well, I mean, the only reason we're wrapped up in Ukraine is because it's nothing but a big money grab. Because all the money that we send them, it's getting funneled off to people.
And we did recover off all the losses in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I mean, there's hands all in that. So
yeah,
people talk about, we're sending them billions in this and we're sending them billions in that. No, you're not. You're taking that. You're allowing people to funnel that money off. People like Joe Biden, I'm pretty sure he's probably making his end off of it. And there's a lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans who are supporting this crap, and they're making their money off of it. So, and like I said, you can't. Our media has been to the point for decades now where you can't trust them. I mean, you can go back and you can look at stories where the CIA. I mean, they admitted they'd go find whenever they wanted a story pushed or a narrative pushed, they'd go find some reporter and feed him a bullshit line. And then that reporter would run out there because he had inside sources and he'd push a story and it was completely false. It was a bullshit story the whole way.
Well, how about, I mean, I'm not conspiracy theory or anything, but How about like the Vegas incident? Like, where's the goddamn footage?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about probably outside of Washington, D.C. You're talking about a place with more cameras per square foot than any other city on this planet. And you're telling me that there was no footage, there was no, it just, hey, this just happened. And then, of course, that story went away so fast it wasn't even funny.
Nothing was adding up.
There's nothing in that story that added up. Now, there were theories that this dude was actually an arms dealer, and
it wouldn't surprise me.
Things went sideways during the deal, and there was actually a 249 that was doing all the shooting. It wasn't no AR with a bump stock.
No way.
And I've heard a lot of vets that are, a lot of combat vets that I know were like, dude, that wasn't an AR on a bump stock. And I will trust their opinion on shit way more than I'll trust anything from this freaking government. So
that's the media. He is always pushing some weird shit.
Man, dude, you can look at C-SPAN, because that's where you can go watch these people actually talk, and you can go watch that, and within hours, that's all you're going to see on the media is the same narrative that just got parroted by Pelosi or somebody like that. All right, they march in lockstep. The media gets their narrative from usually far left Democrats, and then they just push that narrative constantly.
It's funny. Pre 9/11, we didn't even have CNN where it's far left. It used to be moderate and conservative leaning.
Well, no, dude. If you go back and even then, if you go back and you look at stories that the media was pushing then, you'll figure out they were far left even then. You'd have to go back to probably World War II before you'd find a media that wasn't really, really far left. And even when you listen to some of the narratives and the way they portrayed things then, it was still a little left. And then when you got into Korea, it went even further left. When you got into Vietnam, it was way left. And it's continued to be that way. I guess, it's like my wife will tell me sometimes, because I am plugged in and I do watch some of the stuff. We can be watching a movie and I'm like, dude, come on, man. It's just, they'll be pushing some trans whatever,
well,
gay
it's
whatever.
It's like Netflix, dude. You can see it everywhere on Netflix.
And I see it because I know what the narrative is, and my wife doesn't. So we can watch something and it's like, oh, well, she doesn't see any of the biases or any of the narratives getting pushed. And I'm like, really?
How can you not see this?
Yeah, how can you not? She's like, well, you just listen to it too much. And I'm like, no, I just have my eyes open. It just...
Well, I have nothing against gays, trans, or anything, lesbians. It's when you force it down people's throats or going after your children, that's when it crosses the line.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nobody's out there. Oh, well, let's put it this way. Very few people are out there going, oh, I hate these gazes, and I hate this person, and I hate that person. For the most part, we don't care. Until you start to push that on children, that's when we start to have issues with it. It's kind of like, Pride.
Schools.
Yeah. Pride Month, whatever. I don't care. Have your month. Now, do I want you marching down the center of town in the middle of the day wearing fetish gear and whipping each other, wearing assless chaps? No, I don't. I kind of think that's one of those things that if you want to do it on your own damn time. Don't stick it out there, actually on Main Street, in front of kids or drag shows. I don't care.
Well,
people would throw a fit if I took my son right now and I took him to the titty club. But you got people who think it's fine to take your kids to a drag show.
Well, here's the funny thing. I actually came across a group. What is it called? Gays Against Groomers.
Oh yeah.
They're actually calling them out for all that shit, dude.
Yeah, they are, and there are a lot of people a lot of people in media that are trying to shut them down too.
So I mean, they see the shit as we are, dude. They don't want any affiliation with that shit.
Well, look, most people, gay, whatever, most people realize that there are a lot of adult situations you don't put kids in.
Period.
Like I said, people would throw a fit if I took my son to the damn strip club. So why do you think it's okay to take those same kids or older kids, 6-year-olds, and go have them throw dollars or put dollars in the whatever of a freaking, drag queen? That it doesn't compute to me. Besides the fact that they just really, really want to freaking groom the kids. That's the only way that logic works. Yeah, that's the only way that logic works. Is if it's actually about grooming the kids, that's the only way that logic works. More than likely, because I got another batch of bread to do. That's already getting late, and then I still got to make the dressing and get a turkey ready.
Sleeping there and then head out in the morning to go feed animals.
That sounds like plan. We pull, do like we did last time we stayed down. Pull the sofa bed out. Starting on me, woman.
I ain't scared of you.
Be an ass woman on YouTube.
I ain't scared of you.
And I ain't even sell tickets.
I ain't scared of you.
That woman loves you, Coop.
She does, and she puts up with me, which is saying a lot.
Patience of a saint, I'm trying.
Patience of a saint.
I dare to kiss her.
Patience of a saint. You
gotta be thankful I'm not as mean as I could be.
The one I got to poke with a stick most mornings to see whether or not I get near you to kiss you in the morning. You think I'm joking? I got a 10-foot stick sits next to the bed.
Stripper pole doesn't care.
I'd get you a stripper pole. What are you getting? Of course, with your coordination, the stripper pole may not last long.
Look at this.
Give me the yeast.
No yeasties for you.
No pushing buttons.
But
Child.
I definitely agree with you.
Where's the bus?
No, we're not doing wheels on the bus. Here. Go ask Nana to plug your tablet in. Go ask Nana, say please. Come on, Ruck. Go ask Nana, say please. The kids are a hoot, man.
Hey, they're a blessing, man.
Oh, they absolutely are. Absolutely. Let's see. What's 2 cups. Yeah,
That's what though. Thank God we don't live in the UK.
All them voices in your head? Yeah, they are.
It's a dude. And to be honest, if our rulers had their way here, we would be much the same.
But as far as the whole, agenda with the LGBTQ and shit, I don't know if are you subscribed to what's his name, Officer Tatum?
No, dude, I got
Brandon Tatum, his name, Brandon Tatum.
Yeah, I got kind of. I was for a while. I was subscribed to Tatum for a while.
Why?
But some of his coverage on some police stuff, where he really stuck up for some cops and some really shitty calls, I was like, no, I'm done.
No, but
because
I
mean, like hell, even Uvalde, with the way the cops were, hey, give me that, you goober. Come on, go out of the kitchen.
No, the whole Uvalde shit was a shit show from the get go.
Oh, it definitely was. And you go watch how Tatum was talking about him, dude. He defended those cops hardcore.
Well, apart from that, no, I actually watched one of his videos. Him actually covering a guy that was, claimed he's a woman and he's trans,
Oh, yeah.
And he's basically on stage, on a late night Friday night show, playing the piano, and all he does is he's fucking undresses on live stream, and next he pulls out his pecker and he's slamming on the goddamn piano. I'm like, and the guys are praising this, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
You're praising this.
Some people I have serious issues understanding some people.
That's in the UK. That was on live. I'm like, this is live on television in the UK.
Yeah, I'll give the UK props in some ways with some of their stuff. What was that? There was one show. God, I can't think of the name now. But it was basically like a show about sex education. More geared towards, say, teenagers, but it had a lot of stuff in there. If a lot of older guys would pay attention to it, they'd learn something. And they got really in depth in it. I mean, they showed serious, what you'd consider pornographic images in any other situation. I'll give them props on some things like that because they weren't afraid to really get down to the nuts and bolts on stuff. But on and seriously, nuts and bolts, nuts and
yeah, I get that. I get that.
Had any bolts and all her screws were probably loose. But what are you doing? Do you want some chips? Come here. But yeah, I'll give them props on some of it with how comfortable they are with some things, and then other things it's like, yeah, he's slamming what on the piano. Just not necessarily what most people would call entertainment.
Well, no, I mean that's live on television in the UK, and I'm like,
yeah,
if that was kicking off in the States, it would be shut off ASAP on the spot.
Man, not with some people, brother. It's getting real ridiculous with some of this stuff. It's getting like all this other crap with kids. It's generations, and I've heard it said by some very liberal people, and I've heard it said by some very conservative people. Generation Z is a generation with the most mental issues out of any generation so far. And I can see why, because
bad parenting, I guess. Bad parenting?
Well, the parenting in a lot of cases is just retarded. The education system is just gone in. Well, they've always been insane.
Well, how about they don't stick up for the little guy anymore, dude? Especially if you're getting bullied.
Well, there was a time, like hell, when I was in school, they started this damn zero tolerance crap where, say, someone's bullying you and they jump on you and you fight back, well, both of y'all are suspended.
Pretty much.
Because the schools got so lazy, they didn't want to actually have to look at things and actually investigate them to see who was doing what.
That's your duty.
So,
yeah.
Well, what it did was it started taking kids then Hey,
Mhm.
it started taking kids then. Sorry, my son was over here pushing me. But it started taking kids in and started showing them that they had to be reliant on the powers that be instead of being reliant on themselves. And if you relied on yourself to actually handle a situation, well, you were in just as much trouble as the dude who actually was causing the situation.
Yep.
So, which I mean, hell, we still fought. I mean, if there was a bully going to bully you and he finally stepped up and passed that line, you were going to fight. You were going to fight. And it was screw it.
Well,
But
another thing too, if it was like one of your brothers or sisters that's getting assaulted, you're not going to just sit back. You're going to stop the son of a bitch and fight back.
oh yeah, but it all came down to this. You got to be relying on these powers. You can't rely on yourself. You can't defend yourself against that bully. And now they're running all these bullying campaigns instead of just saying, hey, when you're bullied, and a lot of people get bullied, well, a good way to deal with that bully, even if you end up toting an ass kicking, is to make it so hard on that bully he doesn't want to mess with you again. There comes a time where you have to make that stand against that bully. You have to. Otherwise, the teachers aren't doing anything about it. They'll run these little bullying campaigns, but that bully's still going to be there next week, and he's still going to be doing the same thing.
Yep.
It's
the old ass whooping gives him a lesson.
Yeah, well, it does. I mean, and even if you tote one, with us, hell, I toted ass whoopings from bullies, but I made it hard enough on them where they didn't want to do it twice. And that's just being serious. Dude was way bigger than me. Dude was way more, skilled with me in fighting at the time. So yeah, I told him an ass whooping. But once I stood up to him, he didn't want to try it twice. And now you just got it where, you got to tell the teachers, tell your administrator, tell this person, tell that person. They don't do anything about it.
Guess what happens? Zero shit does anything.
And then you end up with this kid where, you told him he had to be defenseless. So he gets bullied. And then, he feels completely helpless to it. So you completely emasculate the kid. You take all of his coping skills away. And then, of course, he's going to develop depression and all these other things that come along with that. I've said it before on my stream. We've taken the education system and we've developed it to where we've taken away all of the kids' coping skills. We haven't taught them how to cope with adversity. We've always told them, well, in the last quite a few years, you get a trophy for participating, you get a trophy for this, you get a trophy for that. Well, can't be bullying and all this other crap. So kids don't learn how to deal with adverse situations.
Well,
then you take a kid and you put him in an adverse situation, he snaps out, and you end up with some kid shooting up the damn school.
Apart from that, but how about also they're not getting a job anymore now?
Oh yeah, that's another thing. It's this huge snowball. And then people wonder why you end up with these kids that are, they got to be on 3 different antidepressants, and they got to.
Well, like $100,000 debt from college that they're in right now.
Well, half the time that $100,000 from debt, if they can't pay it, well, it's because they went to school for a stupid ass damn major that they were never going to make any money with,
and they were pulled into it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's another reason. Well, it's another reason that, of course, you hear politicians now talking about free college for everybody is they want more years to indoctrinate kids.
Well, you know what that sounds like? Sounds like
communist re-education.
Pretty much, but it's also communism financially because that's what the Soviet government did.
Yeah. Wait, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Sit on the potty when you got picnic. Yeah, I had 2 rolls and plus the extra center I got me 2 rolls and brought stuff and it all.
Were they good?
Yeah.
Were they yummy?
Yeah, it was yummy.
All right, we got to check on the pies now.
Yeah, but no, dude. I just think it's literally the closest thing to communism. It's like with the student debt relief form that Biden put enforced.
Well, I mean, all this stuff, man, it's nothing but a freaking scam. It's all a way for the government to get more control over people financially and everything else, or to buy votes from them. Hey, support me. I'm gonna, make your college free. And
College is bullshit from the get-go.
It depends on what you're going for. If you're going for lesbian dance studies, yeah, you're wasting a hell of a lot of money on something that's absolutely useless.
Or a goddamn liberal arts degree.
Yeah, well, liberal arts degrees are one of those things that if it was a true liberal arts degree, where you were going in, you were learning about different philosophies and different ways of thinking, and they were really teaching you all of these things, and they were teaching you how to think, not what to think, but teaching you how to think. A liberal arts degree could be very useful. Yeah. You could go to work for a company and you have a background in philosophy and all these different things. You could go for marketing, any of that's all tied in with that. If you go like right now, where they're just teaching you what to think and not how to think, that liberal arts degree is absolutely freaking useless.
It is. I mean, right now we got a major job market that's demanding everybody now.
Well, I mean, look at what we went through for decades where, see, I'm 50 or 45. So you go back to the 80s.
90s.
Let's see, I was trying to, early, probably mid 80s is when I started seeing it that I can remember. And then definitely in the 90s, where you had schools telling people, well, you don't want to go into these trade programs. You don't want to go into these programs where you're getting dirty. You need to go to this 4-year college. You need to get this whatever degree. Where a lot of us, there's no way I could have gone to college at 18, 19. I freaking hated school then. I didn't hate learning. I hated school.
Yeah.
So me going to college then would have been useless. Going to learn a trade, that was right down my alley.
It's something
I've got people now that are exceptionally smart, and people don't realize the level of intelligence you need to do a lot of these skilled, labor jobs. They just think labor and you got to be a knuckle dragger. Well, my guys are out there doing trig. My guys are out there having to freaking figure out square feet and tonnage and all this stuff, just calculations. Exceptionally smart people. But do they want to go get a 4-year degree in some liberal arts, what the hell ever? Hell no, they don't. And that's nothing that they want. So they can literally go through our 2-year program. They can go out in the field. And some of these guys, depending on where they go in the field, they could be making anywhere from, say, 40 on the low end to over $100,000 a year easy within the first couple of years. And they have no student debt whatsoever. They're completely debt free as far as any of their college stuff.
And they're working for the company.
Yeah, some of them, I got guys right now, they're working for some other companies right now, but like one of my guys, he's a young cat. He's 19. Within 2 years or so, he'll own his own company. I will guarantee you, if that boy keeps working like he is, within 4 years, that company will be doing millions of dollars worth of business.
Oh yeah.
Come on, out. And I mean, that's not even that's no joke. Because he's set up to where he can go do a job on a weekend that's $10,000, and that's just him on a weekend working side jobs. Because he's set up doing some pretty specialized welding on some heavy equipment, is what he's doing a lot of times. Get out of my kitchen. So, but yeah, it's just there's no sense in forcing all of these kids. Now we're running, of course, shortage in the trades, but there's no sense in trying to force every one of these high school kids. You got to go 4 year. You got to go 4 year. You got to go 4 years. It's ridiculous. It's the dumbest shit.
It's their choice, not the school making the decisions for them.
Well, yeah, and in the schools, I mean, which they're still doing it to a point. We're better on it on some schools that I've worked with down here. We're better on it now than we were, but there's still schools that have pushed it. Well, you don't want to go somewhere where you're having to be out there in the sun and actually do whatever work and sweat. Dude. They're still telling kids that. Well, and it's like, why not take this kid who has a really good mechanical ability and put him into a trade where he can go make $200,000 a year versus a 4-year liberal arts degree where he's going to be in debt, and then he'll be falling back on whatever skill later because his degree's useless.
Yep. Well, it's not just that, but I remember before all this radical LGBTQ shit was going on, years back when Obama was the president, I was actually in high school. People were always asking me what I think about gay marriage. Well, I was like, I don't agree with it, but you do what you do. Well, guess what? The whole fucking class came all around me, looked at me, and were just calling me out. And only one fucking teacher stood up for me. And I'm like, guys, we just fuck off and agree to disagree. So that's my opinion. You fuck off.
My thing on gay marriage was, one, this state marriage certificate doesn't mean a damn to me. So if gay people get married, it doesn't make my marriage worth anything less to me. It really doesn't.
Yeah.
So I don't care if gay people can get married. Now, we did, a lot of us talked about then, look, if you let too many things slide. Today it's gay marriage, and then soon it's going to be, well, I want to marry, this 3 people, and then I want to marry my dog, and then I want to marry my cat, and then.
Well, it's the abortion. How about the abortion?
Well, that was another one. It used to be, what was it, safe, legal, and rare. And, again, we said it back then. No, wait a second. You give them a little bit of ground, then it's going to be anytime, any reason. And that's what it turned into. It became birth control instead of a condom. Now it's an abortion. That's what it became.
I mean, honestly, if you're with a woman and you don't want children, then don't fucking have sex.
Well, I said it, and then a guy on a stream the other night kind of had an issue with it. I just catch everybody up on what I'm doing because I haven't been talking about this. So I'm doing another thing of bread, so I've got my yeast dissolved. It's kind of hard to see here. You can see it all bubbly, and so that's my yeast dissolved. And then my other thing is butter, sugar, and salt. And then, of course, I'm mixing all that up. But a dude on the stream the other night kind of had an issue with it. He's another one that believes that abortion. Well, it's just this little thing, and they're just it's not a life yet, little clump of cells. And I said, then, dude, if you're a dude and you're for abortion, you're either a cuck that doesn't want to raise another man's child, or you just don't want to be responsible for your own choices. And
it's cowardice to a certain extent. It's cowardice.
Well, think about here's a game. think about any liberal policy you can possibly think of, and it's all for a release for personal responsibility. Is what it actually is, Brother Joe. So you take any liberal policy, it's all a release from personal responsibility, and it's putting that responsibility into the government's hands. So abortion's one of those. PBR in it, baby.
Happy Thanksgiving to
Yes,
all the Coop clan that's roaming around your house there in the back. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the people, Coop.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to the Morris clan out there too, brother man. How's it going?
Thank you. It's going good, but I got the empty house, man. I'm a bachelor, but I'll be going to my mom's house tomorrow for the festivities. My brother and the kids and his wife and my grandma and her husband.
Well, good deal. You doing any cooking on your own, or are you just eating?
Mom's doing it. I'll clean up. I'll do all the cleanup. I don't eat dessert,
Good
so
man.
they're eating dessert. I clean up all the freaking dishes, and the pots and pans, and all that.
Good man.
Oh yeah, my grandma can't stand at the countertop more than like maybe 2 minutes. She gets tired.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's rough when you start getting older. Like hell, it kills me right now just with my back. Much less when I get older. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get too much older.
Oh, me too. My brother starts to help me here and there, but I usually do the majority of it. I get a meal out of it. I usually get a takeout meal, so I'll make it pretty good.
Hell yeah. You see what I'm doing? I'm cooking, hanging out. Which this is my normal gig.
Bread. Yeah, I've been watching you bake your bread. That's awesome, dude. You're putting it up nice. My mom, my grandma's, my deceased grandmother, she made her own bread, and she also made loaves of salt risen bread. You ever had salt risen bread?
I don't think I've ever. Well, dude, I don't know whether I have.
They call it salt risen bread around this area, but it's salt risen bread. Yeah, it's a thick, dense white bread. It's really good, man. You slather that shit down with butter, man, with your freaking eggs and bacon. It's pretty good.
Oh, dude, I'm pretty sure that I've had it before.
It's a dense bread, and it's like a white loaf, split top. You can do split top on it. It's just a little different. You use salt in it, I guess. I don't know, and if it's less yeast, like you use salt instead. I don't know what the deal is, but it's salt risen bread. You don't use yeast, or something's different with it.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up and see what the actual what they call, I guess, a leavening agent would be in it.
Yeah, it's kind of a thing too, where like there's people that are good at it and there's people that are not good at it. Like there's like old ladies that give my dad, he likes it. So some of my dad's friends, like their moms will bake this shit and give it to my dad, like old ladies. We're like, yeah, that's pretty good. He's like, yeah, his mom can make pretty good salt risen bread, but his mom, she don't know what she's doing. Her bread sucks.
Dude, I said it earlier. I said it earlier on a stream. Biscuits, like a good, serious buttermilk biscuit, that is my white whale. I cannot perfect a good, big, thick buttermilk biscuit.
All I'm doing is Jiffy Mix, so I ain't going crazy, but I can make a biscuit. My corn muffin game is down. I make Mexicorn muffins, like dice up, like jalapenos in the jar, just dice them up, throw them in your corn muffin mix with your chili. Oh, Mexicorn muffins. Hey, you don't even need butter with them things. They're great.
Dude, one of my grandmas, you could take and give her freaking buttermilk, self-rising flour, salt, and maybe one or two other things, and she would make the best buttermilk biscuits you've ever had in your life. And I cannot perfect the damn buttermilk biscuit. Drives me crazy.
My grandma Morris could cook anything, like farm cooking. I mean, she grew up on a farm. It was farm cooking. You had fresh milk, and they slaughtered a pig or two, and had a cow or two here or there, chickens, rabbits, shit like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good old down home cooking.
Hey, Coop.
Yeah.
I got to head off, but I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving, and both of you all have a good time. Also, Coop, contact me on Discord when you're able, man. All right?
Yeah, brother. I accepted your invite to Discord. So
Yep, no
maybe from there I can get you over to DLD and stuff. I'm not down on the Discord game, but I accepted you, which you saw my message on there earlier. So yeah, we'll hook up on there, man.
Yep, take care, man.
All right, brother. Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Hey, Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. How many? What's your head count for tomorrow's meal, Coop?
We'll be over at the mother-in-law's place. So typically it'll be me, the wife, and kids, her mom and dad, and then it'll be a bunch of friends of theirs from like the AMU and other people. So there's no telling how many people will be there. Because other than their family, her uncles and stuff, and.
Do you guys do like sit down dinner, like country serving? You do buffet style?
No, a lot of times it's just buffet style because there's so many people around.
That's what I mean when you so many people. Mom's going to buffet style lately.
Yeah, it'd be hard to do just a straight sit down country style. Someone cuts, someone serves, and all that because we've had. Oh God, man, I can't remember how many people we've had there for like a Thanksgiving or a Christmas.
We'll have full tables. We'll have like the kids' table, and my brother and his wife will probably sit with the children, and then the whole other table. I think it'll be like about 10 of us.
Oh yeah, it'll be. Shoot, by the time you get down to adding everybody in, especially if Becky's uncle and that crew comes, it'll be 15, 20 people.
Oh shit! You got two birds.
Well, my mother-in-law will do a bird, or she'll do my father-in-law, he'll do a pretty big bird in the oven, and then they'll do a ham. Typically, I fry a bird, so I got like a 13-pound bird that I fry. So you'll end up with 2 turkeys, a ham, and then all the fixings and trimmings and all the other stuff going on. So no one walks away from the joint hungry.
That's right, dude. I do love. I mean, really, I've enjoyed the meal more than anything besides just talking to family. Sometimes we get people that come in from Virginia, like our relatives from Virginia, and that's cool. But even brother, man, aside from talking to him on the phone, I only see my brother probably maybe about maybe a dozen times a year, but we live so close. He's just busy.
Oh man, it's there'll be people there. It'll be a big crew. I'll put it that way. And some people, like my wife's uncle and everybody, I don't get to see them all that often. They're cool people that I really like. So it'll be a pretty big crew. So it's this year's like a lot of years, and we'll be over at my folks' place, which is where I'm at now, for the night before, and we hang out, we have a good time, we shoot the breeze, we cook, and we do our stuff, and then typically like day of, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas, we'll be over at my wife's parents' place. So we definitely have a full crew for sure.
Yeah, I kind of look forward to like that when I go back into town tomorrow to Mom's house. I've got a couple buddies that still live in town, like the place I grew up.
Yeah,
you heard me talk about them before. They kind of fallen on times, kind of strung up on some stuff that kept being productive, and that'll be the day that I know they will be at the mother's house or home. So when I'm done at mom's house, I can scoot right over to their mom's house and knock on the door and go visit with them. Get to see them. 'Cause I don't know where they're at. Otherwise, they're ghosts. They don't answer my call. Well, one of them, the other guy's cool. He's actually, I think I'm going to go deer hunting. He's
Dude, Joe, you're breaking up bad, brother. I didn't catch that last part. Deer hunting, something.
I was talking about possibly deer hunting with my buddy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I heard it sounded like a siren going through behind you or something.
Oh, they got the TV playing back there.
Oh, that's what it. Okay.
Sometimes these headphones will pick everything up, and sometimes they don't. They won't pick something up that far away. So,
what's my sound? What's my sound quality like now?
Better. It's not as choppy.
Okay, I moved it. I think there's a dead spot where I've been laying these devices at to try to get on stream. I think there's been a dead spot. It's better if I just put it back in my freaking work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm working with patchwork material here, man. I'm not buying new shit. I'm just working with
Dude, I understand that for sure.
I spend my money on other stuff. I'm trying to build a garage, dude. I'm looking at what were they? Was it 30 by 40? I'm trying to do a 30 by 40.
Dude, that'd be nice.
Damn right it would be, dude. I can put a lift in that. I'm gonna have it freaking. No, I'm not gonna have it like low trust. I'm gonna have it freaking open trust, so I can get some height on it to be able to lift a vehicle with I have a 2-post lift in there.
Out, Lola. Out. Got the oven down.
Yeah. As I get older, man, doing work in the driveway gets more and more of a pain in the butt.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm saying pain in the butt. I'm trying to watch my mouth because I know you got family running around there.
No, dude, I'm on the headphones, so they can't hear you guys.
Oh, really? Okay, that's cool. That's
you're cool, dude.
I don't know if I've like slipped an F-bomb or anything. Well, I saw a couple ladies running around back there, and then your kid. So I was like, man.
No, man, you're cool.
Okay. Not that it's a big deal. I'm sure you.
Anyway, if they can put up with me, they can put up with anybody. So no, you're golden.
You know what I mean? It's holiday time. No, it's not.
Brother.
Right.
No, I mean I appreciate it. No, you're golden, man.
Yeah, cool. No, dude, but I want to build a 30 by 40. I got a flat piece of land. My house is a basic house. It's a 3-bedroom ranch style. If you look at it, it looks like it's a double wide, but it's not. It's just a no frills, freaking stick built house.
Yeah.
With a garage on one end, a basic ranch house with a garage single bay on one end. But this single bay is only like 12 foot wide and it's like 25 deep. I can fit that Cutlass Supreme in here if I get that the shelving out of one way because the doors on the thing are massive. You can't even hardly open it and get out of it. It's too long. Or I can build a fucking garage, a garage behind my house on a concrete pad and have room to do a freaking 2-post lift. And then in the other bay, at least in the back, dude, I'm gonna have room to have a freaking pool table on that sucker, dude. I'm getting a pool table.
Oh hell yeah, dude! I get.
Oh yeah, I might even move my bar out in the garage.
Yeah, dude. If I can ever get my shed back in order and get everything fixed in that, dude.
That's what I got now.
I've got a huge shed. It's just.
I do too. I've got a nice shed, but you can't pull a vehicle. It's 12 by 14 on skids, and it's about 10 years old, but it's still in good shape. You can still move it. It's solid. But
see, this place of mine, the original house place that set where my house sits was originally like an old farmhouse. I mean, huge place. Well, it burnt down. The lady that owned it, she had a house fire. So my shed is actually what was the old basement of that house.
Oh, you used was it like stone foundation, like stone and mortar?
No, it's concrete and cinder block. In that part, there were some old the a lot of the older part of the home was all stonework and stuff like that before it burnt. But this is cinder block wall and everything. But whoever did the roof on that decided to go with this big aircraft hangar roof. And I've got to get that fixed, and I've got to fix a couple other things before I get back in there and actually start using my shop like I should be able to.
Like a big arched? Does it have like a big arch
Yeah,
roof?
huge arch roof. And then
does that build snow up or anything?
No, I mean we're down in Alabama. It ain't
okay. Oh, okay,
yeah. We ain't worried about snow building up or something like that. It's just it was ridiculous for them to put that roof on there. Just where we're at. But
so what's your square foot in there? What's your dimensions on your shed building?
Son of a bitch, that joker's 20 foot wide, 30 something, 40 foot long. I'd have to pull the dimensions on. It's huge. I mean,
okay, so you got room to pull some cars nose to nose.
Oh, dude, I could pull my truck up in there. I could pull my wife's truck up in there. Have my boat in there at the same time. I mean, it's huge shit. But
is that what you store your boat in there? Is that what you put in there?
Well, I did. I had my boat in there. I had a bunch of other stuff in there, but it's built kind of halfway into the hillside, and that's where I had that wall collapse in there, and it took out one wall of my shed, and just a bunch of shit went on with that. So I'm finally getting all that back in order where I can get back in there and use it.
Yeah, but I need to have like clean storage, man. I got like. I could throw probably about 40K at it. I've got some savings. I could dip out 40K, throw it at a garage, and I'm probably going to end up being able to do the garage somewhere around 36 with concrete. With concrete, and then I have to take care of my wiring and my. I think that might even come insulated, but no interior fascia. So. Decide whether you want to put, I'd probably just metal skin it because it's easy, but I could do drywall, or I kind of even want to do rough cut on the outside like my buddy did on his. That's an option. Below the drip line, just put rough cut. You can do rough cut on the inside. Then it makes it real easy to hang stuff on the inside, to cut outlets and everything because you're mounting rough cut.
Yeah.
And then you can do surface conduit real easy if you want to do it that way, or just like bare wire behind it is easy. You don't even have to do it really.
Oh yeah, man, dude, that would be a freaking slick setup for you.
Exactly. I mean, and you don't have to go all the way to the ceiling, but you want to have like a wall that's like at least 8 foot up.
Yeah,
so where you hang stuff and have nice wall. That's probably what I'll do. That and concrete floor, and I've got a creek right behind it, so I can do some floor drains out into the creek and be able to wash the vehicle in one day at least. Yeah, I'll probably get close to the sewer line, dude. I'm thinking about putting a toilet out there, at least a urinal. There's going to be at least a urinal out there. I'll get a urinal put on the wall, but there might be a toilet.
Man, dude, putting up a toilet or putting up a urinal and stuff in there. I mean, as long as you got fall from that room or from wherever you're going to put it, as long as you got fall from there into the sewer, that's simple.
It's beside the sewer line, dude. It would just be like you could just do like a freaking 27 degree slope right to it, freaking bang, and that would be you're talking about a probably an 8 or 10 foot line from the edge of the building to the sewer.
Oh, that's crazy simple.
Mm-hmm. And water's not that hard either. You can do all that shit. So I'm gonna have to fuck with the water. I'm going to have to get the utilities marked, and when I put the building down, it's gonna be over a line that goes across the back of my yard, meter to meter, and then the service line that goes up to my house. Yeah. I'm gonna have to actually put in a reroute line when I do my construction, like before I get the construction done, and have them cut the reroute in. I'll have to pay for the reroute to build my construction, so it's in front of the shed, or in front of the garage. And that's fine. It would need to be done. They if the line would bust, they have to get to it, or then they dig it up and route it. Then I'll be proactive.
Yeah, that'd be the best thing to do. Because, like I say,
You
bust and you got all that sitting on top of it, you're going to have to reroute it anyway.
Plus, I want to bring water in there too, and the where I put the sewer in, the water meter is going to be like about 5 foot off from that, so I can bring the water in right pre-meter, like coming off my house line, so it's still metered into the garage. So that would be nice.
Got all sorts of frozen bacon. You're hiding on me.
Frozen bacon.
It looked like it was frozen.
It's hard to peel apart frozen bacon.
Bacon jerky.
Bacon jerky.
Yes.
I can dig it.
Forgot I had it out there.
Forgot you got it out there? You get a hold now on is what you're doing.
I need to wipe it off better before I put it in the refrigerator.
So yeah, bacon jerky.
What you have a cutting board there?
No, this is on the table. Like my place,
I've never done a lot of baking, man. I just use frozen dough and stuff.
No, shoot, this stuff right here. I learned how to make this. Man, young. Let's put it that way. Damn it! I forgot I was going to use the lard in this when I went ahead and used butter.
Dude, I tell you what, still to this day, man, the best like banquet dinner rolls I've ever had were like in grade school. You got them big old thick bad boys off the lunch ladies.
Oh yeah, dude.
Dude, those things were awesome. Those things were so huge. They were great.
These things. Did you see the ones I pulled out of the pan earlier?
Huh? No, I did not.
I'm sure, dude. Yeah, these Yeah. When I do my rolls, they don't they're not small.
That's what I mean. Yeah, dinner roll.
Yeah, if you look at them, hey Joe. Yeah, look at your camera.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you pull one out. These are regular dinner rolls, but now you can use them, or you can use that same dough
to do cinnamon rolls. So what you take your dinner roll, and I'm not looking away from you. I'm looking at the big screen on my phone. Yeah. That's your dinner roll.
Yeah, that's the dinner roll. But you can do this.
This was freaking awesome.
Yeah, you can do cinnamon rolls with this same recipe.
Yeah. So when you place them, you're just doing a little twist on your ball when you place them.
No, I'll take this lump of dough. When I roll it out, I'll take this lump of dough and cut it in half, and roll it out into a rectangle. Put butter on it, and then roll it so you got this long roll, and then you just cut pieces out of it. So
that looked masterful, man. That was a nice looking dinner roll.
Oh, these things are they're not as pretty as my mom's. I'll say that. She makes prettier ones.
Right.
She's back there going, "You got that right."
Yeah. Dude, me and my mother, my brother's into cooking too, but me and my mother talk about cooking and stuff, and I bring my mom, like when I make soups and stews and stuff, I usually bring mom and dad like a quart of it, so so she has like an easy meal she can make. She don't have to cook, and she likes the stuff I bring her. I share the recipes with her. She's tried to replicate them a couple times.
These rolls right here, this recipe is one that my mom taught me. I mean, when I was young. I mean, long before I was a teenager. So this is matter of fact, I showed everybody the book these came out of. The book itself was published in '64, which I think that's when my mom got it. She was in high school.
See, Mom doesn't bake her own bread. Like, she's not into that. My grandma's not much either. I mean, back in the day, they did it out of necessity because, flour and, that stuff was cheaper than buying bread.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But nowadays, they don't do that. Mom doesn't really. Well, my grandma will try to do that salt risen bread every once in a while for my dad. That's about it.
These rolls right here, in case other people are in it, didn't hear me talk about them earlier, this is what you call a refrigerator dough. So you can take this stuff and you can cook it, after it rises and all that when you make it. Or you can take this and put it in your refrigerator and it'll keep over a week. And
really?
You can just go in, say if you wanted to make just a few rolls that night, you just pick off enough to make the rolls you want to make that night. Leave it in the refrigerator, go make the rolls, and then.
Or if you didn't have enough time to do all this horse shit tonight, you could have done it 2 nights ago and be like, all right, the rolls are out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's cool.
I mean, you can take this stuff and pretty well freeze it. I mean, this dough does awesome. It's actually better after it's set in the refrigerator for probably about 2 days. It's actually the dough, I think, actually works a little better and tastes a little better.
Huh.
So
do you guys do your own pizza too, pretty much?
I have before. This dough doesn't work real great for like a pizza dough just because of the consistency of it.
Well, I mean a different dough recipe. I mean, if you bake, you bake. Some people, I don't make my own. I get like nan bread, make it on, or a pizza crust and make it on. But there's nothing like fresh bread. There's nothing like fresh pizza.
Yeah, most of the time we do pizza, it's either going to be, coming from the restaurant, it's going to be store bought. Now I'll show you this when I do. Who all's in the chat? When I do this, I'll grease this bowl, lay the whole lump of bread in there, or dough, just to get it greased, and then I'll flip it over. So both sides of the dough are greased, and then set it to the side, cover it up with a thin rag, and then let it do its rising.
Yeah. Is that what you call like the proofing process?
I don't know if it's necessarily a proofing process.
I didn't know if that's what they called it. I'm not a baker. But that's when you let it rise. You set it, you let it.
Yeah. I mean, it very well could be like what it'd be called a proofing process. I've just never heard it.
I think that's what they call it. Well, I've been watching cooking shows.
Oh, Joe, you're learning.
Hey, look out, man! I'm getting that YouTube college, dude. I'm starting to get pseudo-intellectual, like I know everything.
I got to quit trying to eat my cornbread, so I got enough left to make my dressing.
Bread dressing?
Oh yeah, we do a cornbread dressing too. Pumpkin pies are done; they're out of the oven. They just got to cool and chill.
Tell you what, my family never made it, but I visit my buddy on Christmas and have oyster. I love that stuff, man. That's great,
dude. I've had it a couple of times.
I've had it good and I've had it bad, and even when it's bad, it's still kind of good for variety. But when I've had it good, it was really good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. When I've had it, I had it a couple times. A couple times it was outstanding, and the about the third time I had it, it was like, I could have like not done that, and I'd have been happy.
Yeah, the time I had it where it was bad, somebody basically took like stovetop stuffing and tried to mix oysters into it, and it didn't quite turn out. It wasn't homemade dressing. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
I know, Monkey. I got.
It was just dry, and they put it in a shallow. They put it in a big pan, so it's shallow, so it's real dry.
Let's see. Give me a sec, Joe. I'll be right back.
All right.
Why? Look at how white the roof
Coop, are you listening to bacon in the background?
These flowers, I'll just have to get like this. Oh, it looks trail of flowers like snow. Like snow from Santa.
Like proofing the bread dough. That I thought that's what they called that process, where you get it, like he was saying, get it all moist and you put the damn towel over it.
Dad, you're like Santa Claus.
I'm like Santa Claus, huh? Trying to say I'm just fat.
Santa's not fat.
He's just big
He's
bone.
skinny like Mrs. Claus.
All right. Were you sweeping up the kitchen for me?
Yeah. You're like Santa Claus when I was little, leaving snow everywhere.
We need to. You still got ice cream all over your face, child. Oh, tell you what. See that?
Dad, you're like Santa Claus, leaving snow everywhere.
Tell you what. Let's smoke a cigarette, Joe, and then we're gonna make some cornbread dressing.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Cornbread's off or cooled off and stuff.
So what did you do? You just do a couple skillets worth of cornbread, you crumble that up. What's your process?
Okay. You hear me? Yep.
I can hear you now.
Cornbread's already done. Yeah, cornbread's already done and crumbled. So
what do you add to that?
Oh, no.
Onions in, or what do you put in it?
What I'll probably do, which I got to start prepping all that. What I'll probably do is just go ahead and saute some onions and celery. Just kind of cook them down a little bit in some butter. Kind of saute them just a little bit. I'll kick those into the cornbread, and then it's normally I've got my own stock that I've made from another turkey or something, or giblets and stuff, but I'm gonna use them boxed broth this time. But I'll add that in there, and then it's just sage, salt, pepper, garlic, to taste. Huh?
I'll be honest, that's all I use. Box stock and broth, dude. I mean, it's so cheap.
Okay.
I get it at Aldi. I always use box stock. It works.
Well, it works great.
Yeah. I don't cook for a family though either. So like when you're talking about saving stock and stuff, and that's kind of the stuff that I kind of reap off mom when she's doing a big dinner. Like I'll grab the ham bone, or I'll grab the carcass or whatever, and I'll stock that down. I'll take the ham bone. I'll make soup beans out of that like the next day, guaranteed.
Oh yeah.
And I'll bring freaking mom a quart of them, and she'll love them. My dad will love them too. I'll bake them some cornbread muffins. They'll love it. Freaking. Oh yeah, that's
the way to do it.
Yeah. There's no reason to waste that bone and all that meat on there. It's a nice meal. And then after you're done, if you know somebody has a decent sized dog, bam, dog treat. Freaking awesome. They can eat that ham bone. They'll love that ham bone.
Oh man, they'll eat that ham bone freaking pieces, man.
Oh, they'll have that soft marrow in there. They'll go nuts over.
Yeah. any big dog I've ever had, when I do something like that and cook that down and then give them the bone later, yeah, man, they'll rip that thing to pieces.
Yeah, I missed the neighbor dog. Dude next door moved away, got divorced, moved away, took the dog with him. And now I ain't got no dog to give. Like when I do a pork butt, I got that little blade freaking bone in there. That's a good dog bone, nice one. Freaking
Well,
every once I put them in a bag for about a week in the fridge till I find a dog, and I usually end up getting rid of them.
Most of like my wife's dog now, the husky we've got, I think she has figured out I talk a whole lot of shit about the ATF, and she's decided she wants to live with my mother and father-in-law.
Oh, really?
It's hysterical, man.
Your dog was a fucking ATF plant.
Yeah. Dude, we drop the kids off over there because, you know, my wife be at work and I'm headed to work, and they take care of the kids 2 days a week, and then my folks will take the kids 2 days a week. So I mean, it's a cool setup. I mean, we got, like I said, we got some cool ass parents, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, we dropped the dog off with the kids over there at my in-laws' place, and they've got their big shepherd Gunny, and those two have played together forever. But Mia started doing it probably a few months ago. You know, I'd get the kids, load the kids up in the truck, tell Mia, come on, get the truck. She'd get the truck. And then it finally got to where I tell Mia, get in the truck. And she'd go hide behind my mother-in-law and be like, nope, I'm staying here. She's like, You've been talking way too much shit about the ATF there, fat boy.
Don't stay
around. Me shot.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Oh,
that would be
hysterical. That big shepherd my mother and father-in-law got, man, I love that dog. He is a, if you took the small female shepherd I had and blew her up like by 50 pounds, that's their dog. He's big. He can be intimidating if he wants, but he is the biggest love muffin.
Were they from the same breeder, same people?
Mm-hmm. Nah, they're freaking decades apart, and definitely different breeders and all that.
I like shepherd breeds. My brother has been bitten by a shepherd, like once when he was like around 10, then another time when he was in his early 20s, and to this day, he's deathly afraid of shepherds. And not so much a puppy. He don't even like being around like, you know, like adolescent, like larger size shepherd puppies. Once they get so old, he don't want to be around them, and they can tell, and then that's bad news because they can pick up on his uneasiness and kind of not really bully him around a little bit, but make him uncomfortable for the point he wants to get out of there. Yeah, he can't.
I had a big male shepherd that I had to get rid of. He got food aggressive. He'd been staying outside for a while around some other dogs while I was at work.
I don't like that either. And that's something you really can't break a dog of, is when they get food aggression. My buddy's dog got that.
Well, he got something was thrown away. It was me and my ex when we moved in together at a place, and her 2 kids, well, her 3 kids. Her daughter Haley was probably 8 at the time, maybe 10. But the dog got something out of the trash, and Haley went to take it from me, bit her. Now, Ryder was 120-something pounds. He was huge. And a good dog, at least with me.
Did he bite her and let go?
Huh?
Did he bite her and let go?
Oh, he bit her and let go, but he left a big old bruise on her. And I like to kill that dog that night. I picked that dog up by his throat and pinned him up against a wall. Put him out in the backyard and told the pound, I said, hey, come get him. From some other work that I did when I was doing nuisance wildlife, the older lady that worked down there at the pound knew me. So when she saw my name come across, she called me and asked me about the dog. And I said, look, he's a good dog. He's just food aggressive.
Please go home tonight.
Go inside, go.
I want to go home tonight.
But, you know, and I told Francis that. I said, he's a good dog. He's just food aggressive. With anybody but me, because I've knocked him out. But, yeah, so there was a dude that come down there who actually trained shepherds, and he saw Ryder and saw how big that dog was and how he was built, and he wanted him. And Francis called me back and was like, "Hey, would it be cool if he took him?" I said, "Look, if it'll keep him from getting put down," I said, "give him to the guy. Let the guy take him." I said, "He's a good damn
He's going to
dog.
spend time on him.
Yeah, he's a good damn dog. He didn't like anybody else around his food but me, and I can't have that when you're matching a 120-pound shepherd against like a 60-pound girl.
Yeah, and two, that's kind of like, you know how people are skittish of pit bulls and stuff. Well, my brother's skittish of shepherds because he had a bad situation.
Yeah.
Other dogs can be like that. Once dogs get to a certain size, unless you're a really large human being, if you're an average size human being, once dogs get so big, if they start freaking disrespecting you, then you're in a bad place. You've got to, if you don't assert yourself with the dog, then when they're around other dogs, man, when I was watching my buddy's dog, those dogs were freaking wanting to attack me one time because I wasn't spending time with them. I was working 8 hours. They were used to like his wife being home with them. And when I would come home and let the dogs out, and I would go outside and try to hang out with them, they'd go do their shit, whatever. They come in, they'd be inside for 5 minutes, and they start barking to go out. And I'd do it a couple times, like, no more dogs. And one night, the dogs started, like, circle around me and act like they were going to get bad. And I was like, I'm going to you dogs. Don't even fucking try. What the hell are you freaking thinking? They were growling at me. I was like, you dogs need to calm down. And these were, like, sissy, like, pussy sweetheart dogs, but they hadn't seen their owner for, like, 2 weeks. They hadn't seen their owner for 2 weeks. And they were starting to freak out. They weren't getting the attention they were used to.
Oh, dude, it was a man.
I mean, I still fed them, dude. I was told when I cooked breakfast, like bacon and eggs, I was to make the dogs each 2 strips of bacon and an egg each. And I did. I gave them bacon and eggs, dude, and they ate them. They liked it. They were used to it.
That female shepherd I had, that's the best dog I've ever had. That dog right there was freaking. She was a little buzzsaw, but she topped out at like 45 pounds. That's the heaviest that dog got. But I watched her take an American Bulldog one time that outweighed her by about 30 pounds and flip that dog on its back and go at it like a damn chainsaw.
My friend Kathy's shepherd, Bonnie, is a thin body, small head shepherd. Like if you shaved her hair, if you shaved all her hair off and you had a large collie beside her, they'd be pretty close. Head design, you know what I mean? She was small, but she was slinky, man. She was a good. She would jump off the bikes. We would be riding side by sides, and they always had the dogs in the bed of the side by side in the back with a cooler. And if we were going slow, she would jump out and just start running, freaking leading us, freaking going down the damn road.
Oh,
dude.
yeah,
She was slick, dude. She was a cool dog. She's got a brother now named Shadow. He's a male. He's probably about 3 years younger than she is, but he's big. He's kind of uneasy too. I've only been around him a couple times, but you know, once she came around me, he was more friendly because he realized at least she knew me.
Oh man, Libby was a hoot, man. She wasn't like, you know, like you'd say the thin head or anything. She was well proportioned for a shepherd. She was just small. She was one, man. She went everywhere with me. If I was out on the river, you know, on that bass tracker I've got now, when it had a new 40 horse Merc on the back and it was set up like a normal bass tracker, dude, she'd stand on the front deck.
Oh yeah, on the swim platform, casting platform. Dude, I have a Coleman's canoe, and my buddy's dogs, when we were going down the river, they would fight for that point position to stand up, their feet on the front with their ears just blowing back, just like with their face in the wind, like a hood ornament on the boat, dude.
Oh yeah,
they love that position. They love it.
I'd hit turns in that boat, make kind of a sharp turn coming around and bend in the river. She'd be standing up there and she'd just ride it out, leaning with it.
Oh, they love it, dude. If they like going out on the boat, they love doing that.
And she was funny because she got car sick almost any time we went somewhere. That little heifer was going to throw up in my floorboard. The first couple turns coming out of the neighborhood, she'd get car sick. She'd puke. And then after that, she was fine.
A female shepherd.
Yeah. But you know, that first couple turns coming out of the neighborhood, it never failed, dude. And them ears would lay back, she'd start drooling, and black.
Oh yeah,
my damn floorboard.
Dude, that's the same thing that happens to me before I start puking, man. My ears lay back and I start drooling.
Oh yeah, it would for her. I started.
Dude, that was one.
And I started dating this chick, and I had that '93 Ford that had that big bench seat in it. And Libby rode, she always rode sitting right on my hip. That's where that dog rode. And girl went to get in the truck, and she went to scoot Libby over, and Libby laid her ears back and looked at her. I started laughing. She said, "Scoot your dog over." I said, "That dog stays right where she's at. You two figure it out." And it was like freaking, we had been together for a few months before Libby let her slide over and sit next to me.
That's hilarious.
When she went to slide over that first time, it was like, I don't know you. That was, man, she was, hell, I'd be out there, I'd be washing my work truck. And I had it happen twice in the neighborhood where I was washing my work truck, wasn't paying attention to anything. And she'd be playing. She'd jump at the water. She always wanted to bite at it. And then I'd see her stop. She'd come around to my side facing the opposite direction, and she'd bow up. And I automatically knew if she did that, someone was walking up behind me. And it'd be some dude walking down the street, and then they'd come over and want to say something. But she would automatically, man, she'd bow up and just get right there in that position. You know, she was ready to ride. Someone was coming up behind me. Now, if I turned around and started talking to him, and I was cool with him, like we're talking now, you know, she'd calm down, she'd be happy, she'd get back to doing what she was doing. She was that dog right there was awesome.
Yeah, I'll have one when I retire, probably, or if I
wanted.
I can't. I'd have to either do that, or if my job was like transferred to a point where it would be like homebound all the time. But I don't want to work full time like office work for my house, man.
Libby was cool. You know, if I had to leave her at home, go to work, something like that, she was cool. Now, if I was, you know, in my running days, if I would like come home, I'd let her out and I'd leave again because I was going to see some girl or something like that. When I came home, say Sunday, and I was going to get ready for, you know, go to work that week or something like that, that dog would literally walk in my dining room, look dead at me, and take a shit.
Oh shit! No, I do. That's what I mean. If I get a dog, if I'm going to choose a dog, and not like, you know, the dog chooses me. If I find a dog that needs rescued, that's pretty young, I'm not going to rescue an old dog because I don't want to invest time in a dog I'm going to have for 3 years. It's sad, but you know, it's a bias I have. But freaking, if it's a 2-year-old dog that, you know, it's a champion, just doesn't have a home, yeah, maybe. But if not, what I'm going to get is a freaking standard size German Schnauzer. Freaking,
oh, yeah.
I had a miniature Schnauzer growing up, and she was kind of on the large size for a miniature. And that breed has a lifespan of 15 years or so. For the miniature, the larger giant Schnauzers live about 12 or 13. A standard size Schnauzer, you can touch their back from standing height, and they're 60-pound plus dogs. They're terriers, so they do have hunting instinct. If you'd want to use them for hunting, if I could train my dog to be my buddy and to be my companion at my side all the time, when it's a puppy, like I'm saying, if I'm retired and I make the first half a year of my retirement training my dog to be the freaking ultimate freaking German Schnauzer on earth, and freaking the dog just follows me everywhere and obeys what I say, and I train it to hunt, like I can shoot squirrels, the dog will fetch my game, that will be an awesome dog to have. That's what I want to do with it.
Oh, man,
and they can be, they're capable of it. And rabbits too, they can run rabbits.
Right. that female shepherd I had, I got her free out of the paper from a soldier on Benin down here by us who said they couldn't do anything with her. They couldn't train her. So she wouldn't listen. And I went down there and when I was looking at the paper because I wanted a dog, and I started looking at the free column and saw her. And she was 4 months old at the time. So I went down there and checked her out and saw her and messed with her for a little bit. And I said, yeah, I'll take it. What I had to figure out with her, and I figured it out pretty quick, if you had a treat in your hand and you were trying to get her to do something, she'd pay more attention to the treat. But if you just told her to do it and showed her how to do it and then loved on her and praised her, she'd do it every time. The matter of fact, I taught her how to heel. I mean, perfectly walk around me and heel on my left side, like sucked up next to me, sitting nice and pretty. I taught her how to do that in less than 30 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, that's what. That's what.
We're going red bananas in the morning. Yeah, we're going red bananas. Daddy's cooking everything tonight, and then we're headed to red bananas in the morning. Okay? I love you. Go. Love you. But yeah, I taught her how. Matter of fact, I came home for lunch one day and taught her how to heel in less than 30 minutes.
But like, I mean, if you're gonna have a dog, like I'm saying, and you can spend the time to train it, man. The value of having a trained, healthy animal to do whatever you're doing, security or whatever, but take that dog hunting. The dog can do stuff with you, and the dog likes it. It's exercise for the dog.
Yeah.
It makes the dog happy. Yeah, and they get positive feedback when they go and they freaking pick up your game, dude. They're loving it, dude. It's a game to them.
That's one thing I couldn't get Libby to do. We'd be out, and I'd take her out squirrel hunting with me and stuff. I couldn't get her to fetch the squirrels. She never really wanted to do that. Now, if I shot up in a tree more than about 2 times and nothing fell, she'd turn around and literally look at me and be like, "Hey, did you miss?"
Yeah. Well, it's almost like you get to the point you do it with like a dark colored sock with a tennis ball, and you whip it, and you get them chased. I mean, those are easy games to play. But then when you start getting the squirrels, you almost sometimes through the training process, you kind of have to if it's hunting season, you kind of have to like take a squirrel and then sacrifice that as a training tool to put the squirrel on the ground out there and then shoot up like you shot it and be like, "Go get it, girl." And then, the dog brings it back to you. Then you go reset the squirrel and do it a couple more times till she tears the squirrel up. And that would be that's when you get into like your end level of training to where the dog, you're pretty much mock hunting at that point. And the dog's loving it because now the dog is smelling the animal, tasting the animal. You know what I mean? It can go toward it, it knows what it's looking for. Once it realizes what it's looking for and it has the smell, then it can go after that smell later. It'll remember it.
Oh, that goofy dog. I've watched
Schnauzers are smart. Terriers in general are very smart animals.
They are smart.
A lot of them ended up being foo-foo breeds, but some of the working breeds are smart animals, dude. They use them for police dogs, for like drug dogs and stuff like that in Europe. They use large terrier breeds for that, for sure. They're more popular in Europe than they are here because they were hunting dogs. They did a lot of like fox hunting and shit like that. So they have more terrier breeds over there.
Terriers themselves, man, as far as any breed of terrier, they're definitely smart dogs, and they got a prey drive that's unreal. My shepherd's idea behind some of the stuff is she just gets to go shake the hell out of it, and then she was done with it.
Dude, the most vicious dogs I've ever seen were my grandma's farm dogs growing up. She had one named King and she had one named Rambo. And freaking them dogs, they were conglomeration dogs. I had no idea what freaking breed these dogs were, but they were big. They had a lot of very unkempt fur because they were kept outside on a thick ass chain. And every once in a while, they would break the chain or pull the stake. And they had a doghouse too with hay and stuff right there. But freaking, they would run up on the hill and they would run a deer into a fence and they'd get tangled up in the fence. And they'd tear it off, tear it apart, and they'd come back off the hill with a freaking deer hind quarter or something. And then you couldn't get near the dog until it was all done. You couldn't even get near it. They'd growl at you. It's like a big ass freaking timber wolf. This dog was huge, dude.
That crazy shepherd, that female I had, I come home one time. She did it a couple times. One of the times, I had shot a big ass spike. Man, he was just a cold deer. I mean, he was big, and it wasn't nothing but a spike. I come home, dropped him off in the yard, and I was doing something else. I turned around, and that dog was dragging that deer, had it by the hindquarter, dragging it across the yard. I was like, good God, dog.
Yeah, my grandma's dogs killed a couple deer, man, and they were just monster dogs. I don't even know where they were like Rottweiler, Husky. I have no idea. These dogs had a shitload of fur on them, and they were all at least 120 pounds. They were monsters.
Yeah.
They were just big monster farm dogs. They kept the unwanted people away because that chain reached all the way out to the carport where you would enter in to go into the kitchen. He could get out to you, and if he got to you, he knew my dad and me. He would get up on it, but he would knock you down as a kid. Me and my brother Rambo knocked us down all the time because he wouldn't kill us, but he would get up on you and knock you down. He's a monster. Stunk like a motherfucker. Dude, that dog never got a bath.
Man.
Yeah,
a lot of dogs, especially long-haired dogs, man. If you keep them outside all the time, dude, they're gonna.
It was a shedding dog. It probably had some shepherd. It's hard, dude. Like I'm saying, it was like a conglomeration, just a beast dog. I don't even know what to describe the breed as. It was just a beast.
Just a mutt.
It had a big, thick head on it, it looked like a. It wasn't a rock. It had hair it looked like a big ass wolf, like something you see in a movie. It was like Cujo. He looked like Cujo. What it looked like. It wasn't a Saint Bernard though.
I haven't thought about that movie in forever.
Yeah, it was a wolf. It was like a big fat wolf dog, but it wasn't fat. It was huge. And we'd bring them slop. Grandma would have scraps from she lived on a farm. They had a septic, and at Grandma's house, if it was yellow, it was mellow. You didn't flush it down unless it was brown because the septic system was old and shitty. And she had a slop bucket because she had pigs before, but she kept it for the dog, like meat scraps and shit like that. Shit that was anything but onions and a couple other things. She threw in a bucket and she was like, "Hey, go give Rambo this. He'll like it." We'd pour him a freaking bowl of food, then put that slop on top of it. Oh my God, he'd tear that shit up, dude. He'd house it in freaking 2 minutes.
Dude, that's one of them country dogs for you.
Dude, he was a monster. He never got any exercise. He wasn't fat. He was just a big demon dog.
Big demon dog.
He was, dude. He was one of the. He was cool to us, but I've seen him be mean. He was one of the meanest big dogs I'd ever seen in my life when I was a little kid. I saw him when he had the deer leg in his mouth. He was being food aggressive. Like my dad tried to take it because he told my grandma, he's like, "Well, if Rambo eats it, he might get sick." I was looking at it as a kid. I was like, "No, Dad, let him eat it." And Dad went and tried to take it from him. And he started getting mad. Dad was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna let him keep it." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what we do." After that, dude, we would throw him legs. We would if we would process our deer there and have a freaking leg, we freaking throw him those to use as like a freaking chew toy, dude. Love him.
Oh yeah, dude. That shepherd I had, that little female shepherd. Anytime we cleaned deer, of course, she was getting scraps off the deer while we were cleaning it. And then freaking anything like a leg or something like that, dude, she'd take one at a hurry.
for them. That's kind of why I want. Well, it's hard to do that with a terrier. That kind of dog, it's not quite as big. So when you look at the chest cavity, it doesn't have that big of a digestive system. It's not going to be able to like conquer something like that. It might chew on it, but it's not. My grandma's dog could digest that freaking deer leg. It could crunch it up and digest it. If I would get my dream dog, like a freaking schnauzer, full size schnauzer, it couldn't do that. It would chew on it and play with it, but it couldn't digest it, dude. That dog could freaking crunch it. It was a monster. That dog that bit my brother when he was a kid was a monster. It was a humongous German Shepherd that was tied up to his stake its whole life behind that house on a chain top of the hill, and it had a dog house back there. And
I can't stand to see dogs treated like that.
Well, and he was huge, dude. His name was Chewy. His name was Chewbacca, but they called him Chewy. And he was huge. He was a big brown dog. And we would fucking, when we run around the freaking neighborhood playing, we called it playing gun. You'd like run around. You had those plastic guns that would make noises. And it was kind of like hide and seek. You had your two armies, and, you were running around trying to find other people. And, if you pulled up your gun and you aimed it at somebody and you, and they saw you do it, then they knew they were dead. It was kind of like airsoft without the airsoft. So we were playing that shit, and we were running in the woods, and we popped out at the top of the hill behind where this dog was chained up. And it was like right at the edge of dog's field of travel, because when you popped out of the woods, you saw all this mud. There was like a big circle of mud that was around this dog house in this tree. The dog was chained to the tree, and the dog house was right beside the tree. And then you saw a circle of mud, but the dog had rain because it already, like, and my brother stepped out into that shit, and the dog came over there. We freaking ran, and freaking the dog broke the chain. We ran all the way down the hill, like 4 houses down the hill to my parents' backyard, and we got behind on the back porch, like trying to get in the basement door, and the storm door was stuck. It was blocked or something. I was trying to break it open. The dog was chasing us, and it cornered us down there. And there was a trash can that Dad had ashes from the fireplace in, metal trash can. And my brother got behind it in the corner and tried to put the trash can between him and the dog. And I got in the basement, and I'm like, "Come on, Chris." And he tried to jump out behind the trash can. And as he darted into the basement with me, the dog caught him on the freaking back of the leg and bit him like right in the middle of the calf. And he broke skin and like tore it a little bit. My brother's freaking screaming. He's like 9 or 10 years old.
Oh, dude, that's brutal, man.
Oh, no, we get in the basement. The dog's going nuts outside. My mom's freaking out. She's like, "What's happening?" She gets downstairs. The basement, we entered the basement in the laundry room, and it's got like white tile floor, and my brother's got like blood dripping on the white tile floor, so you can see red on white. It's like a murder scene. Yeah, my mom comes down, she's like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, what's wrong?" It's like Chewy bit Chris on the leg. He's outside barking. It was crazy.
That was Corn Pop saying.
It was crazy.
Airsoft gun in the suburbs.
Oh yeah, airsoft.
Hell, who else in the chat now? I haven't been paying attention. Z's in. What's up, Z? What's up? Corn Pop. Anthony Smith's back in. Mike McLean's still hanging. G23 had been in. So yeah, guys, we still cooking. We fixing the let's see. I'm sauteing onions and celery that's going to go in the cornbread dressing. 2 pies are out of the oven.
So you're pouring your dressing. What kind of pan are you preparing your dressing in?
This pan. Well, I'm going to do them just in a regular disposable pans. What I'm going to do, actually do the dressing in,
Like a half steam tray.
Yeah, just regular old, the same pan that I cooked the cornbread in, just a regular old disposable pan.
Okay.
If I was doing it like at the house, what I would do is take it and do it in a big cast iron skillet. Is the way I would do it then.
It makes a nice presentation on the table too. If you're doing a buffet style, it doesn't matter, does it?
Nah, man. When we're doing it like what we're doing, yeah.
Well, you're doing like double the volume or triple the volume too.
Yeah, it's double the cornbread, and then I mean, I've got
my mom was cooking today. I called and checked on her today. She was cooking today.
Yeah, my mom did some of her stuff today. But this is my normal Thanksgiving night. I'll do bread, cornbread, pies. Probably one of the biggest things I did different this year is normally I make my own pie crust. And this time, my mom went and got, when she was at the store, she went and got some other Pillsbury pie crust, and that's what I'm using for these.
That is kind of, well, you said that you don't do the meal at your house, though. You're going to go to a different house to do your meal?
Yeah. We'll be over there at my in-laws' place. So
the one thing they're missing is if they did it at your place would smell like fresh baked bread and pumpkin pie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll get a little bit of that smell as far as the bread goes when we warm the bread up in the oven. But yeah, there's there have been times where I've done the bread and then cooked it.
It is a good smell. It is a good smell. It reminds me when I was a kid and you go to your grandma's, that smell. Yeah, when you had the fresh baked goods in the air. Yeah, because as a kid, I got away from the sugar.
Bread and pumpkin pie and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, dude.
Dude, as a kid, my grandmother Morris, she baked everything. Candy, hardtack fudge, cookies, cakes. Like she did maybe a 4-layer German chocolate cake for my dad every year for his birthday because that was his favorite with the coconut. Icing.
That was the one thing that I would eat. That was the one thing I would eat coconut in was a German chocolate cake.
German chocolate, my favorite. My grandma had a nice German chocolate cake, and my mom has done her best to replicate it. I swear to God, dude, when my parents got married, my mom, like my grandma, my dad's mom, taught my mom how to cook a lot of her recipes for my dad.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And when like she gave her recipe boxes too. Remember recipe boxes? Those little plastic boxes with those flip cards. Yeah. She has a bunch of those, dude, and they're still they're paper thick. It's almost like Bible paper now. The paper's degraded so much.
Oh, we were laughing in the chat earlier tonight. Everybody was talking about cooking and stuff like that, and Misty Wayne and Ron Wayne were going back and forth. Misty Wayne could burn water when they got together and then learn to cook, and everybody was having a blast. And then guys, JLN was in there talking about cooking, like to burn the house down. It was a hoot listening to everybody.
Oh yeah, dude, cooking's fun, man. It gets a bad rap, I guess, around people at my office. Everybody at my office eats out all the time, and I don't. I went and got some Mexican today because, man, I like Mexican, dude. They're it's hard to beat for freaking good food that's not fast food, but it's still kind of fast.
Yeah.
And not taco.
It's just one of those things, man. You do it. For me, I do it when I have the time. Now, if it's, how I'm working, wife's working, we both get home late with kids, it's real easy to throw a pizza in the oven or something like that. But I got to get back to doing more actual cooking.
Yeah. I stay away from processed foods. I mean, I'll do a pizza, but I've got to, chop up my vegetables and throw my pepperoni in my sauce and grate my cheese and do it up. But hey, I got a nice pizza when it's done. Yeah. it's no big deal. It's actually cheaper and it's better for me. I mean, some of the products I use in are processed, but you can't get away from that. You're just reducing the process.
You can't get away from completely processed stuff these days.
Yeah,
You
just do your best to limit it. I lost my taste for like frozen pizzas a while ago, but I realized, you got kids and stuff, man. That's an easy freaking boom. There you go, man.
It's one of those easy things that like I
got
said,
enough for you to eat, then I can have a couple slices. My wife can have a couple slices. We're good.
My
back
kids
later
are like,
if you want a snack. I'll give you an apple juice or a yogurt or
my kids are like me and my wife, man. We're like pizza, hell, we could eat pizza just about every damn night.
Yeah, tacos and fajitas are my go-to because I use leftover meat to make them, and it's easy. You know what I mean? Yeah, you grill out or something. You got some leftover roast or whatever, and shit. Oh yeah, throw that in a tortilla with some cheese and some peppers. It's great.
Oh, and man, it's one of those things. Yeah, Z said air fryer, quick and easy, dude. Yeah, air fryer.
I've not delved into the air fryer realm yet, dude. And I'm almost.
Dude, my mom gave me it's a big square one, and it'll bake, it'll air fry, it'll freaking.
Does it look like an oven, or is it got like a pull out?
This one looks kind of like an oven.
The ones that I've looked at that look appealing kind of look like ovens instead of like some of them kind of big coffee makers.
Yeah, that's like the old one me and the wife had was like that. It looked kind of like
I've seen that. And my buddy cooks in that. It worked out good. I mean, he made pretty tasty things.
Dude, especially like if I was a single guy, man, the air fryer was the way to go. Because you talk about heating up cold pizza, that's like getting it right from the store again.
Yeah, I put it in the toaster oven, man, or on the cast iron skillet, one or the other.
Oh, that air fryer, like heating up cold pizza, man. That's the freaking bee's knees, man. I used to I'd had one when I was single.
I used to make big pizzas, Coop, and then like eat the leftovers, a couple days later. But now I make small pizzas on those naan breads, and I make them in the toaster oven, and I make enough pizza for me that night, basically the equivalent of 2 big slices. And then if I want pizza the next day, I just make a different one.
Yeah. I mean, if you're making them like that, that's the way to go.
It is. It's nice. Dude, the toaster oven is the freaking bachelor's best friend.
I'm telling you. And
a lot of people, a lot of my buddies use those George Foreman grills too. They like those because it's easy. But I prefer just to do mine on the grill outside. My grill, and I can put my deep fryer, my smokers like right off my kitchen. So it's handy. I'm not moving food through the house, across the living room out to the porch. It's like right there off my kitchen. It's nice.
Man, I'm telling you, man. If you like the like a little toaster oven, the air fryer is like the king call.
I got my mom for Mother's Day last year. I got her Black & Decker toaster oven / convection oven / air fryer. And it had the little wire basket and everything that went in it. And she's been using that. I taught her how to use it. I told her it was like making baked potato. Like start her out. She knows how to use this shit, but she's more conventional. Like she grew up like my grandma. Everything was in the oven. Like you had your side dishes and like crocks in the oven. Everything got done at the same time. You put in the oven to keep it warm till you take it up. When you take it up, and you serve it. Well,
I did freaking scallop potatoes in my air fryer the other night. They were freaking outstanding.
No shit. Well, eventually I'll succumb to the technology. I'll eventually get one. See what it's all about. When I need to do I need to paint my walls and ceilings, and then maybe I'm going to do a different ceiling treatment in a couple rooms and do flooring. And when I do flooring, I'm going to do a little bit of kitchen remodel, have some built-ins and a little bar and some more storage, and then maybe have some room for like an outlet and have a couple dedicated shelves there for like maybe like a not really cased in, but have a place for an air fryer toaster, like a bigger one. Like I can't have my countertops are like teeny tiny. My toaster oven's small. I bought a big one and brought it home and realized it didn't fit my countertop. And I'm not gonna
counter space is one of those things, man.
It's a small.
Yeah, and people don't realize how, unless you cook, people don't realize how important counter space is.
Yeah. If you're talking about wanting to incorporate a countertop appliance into your workspace, well, then that whole footprint of that plus the room it takes to open up the door is now gone. That's not workspace anymore. That's oven space now. But yeah, I'm gonna work it out. I've got my buddy's a contractor. He's gonna help me. He did my roof. He zero labor, man. He's my boy, dude. I helped him with his roof too. We kind of do like labor trades. He's got a base project. We got a plumbing shower drain, and I told him, I was like, I don't like working on the shit pipe, but I'll help you slope it, everything, get to the connection, and then you're on your own. You break the shit pipe, it's you, but I'll help you do everything else.
That's the thing, man. Is doing all your wastewater stuff in a house is
contained. It's in a basement. It's at standing level, but you know when he uncouples that or saws it open to put his T in or whatever to connect it, it's stinky town.
Best thing to do, and it won't be bad at all as long as everything's draining good. Best thing to do is whatever your big, say where your tubs and stuff are at,
it's a shower. It's just it's a stall shower.
Yeah, well, crank that joker on and just let it drain your water heater. I'm serious. Just let it drain it. You need to flush your water heater every once in a while anyway. But just let it drain your water heater. It'll sweep that pipe clean as long as it's draining right. And then you don't have to deal with any funky stuff. That's
key to talking like wastewater pre-job prep.
Yeah, that's
You could probably dump a half a gallon of bleach down it too before you do that. If you want to get,
you really don't have to go that far. Oh,
yeah,
this is what we're gonna have to work with here, kids.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, I'd say that's proofed up. That's what they call proofed at this point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're talking.
That's what you wanted.
We have the bread.
Yeah.
And like I was saying earlier, man, if you were doing this and say, get back to the right screen, I'll show this. But if you were doing this and you needed more time, you can punch this down and just let it sit, and it'll rise again. You're not going to hurt anything.
Yeah, it's hard to ruin. You can't ruin it until it's in the oven and you cook it too long.
Well, I mean, I was talking about it earlier when I did the first batch. You can ruin it a couple ways.
You could leave too much air in it, I guess.
If you like you throw your yeast in water that's too hot, you'll ruin it. You'll kill the yeast. If you like using a mixer is one way I've killed the batch.
Yeah, is that local sourced yeast from the red light district?
No. I ain't going that. Well, I thought about doing some beer that way, and
it's not organic.
They do have beer yeast.
This is processed yeast. It's not full organic.
Yeah, this isn't full organic. This is regular old Fleischman's yeast.
Oh man!
But I'll take that whole. I'll take that whole thing of bread or whole thing of dough and cut it in half, and I work it half and half. So, and I need to melt some butter real quick. Show you guys how I'm gonna roll this out. Let me melt some butter. The Where's my measuring cup? Here it is.
Yes, the beauty of the microwave comes in handy every once in a while.
Sure, yeah, it does.
Yeah, well, you know what I use my microwave for 90% of the time?
Huh?
A kitchen timer.
A kitchen timer?
Mm-hmm. I do. Like when I'm grilling stuff to remember to flip it and stuff. I got other stuff going on. Kitchen timer.
I can't say we don't use ours quite a bit, but it's
Dude, I've had my microwave up since me and my brother lived in an apartment together. I was like 22, 23 years old. It's an old girl. She's still chugging along.
dude, my mother and father-in-law, their microwave. My mother-in-law is frugal as she can be, and I'm serious, she is. And she's freaking great with money. But they have successfully kept the microwave so long. If you put a cup in the microwave with like water in it, it will heat the cup up and somehow not heat the water. It's freaking.
Dude, in my grandma's house, like right now, my grandma's been married for the last 14, 15 years to this guy. He's pretty much my step grandpa. He's really nice. I love him. But she's 94 now, and she has an Amana radar range. Do you remember those? The first microwaves that were like commercially or available, like consumer available microwaves. They were big microwave ovens that had a pull down door. You pulled the door down like a regular oven. They were a big steel contraption. You pretty much had to have a cart to hold it because it was a monster. It weighed it weighed at least 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it had what you first saw as quote unquote microwave buttons, the first membrane buttons for the timer. My grandma still has an Amana radar range circa like 1981 or 1982 in her house in Austin.
Right. So
if you stand in front of that thing for 5 minutes, you'll get cancer.
Yeah.
That thing's freaking dude, it's like a freaking 747. Dude, it's horror. It's a monster. We've got them at our church too. Old Amana radar range. They are commercial grade though. Back then, that was like the first microwave available. Restaurants were using them. People were using them in their house. There was no commercial grade or consumer grade. There was only one machine available.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amana was like one of the first ones. Because I remember, dude, both my grandmas got them, both my aunts got them, my mom got them, my neighbors' parents got them. I remember they popped up everywhere. My neighbor was doing turkeys. They had the turkey probe, the little wire you plugged into the turkey, like a skewer for the temperature and shit, plugged it inside the oven inside. It was crazy.
One of the guys I know, which I've known him for years, cool dude, but he was talking about it. He's always worked appliance repair. And when microwaves came out, of course, they were huge. You know, you had places in the mall that would show you how to cook in microwaves and all this shit, right? Well, he said he got a call for one that wasn't heating or something like that when he got the call for it. And he went to the mall to go look at this microwave. Well, they hadn't been out long, and no one really knew exactly how to work on some of these things. And he got
they get fried by a capacitor.
Oh yeah, dude. He went in there. He said he was working on it, and sure enough, dude, he hit the capacitor and shorted it out. He said he blew him off his damn ladder. Said he was seeing freaking stars.
Dude, those things are junkyard time. They are junkyard time bombs, dude. Those capacitors don't charge quite a while.
Oh man, it's crazy. Freaking
Yeah.
some of those.
Yeah. What's crazy is too when you realize what they do. Like, there was a mod you do for like street and trail bikes. Like, if you want to have like a light enduro bike, and you didn't want to actually run a battery, but you had a kickstart bike, but you wanted to run a headlight and a tail light. You could do it with like, a certain level capacitor. You could do like a capacitor and NiCad battery setup. You could do that to run it instead of running a conventional battery. That was a cool mod you could do. But a microwave capacitor, yeah, that'll put you toes up. That'll knock you straight the hell. There's a reason they put that sticker on the outside that has that little hand with the shock on it and the yellow triangle.
Yeah. Well,
it would behoove everybody to learn the universal. I forget what do they call them? Universal hazard symbols. I just
universal hazard symbols. But I'll show
not
you this,
too long
Joe.
ago. Yeah.
When we roll this dough out, of course, like I said, roll out kind of in a rectangle. Pour the butter on it, and then roll it. So you end up with this
log.
Yeah, you end up with this log, and then it's just cutting pieces out. Whatever width you want them. I never measure shit. I just
you're fancy. You got a dough cutter and everything. Look at you. You ain't
man.
Bad. Oh, look at that. That's nice.
These freaking things, if you've never used
one, so there's your servings, and that's like what, roughly an inch to an inch and a half wide?
Yeah, and like I said, I never measured. I just get the chop, and it just depends on how big the roll.
I'm trying to put it in perspective. I'm wearing glasses, still blind. You know the deal.
Yeah, it depends on how thick the roll is when I roll it out. But when you chop them, that's how you end up with that.
Oh, okay, I see. So it's the drag. It's the drag of the blade and the roll of the dough. I see.
Yeah, when you roll pour the butter on it, roll the dough.
I was kind of wondering how you had that little twirl top on it.
Yep. Once you roll it like that,
that's pretty. Yep, it all makes sense now. I know exactly what you're doing. Yep. And the sides will like meld against each other, but still be easily separated. Because that's the smooth sides. That's not the open sides. Open sides on the top and bottom.
Or basically just roll them right out. When they get done, when you're eating, you just kind of unroll the roll and like run it through some gravy. And
oh my God, dude, that's awesome. That's a different take on freaking dinner rolls.
That's nothing.
No, it's I've not known anybody who's done rolls like that. That's freaking awesome.
And if you do,
I'm going to tell my mom. I'm going to show my mom this stuff. I might pull it up tomorrow, or if she has time.
You can do these. This dough makes freaking awesome cinnamon rolls. So when you cut it and say you roll out your big triangle, you just take your butter, lay butter down, and then sprinkle on your mix of sugar and cinnamon. Do your shake over it, and then roll it. And you can actually put raisins over the top of it. And then when you roll it, you got raisins in it if you like raisins.
If I tell my mom this, she makes it for my dad one time. He'll make her do that fucking every damn week.
Dude, and see, the thing is, like I said, you can take this dough and put it in the refrigerator, and it'll hang out for a week or more. And then if you want, you can just pick off what you need, or you could make these rolls out just like that shape and then sit them in the refrigerator and make a few pans of them. And then when you wanted them during the week, just pull out what you needed.
Dude,
that's the cool thing about this recipe.
I'm not blowing smoke, man. Color me impressed. No smoke at all. I'm going to tell my mom about this because I think my dad would love that twirl effect, especially if you're talking like cinnamon rolls. Dude, my mother can make homemade. My mom can make homemade icing, dude. She can do that all day, all night. She could make.
She could definitely glaze on top of those.
Oh yeah. She's got that on hook. That's no problem for her. Everything. I mean, dude, she literally baked. I mean, this would be this would be just something different for her to bake, but I guarantee she probably still bakes for Dad at least twice a week. I get like a cook, either cookies or a cake or something. Guarantee it. Or brownies, one of the three. She's got those on the rotation. It's either a small cake or some brownies because that's what he wants. Yeah, she would like that though. I think he would too. I'm going to share that with her.
We got to do the recipe. Of course, I've had it up on the stream, but the recipe for these is actually in the description too.
That's cool. What I'll do is I'll pull up the. You're gonna post a recording of the.
This will come through.
Yeah, by then it'll be on Restream, and I'll be able to pull it up and reference that, and I'll do it on Dad's iPad so they can pull it up there bigger. Maybe I'll get him to subscribe. Probably not, but I'll try.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do it for him. I'll just pull it up and be like, boop. And every time
it probably does not need
Dad
to.
pulls up his iPad, there's a Coop notification up there. I'll just subscribe.
Hey, this guy's doing a cooking show. Then the next time they're all
that's what I'll do.
Drinking and smoking and bitching about the government.
I'll give thanks and spread subscriptions tomorrow at my dad's house. I'll subscribe everybody that I like. My dad will subscribe to. It'll be hilarious. Check out YouTube, Dad. I customized it for you.
He'd be watching later and be like, "Who's this fat guy talking about the government?"
Dude, he might like it. He'd definitely like a couple. No shitting. He'd like Hickok 45. I guarantee he'd like him.
See, you throw those in a pan. Stack them all in.
Those are beauties, dude. Those are beauties. Look at them bad boys.
Now we got.
That is nice. You're talking about the unrolling effect and sopping up gravy, man. That sounded good, dude.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that sounded good.
That's a serious Cooper goodness,
dude. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show you a picture what I do in the first, or my mom does.
Of course, you can take them. I had to do something. I got 3 extra that I need to put in. You can take them and cut them, and almost use them like a bun. There's a buddy of mine. It's been years ago. Someone told me you couldn't eat these wild pigs.
Why?
And I busted a big ass damn boar one time. And my buddy told me, someone said you couldn't eat them pigs. I said, brother, we're fitting to school you on something.
What?
So I took a
big eating
hind quarter. I don't know. I took a big hind quarter off that pig. Now that pig had testicles. I mean,
big nuts.
I took his hind quarter off, injected it with it wasn't Creole butter, it was another injectable marinade, let it sit overnight, and then slow cooked it. So you could take pieces of it and just slice off thin pieces of it and slap it on one of these rolls.
Are you talking about a standing ham, like a ham with a shank on it?
Yeah,
okay.
Bone in, just take him off right at the hip joint, take him down, or cut him right before
dude, if you're cooking wild game like that, that would be cool. Especially pig's good to roast like that slow if you've got an event or a party or whatever, to where you can feed 20 people. You could do a couple standing hams like that. Freaking
easy, man. But I took that thing and cooked it down, slow cooked it, made some rolls like this. That boy come out of my kitchen, he had a roll in each hand, sliced with damn hog meat on it, with his mouth full on the one he just destroyed, and he was barely able to understand him. He was going, "Oh, see how people don't eat these things." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Dude, you just got to know how to cook, man."
That too, in prep, depending on gaminess. I mean, I was just trying to tell my buddy at work, he was gonna take his deer to get processed, do it himself. And I told him, I was like, I'm gonna do mine myself. I always do, because of the bleeding out process. Like when I chunk it before I grind it, I usually make most of mine into sausage and burger, except for the straps and the loins, and have some really nice sausage and burger by the time it's done. And people cannot tell the difference between that and beef because I mix in beef suet and pork suet with it to give it that flavor and to add with the seasoning and everything else. And when you get rid of all that tacky blood that is, deer blood, that makes it all better, man. It's so good. You just have to spend like 2 days in processing because you have to come out of the meat.
Oh well, dude, man, the deer down here, their diets and stuff, they're not gamey at all. I mean, whatsoever.
Well, I know what you're saying. And these here have a diet that's like rich in freaking nuts. There's tree nuts up here, like a shitload of tree nuts, and then they've got grazing lands galore. The deer up here are fat and happy. Trust me. There's
hey, no Joe, you know the difference in between beer nuts and deer nuts, right?
Beer nut. All right, go ahead and tell me. I forget it, but go ahead and tell me.
Well, beer nuts will cost you about, I don't know, $2. Deer nuts are under $1.
Under $1, yeah, they are. They're under you know what I mean, though.
There's the dad humor.
Yeah, there's a lot of acorns and stuff up here. They eat pretty good.
Oh yeah, man. Down here you got white oak, you got hickory nut, you got freaking. That's a lot of their diet, and then of course all the
there's hickory nut too. We got squirrels too that they're well fed animals, man. Like I've never shot a deer that I thought was a bag of it. No, all healthy, clean animals.
The only deer I've seen like that, buddy of mine, Mike Watley, he come into one of the chats a few days ago. Real late when I was on. He shot one day, brother. I think that deer had been hit by a car or something and been wounded and just never really recovered all the way. Dude, that was the most beat up, screwed up deer you have ever seen in your life.
One of his
oh yeah,
shoulders.
dude, that freaking deer was just. I wish I still had pictures of it. He might still have them, but yeah, that deer was just. It was the ugliest, saddest looking deer I've ever seen in my life.
Damn. Was it an older one or a younger one?
No, it was a younger deer. At least, well, if I'm remembering right, it was a younger deer. But like I said, I think it had been hit and it had been messed up and just never fully recovered.
Yeah.
Because it was just that deer was literally a train wreck.
I think my brother took a deer one year during I think it was buck gun season, and when he got it had a broken off, and it was either a crossbow bolt or freaking an arrow. It had eventually broken off to there was about maybe 2 or 3 inches sticking out of it.
Yeah,
it was aluminum shaft. Yeah. He was kind of worried about the meat. I think he just took the quarters off the back of it, and
I'm pretty sure that's what Mike did to that deer. I think they took like the hind quarters off of it, and that was all they got off that deer because it was.
Yeah, he was kind of worried because he was like, when he skinned it, he was like a lot of that stuff like really dark. I'm like, well, you don't eat the dark. I mean, you got to that away, and he was like, well, it's like all of it. Like, well, then don't eat that quarter, just leave it cut it, just leave it hang, cut the other one off and leave it alone. It was that's the only one I've seen like that though. Eventually that happens. I mean, some people will shoot that. That's why I haven't archery hunting, because I haven't practiced for a long time. I mean, I went archery ago, but it's been a while. But my brother's got this crossbow, and I practice with it to help it get it sighted in. Man, that thing's dead on. That's so freaking easy. I could definitely. He's offered to let me use it, and I might end up using it. He's got a nice little blind set up. You put your buddy heater in there. They've already got their features that are set up around that area. The deer come in.
Oh yeah, man. When you get them. and get him in an area like that. You know, you got feeders set up, and
yeah. He got a nice. I'll share it on Dark's Discord chat. It's a nice spread. It's either an 8 or a 10. It's got like at least a 14-inch spread on this big boy.
Yeah, when you start getting up like that, like down here, when you start getting up, 14-inch spread, 16-inch spread, that's a nice.
He got that one. Got that one up at his father-in-law's, and his father-in-law lives in a rural area, and he has acreage, and he has alfalfa plots, clover plots. He has corn. He's growing deer. He's growing his herd, and basically, when my brother goes out there, Greg shows him like pictures from his deer cam. He was like, "This is the only deer you can't kill. That's mine. I'll eventually get him, but you can't have him. He's mine. Any of the other ones kill, but not this one." And my brother be like, "Okay, I don't kill the monster. If I see the monster, I just got to look at it. I can't kill it."
Yeah, dude. When you're hunting on someone else's place like that, I mean,
it's a nice dude, and it's a freaking killer deal because my brother doesn't have a trailer for his side-by-side. So, I mean, it is his father-in-law too. So, he gave him 2 grandkids. So he's not, they're on good terms. They're on pretty good terms. But, he let him use side-by-side and go up there, man, and freaking crushed a nice deer because, the king deer is benefiting from all the feed and stuff that Greg's feeding him. But hell, all the other deer are too. And man, the deer he got was a champion. I'd be proud to bring that one home. It's a monster. I'm going to go Friday. I talked to my buddy tonight. Coop, you still on there? Check. No, we got no audio on you, Coop. I asked you if you froze earlier. You're out of frame, too. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was typing you a message.
Minor retard issues.
That's okay. We all have special needs. I'm glad yours were met.
Oh yeah. No, I got plenty of special needs. Trust me.
Yeah. That's what I call my friend.
I'll show you guys what I'm adding to the dressing. Let me turn around and get this right. So there's my mix of onion and celery all sauteed down.
Beautiful. Yes, caramelization.
Yep. So that's going to get added to the dressing, which we're fixing to do in just a second. Matter of fact, I can go
Small. You know what? Small carrot would be good in that too.
Dude, I'm not a fan of putting carrot in it.
Okay.
There's I've done it before.
Make it too sweet.
Yeah, there's something about a cooked carrot. I'll eat carrots all day raw, but there's something about them. If they get cooked down a little too far, they throw me off.
Gotcha.
All right, let's see. Where's my rub sage?
You're sticking more with your cellular aromatics, not your root.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
I got you. That's a way to go. That's one way to go. You go all cellular, no roots.
When it comes to doing this dressing, this cornbread dressing, I keep it pretty simple. I make sure I got good cornbread, and that the cornbread's got the right taste, and the rest of it's just salt, pepper, sage, to taste.
You could spice it up this year and put some jalapeno in it.
Dude, that's another flavor. Jalapeno. That's another flavor I'm just not a huge fan of.
Really, it does complement cornbread. It really does complement. Surprisingly,
it does.
In moderation, you can't make it super hot, but yes.
Yeah, because I've done some Mexican cornbreads and stuff with it. Yeah. Where I put in some jalapeno and it's good. Sauteed it down, put it in there, and it's good. That flavor, along with a dressing, is a flavor I'm not really a fan of. All right, Vance, where are you hiding the rub sage at?
So, you say you're putting whatever your leftover chicken stock you have in there?
That's what I would normally do. This year, I'm just using a regular box stock.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I forgot. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, normally I'd have some sort of stock that I made, because I'll cook it down with onion and garlic and strain it.
Oh yeah, I mean it's dude, nothing's better. I mean, I use the crock pot a lot, right?
Oh yeah.
And I do a lot of like soups, and dude, I've got beef stew down to just so easy in a crock pot, but then I drain it off, and then I make some gravy out of the stock, been stewing. Oh my god, dude. It's freaking killer. So killer. So nice. Put Stinty more out. Fuck Stinty more. That shit.
Stinty more.
I used to. When I was in college, man, remember those little, that's when it came in a can. Now I think it's all in like little plastic tubs that you peel the top off of.
A lot of it is.
Yeah. I used to eat it in a can. You had to spit it out into something you could put in the microwave. Or cook it on the stove top.
And pretty much, man, like I was saying, man, every spice I throw in here after this is just to taste.
Yeah.
Celery seed, garlic salt, or garlic, onion.
Did your kiddo end up going to bed?
Yeah, she went and crashed with Nana. Nana goes to bed, they sleep. She'll roll in there with Nana, she'll rack out.
It's cool that I remember as a kid watching my mom and my grandma cook. I thought it was fascinating. You know what I mean? When they're in the kitchen
man.
working, mixing stuff up and cracking eggs and stuff like that. And then sometimes it'd be like, you want to crack an egg for me? Let me crack an egg in the bowl or whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's
little
how we got
kids dig
started
that stuff,
cooking. Yeah,
man. They're fascinated with it.
There's a lot of times where I make bread or I'll whatever I'm making. Hell, I'll take my daughter being there with me, and she'll give me a hand, and
yeah.
So this will be.
And then they learn.
This basically turns out as just a sludge.
I see.
Then once you throw it in the pan, let everything cook down for an hour or however long. Hell, a lot of times I don't even time it. I just go for the consistency.
350 for an hour.
Yeah. I just got to taste this because
350 is usually pretty safe. You can smell it if it starts smoking.
Long drawer.
Don't forget to grease your pan.
This stuff, depending, there's a lot of times where you don't have to grease it too bad.
I always do. I like it. Honestly, when you get that, especially like you're doing like a casserole that's pretty good, it's not like thick yet. But when you can get that crust on it from like I always use olive oil spray nowadays, and olive oil spray will give you that nice crust. Because you can, before you cut it, you don't even have to run your spatula around the outside of the pan. You can just put your hands on each side of the pan and flex the pan out. Yep. It'll free it up. If you run it across the top, just run your blade across the whole top and break the top. It'll flex it, release it, so you don't have to cut. You don't lose all the shit that went in the grooves of the pan. You gain shit. Yeah, that's right. That's super frugal. You don't waste the little nubs between the pan grooves.
Oh man, when you take like if I do this in a skillet, like a cast iron skillet.
Oh yeah, that's
beautiful. Oil in the bottom of it and get it hot. So when I pour it in there, it automatically just fries the bottom of it. And then of course throw it in the oven, let it cook down from there. So you got crusties top and bottom. Oh man. That's enough to make a fat kid happy.
Yeah. I've had good luck though getting that nice little fried crust on the edges when I do casseroles.
Oh yeah.
Pans. Yeah. Just olive oil spray.
Pans.
It doesn't really sour the flavor of anything. It's a pretty neutral oil. And you're just baking with it. You're not getting super hot.
Oh no, man! It's most of those oils. Hell, you can get them up. You can get them up a lot hotter than what people think.
Well, I mean, look at look at what like old Italian ladies use in their kitchen. They use olive oil. Some of them use, some canola oil, but most of them use olive. I started using avocado oil. It's good oil.
Yeah,
but I try to limit my oil usage as well too. I mean, cooking in oil is the best for anybody, even if it's clean oil. You know what I mean?
If you cook, well, let's put it this way. If you
can use oil, or you can use butter, or there's only a couple of baking. I use bacon grease quite a lot. I harvest
bacon. I use bacon grease a lot.
Yeah, I do too. That's my main. That's what I normally use.
I use hell whenever we do bacon and stuff like that. Which there for a while we were doing it a bunch. I'll use bacon grease to, of course, cook eggs in. I'll use it to start my grill, like when I'm doing charcoal. And if I got to start grill fast.
It's the flavor. Oh no, I can't waste the flavor. I'll throw some potato chips on it if you want to go fast.
Man, bacon grease is one of those fats that you can use for so many other things. And hell,
I don't eat bacon all the time, but when I get low on bacon grease, I have to buy go through a couple months where I buy a pound of bacon every couple weeks and to just to get my freaking little salsa jar of bacon grease
Yes,
filled back
Bacon,
up.
you have
Right.
been summoned.
Y'all, is Bacon here? Did
Yeah,
he
we
hear his
start talking
name?
about Bacon, and Bacon shows up. Look at that.
My ass. Is he seriously here?
Yeah, he just showed up.
I don't smell bacon. I don't see bacon. Oh, there he is. I've been summoned. I do see him now.
Yep, I told you he's here. Dressing is going.
Can't read
off
that.
Well,
I got to work on my setup.
Tell you what, I'm gonna I'll leave that where it's at because that'll give me time. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. By the time I smoke a cigarette, those rolls are ready to go in the oven, and I'll wait to cook that after my rolls come out.
Dude, you're a fucking machine, man.
Dude, it's being in the kitchen, brother.
I love it, dude. I like cooking, man, especially when everybody's gonna freaking love it. You know what I mean? That's the key. That's the key.
Yeah.
I like cooking when people are gonna appreciate it. I don't want no damn leftovers, man. Eat that shit.
Yeah, man. Whenever we do, because it's been a while since we've done some stuff at the house, but it used to be hell at my place. At least once. Sometimes it was once a week. Sometimes it was once every other week. We were doing something at the house. Me and a couple friends, wife. We cook spaghetti. We do any number of different things. But then it just got to where hell everybody's so damn busy and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to do dishes here in a minute too. But, everybody got so busy. It was just we hadn't done it in a while. But yeah, it was throw down at Coop's place. So we'd have the kitchen loaded down. we did all kinds of shit.
So everybody lives. You guys all live in the same town, like you and your in-laws and your parents and everybody.
Yeah, well, we're not far from one another. So, like
Cool.
where me and my wife moved out in Seal, we're probably a little bit close to her parents' place because they're out in Alabama with us. They're a straight shot down the road from us. And then where my folks are at, where I used to live, isn't too far. So it's like coming in from my place to come out here is probably about 35 minutes or so. And a lot of that, it can be a little bit longer depending on traffic, lights, and shit in town. But I mean, we're all not far away.
Gotcha.
Which is cool because
told me
we both
childcare
love
stuff, so I assumed you guys were somewhat close.
Yeah, we're not that far. And like I said, it'll take me about 35-40 minutes to get from my place to get out to my folks' place in town. And it's one of those things where both me and my wife, we get along with both sets of in-laws. And my parents will keep kids 2 days out of the week. Her parents will keep kids 2 days out of the week. So it's
sounds good.
We got a good relationship with everybody. That makes life a hell of a lot easier.
Yep. Plus, they can spend time with kids too. They like it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Yep. What's up, Coop's chat? Thinking you have been summoned, you should click on the link and see if Coop will let you in StreamYard. You have been summoned. Corn Pops misses his fiance's cooking and baking. It's okay, Chris. You'll find another baker in a good cook.
What are you watching? Z, what's happening, brother man?
Oh,
We
type.
still cooking. We're fitting to go smoke, dude, and grab another beer. And probably listen to a bunch of damn gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yeah, man, in town. Yeah.
Okay.
It's getting about that time of night around here.
I'm gonna share with you a little idea that I'm gonna do, and I'm probably gonna try to promote it amongst the small amount of people that might find it entertaining, and it's actually an easy participation trophy if you'd want to join into it.
What you thinking?
Right now, are fireworks legal in your state?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, they are in my state now too. For years they weren't, but now you can get. There's a couple gun shops that have lots of fireworks available year round. You can get them at tents around the 4th and everything like that.
Oh
But,
yeah, dude. We got hard brick buildings down here. We can go get fireworks from.
Cool. So in January, probably around midnight of the 5th, going into the 6th, I'm probably gonna light some fireworks off and just have my own little celebration of independence. And I don't know if anybody else wants to. And the fireworks displays don't have to be grand. You can get a couple cake boxes or a couple mortars and throw them up in the sky. I'm probably going to do that this year.
Remind me, I'll roll with you. We'll light off some fireworks, and I'll just bust a bunch of guns off too.
Oh yeah. Depending where you are, yeah. If I'm in a suitable place, well, then it's like I'm pulling out my freaking M92 freaking.
When was it? It was New Year's, probably 3 years ago. It was me, my wife, my buddy, his girlfriend at the time, now his wife, and I can't remember. Yeah, it was before my son was born. And I think my daughter was in town with my mom hanging out. And it had been New Year's because it was right at 12 o'clock. We were all sitting there talking and we didn't get any fireworks. And I was like, fuck it, man, let's go run some guns.
Yeah.
All right. So we went out there, dude. We smoked 90 rounds through my AK as fast as everybody could pop a mag and then pass the gun.
Nice.
12:02 at night. Pow, 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 pow. And there's an old junk car back on our place where we shoot. And you can just see sparks just flying off that damn car. It was hysterical.
Yeah, I've popped off a couple rounds with my AK in the dirt years ago, but now I've got a couple cops living in the neighborhood, so that's probably not the best idea.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, JLN, this is, like I said, which I said it earlier. This is my typical freaking night before Thanksgiving. Because like my mother and my mom will cook kind of earlier in the day. My mother-in-law, she'll be cooking about all day today. And then I take over like afternoon night shift. And that's when I do all my shit. I've been up till, well, hell, the next day because I was doing cheesecakes and frying the turkey and doing all the bread, the dressing, doing a lot more shit than I'm doing now. So it was like all night just hanging out, freaking have music blaring, freaking, and that's all I'm doing is cooking. Driving everybody else nuts, but I'm having a good time.
Man, you're preparing for the grand feast, man. It'll be worth it in the end.
Oh,
grand
man, got to,
so
dude.
long.
This shit is which I've been saying I wanted to do a cooking stream just to hang out with everybody and do something different.
Yeah,
it's
been
just
fun.
Decided today, I was like, screw it, man, we'll do it. I got to prep for Thanksgiving, so we'll
Dude.
just roll it out.
Dude, the bread making shit was freaking point. You had the camera angled back long enough to where you could see you cutting the dough and shit, and then put them in the tray.
Yeah,
Dude,
you can thank Ron for
it
that, because I had the camera angle fucked up on one batch of it. And you couldn't see shit.
there was some. Did you have a fixed camera, or was somebody else running your camera for you?
No, it's just me with my laptop, man. This
Okay.
is just me.
All right.
Freaking yeah. This is just me with my laptop.
Sometimes it's hard to even think about when you're watching it. Like, is somebody actually moving that, or is he just alone? You know what I mean?
Nah, man, I wish I had a setup sometimes where I could, like, if I was doing a stream like tonight, just hanging out, cooking, telling everybody, happy Thanksgiving and hanging out. I wish I had a setup to where I could put another camera up that would cover the whole table, so you could see from a higher angle and see everything that I'm doing easier.
You could with like a Wi-Fi, like just a Wi-Fi webcam. You could do that. Yeah.
I'd have to get set up and do it, but
you could just get one of those ones that you can like move around and aim remotely. It's like not even like mount it. You can set it on a pedestal or whatever and do whatever.
Yeah, JLM, these are just regular Skull Candy freaking headphones, but they got the built-in mic and everything in them, and it's way better than the audio that's just on my computer.
Your audio is not bad at all.
No, it's better than just the computer audio with these. If I shut these off, especially the audio coming out of the computer is ass. It sucks. It's freaking horrible.
My main computer has no video. No, I run just a desktop computer, and on purpose, there's no mic input. There's no video. There's no Bluetooth. Nothing. It's just
I'll run like these. If the battery goes out or something, of course I got a cord I can plug in, and I run that a lot. And it's got the mic and stuff on it, but it's these weren't, but I don't know, $40 or something from Walmart.
Well, I've got actually it's kind of like a video gaming headset. It's like the headset my boss gave me to take phone calls at work or when I'm working at home on my laptop with the a VoIP setup, like a soft phone. And I used it for a couple days, and the cord was too short. I put an extension on it, but I still didn't like being tethered to it. And I bought a $10 freaking USB, kind of like a conference mic, and put it on my desk, and got a cheap pair of computer speakers I had in a closet, and busted those out, cleaned them up, and plugged those in. And I just take all my calls on speakerphone. I don't have anybody in my house, no dogs, no nothing. So, people freaking call me. I can talk on a speakerphone. I don't want it on my head. I've got a really nice ergonomic, stand up, a dual screen monitor setup workstation. Usually I use 3 screens, but if I'm working at home, I can deal with 2. It's decent.
That's something that I'll get set up to where I can have a dedicated desktop to do stuff, the game on.
I highly recommend a standing workstation. They can be more compact and they can be smaller. They're really nice. You can do that somewhere around a window, so you kind of have a little place to look around, you see what's going on in the backyard, while you're working. Something, it's a minor distraction.
That's where I call my office. It's another spare room we have. That's where you see all my plasma cuts and stuff hanging up.
Yeah, that's my brother. Yeah, my brother's wife made one of their spare bedrooms her office. She's worked out of the house doing like admin work for a hospital for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That room, I mean, it was just a room where we stored stuff for a long time. And I went ahead and took it over when I decided I was going to do a YouTube channel. And it works out. I got to clean it.
That's the room you've got. That's the room
Yeah.
you've got all your metal cuts.
Yeah, that's the room you see all the plasma cuts and stuff hanging up in, because I've got them. I've got to hang up some more, but I pretty much got them on all 4 walls of that damn room now. So that's kind of that's the YouTube drink smoke room, because I don't smoke in the rest of the house or anything like that.
I might contract you for one of those for my dad as a gift here in the future. I'm not sure yet what it might, but it's something nice and be durable, and I kind of might even let it go like rust patina, like out of his can.
Dude, just hit me up.
Well, I've got to think of a design, but I don't know anybody else that does that, and I know you would do it for me if I asked you to.
Oh man, absolutely, man.
Yeah. I'm kind of thinking about it. It's a cool gift idea. You know what I mean? It's personalized.
Dude, I did one for one of my students the other day. It was a guitar and the medical symbol with the 2 snakes twisted around. But what we did was I took a couple images, took the guitar image, and then took the medical symbol and run it around the neck of the guitar, and then put some other custom lettering and stuff on it for him and shit. And because he's just a good student, man. He gets in there, he works his ass off. So I was already set up to do some other stuff, and he was like, "Hey, can you help me out? And we'll, I want to do something for my dad or whatever." And he gave me the idea for the design, and I sat down with him and showed him, and he was like, "Yeah, that looks cool." So we kicked something else over and tied it in. He's like, "Yeah, that looks cool." It's like, fuck it, man, we run it.
That's cool.
I let him clean it up, and he'll paint it and stuff the way he wanted it. And it ended up being what 30 inches tall and like 20 something wide, the way the wings came out on it.
Okay. What I was thinking about is kind of like a sign built kind of like in kind of like an arch design to put over an entry door to the can.
Yeah.
Like there's 2, like, something up there, like said, Morris or something like that. Just like,
dude, that's
like
simple.
Old font or something like that. Maybe, I don't know, just kind of spitballing. I'm kind of looking to see, because it would be a cool thing to do if there's room between that and where the soffit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Meets the,
like I said, just let me know how big you want it and kind of an idea of the design. And I'll
I do dimensions. Yeah, I do dimensions.
Well, I'll do it like I've done it, some other guys. I'll draw
that'd be a cool as balls gift. He'd be like, "Where the hell did you get that?" I was like, "Oh, buddy sent me that in the mail."
Yeah, because I'll just, like I said, you get me the dimensions and kind of the idea, and I'll do the artwork and email you what the image looks like, and as long as the image is good, we'll run it.
Exactly.
I got a few other guys
cool.
that I got.
That's modern technology, man. It's nice that you can do that. You can preview it before you even do it.
Oh yeah, dude. It's a lot of the time. Like a lot of the cuts that you'll see kind of on the wall and stuff that I've got, a lot of those are original cuts. Normally it'll take me about 2 cuts to get something where I want it. Where it looks like I actually wanted it to look. So like a lot of the stuff you see hanging on the wall, those are all like first gen. And once I get it cut and look at it and I make the changes to it, then I got a final design. And there's a lot of that stuff is, one-offs and stuff, just stuff that I cut Because when
It's
it
pretty-
started out,
it's-
it was all stuff for different bills and shit like that.
It's pretty cool shit. You got a nice wall of shame there, I guess. The wall of
Oh yeah,
fame.
it's a wall of hate's what it is. It's
It
nothing
is.
but MVEs, and the government can get fucked on that wall.
It is. I've read them. I've looked at them in the background when you can see different ones and read
Oh, dude,
them.
I did that one stream after all that MVE shit come out, and I pulled a bunch of the plasma cuts down. I'm like, I wonder how many of these actually match their definition of MVE symbols. It was like, yeah, this one will match. Yeah, this one will match. Ah, shit, this one will match. It's like fucking solid wall back there. Fuck off. JLM's custom cats.
Custom cat, dude. My Bacon is currently he is on the road working, so he's earning that money.
Yeah, earn it while you can get it for sure. God knows what'll happen these days.
Dude, my buddy cussed a cat. Apparently, there's this fucking black cat that just like slinks around the neighborhood where I was at tonight hanging out, and it was effing with some kittens, and it might even be that cat's kittens because it gets all the other cats pregnant. And freaking my buddy, he was like chucking rocks at him. He's like, get the hell out of here, you bastard! It's a troublemaking cat. It's a bad cat. Dude, they got freaking. My buddy Chad's got freaking 5 or 6 cats hanging around his house, and he's got 5 of them inside that never come outside. And he's got a house smaller than mine, dude. Dude, his house is smaller than mine. I don't know how he does it. And he's got a wiener dog. Dude, and he used to have 3 wiener dogs.
My wife has got well, it used to be 5. Now it's 4 cats in the house, dude. Me and cats ain't getting along these days.
I don't mind a cool cat. My buddy's got an awesome freaking tomcat. He's a neutered tomcat. He's his like shop cat at his body shop, and the cat lives down at the shop. It never comes up to the house. It hangs out outside, and when you let it in, it sleeps inside. If it doesn't come in, it just goes and climbs in a junk car and kills rats.
Those rolls after they rise.
Yeah, he's a cool cat, man. He's black and white. His name's Patches. He's a pretty cool cat, but he's gotten a couple rough and tumbles, dude. Like one fight took his one of his upper right or left bang. Fucking, he got in a bad fight, dude. It freaking ripped a tooth out of his head, like his bad. Oh yeah, it was fucked. It's not like his cat gets vet visits or anything. You know what I mean? If something was wrong with the cat, Dave would take it to the vet. But he's taking a cat to the vet that doesn't have any, shots or anything like. He's just like, oh, my cat got fucked up, and he ends up doctoring the cat up. He pretty much self vets this cat. Freaking, iodine the cat's freaking mouth, was freaking, trying to freaking clean it up, and eventually he healed, but he might not have. He's a pretty strong junkyard cat. He's pretty nice. I would love to have the cat. I would have. That's one cat that I would have.
Dude, I'm so tired of cats right now. It ain't even funny.
He rode with me, man. When I picked up, had an '86 Ford Bronco that was getting work on at that shop. Yeah, it was there for about a month or so, and I went to go pick it up. And when he rolled it out front, started up, and I was checking it to make sure there was no leaks and everything, because he was doing. He pulled the heads off and did head gaskets and everything because it was leaking bad. And it was still leaking bad. Anyway, freaking pulled it outside, rolled all the windows down because it was a hot day, and let the truck cool off before I took off. I paid him his money. Freaking was like, all right, man, I'm taking off. I took off, and I got freaking almost out of freaking town, and freaking I see something that in the rear view mirror, like something like flipped up. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I pulled off the side of the road, and I look over the back seat, and there's the freaking cat in my floorboard. He just jumped over my back seat and popped down the floorboard in the back of the Bronco. So he, like, in the 5 minutes I was talking to the guy and like clearing my bill, the cat jumped in the freaking Bronco.
Hey man,
So
he wanted to hang out.
I had to drive the cat back home. And he's like, what are you doing? He was like, something wrong with the truck? I was like, yeah, something's wrong with the truck, Dave. He's like, what, dude? It's fine. It was fine earlier, dude. I was like, dude, your cat's in my truck. He was like, oh, where the fuck is that cat? I was like, he's in the fucking truck, Dave. Come get your cat.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah. He will do that. And after that, I rolled my windows up every time I came to his place. His cat will jump in your vehicle, and if you pull off, he won't be vocal until he's halfway down the road, and he'll be like, hey, I'm here.
Oh man, try having chickens. Freaking chickens will jump in everybody's truck. Pull up at the house, leave the windows down. You're going to end up with a damn rooster running around the front of your truck.
Oh, no, I don't want that shit. I'll definitely roll my windows up.
Oh, yeah. It's like another buddy of mine's place.
Dude, I was looking. I found a couple. I've been on the hunt for a YJ Wrangler, like the square headlight Wrangler.
Yeah.
Still had the leaf spring front end on it. I found one in Maryland for like somewhere around 6 G's, and it only has like about maybe 80,000 miles on it. It's a 4-cylinder 5-speed.
Damn.
It's got a little bit of tub rust, but nothing I can't take care of. Well, I'll shop that out to my buddy with the body shop.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, yeah, little easy tub job, nice flat body panel, no curves, easy peasy. Probably just do that and then body armor over that.
Yeah, those old trucks are tough, man.
Yeah, I mean, for what it is, but I'm fighting the dude. My brother just dropped over 20 G's for a like a 4-seater side by side. What is it? It's a General. It's a Polaris General. That's a big long daddy. It's basically a Jeep, but your engine's behind you, so it kind of makes the thing kind of long and skinny. It's on the trail. It's kind of he's kind of apprehensive. He's been telling me he's apprehensive about getting someplace where he can't turn around. I'm like, well, that's what's nice about having a short one. You can just cut your wheels and just back into a hillside and just and then out. But it's kind of hard when you got twice as much length. You can't do that as much. Yeah, and I've been thinking about buying a freaking Polaris, man. I'm just gonna buy a freaking Wrangler, and I'm not gonna go super crazy on the tires and everything. I'm gonna put like big, tall skinnies, like 32 or 33 inch, like 9.5 or 10 inch tires, something that'll dig and won't clog up. I mean, big fat tires look cool, but all they do in mud is float. They don't cut mud; they float over mud.
Yep, they will, and they'll clog up like an SOB.
That's what I mean. If you look at the way military tires are styled, that's kind of what you want, only you do it a little better. And you can get those in BF Goodrich. I'm a big fan of the BF Goodrich tires. That's pretty much all I run these days.
Dude, I saw something today. I haven't seen it forever. I had to run out to my place, grab some stuff, and then run back over here so I could start cooking and take care of everything. There was a dude had a nice fixed up deuce and a half tooling around town. And that, I mean, that thing was, it was fixed up right.
the crazy old dude in town here. He's not that crazy, but he's got a full deuce and a half with a cloth top in good shape. And then he's also got a bobbed deuce with the truck bed conversion when they take that trailer and they make that into a truck bed.
Yep.
Have you seen this? They did the bob deuce conversion on there, so he's got a freaking 4x4 instead of a freaking 6x6.
Yep.
And with the truck bed on it, and then it's got like some sort of custom exhaust, and then it's got like, it looks like it has Hummer wheels on it, like the pattern's different, the wheel pattern's different.
Yeah.
But he's got that one for sale, like the regular deuce is, and the bobbed one has a freaking a hard top. It's pretty really. I saw one going the other day, like 6Gs. I remember when those things used to go for like $3,500.
Oh, dude, man.
Get one of those multi-fuel, because they're multi-fuels. That's the genius of all of it. It's a multi-fuel engine. You could, I could make a mini refinery, like using used motor oil and freaking a cutting agent, like, another fuel like kerosene or something like that.
There was a dude I was watching on a show had one.
It would run probably on filtered used motor oil. It would run.
That thing ran. He run.
It would run.
He had a biodiesel setup, but it run.
If you had it. If that was the beauty of used oil. Used oil was thinned out by that point, so it got hotter quicker. When you went with thick oil, it kind of congealed, so it was harder. You had to have some tank or something to run that if you weren't running diesel, because diesel was fluid. The more fluid it was, the better, as long as it was oil based, and you could cut down used motor oil to be fluid almost so much as diesel, as long as you filtered the used oil first and then added you could even cut it with diesel. You know what I mean? Just you're basically stretching your diesel or making a fuel out of basically waste and another product. You know what I mean?
That's what that dude on that one show I was watching was doing. He was running his, he'd go get fry oil from places. He had a biodiesel setup.
There's ways.
Waste oil.
I thought about doing it. I was wanting to do one of those conversions for a Volkswagen. They were selling kits. I forget what the name of the company was, but they were reputable. They had the best kit designed, and they had a auxiliary diesel tank that went in the spare tire well of your car. If you had like a Volkswagen or a Mercedes, those were the two big ones they did. And it was heated too. And then that was the tank that you pumped your vegetable oil, recycled fuel, whatever. Yeah. And you could run it on straight vegetable oil. You could go to the store and freaking just throw a couple gallons with a funnel into your tank, and it would run on that. It definitely would. And that would be actually super clean.
Oh yeah, dude. Those setups like that one guy had, man, of course you're using all these different, waste fuels and stuff to run it, but it was running so much cleaner. And this dude was using this thing for like his daily driver. He was driving. I can't remember how many miles a day.
Trust me, man. I thought about doing the conversion seriously for a couple of years, because I was trying to find the ideal diesel vehicle to do it from that I could find for sale. And I was like watching Craigslist and watching like the bulletin board newspaper, try to find one of these vehicles that was the perfect vehicle, because I wanted a standard shift. I didn't want an automatic. I wanted to have something that was going to be durable. If I was going to build it, I didn't want it to die when the transmission died.
No, look at your what's that? It's a Gov Auctions or something like that. It's a big auction clearinghouse where the government's auctioning off all their surplus property and stuff like that. It's where one of my guys, about 4 years ago.
Where they sell Humvees. Where they sell Humvees.
Yep. That's where he got his cut V. So, got it. I think he paid like $4,500 for that cut V. And then it took him a little bit of money to get it, roadworthy, whatever, blinkers, all that shit fixed.
When you say cut, do you mean like pickup truck body style?
Yeah, kind of. It's not the hard back body Humvee. So you've actually got kind of a bed back there.
They made a pickup truck style one.
Yeah, this was pretty similar to that. It's probably exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. You didn't see too many of them. Most of them were like the people carriers, like the 4-seaters with the soft tops or the hard tops or the full hard top. Yeah, but
like I said,
they did make big trucks.
He paid like $4,500 for that thing through Gov Auctions.
And the damn thing only probably has like 10,000 miles on it, but freaking it's got like sand everywhere in it.
Oh, dude, it was he brought it down the shop not too long after he got it, and showed it off. And there were a couple of guys I had in there that had served.
It's a runner. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, dude, it was freaking outstanding.
I mean, you can luck out. I mean, you might be able to pick up one that's been sitting at a freaking armory for like 10 years. You might be able to find one of those.
Well, his was there. I can't remember who all was there. Daniel's the one who got the cut V. One of the guys that was there, he worked. I mean, that's basically his MOS was he was down at the motor pool. He was doing service on all those vehicles all the time. And then another guy, I can't remember who it was. He was a door kicker. He was a sure enough combat vet. And when Daniel brought that cut V down there, those two guys went out there and looked, and they told Daniel everything about that vehicle, what to look out for.
There you go.
They ran him through the whole thing. Even they were talking about, hey, this is a special feature where if you were driving with nods, this is what you turn this on for. This is what you do this with. It was they ran.
Did you see how? Did you check it out? Were you there with him?
Oh yeah, dude, I was there with him watching it.
Did you see how the headlights and stuff work? Where they had the lockout thing, you had to move the lever, and you lock out. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's all meant for it's heavy duty, dude. That's machinery. It's not a vehicle. It's machine.
Oh yeah, dude. It's those things.
Yeah.
I mean,
which decent to have some machines, dude.
The dude that was a mechanic was telling him about a lot of stuff with him. He was like, "Yeah, dude." He said, "This is shitty on it. That's shitty on it. This runs like a top. Don't do this with it." Just they ran him through the whole thing. It was cool as shit to see. But it was. I mean, that vehicle was freaking.
So what is that? Is that
speed limits with it?
Is that like somewhere around like a 6.5 liter diesel? Is that what's in there?
Dude, I can't remember how big that engine was. It's multi-fuel.
I thought it was comparable to the Duramax. I thought it was comparable to the Duramax, so I was thinking 6.5 diesel, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with Hummers. If you're talking like actual like Army Hummers.
This was dude, I can't remember the engine size on that thing.
I'm sure they were diesel. It wasn't gas. It's definitely not
dual fuel. So it'll run off either.
Okay. So
yeah, it's dual fuel. That's one of the things.
So it might be like a motor made by AM General instead of General Motors.
it was something like that because I know
If AM,
guys
does
were
AM General even still exist? Because
actually
they were.
I want to say that thing would run off gas, diesel fuel, and it would run off JP8. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because I mean,
Yeah,
those vehicles were built to be in the field, and whatever fuel you could get to them, they were meant to run on.
Yeah, it's almost like a deuce, like a deuce and a half, because they like we were saying earlier, you could pretty much make your fuel out of diluted used motor oil and freaking some sort of
JLM's saying it's strictly diesel, but I know this one wasn't strictly diesel.
But that's what I mean, as far as like if it was a Humvee, I was thinking it was strictly diesel and like somewhere like 6.5 or I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those.
For some reason, I'm thinking that those things didn't have like over 7-liter diesels. You would think that they would, but I think they use like GM 6.5 Duramax derivatives. I forget. It's been a long time since like Hummers were like a hot topic.
Yeah.
Like people are excited about it. Nobody gives a shit about
those engines seemed like they were small for a diesel, as far as like liters and all that.
Well, those trucks were only going like 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Daniel wasn't breaking any speed limits in the damn thing. I think he can only get to like
those deuces. Those deuces will crack 55.
Those deuces will actually run quicker than that.
Yeah, well, no, yeah. In general, like it's not 55 is nothing for a deuce. If you've got a good running deuce, yeah, you can run your train going 55.
Diesels.
I thought about getting one a couple times. Of course, I have no room to keep one. It would just be a freaking yard, freaking demon.
Dude, I would love to have a deuce and a half setup like that one I saw today. That thing is a monster.
Did it have like the expanding cargo box?
No, I couldn't tell you. I
that
don't think
was
that would have the expanding cargo box or anything, but you could tell the way because I only saw it just briefly, but you could tell by the way dude had everything looked on the truck. You could tell it was set up nice.
Yeah.
And, when he come past me, he was banging a left for him, right for me, because he was coming across traffic. And you could tell that thing, you could hear it. It was running smooth.
Stuff like that too, you got to keep running. Like stuff like that's built to be like a fleet vehicle, and the ones that are sitting, they sit. Air. I got 2 words, dude. Air brakes. You air brakes, man. You got to keep that shit freaking rolling.
PBR and Jim Beam.
PBR and Jim Beam
rolling it.
That was something that was like really hard to freaking get over. Like at my buddy's place, he had a lot of like junked heavy duty vehicles that had air brakes, and they had so many leaks in them that we would try to patch it enough to move the vehicle. We couldn't move the vehicle because the damn brakes were locked up. They wouldn't unlock because we couldn't get air.
Yeah, JLM, you're right. Yeah, when you get the governor knocked out, those things they'll run. Which I know a lot of guys. There was a company like in Arizona or something that would take them in, make them street legal, fix them up. We got to pull rolls out.
Dude, I tell you what, I'm gonna have to run a natural gas line in this garage and hang this heater sitting there on the wall instead of keep running the propane heater.
I hear you, Owen. Shut
up. Dude, the propane's expensive now.
Damn, I shouldn't have thrown that other freaking stick of butter. Let's see. Can I get la da da da?
What do you brush them with on top? Brush, you just take the
I'm just
stick and
taking a stick of butter.
Yep. Run it over the top.
And just running it.
That's right. Gotta get the butter top. Butter top's key.
Because they will.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude,
they'll suck down butter.
Your dinner rolls look fucking beautiful, man. You do a fucking excellent job. I'm definitely telling my mom about this. She's gonna dig on it.
Like I said, man, the recipe form is in the description for the video.
Yeah.
And then hell, if anybody couldn't, if something happened, they didn't see it or something like that, hell, email me. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
But it's this is about one of the only bread recipes I do. Because you can take this stuff, you can do it in a loaf, you can do it rolled up like this. You can take it and just instead of rolling it out and doing the swirls like this, you can just take it, pinch it off, and just basically roll it into rounds and stick it, and just do round dinner rolls. I mean, this recipe is so freaking versatile. Stop burning myself. So for you guys in the chat, that's the way they look done up.
Oh my gosh. Dude, Panera ain't got shit on that.
So, and like I said, you're talking about, let me pull one out of the other pan. I'll show off again. Okay, I'll eat the damn roll too. Damn, part of it broke off. But yeah, you're talking about a roll that freaking thick. And part of it broke off when I pulled out the pan, but you're talking about that wide.
Dude, look at that.
So,
dude,
like I was talking about, put them in gravy. Just take it, roll them out.
Oh, dude. That's fucking awesome, Coop. That looks fucking
fat ass.
Yeah. That's
all right. I gotta stick my dressing in the oven now.
I've seriously never seen that. I mean, I know the concept of cinnamon rolls, but I've never seen that applied to dinner rolls.
Oh, dude, this recipe, like I said, will do both.
Yeah. See that.
365. But yeah, I mean, like I said, you can do both with it. All you do, add your cinnamon sugar to them, or lay down your butter, add your cinnamon and sugar to them. Drop raisins on it if you want. Put your regular sugar glaze on top. I think people do like a sugar glaze with walnuts. You can do that in them.
By the look of it, you could easily just infuse your butter with garlic and have chunks of garlic and freaking Parmesan.
As long as you cook it, as long as you cook it down good, you can.
Yeah, sure.
It's such a light, not real sweet dough. But it pairs really good with whatever flavors you want to put with it, which is one of the keys to this stuff. I mean, you can eat the shit out of them just by themselves, but you take and put them with, like I said, garlic or something like that. Parmesan on. I've done them with Parmesan on top. My wife's done what they call a herb bubble bread with it. So you're just taking balls of the dough, roll it up, and then you roll it around in garlic and herbs and shit like that, and then you just pack those balls down into a pan, let it rise, and cook it.
Monkey bread.
Yeah, like a monkey bread almost.
Yeah, okay, I got.
But it's done with like garlic and herb and all kinds of rosemary, whatever you want to throw in it. And it's like it's enough to make a fat kid happy for sure.
Nice.
Yeah, Jill. I mean, you can do it. You can put. That's the good thing about this dough. It's good on its own, just with butter on it. It's got a nice flavor. You get that yeast flavor to it and stuff. But yeah, you can take them and put anything with them. So like you're saying, raisins, chocolate chips, yeah, all that.
Yeah.
All you do is when you roll that dough out, you roll it out into like a big rectangle, throw whatever you want on it, and then roll it up into that swirl, and then cut your rolls out of it, and then yeah, dude, you can do this stuff is so versatile, and it's such a good textured roll. Yeah, they're freaking swinging.
So what you need to do is like take that old freaking 14-foot cargo trailer and make a food trailer out of it, and start selling cinnamon rolls and chocolate chip rolls.
Yeah, I've had people that have wanted me to.
Chive and onion rolls.
I mean, there's just so many different things you can use it for as far as the dough. But like I said, one of the reasons I like this is because you can, like the ice cream containers. I said it earlier. We use the plastic ice cream containers for a lot of stuff. To freeze fish in, stuff like that. Why am I getting
like the bucket?
Shit? Yeah, like the big buckets.
The
but you can take
bucket.
this stuff. Yeah, you can take this dough, pack it down in that bucket, throw it in your refrigerator, and then when you want rolls, you can pull out what you need.
Yeah, they stack easy too.
Yeah, and just let it rise.
I got
so you could make your dough out on Sunday and have rolls all week if you wanted to, or you can make it out on a Sunday, and then if you're doing dinner Friday, you got your dough already done.
I'm taking all the man. My mom's gonna love this shit.
It's
a cool way to do the dinner roll. I like that it's in a spiral and you can spin it off and make it thinner and break it off, and the kids would like it too.
Dude, kids normally love them. My daughter, when she was probably about a year and a half, I'd made rolls so many times around her. Dude, I reached up on top of the refrigerator where I kept some of the pans one time, and I just pulled the pan down, and she's standing there, and she goes, "Rolls? Rolls?" She already knew Daddy's fixing to get down in the kitchen. It was hysterical.
It's funny too because they call them dinner rolls, but yours are actually dinner rolls. But normal dinner rolls aren't rolls. But they're basically buns. They're dinner buns. They're not rolls.
Well, I do them like a just a regular ball roll sometimes, and I'll do them quick sometimes. I like screw the recipe. I know I need yeast. I know I need sugar. I know I need salt, eggs, flour, and I'll just slam all that together, 2 hours before dinner or something, and let them rise. And then I got, a bread for dinner if I want to do something like that. It's kind of like the way I do my pancakes, Pancakes, I know I need flour. I know I need butter. I need vanilla. I need salt. I need sugar. I need eggs. And I need milk. All right. I just slam everything in a pot, and baking powder, not soda, powder. For a leavening agent, I can slam that together quick.
Dude, I'll get into baking one day, but not right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You do it
when
you need to, or do it when you want to. I mean,
yeah. like I said, I usually use frozen bread dough. We make, you guys make pepperoni rolls where you live?
Wait, hold on. What's your definition of pepperoni rolls?
What I do is I take frozen bread dough and then I cut it to where your end product is somewhere around like about that size.
Yeah.
And within that piece of bread, you you knead it out and you roll it out and you wrap within there 3 sticks of pepperoni. They're cut in like quarters or probably eighths out of a stick, and then some cheese intermingled in there, maybe some peppers, some hot peppers.
Yeah.
And then you roll that up and you bake it like a loaf. And then when you have it, it's kind of like it's like a little miniature pepperoni hoagie, like on the road. I mean, it's sealed.
Dude.
Until you bite into it, it's sealed. It's freaking sweet.
Yeah, dude. This dough, that's one thing about this dough. You could do them like that. Now this dough, I'll tell you this, especially after it's chilled, it's very elastic. So it might piss you off rolling it out every once in a while because you go to roll it out and it just goes and sucks back into its shape.
Yeah.
Jalen, what type of pipes are you trying to fix, brother? And
No,
Mike, what kind of shit are you having?
You take those rolls and sometimes you like cut them open. You throw like sauce and like peppers and stuff in them, make them nice. They're nice. It's better than a sandwich. A lot of people around here eat them for lunch.
Yeah, this dough would work for something like that. I've done them before. Almost like a calzone. Spread it out through pepperoni, cheese, all kinds of shit in it.
But it's like a personal sized bun. It's what the coal miners used to bring to work in their lunch.
JLM, you're probably dealing with some PEX piping then, brother, because my house is basically a triple wide, 2,600 square feet open, but it's modular, so it's basically a triple wide. So you're probably dealing with some of the shit like I've dealt with, where it's that regular clear PEX piping, unless you got another type of PEX in there.
I heard PEX was easy to work on. Is that your experience?
PEX can be easy to work with.
As long
as you get the right stuff, you're golden. PEX is pretty easy.
Every time any of my buddies have been doing a remod or like an addition or whatever, they're always using PEX now. They're using nothing else.
We went through, if I had my choice, if I had my absolute choice, like I was building a house tomorrow, I'd put copper all the way through it.
Mine's copper.
Copper everywhere.
Mine's copper up to the.
A close second to that would be PEX.
Nobody wants PVC.
Oh yeah, you're looking at damn 89. You're probably looking at that black polybutylene's what you're looking at.
No, but the old PVC. I don't have any PVC. I remember though, like my old house had like that, like kind of tan colored PVC.
That'd be CPVC. That's what it is.
CPVC, yeah, yep. CPVC, exactly. Well, actually, that was kind of a chalky white, but the fittings were different color.
Yeah, the fittings are a little bit off color.
Yeah, the fittings like
CPVC can be some good stuff. But the reason I would do PEX, like some of the systems we put in when I was doing plumbing work, you pull PEX you got to think about it like you're doing electrical.
Like you're pulling wire.
Yeah, like you're pulling wire. And then you'd have a manifold where you could shut off every fixture in the house independent.
It is kind of cool.
Just like a circuit box.
Every time I've seen one that when I wasn't familiar with how PEX is set up, I'm like, man, this looks massive. What's this thing? Did they pay like $1 million for like some like floor heater or whatever? Well, some of it was floor heating, but yeah, that's another thing PEX is good for when you're doing don't they run PEX under concrete now, or they have something different?
We did. I mean, we ran it through concrete.
And that that's what they're using now is red PEX.
Well, yeah, you'll see red and blue. You'll typically see red for your hot water, blue for your cold. If you're running a real PEX system, that's what you'll see. And that stuff was, I didn't like it when we were first putting it in because I didn't trust it.
Because it was new.
Because it was pretty new. But looking at some of the studies and stuff where they were talking about, this stuff has been, put in places where it was brought down to like, 8 degrees or -3 degrees, and it didn't bust.
And the joints didn't bust.
Yeah, it just you get some expansion on it, but it didn't bust.
Because
whereas
all that goes together with like shark bites, right? Isn't that how it works?
No, not if you're doing like a
typical
install with
PEX the one that has like bands. Do you get like
it's a band. So you got basically like a barbed fitting.
My mistake.
So you got to join it when you join it together. You got kind of a barbed fitting. You slide that over the barbed fitting, and you got a crimp ring, and you got a tool goes in. Some are like pneumatic, some will be electrical, some are hand, just regular hand powered. Most of the stuff we used, it was 3/4 inch and 1/2 inch, so it was just a hand powered. So you slide that ring over. Yeah, you slide that ring over your pipe, slide the pipe over the barbed fitting, and take your tool and crimp that ring, and it locks it in there, and it's dead ass solid. And we've put that in houses. I know, what was it? Standard house pressure was anywhere from like 40 something to 80 psi. We had some houses that, for whatever fucking reason, they were running like 110 psi in that house. It was amazing. They were either close to a water tower or something, or we could have put in a pressure reducing valve at the meter and brought the pressure down, but the PEX was holding, so it was like, fuck it, let it ride. That pressure reducing valve is another few $100. And the customer's not looking at that. They ain't hearing it. So as long as the PEX is holding, and it held just with crimp rings. Now you can do shark bites on it. And that's like my place.
Like
well, my place, when I had to put in a new kitchen sink for my wife, new faucet, all that shit. And the easiest way to do it was, turn off the main water, drain everything, and then come in with a shark bite fitting, trim it, put in new stops with shark bite fittings, and then run all your supply lines off of that. That was the easiest way to do that. And it hadn't given us a single freaking problem.
And what were they biting into? Was that like CPVC, or was that
no, just PEX? The PEX that they use like in modular homes, it's all a clear PEX. It's not color coded. It's all a clear PEX, but it specs out the same size as like that red and blue PEX.
So it's not thicker or thinner. It's the same.
It's not thicker. It's not thinner. The ID is the same. OD is the same. Yeah, it's just not blue or green or red.
That's what I could understand too. Like, on some, and I know, like, some of my buddies, like I've been in nice mobile homes and nice modulars, and I've been in budget ones, and I can understand. I don't even really understand in the budget ones, like in some of the more budget ones. Why do you want to have a sink that's like a sink you would see in an RV, like the faucet and stuff? I mean, it's like super budget on like
it is. It's a lot of it's super budget. The button finish walls
where they're tacked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a lot on some older places. Mine's all sheet.
That's what I mean. I'm talking older. Yeah, I'm talking older.
But what
my buddies bought like back in the day, they still have it. I mean, it's still there. Freaking
Anthony, I don't. I
40
haven't-
what you could get for $40,000 plus delivery plus land prep plus this $40,000 for this house. He got raped back then. This was back in like 92, 90, well, about 90.
I don't, man.
He got raped. He's still paying on it. His
Yeah,
loan
it's
was like 17%. It was like crazy.
Oh yeah.
High
But,
school kid, no job.
Anthony, man, I thought about getting one of the rare breeds when I first started hearing about them.
No.
And it was like, they're cool. But, now, to be honest with you, now, if I had the money to drop on one, I'd go get one just to tell the ATF to get bent. But that's just me. It's kind of like, this pistol brace ruling and all that shit. Well, I ain't changing shit on my pistol braces. So I got legal products and they can eat a big fat one as far as I'm concerned.
There'll be legal challenges to that immediately.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be.
Yeah.
The ATF, well, the federal government in general don't like anybody telling them to go eat a fat one. So
yeah, and that's what it is. Some of it's just like flex because, man, why do you want to make law-abiding citizens felons? They're a little too far. I will say this though, and if I'm a dick,
man, I didn't realize they were dumping them for only $200. If they got them after a payday, I might get one just to do
it. I will say this though, as far as the brace industry goes, they were like creeping further and further and further close to
but here's
what sucks is I like their products because yes, they are sleek and maneuverable and they make the weapon useful. You know what I mean? That I actually like it. I like it. But they basically said you went too far, I think.
Well, here's the thing. One, the law shouldn't exist in the first place. But two, if your law doesn't cover what I'm doing, guess what? Go to Congress and make another law if you want it.
Or whatever. If you made a mistake, boo-hoo on you, grandfather me in and like close it up and stop. Just quit. Okay, fine. Can't sell no more, grandfather them in. That's it.
Well, see, anytime they talk about grandfathering something in, you automatically know what they're doing is they're telling you that product isn't as dangerous as what they're saying it is. They just don't like it and they want to stop it.
None of it's dangerous. None of it's dangerous because if you pay the magic $200 and just register your pistol as an SBR, then hey, all right, we'll look for other people. You're good. You're good. $200, you're good. That's the thing. Like $200 makes it dangerous or not dangerous.
This pistol brace, this ruling, this amnesty thing. See, here's the deal. Okay, the ATF wants to get rid of pistol braces. They got hard on for them right now. And then they tell you, okay, well, you have to send in pictures of your gun with the pistol brace, how it's set up, and then we will see whether we want to give you amnesty or not. See, what they're doing is they're going to go to some people and say, okay, well, yeah, that's a pistol. Here's your amnesty. To other people, they're going to tell you, you made an illegal SBR, and you are either going to jail or you're turning that property over.
That's
that
what
whole amnesty thing. That's the reason they want pictures of it.
And here's another thought process. People are because they took the you won't have to pay the $200 tax stamp. They're making you pay now anyway. So people were thinking, yeah, I'll just do an SBR. Well, they're wanting you to freaking register these things as brace pistols for a $200 stamp and still be less than an SPR. And usually, if you're going to pay the 200, you want to just SBR it, but they want you to take a picture of it, and they want it to only be configured like that. So it would be better to, number one, unfortunately, neuter your gun. You buy a straight pistol tube, you take your brace off of it, you install straight pistol tube, you cool your gun and put it in the back of the safe, and you apply for your Form 1 to do an SBR. When your Form 1 comes back, you put an M4 freaking extension tube on the back of it, you freaking put a buttstock on it, and you rock and roll, because that's as good as you were going to get with the other thing. And now you've got an actual SBR. You don't have a neutered SBR that you already had the first place, but now they're charging you $200 on the back end for it.
Well,
Because
here's
all free.
Here is best case. Everybody who owns one does the same thing I'm going to do. And I'm not giving anybody advice. I'm not telling anybody what to do.
Mm-hmm.
But best case for it is absolute non-compliance.
Yeah.
Where the ATF gets no applications for their
like how many freaking bump stocks they got turned.
Yeah, basically, yeah, same thing. Or how many guns in, what was it, Massachusetts, when they do this register your assault weapon, and there's like, 2 that get registered. Well, hey, guess what? Your state has a lot more assault weapons than that. So you just basically had the majority of your state just tell you to eat a giant fat one because we're not complying. And that's best case. That's what I'm doing. You do you, boo-boo. But I'm saying best case is mass non-compliance.
Well, in my area, that will be the status quo, but what we have to feel out is local law enforcement, because they've kind of had, I think the governor said that he wasn't going to pursue like local law enforcement, like giving leads for federal collars for stuff that was of no interest to local law enforcement, stuff like guns and stuff like that. If it was just gun, if it didn't involve drugs, it was just like, guys shooting guns, like, I think I heard some automatic fire up on that hill up there in that section of town. I want to go check that out. They're not required to say that, but
Well, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Your pizza rolls are ready. Tell the kids, come get them. Bacon's in the chat. Bacon. Bacon. All right, now we got the fridge review.
Let's go smoke.
A cigarette right now.
I got a while for that. Cornbread. You got to know what you want to do. It goes in the pan. It's a little soupy. You want to see out basically the majority of that moisture cook off, and you want to get a little brown on top, and then it's done. That's
all for your cornbread casserole.
Yeah, that cornbread dressing. That stuff is that stuff's like a staple, man. You gotta have cornbread dressing.
See, dude, that was something Mom never cooked growing up, and she also never cooked rice.
Oh, never cooked rice?
Surprising. I've learned how to cook it later in life and enjoy it. I love rice, dude. I cook rice all the freaking time.
Oh man, dude, if I'm doing rice for, which we do it for a lot of Korean food. We'll cook like our bulgogi, kimbap. Yeah. We cook some rice for that, or I'll do like
when I do
beef
fish
rice some nights.
Yes. Yeah, if you don't have potato, like I'm going to cook, like grab potatoes. My potatoes are like shit, and I throw the bag out.
Yeah.
Like fuck, still got rice. Make some rice.
Oh yeah, man, dude. Rice goes. There's a lot of stuff that a potato will go with that rice will substitute for. You know, if you're doing just a regular. If you were going to do gravies and mashed potatoes and didn't have potatoes, rice goes good with it.
Rice is good. Rice
Dude,
is
you
good.
do like a chicken fried steak or a cube steak, do some white gravy with it, throw some rice in there with it.
Oh, you make it a bed. You put it on top like a bed, a little gravy on the bottom, gravy on top.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'm with you, dude. I mean, rice is not
good. Yeah, which I mean, you can do. I've done it with a sausage gravy, and then had it thrown a sausage gravy over rice. Just as a little bit different kick for a quick.
I haven't tried that yet, but I've definitely done beef tips. I've done beef tips.
Oh yeah, dude, beef tips and rice. And it just, which most of the time when I do rice, I know people get in there, they want to like wash their rice and do all this stupid shit.
No, I seriously do rinse my rice, and I will tell you this because I dated like two Asian chicks, man. The second one, freaking, she cooked for me. She showed me how to cook like regular Chinese people cook, and it's kind of like how I cook now when I do food like that. And you rinse that shit, dude. I mean, she had like a sifter, kind of like a big yeast strainer. And she would run it under the tap until the milkiness was going. You can do it that way, or you can soak it and drain it. You can do it a couple ways, but that's the real way to do it. She was like,
"Yeah, that's
it's dirty." She was like,
I just
"There's so much dust on it."
Yeah, dude, I just tend to cook like down and dirty a lot of times. I mean, it's just rice is simple, man. If you're doing a cup rice, you need 2 cups of water.
Yeah.
To boil. Once it boils, turn it down on low.
Also,
let it ride.
Also, to your 1 to 2, I'll add a pat of butter.
Yeah, if I'm doing
or a little bit of oil if I don't have, just to keep it from sticking together.
Yeah, if I'm doing a dish like say beef tips and rice or something, yeah. If I'm doing say kimbap or something Oriental where I want that, or Asian, I guess now, where I want
if you want it mushy, you can make it mushy.
Yeah. If I want the rice to stick, I don't put anything like that in. It's just 2 times water to whatever rice it is and let it ride. Yeah, Anthony, if you're doing a true cook like that, yeah, you're right, dude. Soak it and then steam it. But that's why I said, dude, I tend to cook a little down and dirty because a lot of times it's we're not planning this shit out like a day in advance. It's just what are we doing tonight? And it's You know,
It's just
that's the way we roll.
It's all in the prep. And my rice cooker sucks, dude. I got like one of those little tiny ones that you like just press the button down. It's like maybe a 3-cup. I need to get a good pressure rice cooker. I need to get an Instapot. That would pretty much do everything.
Yeah, dude, Instapots are freaking amazing.
Well, I need to have a better quality rice cooker because this one's getting toward the end of its life. It's got a Teflon pan. I start to see a little wear, so I don't want to eat the wear. I need to get rid of it. Just trash it.
It's Instapots, man. If you guys have never cooked in an Instapot, oh my God, those things are freaking awesome.
I bought my mom for Mother's Day last year. She's used it once, but
that's the funny thing. Like a lot of the times.
Like she's afraid to use. Says she doesn't know how to use. Like, Mom, just read the directions and try it.
Dude, the one. A lot of times, my mom gets me cooking stuff. That's what she's got me for years.
Oh, me and her talk all the time about cooking. Me and my mother.
So, like
my brother did a little bit.
Yeah, like my Instapot. That's what my mom gave me. And it's got settings in there to do stews. It's got settings to pressure cook. It's got settings for freaking like a slow cook.
You could all that. Sear it. You could just like start it up and freaking sear your meat in the bottom of the pot, and then pull your meat out and deglaze it with some wine. Throw your vegetables, get that in there. Throw your meat back on it and mix it all up, and put it in there for like what? I don't know, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And then freaking bring it back out. You're like, damn, look at this shit.
Oh, it just
freaking beats it.
Freaking apart. My wife like doing chicken tacos, and it'll be last minute. What are we doing? Well, let's do chicken tacos. So a little bit of meat in that joker, throw frozen chicken breasts in it, freaking hit it for pressure cook for like 15 minutes. And dude, it'll cook them. Once you bleed your pressure off. Huh?
Do you have a camp anywhere, Coop? Do you have like a hunting camp or a fishing camp or just like a camp you guys go to, or do you have an RV?
No, not really, because I mean it's just not, you know, we don't have a setup like that. Like hell, if I go to the river. If I go to the river, I just haul the boat down, jump in the river at one of the launches and go. Or, you know, if I hunt with my dad, we hunt, you know, generally on Benning down here. So we just get together, we go to base and we go do our thing, you know, so.
Yeah. Well, I was getting at that'd be a nice thing to use just like when you're camping, man.
Anthony Smith, you can put brown gravy on freaking, you know, chicken fried steak, but it is better with a white gravy for sure.
It's better.
If I do something like well, we do more of a schnitzel if I'm doing a brown gravy on something like that. So whether it's cube chicken breast, whether it's you know, cube pork, you know, we'll do a brown gravy for something like that. But it's more of a German kind of influence if we do that. Because we'll throw down and we'll cook some damn schnitzel in a freaking hurry.
I've seen it cook. I've never had it, but it looks good. Like really thin meat. Like,
oh God.
Fried. Yeah, it looks good.
Oh, it's damn. And a lot of times when we do it, you know, we'll take a regular pork loin, cut it into chops, cube it, and then the mix for the schnitzel is the breadcrumbs, and then hell, I can't think of everything offhand. It's that's what really keys it out is the breadcrumb mix.
Is it sweet breading or savory breading?
It's more of a savory on that one for the schnitzel, and then it's typically it'll be like a brown gravy with it with a Spätzle, which is another German kind of it's almost like a pasta. It's closer to a pasta than it is anything.
Is it like a potato pasta?
Generally it's which my wife makes it. It's flour, egg, salt. It's a very, very simple kind of recipe. But when you make it out, you squeeze it through. We've actually got a couple of spatulas that do it perfect. They got the right size holes. You squeeze it through that, you boil it. Then after it's done boiling, of course it'll set, and then you fry it and you crisp it. And then that with some brown gravy with some schnitzel on top. Oh my God. That's enough to give. That's like wet dream for fat kids.
Sounds delicious, dude. I mean, I like cooking too, man. I do like cooking.
Oh yeah, we'll get.
Oh yeah.
We go through a lot of times, especially with me and her working. You know, you working, kids, all that. We don't throw down like we did for a long time, because there for a while, like I said, it was every week, every other week. I mean, we were doing schnitzel at the house. We were doing, I did like twice baked spaghetti, all kinds of shit. We were almost always
in your house when you are throwing down, you're cooking for like what, 5 or 4?
Well, me, the wife, the kids, so 4. I mean,
4.
If you count, 2 kids is 2 people, but it's a lot of the times now, man. It's all quick, easy, freaking get it done last minute because. I'm either getting off at 6 o'clock at night or I'm getting off at 8 o'clock at night.
You can do that with leftovers too. You can have Sunday leftovers, put in a box and like, here's your quick, easy meal. Just dump it in a plate and put it in the microwave.
Oh yeah, dude. We've done that quite a bit whenever because I tend to cook for a freaking army.
Me too.
I haven't quite figured out how to cook for like a couple people, and my wife's funny because
I can scale. I've mastered scaling it down to 4 servings.
Yeah,
and sometimes I'm cooking for myself, so I got 3 extra servings, which is nice because I can bring it to work to go, eat that at lunch.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because I've got like steak dinner, pork chops, whatever the hell I cook.
I got to do some more chops here shortly. I got some chops in the fridge or freezer.
I saw some on sale. I just went to Sam's Club. I raided. I got some beef stew meat. I got 5 pounds for like freaking $15 on special.
Dude, that ain't bad for these days for stew meat. That ain't bad at all.
The date on it is 2 days from now, but I'm gonna separate it and bag, freeze it tomorrow.
That date. A lot of times when you're looking at say meat in the store and they've got a date on it.
It's still good, but when I dig into it, I know it's gonna be brown inside. I know it is.
Well, see that kind of brown inside.
It's
all
not
it
bad.
is all it is the blood's drained out of it. What people don't realize a lot of times is when they do meat for a store like that. Especially for these big box stores, a lot of times they'll go through a wash that's meant to keep the meat looking bright and colorful, and that's how people will choose it. But
I know what you're talking about.
That bright and colorful stuff isn't the best
meat. When they were like going crazy saying they were spraying like bleach water on the meat to make it red. All that garbage. I know what you're talking about. They do go through a process where it does keep it fresher looking anyway. But it's fine.
A lot of times
I'm gonna bag it up. I'm gonna bag it up and freeze it. I got 5 pounds of it for $15. It's a fucking good deal.
I'll go through a lot of times, like say the Piggly Wiggly down the road. I'll go through there, and even Walmart. I'll go through there and look for all the reduced price stuff. Because some people don't want it because it doesn't look as good. It's not that bright red. Well, that bright red's not the color you want anyway. So I'll go look through the reduced price stuff, and that's where I get a bunch of shit sometimes. We had a time. Me and the wife had it timed out for a while. The Walmart up the road from us. I can't remember what time it was. It was like on a Sunday, later on a Sunday. is when they started rotating. They'd scan all their meat and rotate it out and reduce it. And the dude who run the meat department back there was hysterical. So we hit it just right quite a few times where we go back there and
holler, meat man, be like, "What's up, meat man?"
And everything, and it was like, "Hey, no, slide that over here, homeboy. We'll take that."
Yeah, why don't you do some of them beef short ribs? They look old.
Oh yeah, dude.
Dude, I'm craving beef short ribs. I want to smoke beef short ribs, but what sucks is there's a couple different ways you can get cuts of beef short ribs. What I want are like the caveman lollipops. So I want freaking bones with, a freaking meat shank, or actually it's the whole thing, but you can French it as far as you want to, as far as how you trim it. That's up to you. Yeah. And I want to get one of those. The ones they sell at Sam's Club are in strips that look like bacon. They're all like cross-cut rib cuts. Those are not freaking short ribs, dude. Those are shit ribs. Those are not. That's a shit cut. I mean,
dude,
they would be dry as fuck. You can't smoke shit on those, dude. They're nasty.
Right before all this shit got real crazy, I was looking at some of the. I can't remember. They call them tomahawks, but it's the
a bone ribeye, a bone-in ribeye,
cut steak with a the ribeye with a big
bone-in ribeye. Yeah. I cooked a couple of it, dude.
I had I think it was a nerve ablation, and usually when I'll have like a medical procedure, I'll drive over here and hit my mom up, and my mom will drive me in my appointment, and then they tell you not to drive for the rest of the day. Well, she'll drive me back here. I'll jump in my truck and then go do what I got to do. But we stopped by. We left. Yeah, it had to be a nerve ablation. Left the place after the nerve ablation. Stopped by Sam's, and they had some of those big tomahawks in there, and they were like 30 something a pop. And I was like, yeah, man, that's a little expensive, dude. Couple of days later, I had to go for the follow-up appointment after that nerve ablation. We did the same thing. We stopped by over there at Sam's, kick around for a little bit. Dude, those steaks had more than
I picked one of those up $17.
What?
One of those $30 boys, I picked them up for like $20, $17, $22, $18. Just depends on the size. When they have. Dude, if I see a Tommy Hawk with a freaking dealer's, like the manager's special orange tag on it, I look at it. If it looks good to me, I throw it, and I freaking throw it in the freezer. And then
these steaks were over an inch and a half thick. And
I mean, they're big boys. They're all big boys.
Yeah, sure enough, big ribeye. And like I said, that after the nerve ablation, they were about $34. I was thinking, it's a little high. And
that's the thing. In the case, they're pretty much all cut to the same thickness. It's just a matter of how big around the muscle is that they cut to see how big the steak is.
Normally a follow-up appointment for those is like 4 days away. So you go for the ablation, about 4 days later you come back. So it had to be about 4 days. When we went back in there, those steaks had doubled. They went from like $34 to like 60 something.
Okay, I wasn't talking about price inflation. I was talking about when you go, like today I went, and what is today? Today is Friday, or no, it's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, Joe.
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Actually, now today's Thursday. It's officially Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it was right before the holiday. So when I went back to the meat department, there was a lot of orange stickers on there, and I went through it, and I found the best thing to buy was what I bought.
Yeah,
that stew meat.
I'll hunt for any kind of the reduced.
I'll make chili.
I'll hunt the shit out of them.
Oh yeah, it was a good buy.
Joe's secrets for having leftovers is a subscription to HelloFresh. Dude, those freaking box things like that, Hello Fresh and the other ones, those kill me.
Dude, that's pretty specific for a bot, man. That's an enhanced bot.
Dude, I mean, if you're looking for, like the Hello Fresh and shit like that, it's simple.
No. I don't need people to send me a little box full of salad and meat and nuts and salad dressing. Give me a break. I don't need a crutch to cook dinner. I can cook dinner.
Yeah, you look at a recipe and you go, gee, these are the ingredients I need. And then you go to the store and you purchase those ingredients. It kill me when those services come out, but man, people are loving those services.
Listen to this shit. All right. I went off my wheels when I saw Lunchables. When I saw that freaking Oscar Mayer, I think it was Oscar Mayer, could sell a plastic tray with some little miniature bolognas in it and some miniature crackers and some miniature cheese and shit for like $4 or $5. It's like $1.50 worth of food. You could do it yourself. Yeah, you could freaking buy a little freaking plastic tray and freaking do your kid's own little Lunchable. Just dice it up the night before. Like, there you go, kid. Freaking homeschool Lunchable. Eat it up.
Oh, it's damn. These which hell, when was it? It was just a few days ago. I had another epidural on my back. And the doctor and the nurses that were in there, they're all shooting the shit about this Hello Fresh or another one. Wasn't Hello Fresh, but it was another one like that. And one of the nurses was talking about it. And it was like...
Were these young people, like young nurses, like in their 30s?
Yeah, they're in their 20-somethings.
Okay, yeah, that's their target audience.
Yeah, well, man, hell, the doctor that I've been seeing for the past while for my back, when I got swapped off to her, she's cool. She's actually pretty damn cute. But she's
there's a lot of kids in the healthcare field,
early 30s. Yeah, she's probably early 30s. Oh, Anthony Smith, my L5S1 disc pretty much doesn't exist. It's just pretty well gone. Let's put it this way. When I was 16, I was diagnosed with scoliosis, arthritis, and disc disease in my low back. So stick, another 20 years, 30 years on top of that. Yeah, damn, 30 years now. Son of a bitch, I'm getting old.
And Coop said, fuck you, scoliosis.
Yes, mine's fun. I didn't know. I knew, like hell, when I was 14, 15, 16, going to play football, I knew my back hurt. But there were certain things like pushing a damn lawnmower, dude, would eat my low back to pieces. I'd be ready to damn cry. And I was 16, and hell, I just got out of the shower. I might have been 17. I just got out of the shower, and I, standing there with my arms down to my sides, and I noticed that I had a bigger gap on my right side in between my arm and my body than I did on my left. And I said something about it to my mom. Yeah, well, I said something about it to my mom. She looked at it, and I think we went to Keesler Air Force Base and got x-rays, got checked out, all the MRIs and shit. And they're like, yeah, your back's fucking screwy. It goes like a damn corkscrew. It doesn't just sweep out to one side. It kind of twists and comes in.
How old were you?
I was 17 then.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit.
Matter of fact, I had surgery on it when I was 18. I blew my back out working in a meat packing plant.
Yeah. I've known some people that have had like rods put in and either still have the rods or have had the rods taken out, or supposedly it
There was
corrected.
yeah,
And
there
you
was something
know,
about the way mine turned, since it didn't just sweep out to one side and then come back in. The way it turned, they couldn't like go in and put rods and do all this shit to kind of straighten it.
I know
It
a
was
few
pretty
people.
much a you're fucked deal. Oh, I gotta go check my damn. We gotta go check some dressing. But yeah, it was when I blew it out when I was 18, they did the first surgery on it. They took out half of my L5S1 disc and shaved out some of the vertebra to get the pressure off the nerve, which was sucking. That'll be about right. I'll do another. There it is. See, that'll be because it'll get heated up again tomorrow. But that kind of.
That's your casserole,
Yeah,
or your dressing.
yeah, that little brown on top. It's nice and brown around the edges.
Mm-hmm.
So once we
I
heat
feel
it up
it.
tomorrow, it'll be right.
It's a lot of work, man, but the big meal's worth it. I mean, that's
Man, you look
yeah.
at
When I was a kid, I didn't really care much about the meal.
Yeah.
I wanted to
those are
just
the rolls
like
that didn't
hang
fit
out
the
with my
oven.
cousins and shit. But freaking now, I really enjoy the meal, and you know, after everything's cleaned up, I enjoy the after meal conversation with some coffee and shit. Yeah.
Did I show you this freaking cookbook that bread recipe's in, Joe?
Mm.
This book, it's one of the
We were
original
talking
books.
about
This
old cookbooks and shit.
This book's one of the original cookbooks I learned how to cook with. This thing was the copyright or the print on it. This is the 7th edition of this book. It was printed in 1964. So that's about the time my mom got it, when she was in high school. But if you look at the page, where the bread recipe's at, look at that. it's man, this book, those pages are seen.
No, I've seen cookbooks like that.
Oh yeah,
dude, from Splatters.
From Splatter, from
yes,
God knows how many damn. There's I wouldn't even
have like little dried crusted dough or something on a couple little grand.
It would be impossible to guess how many thousands of rolls have been made from this cookbook.
Dude, the environment that my grandma's kitchen was in, like it was leading into a hillside, like a buried area where the cellar was. Like the cellar was connected to the kitchen. It was actually sweet as fuck because you could like, oh yeah, you didn't have to go outside. It was, dude. My grandpa freaking engineered that house.
I'd have to look up, and you can probably still find the recipe. There's another recipe for rolls on this page that's a sweet roll or sweeter kind of.
See, I don't like sweet breads. I like cinnamon rolls, but as far as like dinner rolls, if that like twirly roll that you make, like that wrapped up roll, it just a regular bread roll, that's freaking deluxe, dude. That would be super.
This recipe isn't necessarily sweeter than the recipe that I used, but this one's done a little bit different. It's done with milk and a couple other things that are a little bit different. But I hate this, and it's a really good recipe. But the freaking page somehow it's like missing a chunk.
Oh. Now, is this like, is this like either you or her great grandmother's? Is that where it
No, well,
is?
this is my mom's. My mom got this book when
Your
she was
mother.
a teenager. So she got this. I think when I talked to her, me and her were laughing about it tonight. This book is, I think she's had it for about 50 something years. So that's this book has made it through God knows how many movies with the Army.
She started it when she was in her late teens.
Probably 17 or 18. No,
Yeah,
well,
16
or 17 actually.
That's when she started.
Yeah, I think when we were looking at the math on it, I think she was 16 or 17 when she got this book.
And it's all just handwritten, her handwriting.
Well, no, well, she's got notes and stuff in it. For different
we
things.
We had a couple. There was like my grandma Morris, she passed. I have another grandma that's still alive, but she had like those plastic boxes with the index card recipes, and those were like she'd have one box that was all baking. It was all baking recipes. Then she had another box, and that was all freaking, I don't know, freaking potatoes. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah.
She had a couple different boxes of stuff, and
my mom had them, which just the plastic box, but it's like index cards in it.
Exactly.
So 3x5 cards. My mother-in-law still got that. I go in her kitchen. I'm going to cook something, and I need a recipe. I go in there to her little freaking 3x5 note cards.
That's what she was doing in the 80s, but like back from like the 50s and stuff, she still had like her couple recipe books that were like just they were like vinyl bound books. They were just like, I guess you bought them, they were just like blank pages in there, and she just wrote everything in there. It's which hell, all of us are pretty well cooked. So I mean, a lot of times, which now I don't have all that. A lot of times now, if I need to remember a recipe or something, I just hit it on my phone real fast. And I'll be like, oh, okay, that's the recipe. If I'm cooking something I've never done before, I'll look at a couple YouTube videos and see how I like the methods, and see what materials I have on hand and go with whatever. And most of the time I wing it, because dude, if you know how to cook, you know how to cook. So
that's like I said.
You don't need that much instruction. You might need a little hint here and there on how to get everything timed right or whatever. But it's not rocket. It's not rocket science. It's like food. It's food, heat, and freaking spices.
Yeah, it's which I said earlier. It's like my wife will walk in the kitchen, which I did it with my mom when I was growing up. She walk in the kitchen, and I have a bunch of ingredients. Have kind of a main meat or something that I'm going to do, and have a bunch of ingredients laid out. What are you cooking? I don't know. I'm just making it work. So it's just, you start off with a couple of flavor profiles, and whatever fits that flavor profile, that's just ingredients. That's just, dump it, stir it, fry it, and rarely have I ever had anything turn out where someone was like, oh, that's nasty.
Like after I was out of college, I had an apartment, and it was, I had a little backyard. It was really small, and I didn't have to take care of the backyard. The landlord mowed the grass, and he was like a little freaking 85-year-old Italian dude that was like 4'5". He was freaking awesome. I loved him, and he lived around the block, so he would just like push his little lawnmower. He had a little 2-stroke lawn boy. He pushed his lawn boy up the sidewalk, come around there, start up, and he'd mow my grass. I'm like, hey, you don't have to mow my grass. If you let me use the lawnmower, I'll mow it for you. Just sit on the porch. I'll mow it and I'll be done here in 5 minutes and be done with it. He's like, nah, it's okay. It's good for me. It's good exercise. It's like, all right. I was like, hey, I want to put a garden back here. Can I put a garden back here? He's like, you can put a garden anywhere you want. Put a big garden. I put like peppers and tomatoes and shit out. Had a nice garden back there. It was sweet because I mean, when I had shit going, you didn't really like pick it off the vine until you were ready to use it. Like keeping it on the vine kept it ripe and kept it nice. So just go out back, pick some peppers, put it in with some freaking potatoes, grill some
Yeah,
steak.
dude. When you got them, and of course, like I said, when you time it right, where you can just go pick whatever you want that night.
Yes,
dude,
yes.
oh man.
Yeah,
It's,
that was nice. I was at that place because it wasn't like a shitload of plants. I had like, you know, 3. I like Hungarian hot wax peppers. Do you guys those? Do you guys use those hot wax peppers?
dude, I can't remember the last time I've really used one like that. I'll use a lot of
popular. It's very popular around this region.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long hot pepper with a waxy hot oil on it.
Yeah, we've grown them. I didn't do a garden this year, so it had to be year before. I had God knows how many different peppers. I had Tabascos, I had freaking bells, Cajun bells.
The Hungarian hot wax is an excellent pepper to can with tomato sauce and do like a mixture to put on like a steak hoagie or whatever. You know, it's good for that. Very good for that. That's what they do around here. That's the normal.
I gotta add a bunch of stuff to where I've got my garden before this next season. I gotta add a bunch of stuff to it. I know I gotta line the hell out of it. I need to put a bunch of calcium down. Because we had issues where like tomato plants would come up and they'd get beautiful and put on big tomatoes, and then all of a sudden they just start dying off.
Did the bottoms rot out of them?
Mm-mm. No, it wasn't blossom end rot or anything like that. But the plant itself would just start dying off. And I mean, I was fertilizing them.
You didn't have any yellow on the leaves or nothing?
The leaves
tomatoes are typically pretty hardy.
Yeah. This was the leaves. I think probably about after the first good crop of tomatoes you get, the leaves would get a little bit yellow, and then the actual plant itself would just start withering and die off. Melons would get, about that big around, and then the whole plant vine would just die off. Pumpkins did the same way because I planted pumpkins 2
You think
years in a row.
Soil?
It's something in the soil. There's some sort of deficiency there. It's not like a blossom end rot. It's not a blight or anything like that. It's some sort of deficiency. So the only thing I know to do is just lime the shit out of it, calcium the shit out of it, and then hit it with a bunch of damn like 777 or something.
If it'll mature to a certain point and then stunt, then maybe you're just lacking certain minerals. They've been leached for some reason, or maybe they were never there to begin with. So you need it's like some sort of fertilizer type mineral booster.
Sorry, bro. Shatter my seat. Yeah, dude, you start shattering your freaking cervicals into 14 pieces.
Dude. I was talking to guy today, he's got to have his shoulder freaking operated on, man. It's all fucked up. It's disjointed right now.
Oh, dude, that fucking blows.
Oh, he was in pain, man.
Dude, I've ran every once in a while. And it's done it. I fell in an attic one time when I was doing plumbing work. I tripped the, framers would go up there and they'll just lay boards in some areas. Well, they don't nail them down, so they freaking wobble.
Yeah, it's a catwalk, but it's not nailed down.
Yeah, you hit one in the wrong spot, not paying attention, that joker will flip out from underneath you. So I went to fall. I was working second story.
Did you put your foot through the ceiling?
No. Luckily enough, I mean, it's all exposed rafter up there and just some decking.
I know. Yeah.
And I was putting in the water heater up there, but I hit that board and went to fall.
That's a fucked up place for a water heater.
I went to catch myself with my left arm and hyperextended it. I caught, fat kid gonna hit the ground and you catching it, just extended that. Luckily enough, it was enough to slow me down before I hit the rafters. I bruised my ribs, but my left arm.
Oh, you fell like flat on the rafters?
Yeah, it was like flat to the side.
Oh, yeah.
So it sucked. I bruised my ribs, hyperextended my damn left arm. I'm laying up in the attic, freaking grabbing my arm. I'm just like sucking and hurting. My boss,
fucking squirrel comes over, starts nibbling at your feet,
trying to eat. Yeah, a buddy of mine, it was my boss at the time, old Mike Wally, as a matter of fact. He was like, dude, you got to get that done. And I'm like, no, I'm dying.
I'm
like,
dead.
Come get me. Yeah, it was like, dude, I'm busted up. But to this day, man, my left arm, sometimes it'll just
I remember as a kid. I remember as a kid when I was like 12 or so, up there in the attic helping my dad insulate the attic and then build an air box around a whole house fan. Do you remember whole house fans? They usually put them in the middle of the house. We had ours like in the middle of our hallway, in the middle of the house. And you would turn that thing on and it would suck air.
Yeah,
freaking. Yeah, an attic fan. But it was like in the middle of the hallway. It was like this big lever. When you would turn it on, the lever would open up in the hallway, and all this air would suck in. But you just have to open your window. You just crack a window anywhere you want air, and it would just come in. It was like cheap ass, dude. It was like cheap ass air conditioning. That's what we had when I was growing up. That I helped my dad put it in when I was like 11.
Yeah, when we lived in Lacombe, Louisiana, when I was a kid, we had one. So for I don't know, an extra month or so out of the year, we didn't have to touch the air conditioner because you turn that attic fan on, crack open a couple windows, and it was moving enough air. It kept things cool.
Yeah. We didn't have an air conditioner. Mom and Dad had an air conditioner in their bedroom window, but we didn't have one. The rest of the house was just like, it is what it is. But the attic fan was very chilling, man. It was pretty.
Those attic fans were nice. We are going to inject the turkey in just a second. And then I'm going to be done cooking for the night.
Bird is the word.
I heard that, dude. I'm telling you, man, after frying a turkey, it breaks my heart thinking about throwing it in the oven. Now, I'll tell anybody this, and I said something about it. I think Vanessa Kitty might have said something about being careful frying a bird. When you go to drop a bird, turn your burner off so there's no flame underneath it.
There you go.
Lower your bird in slow. You'll boil up because you're going to have some moisture there. And then once everything settles down, turn your burner back on. That will keep you from exploding. in case anything boils over.
I've done it a few times. The only reason I'm not doing it tomorrow is because, well, it's expensive, dude. That oil's expensive.
Yeah, it ain't cheap.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, that thing of freaking and it's not even full peanut oil I got this time. It's a blend oil.
you can get
that shit's 50 fucking bucks.
You can get the cheaper shit. You can get the peanut blend at Sam's. And
yeah, this shit's a blend. It's peanut oil and canola oil and something else, but still 50.
It's still
bucks.
$50. It's still 50.
One of the best oils, and I haven't seen it in forever because a bunch of people were like raising hell about it, but it was actually cottonseed oil. Cajun.
I was told. I mean, there's kind of a mentality to watch out for seed oils, like to kind of. Have you heard? You know what I'm talking about? Like, they might not be as healthy for humans as one might think.
As far as
two, I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, we both said we both like to cook with bacon grease, right?
Oh yeah.
You would much rather cook with bacon grease than some seed oil anyway. So seed oil should be on like the way, way, way back burner of the freaking thing you'd want to use. It would be the last resort.
Yeah, dude, Anthony, there's a lot of times where if you were wearing extra gear that you're supposed to wear, it's that golden bullet where it would have been worse.
Golden
well,
bullet.
I mean, it's one of those. It's that kind of freak thing that happens. That's like a dude hit me one time. I was turning into a customer's driveway. And I can't remember whether I talked about it on stream or not, but I was turning into a customer's driveway and driving a work truck, and I put my blinker on long before I turned in this dude's driveway because where it is, most people don't know there's a driveway there. They just don't pay attention to it.
Hidden drive.
The guy who hit me right where the cab of the truck meets the bed and pushed me into a telephone pole. So, like,
wow.
if I'm trying to figure out a way to do this on stream. So if this is a telephone pole and I'm turning in, he hits me in the bed, shoves me in the telephone pole, and it just hooked the frame of the truck. And I mean, bent the frame. So he hit me hard. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. When he hit me, I just kind of slid sideways in the seat. I mean, no harm, no foul. I didn't feel a thing.
The Yoo-hoo bottle was the bent frame, right?
Huh?
The Yoo-hoo bottle was the bent frame, right?
Yeah. Well, this is what we're going to inject a turkey with. This is some Creole butter. So, but it's one of those things. Say if the poles
product. When you said Creole butter, I didn't know it was like a prepared product.
Yeah. This is a prepared product. So this is
I can see it on the big screen, please.
Yeah, this is Tony Satchery.
Oh, Tony Satchery. Yeah. Yep. I've never seen that at the store, dude. Injectable butter. Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to use to inject this bird with.
Dude, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it.
You can do this on Cornish hens, and it's amazing. Just treat a Cornish hen like just like I do a turkey. So I'll inject it with the Creole butter, and then before I drop the bird, I'll actually rub it down. I'll rub the outside down with mayonnaise, straight mayonnaise. I'll rub the outside of the bird down with it, like I'm giving it a massage. And then I'll use like a Creole seasoning, Tony Satchery's Creole seasoning, and I'll shake that down on the outside of the bird.
Bust out that green can.
Yeah. I'll bust it out. I'll shake down the whole outside of the bird, and when I drop it, that mayo becomes kind of an extra fat, and that stuff fries the outside of that bird, and that seasoning just fries to the outside of the skin.
I betcha.
Fucking amazing. Damn, I'm gonna start drooling.
But Dude, you got a turkey to cook tomorrow, man. You'll be fine. You'll have plenty of food.
Oh yeah, dude. I'll be out there freaking dropping a bird and having a couple, and that's my thing. This is bread and the pies and stuff like that. That's my baby. These are my babies every month.
Looks pretty good. I'm sure my mom will have pretty good stuff going on. What did I tell you that my grandma's husband hit a deer with his pickup truck?
No, you didn't tell me about that.
Yeah, he did like a couple weeks ago.
Did he like total the truck? How bad was
Yeah, we found that out recently. So he needs to get a pickup truck. Right now, we're driving my grandma's 1996 Ford Escort sedan. Dude, and it's actually a good shape. Dude, it doesn't have rusty rocker panels. I swear to God, dude. It's got a little bit of like sunbake, clear coat, like, freaking crack off.
Going on, yeah.
Yeah. So like, but it's got like a little spoiler on the trunk lid. Yeah, that thing's got sunbake on it. The trunk's got a little sunbake on it. Rear bumper's got sunbake on it. But so what? It's a fucking 96 Escort with like maybe 110,000 miles on it. It's right. It starts right up when you start up and you run it, but they just like leave it in the garage until they need it. They need it.
Freaking a buddy of mine. Damn, I ain't seen him in fucking decades. He was with the 101st Airborne. Matter of fact, he was a girlfriend at the time. It was her cousin, and Jimmy. He was cool shit. But when you said Ford Escort, all I can think of is Jimmy had one. It was fucking purple people eater, like purple.
So that was like a latter year, like
it was like
Escort.
Barney freaking purple Escort.
Hilarious, dude. The Escort with a colorful vehicle, it spanned a lot of years.
Oh, that was
a lot of people had them, man.
Freaking
I like good small cars, dude. That little that Honda I have is proven to be a good car. I just bought suspension for the front end. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on now. That maybe a couple front axles. It acts a little wonky sometimes. I think that'll correct it. It's an old vehicle. It's like 16 years old. Got to take care of the old vehicle.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at. I gotta get my truck to the shop here in a little bit and try to figure out what the hell's going on with the damn transmission.
What's your vehicle?
Oh, it's that 06 Ford that I've got. I was taking my daughter to school Friday. It's funny because if we go the back way to her school, leaving from the house, it's paved road, and then you hit about a half mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile of just dirt road. And then it goes back to paved road for no reason whatsoever. It's hysterical. But there's one part where you're going up this hill, and it's like I just kicked my truck out of gear. So I'm doing like 45 down this dirt road. I'm, kicking it on up, and all of a sudden it's just like I took my foot, or like I kicked the truck out of gear. RPMs jump up to like 5,000.
Is it an automatic?
Yeah, it's all automatic.
What's your transmission fluid level?
That's another thing I still got to check. I was so disgusted with it.
That's the first thing. That's first thing. Check, buddy. Don't freak out. It might not be blown, but don't drive it. But check your trans fluid level because
it got better.
Absolutely. Start there and freak out after that.
Oh yeah, dude, it was one of those things where I got her to school.
Don't
I
move it.
said-
Serious. I'm serious. Don't move it tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll be freaking settled, and you have to. What do you have to get? You have to get it up to operating temperature, I think, to
Yeah.
get an accurate
For
fluid level
most
check on
transmissions,
AT.
yeah.
What vehicle?
It's a 06 F-150.
06 F-150. So that's one of those modular Tritons. It's not a Coyote, right? It's like a 4.6.
Yeah, it's a 5.4 liter.
Okay, it's a bigger one.
It's not a Triton, I don't think. I can't even remember offhand.
We don't have to nail it on the head, but you know what I'm talking about.
I gotta let it get up to operating temp and then check the fluid in it, see what the level is. If the level's low, I gotta figure out where the hell my transmission fluid went. But
well, it's an AT, and it's how old? It's like 20 plus years old.
Oh yeah, dude, you're looking at like I said, you're looking at an 06, so 20.
I've got an 06 Honda, so it's only like as 16, something like that.
We look at 06 to 16 would be 10 years.
Yep.
So it's 18 years. 18 years? Something like that.
06 to 2020 is 14 years. And we're 2023, so I had 2 years. It's 16 years.
Yeah.
Boom. Easy math. I did it, man. That's the new math. That's the new math.
Hey, long as when you do a common core, brother, we all right.
No. That's real math. That's just like fucking easy numbers. Come on, we're just all like partial it. Dude, I'm drinking a little bit. I went over to my neighbor's house and hung out on his back patio, drank some beers for a while, came back.
Yeah.
This we talked about important things, man. It was a productive session, man. It heightened awareness a little bit.
Heightened awareness a little bit.
No, it did. Yeah, at least the one guy. The other guy, he's he's cool, and we would definitely help him out, but he's going to be one of the last ones that accepts what we're talking about, what we're trying to like head off.
Yeah, the wisdom you're trying to lay down on him.
He knows. We're talking about it openly in front of him and with him, and he understands. He's one of the last ones that's gonna, I guess, buy into it. If I bought into something, he's gonna be one of the last ones to buy into it.
Yeah. There's some cats out there right now, brother, that they're gonna be the ones that buy into it kicking and screaming. They're not gonna see it.
And here's the thing: the only reason I'm wasting my time is because he's the fucking man. He's valuable, and he knows that, and will eventually get it. He'll eventually. It's mainly his wife. If it was just him, it'd be different. But it's his wife. But as soon as times get hard, yeah, she'll be like running to us like she was already in it anyway.
Yeah.
So he'll come to us. If she comes to us, he'll. It's been kind of cool, man. There's been about 4 or 5 guys, and they say there's other guys, and they've got kids. There's some other guys with kids that are not really kids, or like 18-year-old kids. They're getting ready to go to college.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You never know. You just gotta roll with it and see what's going on. There's nothing wrong with having a nice sporting club and getting together and talking about stuff. Maybe having a couple race days here and
Right
there.
now, as crazy as everything's getting, as stupid as everything's getting, everybody needs to be.
Everybody loves range day. Range day is freaking awesome.
Well, I mean, everybody seriously needs to be thinking about having a pretty solid core group of people that you can depend on. Everybody better be thinking about that at this point.
And that's core. That is core, Coop. I mean, really. And I'm not saying like disassociate with everybody else that isn't, but recognize those who are, and communicate to them on that level, and freaking share the level of importance you're trying to do, and make.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm not saying you don't associate with people, but what I am saying is the people that you're like-minded with, the people that you know you can depend on. You need to be having some folks around you like that, because it's I honestly think even if we didn't go full-scale freaking hot civil war anytime soon, things are just going to get dumb enough where you're going to need some people to help out every once in a while.
You want to, well, listen, and that's kind of, I mean, me and a couple of buddies, a couple of them are, one dude's an ex-Marine, and he pretty much, he could actually do field surgery. The other guy's a freaking Navy nurse medic, and we've got a couple other guys that are in the military, but a lot of the other guys are first and other things, like me. There's people like me, and there's a couple other people that just have other resources or assets or both. But it's nice that there are a couple people that are willing to start talking about stuff like that, and it's still at like a handful of people stage, like about 8 people. It's not
you got people. You got people right now that don't see that. Hey, when I go to the store, the shelves aren't as full as they used to be.
There's always a time where there's like 2 or 3 things that are on my list I can't get, and I got to go to Walmart and try to get them.
Oh, it's even, I mean, Walmart, even big box stores, like Walmart.
I usually go to Aldi, but sometimes if it ain't there, I got to go to Walmart.
Well, even big box stores like Walmart, you go in there now, if you're paying attention, you'll see a lot of shelves that aren't loaded like they should be. Or they got, what they do is where one product normally was,
they spread.
What they do is they have more of another product, and they spread it to that area, so you don't have an empty shelf. But what you do have is this product's taking the place of where the other product normally was. In some cases, they've actually rearranged entire areas. They've taken out shelves and then basically expanded aisles. So you see, hey, shelves are full, but what you don't realize is
ours, like our Walmart, like my local Walmart, is built like a warehouse.
Yeah.
And the aisles haven't changed for quite some time. Sometimes the coffee will be in the front. Sometimes the coffee will shift back toward the wine. But Wine and beer and eggs and milk is always toward the back because that's where the coolers are. I mean, it only shifts minorly, but the other one, like there's another one like where I work, I go to that one too. It's actually a better store, but I don't know. Walmart sucks. I hate going to Walmart too.
Oh, dude, I hate it too. But you know, some of the times I'm there because hell, they're the only ones that got what I'm looking for. And now I'm getting to the point where when I look for stuff, even when I go to Walmart, Walmart ain't fucking got it.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Biden's America.
Well, it's why we were talking on the Safety Doc show the other night about
this isn't people doing. Yeah, this isn't people fumbling around and being just like stupid people with dementia. This is all by design. This is all on purpose.
This stuff is definitely on purpose.
Yeah, this is definitely on purpose. There's no.
It's why we were talking the other night on Safety Doc show about sometimes, like when we do shows, talking to different people around the country to see what they're seeing in their stores versus what we're seeing in our stores. You know, kind of spreading that around. Not that we're saying
what's scarce? Like granola bars are scarce right now in my area. You can only get certain ones, but not the ones I like. But I've grown to like others.
Yeah.
It's inconvenient minorly. I can't complain because I can still get a granola bar, just a different one.
Well, the thing is these shortages and supply chain things are only going to get worse. It's 100%. We're going to see a lot worse supply issues than we're having now.
When the diesel runs
that's what we're talking about.
When the diesel runs out, the everything stops. Like you'll have what you have. Like what's there is there, and that'll be it. I mean, if diesel stops.
Well, I'm hearing more rumblings.
But
we were supposed to be on the verge of a railroad strike.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean, Coop. I mean,
oh yeah.
When they say when diesel stops, all that's like scary shit anyway. So diesel's not going to stop. They've got diesel. Diesel will continue. I know. Now, if it does stop, color me wrong, but
the problem is we're not.
I know it's in short supply. We're definitely not in a good position, whether it continues or not. We're still not in a good position.
Yeah, we're definitely not taking advantage of the amount of diesel we could be producing, and we're not refining it like we should. So scarcity to a point would be.
There's been some questions around the interwebs, like what's the secret taboo about drilling more domestic oil? Why is that so bad? Is it because maybe it's already been sold off to another nation?
Mm-mm.
And we don't even know it yet.
No.
Why can't we touch what's beneath our feet to freaking fuel our freaking nation? It's beneath our feet. It's really right here.
It's all about dependence.
We live in such a backwards national society.
Oh, yeah.
We are laughed at. Dude, we are laughed at nationally. Every nation, even freaking, dude, the freaking DRC, freaking Congo's laughing at us. Everybody's laughing at us because we're fucking clowns right now. Nobody respects the
I'm
US
I'm a I'm a
the USA isn't a fallen nation, but it's a falling nation. It's like taking a fucking hit to the fucking right jaw, and it's like starting to fall, but it ain't falling all the way. It very well might. It very well might.
I gotta grab another pack of smokes out the truck. But here's the thought for you, Joe.
Sorry for the rant.
So I'm this big government, right? And I'm supposed to rule over these people, but these people have all these different things that allow them to operate on their own without being dependent on me.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you can do is you can disarm them.
Yeah.
Okay, they're working on doing that. 2, you can't go ban all their trucks and cars and shit. That shit'll never work. But what you can do is you can control oil. Think about how many of our products are actually produced using petroleum. How many of our products actually run or operate because they're lubricated or cooled by something that has to do with petroleum?
If you look super deep into it, more than 90% of your pharmaceutical products are derivative.
So if I'm this big government and I want to control these people, I know I can't disarm them. That's going to automatically cause a fucking war if they try to do it in large scale. Now, they can take little bites of the apple. They've been doing that constantly. But what I can do to take that freedom away from them is I can knock out one leg of that, which is all of these hydrocarbon petroleum fuels. Now they have to be dependent on me, and I'm going to come in as a government and say, well, here, your life sucks because this happened, and I'm sorry. Hey, these things are going on, but I'm the government, and I'm going to give you the subsidy. I'm going to give you these programs so that we can ease your suffering during this time of shortage.
I'm just going to create this little problem, and then by the way, when it becomes a problem, I'm going to introduce this little solution that I might have already figured out because I knew this might have been a problem. I'm gonna bring this. Yeah, I'm just gonna slide it here.
We're gonna give you cancer, and by the way, here's this handy dandy thing. I'm gonna give you more cancer to cure your cancer. That's government. That's government's deal.
Dude, we're talking about vaccine shit now because I tell you
it's
what,
not just vaccine. Which vaccine is part of it?
I mean, this is our modern day fucking Tuskegee experiment, dude. It's fucked up.
Most people don't understand when they talk about the Tuskegee experiment. Okay, the government didn't give people syphilis. They didn't do all this crazy shit. But what they did do is told these people, we're going to give you something to help you with syphilis, and they didn't give them shit.
Yeah.
There are people run around and think, oh, the government gave them syphilis, and the government. No, what the government did is the government promised them a solution or a treatment, and then they didn't do the treatment, and they watched these motherfuckers suffer. And they sat back and they just sat there and studied it. That was the experiment.
Placebo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what do you think the government does to us constantly? Hey, we're going to ruin all your shit. But by the way, here's the stimulus check. Here's this placebo. While we still turn around.
I tell you what, the gov don't love.
Oh, the gov loves something. The government loves power.
The gov loves taxes. The gov loves taxes. But freaking.
Well, taxes are just another form of power. Because if you don't pay your taxes, guess what? Guess what we get to do to you if you're not the highly useful slave?
You're a criminal. Now you're a criminal.
Yeah, we get to throw your ass in prison over that. I don't get why
it's an odd dynamic. There's other countries that have it different. Are they better or worse than us? No, we're probably about the best. We are the best. The
We-
West
we
is the
are-
best.
We have the prettiest cage, is what we have. We don't have freedom. We
Yeah.
have the
Okay.
prettiest
Okay.
cage.
Yeah. Good take. Good
So
take.
we're all
Gotcha.
little good monkeys in our good little cage, but we got the prettiest cage. So no one bitches because, hey, my cage has a fucking flat screen TV. But you're still in a fucking cage, jackass. You know?
We got people living at poverty level that are fucking 300 pounds.
Dude, you go to
Yeah, we have obese freaking freaking people that are
We're-
living on welfare
with very few exceptions, and you can find those exceptions generally in white communities in like Appalachia or something like that.
That's
where
what
you
I
have
mean. That's where I'm
extremely poor
talking about. White community right now,
So,
right here.
You know, you've got those, but in a lot of other so-called
There's
poor
black people
communities
too. It's a
Yeah,
mix.
well, in a lot of so-called
I'd say
poor
20. I'd say 25% black.
Well, in a lot of so-called poor communities in the United States, you got flat screen TVs, you got cars on fucking 22-inch wheels, you got cable, you got internet.
They're
got
dumb
air
as shit. They're not smart. They're not smart with the money that they do get.
Here's something, and I brought it up on a stream the other night. Why is the government pushing to give everybody this internet? You know, they're pushing for high-speed internet for everywhere right now.
They be
It's all
tracking.
propaganda.
They be tracking.
Well, it's tracking, but it's propaganda. They need to get that signal out in front of more faces, in front of more ears, and they need to be able to push that agenda. That's the whole key to that.
I tell you what I'm bringing back. I was looking up VoIP phones, like voice over internet protocol phones.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can get a talk box, just like you plug it into, I could plug it into my router, off one of my ports, and I have a talk box, and then you plug in an analog phone. I think I got rid of all my old, I might have one, but I'll get an old phone, and it has voicemail and shit on the computer, and I think I'm just going to do that just to have a home phone free. I mean, it's freebie. And and ditch the cell phone, but I'm going to get a sat device, I believe. Not right now. I'm going to just like kind of coast around here for a while and use like I was saying, use the VoIP phone for a message phone, and then maybe I want to get away from carrying a cell phone with me all the time. You know what I mean?
Well, people don't realize, man. People talk about China.
You don't need it. You don't need it, and
people,
like.
We live in probably the most tracked and spied on society that has ever existed. Because we always got our phone.
That'd be China, right?
Hey, brother, we're right there with them.
Dude, I mean, and actually, like even like freaking inner city, like English, like freaking areas, freaking like places like that. They've got like CCTV cameras everywhere. That's their enforcement. Yeah, they do CCTV enforcement.
Dude,
China brought it to a next level. All this was like old like bullshit, like
you look at I still got to finish out that stream because I got sidetracked when I started talking to Mike when Mike came in the stream, but. You look at January 6th, look at the charging documents for these guys. They go through and they actually say, hey, Google gave us your all of your social media. And we got with this company, and this company gave us all your cell phone data. So they pinged you from this tower, they pinged you from this tower, they showed you were in this place. Now, ultimately, some of that stuff has been proven to be absolutely unreliable. But it's the fact that the government can go in and they can get your cell phone data and they can show which towers you were pinging, so you were more than likely close to them.
You can't. I mean, it's. I mean, if someone asks you a direct question or a person of authority, it's always best to just go ahead and tell the truth. But
well, you want to know what you say to
shape it as best you can towards your.
What you tell somebody, someone in so-called authority is asking you questions, Joe. What only thing you tell them is, you can talk to my lawyer, even if you don't have one at that time.
Well, that's the ultimate, just the lawyer time.
That's all you tell them. Even if you don't have a lawyer at that time, you tell them you can talk to my lawyer when I get one.
I've got a guy. I got a guy
that got to help me out. Got me under first defender and stuff. I could call him and be like, "Hey, I got something going on," but that's ultimately, if I'm getting questioned by anybody in so-called authority, that's going to be my answer. Talk to my lawyer. Who's your lawyer? You'll know when I get him, or this is the dude I'll more than likely use. Either way, I ain't answering your question.
Admit to nothing, and cooperate with transport if that's what has to happen. But ideally, you want to get out of the freaking the local pen before they do the freaking bus transport, because the bus picks you up, you end up in regional, and you got to get deloused, and that sucks. You don't want to do that. So you want to try to get out of your predicament within anywhere between 4 to 8 hours, depending on what time you get arrested.
Yeah, trust me, it's no fun getting cuffed and put on.
Well, and that's what I told the guy there too. I mean, I was like 18 years old.
I mean, what are you doing?
Coming out the door.
Why are you coming out the door?
I want to.
Because you want to. And then my uncle woke up.
Yeah.
I'm talking to a bunch of guys on the live stream.
Yeah, we were talking about
you're going to be live on YouTube. Well, if you're out here, you are. As long as you ain't, you ugly enough, you break the camera.
Yeah, your camouflage ass is live.
You ain't got no ass. You got no ass at all disease.
You're right. I
I'm surprised you got enough butt flap to sit on the toilet with it.
I got enough butt to just sit on the crack of the commode.
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm surprised you got enough to do that.
I tell you what, I got a sore butt too.
Well, you see what I've been doing in there. I've been getting ready for Thanksgiving, so. Oh man, but yeah, it's with the stuff that's going on now, Joe. That's the biggest thing. That's the best thing you can do. Like, hell, when it say the ATF shows up over some bullshit, that's the best thing you can tell them. If you don't have a warrant to search my shit, you can talk to a lawyer. I ain't saying nothing to you. You dickheads can have a good day, bad day. I really don't care.
I'm not too worried about it, but if it would occur, it would actually be it would be surprising, because I only have one. I mean, I've got one 30 cal can, so there's one reason the ATF could show up at my house and say, "Produce a cal can. Is it here?" Yes, it's here. Where is it?
Oh, man, they more than likely wouldn't even think about bothering you. Everybody else, on the other hand, pistol braces, shit like that, those are like mine. I'm not changing shit on my pistols, so they can bag on that.
That's what I'm talking about too, and I'll encourage a lot of people, and you should talk to people on the DL, on just like private soft conversations. You really shouldn't talk about pistol braces unless we talk about them, the better right now. And
The-
if you're gonna be on the DL, be on the DL about it. You know.
Well, the biggest thing is with the braces and stuff is the way I see it, and people can do what you want. The best thing that I can see happening, like I said earlier, is mass non-compliance. Just telling me the big one, you know.
But you know what I mean? The best way to get away with it is to be nonchalant about it.
Well, I'm not necessarily believe it or not.
I mean, just to carry on. Just to carry on.
I'm not even too much worried about just the carry on part. I mean, it's the fact that I have a legal product. I built it by your fucking specifications. I'm not changed.
Coop, you have no idea. If I would have to freaking neuter every gun that I put one of those on, just in the freaking the braces themselves, I'm losing like freaking almost like $800.
Oh yeah,
I've got a lot of these freaking setups, dude. And
now
it's sad. You hate to go neuter shit, but I bought parts. I bought tubes to just put on them, and you know, hey, it's a placeholder. It keeps the gun legal and in my possession. I'm not going to get my guns up. I'm not going to get busted.
Yeah, and I wouldn't encourage anybody to do what I'm doing. I said, you know,
and that's kind of what I recommend. If you don't know what you're doing, just buy a freaking straight tube with a pad on it and put that on it and sit on it and then figure it out. If you don't know what's going on, if they don't put a stay on it, because I don't know, man. I'd hate to be that one guy. Like when they open it up, I'm 2 weeks into it and they come to my house. Like, you motherfuckers, I didn't have time to do that shit. I'm just going to do it. It's not a big deal. I told my buddy, I was like, it'll take like about 30 minutes per gun. No big deal.
Yeah, and 30 minutes, and that's if you're taking your time. Because, I mean, honestly,
easy. Actually, what sucks, man, a couple of my a couple of them were serious builds, like my Banshee. I staked that one, so I'm gonna have to break the stake. Like,
I mean, breaking the stake's not bad. You can go in there.
Yeah, it didn't scratch nothing of it. It's all like, you know, it's gonna be a little more effort. It sucked though too, because some of those, just because it was in that form, it was a good gun, like the Banshee. It was. It was a 9mm.
I'll say this, you know, I built my brace guns as range toys, but then I figured out, you know, they are awful damn handy to, you know, shoulder. So I mean, I originally built them to shoot one-handed, but it is what it is, you know. But
can I tell you about,
you know, they were built by ATF specs. They were built according to ATF specs, and you know, they can get bent at this point. I'm not doing anything else. They can you know, they can eat a fat one pretty much.
Can I tell you about the specs on my Banshee?
Yeah, man.
This is I don't know if you remember, I've been a CMMG fan for a while, and I only have one CMMG gun, which is this one. And back in the day, when they first introduced their Glock mag fed 9mm lowers, they called them the CMMG Guard. Do you remember that?
I remember. I think I do. I'm not 100%, but it sounds familiar.
Okay. Well, you could get the Guard in an 8-inch pistol or a 16-inch carbine. And then the guard eventually morphed into, I think they called it the Mark II, Mark One, Mark Two, something like that. And so on and so forth. Well, those didn't sell too hot. They just weren't popular yet, and they were kind of expensive because it was CMMG, right? So this
Oh
guy
yes,
like,
MMG ain't cheap.
but I'll tell you what, though, it is quality. No shit, it's worth every penny. No
Oh yeah,
bullshit.
no doubt, man.
Yeah, and I only own one of their guns, and it's worth every penny. Swear to God. But so that cools down. They don't sell any of them. They freaking reintroduce it as CMMG Banshee, and first Banshee
Doctor had that damn turkey, huh?
Yeah.
an 8-inch barrel.
Huh?
Doctor make it stay in the pan.
I'm gonna let it stay in the pan and marinate overnight.
Huh?
So I'm gonna let it stay in the pan and marinate overnight after I inject it.
Oh,
Most of it sell with either like 5-inch barrels, pretty much 5-inch barrels, but the key ones have 8.
inject every joint, everything that I could get to.
That's generally the way I do it, huh?
Oh yeah, gotta get that bitch plump,
In the cook,
plump it up.
break your joint out. Better get your supper ready.
Oh, this choker, by the time I get done with it tomorrow, you'll be able to
You where?
freaking, you'll be able to look at it and meat will fall off of it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Oh, you trying to throw it away? Get that freaking zing in the wind? Its wings will be disintegrated in the oven.
Oh, dude, these wings, by the time when I get done with this thing and pull it out of the fryer, these wings are going to be amazing.
Oh, are you gonna dunk fry it? You're gonna deep
Oh,
fry
yeah,
it?
we frying this baby.
Okay, my bad.
Hey, man,
Didn't know that.
I can't. It breaks
Makes
my
more
heart
sense.
to think
No,
about
it
throwing one
actually
in the
makes
oven.
a whole lot more sense now.
Well, that's why I said I'll take it in a, before I drop it, I'll smear it down with mayonnaise and
used to,
throw that Creole shake on the outside of it, and it'll fry in.
What your cook is like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
It's something like what is it? It's like 5 minutes and then a minute and a half per pound. I got to look it up again. But this bird will take probably 40 minutes, somewhere around there for a 13-pound bird.
Do you have to pull it up and freaking roll it over and like?
Oh
dip
no,
it?
dude! It's I'll hook it up on the little
Slap
freaking,
it up,
like
rub
a
it
claw
down.
thing. Yeah, it's like a claw thing I got for it. I'll hook it up, throw it on that, and then, like I said, it's about a 45-minute cook.
Yeah.
And when
I
you
get
slice
I
it,
can deep fry a nice one, man. I can run a deep fryer, man. I'm looking at my deep fryer right now. I'm out in my garage, right there. It's ready to go.
Oh yeah, dude! It's these things, man. I fried my first one years ago, and then after frying that first one, it breaks my heart thinking about putting one in the oven.
Did I tell you about that time Dad almost got the garage roof on fire?
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah. He don't do that anymore. He's not done anymore. Actually, I need to go scoop his burner up because I guarantee it's sitting out there and he'll never use it again because he done fucked up the garage.
Oh man, it's damn. there's fires with people cooking turkeys every year. There was
Well,
a dude.
I was trying to tell him how to do it. I was trying to tell him how to do it from like 2 days prior prep. Like I was like, hey Dad, when you pull that bird out of the freezer, put it in the freaking pot and put water in it and see where the level comes up to that's
Yep.
safe oil. And then freaking when you take the bird out, mark that level, and that's how much oil you put in it.
Put it on.
And Dad's like, I don't need to do that. I know what I'm doing. I was like, okay.
I typically.
Bam, freaking oil fire. Freaking. I was like, God damn it, Dad. Why did you listen to me? I mean, really.
Bird gets kicking in there.
I'll stay right around a 13-pound bird is what I typically do every year. And I'll do one.
I don't know what this one was. This was a flaming freaking carport firebird.
Oh man, yeah. There was a dude a couple years ago. He was going to cook one at a set of apartments down here. Nice wood decks and everything out back. And he dropped it, and it was either frozen or had a whole lot of moisture on the outside of it. And when that flame jumped up, or the boil jumped over and hit the flame, yeah, he burnt those apartments to the damn ground.
Oh, dude, when you think about a big old stock pot, it's like a cannon freaking barrel. And if you get something that'll ignite and blow up through, it'll just blow up through, straight up, pretty forceful, dude. That's a decent amount of volume.
Yeah, well, that's why I tell people, man, when you do a bird, I mean, no matter how you think about it, man, kill your burner before you drop your bird. That way, if it does boil over there's no flame underneath it. And then all you got to do is once everything settles down is just turn your burner back on. It ain't no huge deal. That's probably going to be about enough for him.
And I tell you what, man, I'm getting pretty rusty. I think I'm going to get some freaking oil and freaking grease my shit up and freaking work my way toward the fart sack.
Put butter in it.
Dude, I haven't tried it, but there's dude, he'll take his, when he fries them, he'll stuff the inside cavity with sausage and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, you mean stuffing?
Yeah. It's like
sausage. I've seen people do like sausage, like diced apple, diced onion.
Yeah, he does all sorts of crazy stuff. Then he'll go in.
That'd be cool too. I mean, that would be good.
What he does, and when he does that, he'll go in, he'll stitch the bird up and seal the whole cavity off.
And then
that way when it cooks, I got to get everything out of the freaking cavity on this bird, but that way when it cooks everything that's inside the cavity of the bird too.
That's why. Oh, yeah, if you're going to deep fry it, you get to seal everything up.
I can't remember. I had a damn electric turkey fryer one time. I think I ended up giving it to my brother. That thing was freaking slick, man. You take about a 12 to 13 pound bird and drop it in and let it ride. Night Custom, what's up, brother? Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, I got everything out of him. I have to wrap him up, find a cold place for him to sit, and I'm going to take everything that was inside of him and just let that boil down and do some stock on the stove.
There you go.
That's what I like.
Get them jibs.
Dude, I don't like the texture of a giblet or anything like that. I can't stand it. But
well, but stock, exactly. You're talking about stock. Well, yeah, jibs are good for stock.
Yeah, I'll cook them down in stock and then strain the stock out and everything. What's up, Corn Pop? Happy Thanksgiving, brother. Oh, y'all night owls that are still hanging out. Of course, Night's just waking up. Oh, turducken? Yeah, dude. One of these days I'm gonna have to try to do one.
Do what?
Turducken.
Oh man, I know what you're talking about. Layer bird
Turkey,
meat,
chicken, and a duck.
stuffed and stuffed. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna have to try one. Anthony was mentioning I'm gonna have to try one day just to see, just to do it.
Tell me this, and this is nowhere near a turducken. It's much simpler. Are you a fan of the Cuban sandwich?
Dude, I can't remember the last time I've had a Cuban sandwich.
You know what I mean? Double pork, Swiss cheese, mustard, and pickles.
Man, I couldn't tell. Like I said, I couldn't tell you the last. I know I've had one. I couldn't tell you the last time I've had one that was been that freaking long ago.
Yeah, it's a good sandwich.
Dude, if I was going, if I went somewhere and ordered a sandwich right now, I'd probably do something like a Reuben. That's one of my favorite sandwiches.
Oh yeah, baby. Reuben.
That's the last time it's been a few years ago. We were up in Atlanta for something. I can't remember what it was.
Dude, if I can get good meat, to do it, I do a killer one at my house. I just
oh yeah, man.
I throw it down hardcore at the house.
Dude, I went full on damn ham on a couple sandwiches the other day.
No, I mean, Reuben sandwich, dude. That's a very, very tasty sandwich.
Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
I actually have some Thousand Island dressing in the fridge right now.
Freaking
I could do it, Coop. Don't fucking make me do it, man.
Joe,
I don't have
you till you do it.
I don't have corned beef, so
yeah, insane.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, though. On a side note, what does matter? Man, I look for you know, here when all these little, public shootings pop up here and there, all that's starting to pop up again, and the calls for gun control.
Yeah.
One of the easiest things they could shut off is imports. And right now, there are some really nice imports that are available for purchase. And by that, I mean Zastava. And
oh yeah, the president could old Joe Biden sleepy ass.
Joe Biden could kill Zastava just like they killed Polytech. They could just import ban, freaking assault weapons. And I just bought 2 Zastavas recently for that reason, because, dude, they're so nice, Coop. Those fucking AKs are so fucking well built. They're heavy as fuck. Dude, that rifle, that M70, dude, that's a Haas rifle. Really, just a standard M70 is a Haas rifle.
Yeah, dude, the Zastava. I'm gonna learn to freaking talk one day. I swear to God. Yeah, all
the
of
Z-Pap M70s. I mean, I'm not gonna show one unless you want me to, but
I'll show guns on my screen.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I'll dig it here in a second. It's
we're gonna roll until the wheels fall off, bro.
Yeah, with the Z-Pap series is the current series, the M70s and the M90s, the 223 5.56
Yeah.
guns. I've been tempted to get one of those, dude. Right now at my freaking favorite gun shop, I can get one out the door, 1,300. What? No. What? 11? No, it wasn't 13. $1,138. I can get a 5.56 Z-Pap M90 5.56 gun with red Russian wood furniture. It's a beaut. It's a
Oh man, yeah.
it's a beaut. It's beautiful, dude. Now, what comes with that is a fucking garbage 5.56 mag that probably needs fitting. Fuck that shit. I want to get like Yugo. I think they were M85 mags were good ones for that gun. They will fit
Yeah,
that
I
gun.
think you're right. I think it was.
M85s were the best. Those old pistol Hugo mags. So you get those. They're like $40 a piece. So in it, if you get the gun and equip it, you're a little deeper than $1,500. You're more like $1,600 in the gun and a couple mags, like having like 3 mags, 4 mags. It's a nice. Here's the thing though. I guarantee they'll kill imports, and that will be one that will be sought after because it's a 5.56, and you'll still be able to get the ammo for that one. That one's on my hot list. I'm telling you that too because if you want to buy one, it's on my hot list. That would be what I would buy.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, if I could find one for a good price and I had the money to burn on it right now, yeah, I would in a hurry.
1138 is fair market price for one right now. You can't get one on Gun Broker delivered to you. 1138 is actually the price I pay when I check out because West Virginia doesn't have firearms or ammunition tax anymore. So the advertised price is tax free. Whatever it is.
Man.
Dude, it cuts like $200 or $300 off the price sometimes. When you're looking over like a $1,500 weapon, yeah, fuck yeah, it's awesome.
Well, I mean that tax, man. Well, that's one of the reasons
That's
these
what I mean.
assholes in Congress
Yeah,
right now
that's
are
the way
calling
to
for a bunch
tax.
more taxes on guns.
What is
I
tax?
mean, they just want to price everybody out of just being able to damn afford them.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet, dude.
Matter of fact, hell, I was looking at another bill probably last night, another bill where they want to raise taxes on guns again. So it would put it'd basically triple the taxes that are on guns now, and that'd be a federal. So in other words, even though you may not have a state tax and everything on it, that'd be a federal tax. So it would still raise the cost of that gun by, an extra $600 or some shit. It's crazy.
Well, what they're going to try to push is they're going to try to push any way to do a person-to-person legal transfer without involving a gunshot death. No, they're going to try to push that, and that's backwards as fuck. Because, you know what I mean? Because some of my best deals, and there was a couple times like when I bought that. Have you seen that long barreled AK? I got that NHM 91 Norinco long barrel. It's like I think it's a 20-inch barrel AK. but I bought it for $600.
Oh, we were just talking about that.
Yeah. I freaking, talked to the guy, and he said that he wanted to do a transfer.
I know we were just talking about.
Oh, he said he wanted to do a transfer, and I went and met him. Showed him my concealed carry permit, my license. Like, if you want to do a transfer, we can do transfer. If not,
That's
whatever.
cool.
But I got that shit for $600, man. That was a freaking nice weapon. $600.
But see, one of the reasons they want to push this whole, they want to try to stop this person-to-person transfer deal, is so they can go in and they can push a registry, because that's the only way to enforce it.
Oh yeah. We with each transfer, because
here's the thing. Even if they got this registry and they got rid of person-to-person transfers, how are they going to track that? Are they going to like have me fill out a form every damn year when I do my taxes saying I still own the same?
How they going to track? Dude, they use our money to track that. They've got plenty of resources because we're paying them to do our own freaking downfall.
Yeah, as long as you keep a little store of cash, you could still easily buy person to person. They never know about it.
Yeah,
take $200 or $300 out each week and just stash it at home.
Thing. Yeah, wild cash is a thing. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but like I said, how are they going to track it every year to make sure I still own the same guns that I owned last year?
Yeah, they would need a national registry to enforce that.
Yeah, well, even with the national registry, if I met a dude in a parking lot and I sold a couple of my guns to him, how are you going to prove that? How are you going to track it?
You wouldn't be able to, but they would try to push that though, because that's
ultimately the goal.
Register everything you have, and anything you don't have is now a felony, or that you have that you don't register is now a felony.
One of the last bills that I know of that was submitted to Congress, one of the last 3 by the Democrats, is a registry bill. They want to track it from the time it's manufactured to the distributor, to the dealer, and to who they sell it to. They want paperwork on each one of those things. And that was talked about in the original 34 NFA.
Well, it's been real easy for them with like barcode technology and stuff. They want to do that like since the, probably late 90s, early 2000s. It's just.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely made the job easier for what they want to do.
I'm with Joe. Yeah, I haven't bought much lately, but I'm probably going to pick up a few Stavas. Like it's those are super nice, and yeah, I think the domestic stuff's a lot safer than the stuff that's coming in from out of country.
Oh, Joe Numbnuts could ban imports just by signing an executive order and not let anything. All the Turkish imports would go away. All your Can-X, all that shit would be gone.
And 762 by 39 is still pretty cheap, because like there was some crazy number. There was like 20-30 million rounds of 762 by 39 that had been signed, like the import, whatever it's called, like the what the fuck do they call that? What the hell do they call that?
I know exactly what
you know what I mean though. Like it because they basically banned it, but everything that was approved beforehand was allowed, so it's still going to be coming in for like the next year. But after that, there's not like any large domestic like cheap 762 by 39. So it's like I've been trying to buy 1,000 rounds every now and then of that just to have it for a lifetime.
Dude, anytime I can pick some up, I'm gonna pick some up.
You could go to Walmart, even just pick up a couple 20-round boxes of Wolf or Tula. Or...
And I got another buddy of mine. Matter of fact, I got to get to him. He's got I don't know how many rounds.
Oh, what do you got there, Joe? Yeah, you got your Coach gun. I want to get that. There's some auto ejectors side by side.
That's a good eye. Is that Chris?
Chris, that is
good eye on the Coach gun call.
What is that, Stoger?
Yeah, it's Stoger. I got like some 9-pellet S&B.
Some
there.
company, I can't think of the name. Nice. I got a bunch of that stuff too.
It is nice. They were good rounds back in the day.
Yeah, no, it's good cheap. It's good cheap stuff.
Yeah. It is, but when you see this thing's been stored for a while.
It's probably
It's
some
not
like some cobwebs in there.
Well, the corrosion of the brass from that's just like from sitting in the chamber.
That's from your fingers touching the shell, and then there's the oils in your fingers.
Maybe it had, but not so much. This thing was mainly untouched. This was it's been used a few times. It's a beater gun kind of, but not really because it's not all scratched up yet. But
some company just came out with a cheaper. It's I can't think. I mentioned it to you before, Joe. I can't think of the name, but they make a coach gun. It's a side by side, but it actually has auto ejectors. Like it has, you break it.
That's what I want. What is it?
I want it too. Yeah.
Tell me now. I'll give you my money, Chris.
I can't think of it's not that much more expensive than the Stoger either. It's it's a little bit more.
Care. That's not the point. I want the one.
So what that Stoger doesn't have a flat ejector in it?
No, they're all these are extractors. Like all these cheap side-bys and even the over-unders are extractor guns. Like
extractor only.
Ejector guns are like sometimes you're getting like baseline like somewhere around $800 or $900 to where a gun does that.
Well, it's weird. You can pick up a cheap over-under, like a Turkish-made over-under that's like $450, and it'll have auto ejectors. But for a side-by-side, you have to pay like $800 to $1,000 for auto ejectors.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing that don't make no sense.
Well, for a cheap shotgun, I'm kind of wanting something like this coach. And as far as like a long gun, I mean, I talked to a couple guys. I went to a party not too long ago, and there's some guys that in the local trap club there, and I was talking to him about guns, entry level, and whatever. And he was like, "Well, you can just rent one." I was like, "I'm not going to rent a gun. I have guns." Yeah, I was and he was like, just buy a moderate, over and under. That's pretty. I mean, that's pretty much your ideal if you're going to go shoot trap. That over and under,
Some of those trap clubs, the people annoy me. They're like super bougie. There's this trap club I went to, like that. They all have like the top level Brownings, Tory over under.
Me too. But then that's the cool shit, Chris. Too. If you outshine them, then they get to eat their own. Fuck them.
Don't get me wrong. I would like one day. I don't really want one. I wanted to buy my dad one of those nice Browning over unders because he's always wanted one. It's not my kind of gun, but he likes that kind of stuff.
Dude, no, shooting clays is freaking awesome, dude. I mean, this is not for clays, but this is for intruders. That's but I have thought actually.
No, it was a weird trap gun. There's that.
I shot skeet with that gun.
There was a Remington Model 11. It was either a Remington 1100 or it was some. I think Browning had a semi-auto like it too, and it was a single shot though. They modified the semi-auto piston part, and what it did instead was it was like a counter recoil system. When you shot it, instead of cycling the action, it shot a piston with a weight in it and it was meant for like recoil. Like scared of recoil shooters to shoot. And it was like set up just for trap. It had like a 28-inch barrel. I just thought that was kind of neat. Like I would never buy one because I don't,
It sounds kind of bad.
Unless I had the money just to burn.
Yeah, that's like if I had just money to burn. Yeah.
No, I've seen like trap sets, like when you see like shotguns for sale, like if you like expensive, like I don't know, just say it's a Beretta, like a really nice expensive shotgun. It's like, a 28-inch barrel set of 12 gauge, double barrel over and under, and then it also has another 12 gauge that's just like single barrel with the barrel on the bottom and like this big, like inch tall, crazy vent rib sight thing that goes down the whole thing, like a crazy nice trap gun setup.
Yeah, because trap gun's supposed to be just one shot,
you
right?
see those kind of things, like those combo packages that go for like $3,500, something like that.
Anytime I've shot trap, it's always been a 2-bird shot or a 2-bird round.
Yeah,
Me too.
That's the legal beagle is like 2 rats. That counts.
They banned like Saigas on my trap range at my local range because I used to take my Saiga on the trap range just for fun, just to like dump like I'd throw out 2 at once and then just like dump a bunch, just being an idiot.
Dude,
But that's probably why they banned them.
You know what? People shit on the Sega, but the Sega was for the time it was a fast gun. If you want to roll 2, like if you only had 2 rounds, like you had like a 5-round mag and you just put 2 rounds at a time, yeah, it would roll 2 fairly fast.
Dude, I've wanted a Saiga forever.
I've got a Chinese copy. I don't have a real one. Mine's Chinese, but it's like it was a kind of a limited edition Chinese. It was fly-by-night operation. They'll probably make a documentary about these people later.
Yeah, there was a couple times I think when I could have picked up a real Saiga, and it was like, nah, they'll be there later, and I got other things to pay for.
I remember when them goddamn 12 gauges were like fucking $500, and
like $520.
They had 410s. You could have got a 410 for like fucking $250.
I remember watching something on History Channel when I was like 14 years old, and it was like something about like shotguns, and in the last 3 minutes, it had a clip of like magazine, these Russians shooting these full lengths like steel like 410 magazine fed Saigas, and like those weren't even in the country yet. But like when I first saw one of those, I was like, I want one. I know I have a 12 gauge. I don't have a 410, but those 410 semi-auto Saigas are freaking cool. They even have
they have
a 20 gauge one too.
Yeah, they do.
Russians have
but really, dude, I never bought into 20 gauge. I mean, I had 20 gauge single shot shotgun as a kid, killing squirrels and shit. But
that was my dad's first ever gun. I still have his, like a single shot H&R 12 gauge.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I used one of those type guns when I was a kid, but freaking as an adult, I enjoy 410 and I enjoy 12 gauge. They're two different things, and 410 can be enjoyed very.
Well, 410's like the hard mode, like when you're skeet shooting, because you have to be more precise. You know
what costs fucking an arm and a leg though?
Shells for 410.
410, I mean ammunition. God damn, dude.
I'd like one of those Henry 410 lever actions because that'd be.
I got one, bitch.
Gun. Oh, fuck
I'll pull
you.
it out of the safe. I'll pull that bitch out of the safe.
There goes Joe, man, trying to show everybody up. Of course, I can't say that. Corn pop showing off.
Yeah, I can't say anything to that.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Fucking Christ, what just stabbed the shit out of me.
Coop, you've been cooking for I feel like 12 hours. No, even long, because I saw this go live at like 11 o'clock, like before lunch today, and it's 4:25, and you're still cooking. Like I'm
doing a cleanup phase now, man. Yeah, it's unless you got like 5 ovens to cook in, yeah, this is kind of.
Can you shoot 45 cold in that too? Joe?
I gotta get a power cord.
You're muted, Joe.
Joe's audio's been iffy.
I gotta go get a power cord, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Joe's audio, man, it's great for a little bit, and then it just freaking crashes.
What's that snake in your? Oh, that's a viewer. That's not your. Do you have any new snakes, Coop?
No. The only snake I'm still hanging on to right now is just the old hog nose. He's still chilling.
You haven't seen the face spider, or is that the face spider?
Huh?
Have you seen the face spider?
No. Last time I caught him, he was chill. He's still out there. Dude, that snake he's a black racer. I've caught him for, I know, 3 years in a row. And I catch him a couple times a year. There's 2 others. I didn't catch either one of the big snakes this year. I saw them, but I didn't catch them. There's a big rat snake that's about 6 foot, and there's a black racer that's about 6 foot. See him every year. I've worked there 6 years, almost 7 years now. See him every year. And normally I catch my big ones a couple times a year, but I didn't catch either one of them this year. I saw them, but they're little sons of bitches get, back in the side of the building before I could get my hands on them.
I like it. It's like the reunion, like the snakes thing, and like when the giant, he tells all of his little snake friends like the time that the giant came and picked him up, like.
Oh man, it's hysterical around that shop, and hopefully they never fix that shit on the back corner of the building. I tried to get video of them a couple times and I couldn't get it. Where that metal siding wraps around the corner of the building, there's a void back in there and it goes back into the wall. And I know they're back in there and that's where they chill out and overwinter and shit. But they get back in there and I'll walk out the back door sometimes and you'll see them about halfway out, peeking out, looking around. And as soon as they see me come out the back door, they just suck right back up into that wall. Like, assholes. Because I've caught those snakes, man, year after year for the past 6 years. Probably the funniest thing is, man, I've got some corn snakes around there, and I catch juveniles every year, but I haven't caught any adults.
Corn snakes, I feel like I've had buddies that have had those. Like they always seem super friendly. Like they're real chill.
Corn snakes tend to be really chilled out. And so far, that one copperhead I caught last year, yeah, that had been last year. That one copperhead I caught last year is the only venomous snake I've caught around there.
You actually caught him? What, you like pin his head down and pick him up?
No, dude, I don't pin him. I have to find video of him. It was a juvenile that was probably, 8 inches long. And all I did was I got him and just freaking took one of the big Gatorade bottles and held that in front of him and took a little stick, poked him in his ass till he got in the bottle.
Oh, okay.
And then hell, I let him go in the damn hallway at the shop there and showed him to a bunch of guys. But I don't sit there and pin snakes and try to like show fangs and shit like that. That's a real easy way to get bit.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
And I don't plan on getting bit by them. So.
Well, it's one thing getting bit by like a little non-venomous snake, but yeah,
I get bit by them constantly. That's nothing. Typically, the smaller snakes tend to be way snappy, and the big ones tend to be really chilled out. That's like with rat snakes. I've never had a rat snake that was over 5 foot bite me, ever. They tend to be just chilled out, easy going. I can go back and find a video of that big one that I caught in the chicken coop year before last. That joke was huge.
Well, was he stealing your eggs?
Oh yeah, he was sitting there just sucking down eggs every chance he got. I finally took him down by the creek and let him go. And I didn't see him after that once I took him down there and let his ass go. But he was at least 6 foot. And just as chill as he could be. The only thing he did was he puked up fucking eggs all on my floor. He did. He freaking puked up egg all over the damn place in the floor.
He knew the human was coming, so he just like ate all the eggs he could.
Bacon, you wrangle random snakes and keep them too? Yes, I do. It's been a habit for a long time.
So what is a turducken? Like I know it's like now somebody explained it. It's like chickens. They're a duck inside a chicken inside of a turkey or something. But like, so what is it like?
You debone them. So you debone the duck or turkey or chicken, debone the duck, and then debone the turkey. Then you lay the turkey down. As far as I know, you lay the turkey down, lay the duck down, lay the chicken down, and then you roll them all up, and then use twine, the baking twine, and wrap them. And I guess you add stuff in there with them, and before you cook them and shit like that. It's I'd have to watch it. I saw a dude do one time, and he was, man. You talk about amazing at deboning something. It literally looked like you took the bones.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it too. And it's kind of a cool carve when you like cut cross section. It's pretty cool carve.
I always hear, like, I've never had duck I've really liked, and the people that say that, like, the way they make it good is like you have to freeze them for a while, and that takes the gaminess out of them. But I don't know. I've only had duck once ever that like I really thought was good.
It depends on the duck, because all ducks are different. I mean, it's like wood ducks and mergan. I mean, I've tried to cook a couple that didn't. That's probably the only things I've ever cooked that really didn't turn out that great. So yeah, you really gotta know which duck you're cooking and how
what they've been eating and all that stuff.
Yeah, their diet, because I've had people tell me like cooking a merganser, said don't ever do it in the house because it just reeks. So
the best thing to do is just like a low duck fucking creeper at the fucking public park. One of those ducks that eat all the clean shit and
but eating French fries and like just hanging out by
just throw a pillowcase over it, then fucking run back to your truck, fucking throw it in a cooler and fucking go off and be like, all right, man, got me a duck.
Well, hey,
didn't even have to shoot it, man. It was
like one of those like fucking. There's like a pack or a flock of Muscovies that hang out next to like a Burger King and McDonald's that I know, and like that'd probably be good because that's all they eat. Is like greasy French.
Dude, I mean, once the zombie apocalypse happens, or like once like hard times happen, those Muscovies won't be hanging out because somebody would have already taken them. Somebody's gonna be
they're gonna get juice.
Somebody will be into it. And then you won't even see songbirds anymore. They'll start taking pigeons and freaking robins and freaking cardinals.
That's my plan.
I got to get on grab those Muscovies before anyone else does, or sick the homeless army on them.
Yeah.
No, I mean, dig in, man. Get your demographic. I mean, if you're gonna start freaking, I mean, really, you can take them. In my opinion, I think you should be able to take those birds because, goddamn, dude, in our industrial complex, we got a flock, dude. We got a flock of probably about at least 40 fucking birds, dude. Canadian geese, and you don't park anywhere near a tree. I don't know. They don't even stop on the tree. If you park near a tree, they shit on your car. I don't know what that's about.
I really would like to have pet ducks, though. My buddy Chad has chickens and ducks, and it's just really fun. Like going in in his backyard. He has like a duck pen, and they're just funny animals. The way they walk.
I love them. I love them in captivity. I just don't like them in the wild at work because they're dicks. The ones at work are dicks. Because
Everybody
I'll
tells me
come
duck
out.
eggs taste better. Like I don't think I've ever had a duck egg, but
Are
a
you
lot
kidding?
of people have told me that.
Motherfucker, I've had shitloads of duck eggs. Dude, they're so rich that the yolk is like super like dark orange. It's like super rich in protein. And the white is also very freaking good for you. The duck eggs are
Oh,
so much better. And if you
it's
use them for baking, your freaking baking product ends up being very nice.
oh yeah, man, I'll have to do a damn once I get
It's a thing. No,
some
no,
of
it's
my
a thing.
birds built back
We use
up.
duck eggs. Yeah, they're coveted
Yeah.
for baking, man.
I'd have to do even you know your like chicken eggs like we get from our birds. If you crack a chicken egg like we're getting from our birds, and you crack a store-bought egg, it's amazing the difference in between those two.
Yeah, because they're not washed with all the chemicals and stuff.
Yeah. And then if you would crack that against a duck egg coop, ducks are always going to be wild. There are no duck eggs sold in the store.
Yeah.
Ducks are always going to be wild. So
That was my next question. I've never seen duck eggs in the store.
chickens anyway, and no, I'm talking about that deep orange yolk.
Well,
that's
ducks don't lay like
Roscoe.
chickens do. It's kind of like a buddy of mine who's got turkeys. You know, turkeys are going to lay once a year, and that's it. As far as I know, ducks and geese are about the same way. They're not going to lay, like chickens do, where it's like, hell, as long as there's a rooster there, they're going to lay continually every day, an egg or two every day. So you just don't get the numbers of the eggs out of them.
He's a good dog. He's a good boy.
Yeah, how's old Yoke doing?
He's doing good. He brought me a duck. It's funny. We've been talking about ducks, and he
Dude, he heard the word duck.
he brought me a stuffed duck.
That's one fucking smart coyote, man.
He's a good boy.
He hears the word duck. He's like, hell, I'll bring you a duck. Here it is.
Here's your duck for you. You guys are talking about ducks and stuff. I got a duck.
I like ducks. Here's my duck. Check it out.
Yeah.
I don't want
to be in this conversation. Let me show you guys my duck.
We call all our stuffed animals, we call them her babies. So if you told her to go get her baby, she'd go get her stuffed animal. And if
He knows how to identify
baby, she would whip that baby's ass.
He knows how to identify 5 different of his toys. He does it because he has probably 10 different categories of animal toy. About 5, he knows get his dinosaur. He knows his duck.
Oh yeah.
He knows squirrel. He knows rabbit.
Libby had her. It was the moose.
Dude,
I can't remember.
I was talking about buddies about getting a dog in my retirement years. Because I told him, I was like, I'll get a dog if I can, train the dog to, be with me the whole time, no leash. I want a no leash dog. I want that freaking dog to be stuck. Yeah. You can train a dog. If you start early, you can do that completely. If you have enough time to do it, you can do it yourself.
Yeah, dude.
You don't need anybody's help. You can do it yourself. You can completely do that. And you can look for tips. You can look for tips and shit online and see how other people do it. But you can do it completely yourself if the dog's young enough.
Yeah.
If that's all he ever knows, that's all he ever knows.
You just gotta figure out what that dog keys in on.
It's
like I was telling you about that shepherd. That shepherd.
Yeah, well, no, we were talking earlier. Yeah, we were talking earlier. You were talking German Shepherd, and I was talking standard Schnauzer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking standard Schnauzer. That was my pick. That was the animal I want. And they're good. They're good dogs. They're beautiful too. You gotta get them sheared though, or you gotta get them able to trust you to shear them. Because
I just grooming 2 different
silky hair. You could probably get a wire hair, but the wire hair still grows too. You gotta trim wire hairs too.
They make a grooming shampoo too that loosens the hair up. I do that once every 2 months or so.
For Roscoe?
Yeah, he mats like crazy, man. If I like, there was a point in time in my life when I didn't like
Isn't his
groom him
hair
for
like I kind of envisioned his coat like a corgi. Is that not it?
No, it's thick. Like it's thick like a German Shepherd's. Like maybe not the hairs as long. They're shorter hairs, but it's thick. It has a thick undercoat to it. Like it's and that's what gets all matted, that undercoat.
So
And
you
like,
can pull clumps out. If you took a wire brush, you could pull clumps out.
oh yeah, I can take my bare
Yeah.
fingers and like, because it gets to the point where it clumps together, and then I can just grab it and pull it off, and he'll look at me like,
Oh,
"What do you do?" He doesn't like it, but
You got a brush your dog, Chris.
oh, I brush him now, like especially this time of year because it starts getting cold, so he starts growing so much more hair, and then
Oh yeah, man.
there's like never a time. I swear, like, because I'll make excuses like, "Oh, it's getting hotter out now, so he's shedding more." But it's getting colder out down here, but it seems like he's shedding more now. Like he's just always shedding a lot.
Maybe stressed out.
He's just, yeah, he lives a very low stress life, except in the mornings when he wakes up and he looks out the window and sees the rabbits. It's very stressful for him.
Kill the rabbit.
I have to. Chris won't let me outside quick enough to chase the rabbits, and I gotta catch
Did you
them
end
all.
up moving out to your property? Or you still in the shop?
I started moving out there, but I'm at the shop tonight. I've been staying out there every now and then. I just don't have as many amenities out there yet, so I haven't been staying.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh man,
dude, I'm still looking for a place, man, and I'm like I'm almost game to go for something like even around like 10 acres, but
10 acres is a good bit of land. Like, even 10 acres is not like, I don't think I could do just 5 acres, but like 10 acres, that's something to work with,
if you're talking undeveloped land though, I could almost get like 20 acres for what I could get 10 acres.
Yeah, if you buy 10 acres, then you'd want to have it already like cleared up and stuff, because it's like, because if you buy undeveloped land, you can get like down here, you can get like 2 to 3 times more land.
My ideal is if you could find 10 acres with a mobile home that's right there, and then you could like sell the mobile home or get rid of it, whatever, drag it off, and then have like util stub to the mobile home still there, and then put your truck right there.
Huh?
Yeah.
So I think I'm about done.
Thinking about done.
Sounds like Joe's about done too.
No, I was laughing at my uncle. He's looking at all the crap I got laying around that I've been cooking, and then all the stuff I.
Yeah, you've been a busy bee, man. You've been I bet there's a lot of stuff laying around.
Who's been freaking baking bread, man? Bread man.
Oh. Yeah.
I imagine that kitchen smells really good right now.
That's it. That's what I was telling him.
Definitely going to start smelling even better here in a little bit. Hell, I'm not looking. I'm looking for something. I swear to God, I'm looking for something. I may just let that cook down just like it is. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to let it cook down just like it is. I'm going to smoke a couple more cigarettes, and I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Yeah, you need it, man. You've been working. Like it's made me tired watching you work, man. Because I've been just jumping in here for like 5 minutes at a time watching. It's like, man, you're doing a lot of stuff.
It is the good work, though, man. I mean, cooking.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, I love. I don't love
producing a nice product, dude. Yeah, I love cooking, dude. I
just don't have the skills. Like I if I had the skills, maybe I would like it more. But I can only do basic stuff.
Most stuff, man. I make it out to be way more complicated than what it is. I mean,
I watch
way
cooking
more complicated.
videos quite a lot. Yeah, just get the recipes. Basically, see the recipes, see how they execute it, what they heat their oven to, or whatever, and like, bam, I got it. Yeah,
it's like I said, people make a lot of it out to be way more complicated than what it is or what it has to be.
it's
And they'll use
food
big
and
names
heat
for shit. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, like making that bread. Making this bread it's very easy. It takes some time, and you got some cleanup to do. But making the bread itself is very really easy. I mean, it's not a whole lot of ingredients. You know, you got water, flour, sugar, salt, yeast, and butter. So you got 5 ingredients to work with, or 6 actually. And there's not a whole lot to it. You just once you get the process down, like if something came up and I need to make some rolls real fast, or I need to make some bread real fast, say we just decide, hey, we're gonna have dinner at the house. You guys come over, and I just do a down and dirty batch. I mean, I just pull those 6 ingredients out and slam them together, and you know, I got a pretty good damn bread for dinner.
Hell yeah.
It's just, you know, and it's.
Dude, I was impressed. I'm gonna show my mom this shit, dude. She's gonna be like, "Oh, that looks good."
Well, and like I said, you don't think about them just for the dinner rolls. Think about them for cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, well, no, and I'll tell her that too, because my dad will like that even more, and she could do that in a toaster oven, like small batch. She could cut
yeah,
your
dude, you could
recipe
do
like she could cut it like in quarter, like.
Oh yeah, if she does a single batch of it, like I said,
or when you're talking about like pulling off a couple, like pulling off 2 or 3, just pull off 2 or 3 and do it like that.
Yeah, that's why I said you make a single batch, throw it in the refrigerator, it keeps just fine, and then you just pull off what you want. So if she wanted cinnamon rolls one day, that's fine. You break off enough for a couple of cinnamon rolls. I've seen them done with
So what do? Do you just
walnut.
put like cinnamon sugar like in the or cinnamon like in it as you roll it?
Roll it up.
Yeah, you take the dough and roll it out into a big rectangle, and then I'll lay down melted butter, and then I'll shake out sugar and cinnamon, and then roll it up just like I do these rolls, and then chop it, and then throw it in there, and then when it comes out, you just throw a simple sugar glaze on top of it, which is all that's on any of these glazed donuts. It's powdered sugar, water, whatever, and I mean it's ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, that sounds good. Bacon. I'm just going over to my dad's to eat.
Hey, maybe that's another one we need to do. We need to do pancakes and waffles one night. I'll be like fucking what's his name from Shrek, and in the morning I'm making waffles.
Yeah, I like it.
Waffles are good.
Oh hell yeah,
so good.
That's why one thing I miss most about my ex-fiance, dude. She like was really into cooking, and like, man, like food was so good. Like, and she'd always like every like day she'd be watching or like experimenting with like making some new stuff. And oh man, like, yeah, the current girlfriend cannot freaking cook, man. Like, and that is a skill that which isn't a big deal. Like I'm not a good cook. Like if I was a good cook, I guess
You're not a good cook, Chris? I didn't know that.
I am when it comes to basic stuff. Like I can make really good breakfast food. I can make like some good burgers, but like I can't do anything like super fancy.
You're obviously insecure about your cooking skills. For
I am like I'm not a cook.
So what I'm hearing is
what do you lack? If somebody said, "Hey Chris, why don't you make me one of these?" You'd be like, "Oh, dude, fuck."
If you told me to make you spaghetti, I would have to go look it up, like how to do it. Like I couldn't do it.
No.
So what I'm hearing is we need to do like the cooking with Coop for the younger guys. That way we can get you guys on par to be able to cook, so you can go get you some booty.
Yeah,
not have to worry about her cooking for you.
Yeah, you need to bring that up.
Yeah, we need Coop. We need to do some private because Chris is one of the younger guys. He's actually one of the older guys, and we don't want to embarrass him in public, so we'll just do this in private.
There's about only two things that I can't that are like my I can't really get right. One is fried chicken, which that drives me insane. I can't get fried chicken right.
Dude,
And I can't get a good
attention.
buttermilk biscuit.
Fried chicken takes attention. You have to fucking have the right pan, the right oil, and you have to fucking be attentive and not fucking sleep on that shit. You let it stick, it's your fault.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I can do it. I can make a reasonable.
I can't, dude. I can destroy my stove. I hate clean, dude. I clean my stove after I cook on it every time. I fry a lot of bacon, dude. When you fry chicken, you got a splatter of grease that extends out beyond your stove like freaking half a foot or a foot everywhere around where that burner is.
I can actually make a decent like shake and bake chicken.
What?
I could make like a decent shake and bake style chicken dish, but that's only because one of the HelloFresh meals that I used to get like had a recipe.
What were we talking
about? Did you say HelloFresh? Oh my god! No, Chris.
What? That I used HelloFresh is like cheat code for.
Coop's like homicidal on the HelloFresh.
We have so much more faith in you than that.
Coop's like homicidal on HelloFresh. He's like, I swear to God, dude, his freaking granddad last week freaking ordered HelloFresh, ate it, died.
Now we were talking about it earlier, and it was like, look, man, HelloFresh. Okay, all you have to do is get a recipe and then go to the store and get those ingredients. Why the fuck do I have to get someone to do that shit for me?
Because sometimes it's hard to find all those little bottles like of the special stuff you need, and you don't want to ask anybody. So you just get it delivered right to your door.
Dude, corn pop.
See, HelloFresh.
Come on. You're supposed to
be. You open up the door and it says "Hello, Chris," and you say HelloFresh.
Yeah, dude, you're the single. Well, I mean, you're in a relationship now, but dude, do you realize how much you could pull just by finding the cute chick at the store and being like, "Hey, I'm trying to cook this. Can you point me to that spice? And by the way, you hook me up with some panties and give me your number." Dude, the younger generation.
I thought honestly, I didn't think you were old enough to freaking get or young enough to get HelloFresh. I thought you were older than that, Chris. I thought you were like,
I just turned 34, but yeah, I did.
Yeah, you're only.
And it's not even necessarily out of the laziness of getting the ingredients. It's because I don't know what to get in the first place. So it's like, oh, there's these people that they've told me exactly what to get, and they're willing to ship it to me. So it's
if they had HelloFresh for like.
Can you answer the second question for me?
What's that?
Do you feel fresh?
Yeah, I really do. After I eat one of those meals, I do.
Hello,
fresh.
Then there's like 20 different things you can pick each week, and they have like 5 new things, and then you can favorite it.
I'm sorry.
We don't need to do HelloFresh commercials.
No, I guarantee this: for the price they're fucking charging for their fucking meals, when they send it to your house, you don't get any wilted lettuce in your box, do you?
Do you get a what?
When they send you the box to your house, you don't get any wilted lettuce. I mean, they're kind of charging you a premium.
I don't. Well, that's fine because I don't eat anything with lettuce, so that's not a concern.
All right, I give up. HelloFresh is gay. Sorry, I tried.
Hey, look, he just said if a woman was wearing lettuce panties, he wouldn't eat it.
No, I really wouldn't.
I'm sorry. If she was wearing lettuce panties, I'd chew my way dead through that lettuce. As long as
I'd brush it out of the way. I wouldn't eat through
it. What would you rate? What would you rate your HelloFresh meal on if they gave you like a like a 1 to 5 star, like little.
Some of them, like most of them, like 4 to 5 stars. Now some of them like a 2.
Here's the
So
question. What
on
meals is he getting
on
from
average, you're gonna say probably a fairly solid 4, 3.5,
Yeah.
or a solid 4.
Yeah.
Really, that good?
And you talk about being expensive, but like it's they you never have any leftovers, so it's not like you're buying just what you need. Man, I sound like one of the marketing people, but it's
No,
you're not like buying more than you
I
need.
know it. I know it. I know a couple guys that use that service like recently and still do. I think they're pretty similar to you.
Yeah, I need to do a fucking
Have I told you about my friend Scott's work?
I need to do a shrimp.
Do not compare me to Scott.
I need to do here's one, especially since you're down in Florida. I need to do a shrimp etouffee stream one night. So we'll cook.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, for cooking, cooking streams, dude. I mean, really, I'll tell you what. You know what? We'll have every once in a while foul weather challenges. I have a really nice place to cook that I've walled off all the wind that comes into the area where my grill is, so I can cook in foul weather. I love cooking out in the snowstorm, dude.
With
out there,
bacon
Bacon Street.
Oh no, I was looking at Bacon's last comment. It said, "Be honest, you saw that HelloFresh commercial with the Korean chick, and that sold you on it."
Yeah, yeah. But we should do that in the oncoming winter months, man. Freaking, do a little live stream of cooking in the elements.
We don't have elements in Florida unless you want to consider hurricanes.
When I do my cooking streams, I just need to wear a different gun for each stream. So I'll be cooking with Coop and have the AK slung across my chest.
Yes.
Maybe wear a chest
Dude,
rig.
I was looking, man. Listen, all right. What do you think, Coop, and what do you think, Chris, while we're talking at the same time? Okay. What's one of the nicest imports you can get right now for the money? Besides, I mean, you can get you can get a Zastava, or you can get a Arsenal, right? Those are two very nice imports.
I choose Zastava all day. I already have 2 Arsenals, but
Okay.
if I didn't have an Arsenals and I was only gonna have 1 or 2 AKs, I would have both of them be Zastavas.
What if you were informed that the USA was going to freaking halt all imports and it was going to crush those 2 freaking several models?
I would definitely buy the imported stuff first.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm pushing now. I think I'm gonna buy an M90. I'm gonna buy a M90, the Russian Redwood. Beautiful, dude.
Dude, that sounds like what I would get.
Did you see it? The one they're offering now with the Russian Redwood.
What website's it on?
Well, I mean, it just depends on what distributor you go through.
So it's the M90 with a fixed stock with the Redwood.
Yes.
Because I do not have. I have 0 AKs with fixed furniture, and I want one.
Oh,
I have all mine are either side folders or under folders or.
Yeah, that's what me and Joe were talking earlier, dude. The next AK I build, I got to build an underfolder. I built fixed stocks. I built that side folder. I've got to build an underfolder.
The underfolder is it's more challenging. That is a good build.
The underfolder is a cool looking gun, but it's really the least comfortable AK stock to shoot.
Yeah, it's the only difference.
I've honestly, dude, I swear to God, I never shot mine. I've never shot my underfolder because I don't believe it's been fired. It looks version. I want to leave
My
version.
first AK I ever bought was a Stava M70 AB with the grenade launcher, wooden furniture, and I've shot the shit out of that thing. I've had it since I
Yeah.
was 16 years old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
See
and
that would back then. What would one of those have gone for? Like
I think I
200,
paid like
250?
the friend that had it was over 18, and he would don't want to get in it, but he might have sold some things, and we did some trading and whatnot. But yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
you bought
it was
strawberry
around like
patch.
400. I think it was around like $430 in value, $450 in value, roughly in those times.
Okay. Okay, so he got a little bit of value out of it too.
I mean, even like kind of used up now, it's probably like at least I haven't looked what it's a Stava underfolder with the grenade
Well,
launchers.
I remember
that gun's
I
probably going
remember
for insane
I
money
remember
right
seeing like the Yuga guns like being marketed like alongside like the Romanian guns and other guns, and they were more expensive back in the day when they weren't as popular. Now Zastava's brought it to where it's going to be. I mean, my two Zastava guns are fucking nice, dude. I've got an M92 and an M60, and they're both freaking nice. I want to get an M90 and complete the collection for the current production.
I want a
Yeah.
5.5. I want a 5.56 one, like because I have
That's
an
what I mean.
M92.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
how I
an
want to get
M92.
M90. Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
have a
yeah, the
Great God, but
M90
I have
is
it.
5.56
But
gun.
then, I mean, motherfucker, the M90 costs through my distributor $1,138, right?
I
So
never
that's
see
the part.
Zastavas. I have shoot straights there's a shoot straight chain like all throughout Florida, and that's usually the best like local gun shop price. But they have like SIG products, CZ products, you name it, Beretta. But I rarely ever see Zastava stuff there. Maybe if they special order it, but that kind of stuff I
Well,
usually just go online.
you have to
Yeah.
check. Like, if you order online, I'm actually ordering it like spot through his distributor. He said he goes through two distributors. His main distributor, he lets them kind of run his website and like post, whatever's it's like live inventory or availability through his distributor. So, like the two times I ordered my Zastavas, it took like, I don't know, 5 days, 4 days, depending. It just depended on where the weekends fell. But I got my gun within a week.
You know
Dude,
what
that's
place
not
takes
bad at
forever to get
all.
your gun is Classic Firearms. That's where I got my Beretta BM59, like the better
I
superior version of
ordered
the
one. I
M14.
forget what I've dealt with them. I ordered a firearm with them.
The
I
gun
forget
was nice,
what.
but it took like I think it was a month and a half, 2 months before I got my gun, just because like
Yeah, I haven't
it
done
was
it.
during, but it could have been
Classic
because of
firearm.
COVID. It could have been because of COVID, because it was like right around COVID time, and they shut their office down, so that might
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I had good luck with them. That do you remember that? Have you ever seen that AK I have? It's a Romanian AK with like dark silverwood furniture.
I'm not sure, but I probably have seen it.
I think
Yeah,
Joe showed it to us on a Discord one day or one
yeah.
night.
That
Like the
it's
dark
an
silver.
M&M M10. I got it off them. I got it off them. That was like $600 back in the day.
Well, they have good deals there.
That's what
Sometimes.
at the time that was considered a good deal, and it
Yeah.
is a good deal. But I mean, it is an AK, but it doesn't have a magwell dimple. I mean, there's a couple things that aren't super great
Well,
with it.
that's like the Wasser before I rebuilt that. If you look at the
Yeah, one of
receiver,
those type
there's no
receivers.
dimples in the mag
Yeah,
wells.
no dimple receiver, no magwell. Yeah,
Because see, I
and
mean,
I like
the dimples are there. They're stiffeners, basically, is all they are.
Yeah,
for the receiver.
Yeah, they
itself.
reinforce the receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about, well, they're there for the mag and all that. No, they're not. the thing that actually stiffens where your mag's at is your lower part of your rail. That's why when you build an AK, especially when you have to weld in your rails, you've got to go in and trim those rail sections to actually fit your mags in. Your dimples have dick to do with your mag fit. They're stiffeners. That's all they are.
Just your frame stiffeners.
Hmm. Yeah, if you look at a lot of sheet metal work, you'll see dimples and you'll see veins and stuff in it.
Yeah, dude, I've seen it in like race trucks and shit.
Well, yeah, they'll do it. They have that tool that like punches a hole in it and bends the metal out,
Yeah.
and it makes it stiffer.
Yeah.
Like because the radius cut like makes it stiffer.
We had one of the machines to do that is we had one over at one of the shops I worked in is a Power Max. It's basically a power hammer to work sheet metal, and you could put all sorts of attachments on it to do different dimples and stuff in sheet metal. One of the guys I think fucked it up. They went over there because your sheet metal, you're working up to probably 16 gauge, 14 gauge. I think some dickhead went over there with like 1/8 inch metal and tried to do something with it and just fucked the gears up in it.
No.
Oh man, I was ill because I had a project I wanted to do on it. Because you could take with the right attachments on it, you could take sheet metal and have you ever seen someone shape sheet metal for a gas tank on a motorcycle?
Oh yeah, like they're hammering over to mandrel and like
you could do the same thing with that pull max. Now it's loud as shit, but you could take metal and you could stretch it and dimple it and actually shape it and bend it. And,
I think that stuff's amazing, like being able to work metal like that.
Cool as shit, man. Matter of fact,
I'm pretty sure that I have the like aptitude to be able to be a decent hobby welder. I would like to learn how to weld, and
welding.
Yeah, there's a lot of like in welding, and then with welding comes fabbing. Then you can fabricate. You can make stuff. Once you can weld, then you can have box tubing, but you can put plates on it, cut them, and fabricate.
I'd have to show.
I want to get
projects that I've done,
buddy. I'm retired. We're about the same age, and my goal is to retire at 55 because that's like the minimum age I can start sucking from the teat, and then my house is paid off, so I don't have anything going to the house. I'm gonna renovate the house before I retire, and just kind of lay low and freaking suck on whatever's like. I mean, I think, what is it? You can make about 18,000 a year, 20,000, and not be able to be taxed, something like that. You basically kind of like stipend yourself out on that to try to live on that.
Well, on that note, I might have to drive up to Virginia to buy some guns. I don't know if that applies to non-Virginia residents, but I didn't realize Virginia was tax-free on guns.
Yeah.
Well, this is not Virginia. This is West Virginia, but yes, it is tax-free on guns and ammo, and that is
that's your state tax.
Yeah, well, but that's like sales tax. Like what?
Yeah.
Like the difference like between what you see on your price tag on the shelf and what you pay at the register. We
have to have 6% above everything here. Like
Yeah, 6. Yeah, you don't pay nothing. There's no. They even eliminate sales tax. There was no special tax on guns anyway. It was just like they're saying like, by the way, we really want you to buy guns, so no sales tax. That 6% that you pay for like your gum and your freaking pepperoni roll and your that shit. Fuck that. You're gonna pay for that, not for the gun. No tag.
Well, that shit's cool. I mean, which hell are damn. I could get started on our fucking tax system and go all day on that shit, but yeah, just knocking out your state tax on something like ammunition.
Well,
that's a huge chunk of money.
No, seriously, Coop, freaking that made me decide to pull the trigger on a couple guns that I really wanted to buy, like guns that were, over $1,000.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? If now I'm gonna end up saving like, a couple $100 in taxes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna buy it now before they change their minds. And I bought a couple nice. You've seen a couple rigs I bought that I splurged on that were kind of nice. Yeah, and that it is nice, dude. It saves money, dude.
Oh yeah, man! You knock out state tax on something, especially depending on your state.
And especially when you're going to be spending a couple $1,000s or something, fucking.
Yeah, when you're looking at over $1,000 and you're looking at 6% to 7% tax on it.
Same thing on ammo.
Yeah,
did you hear me on that? Same thing on ammo. No tax on ammo. So whatever it says on the tag on the shelf is what you pay.
People don't realize how much they pay in all these extra taxes. Sales taxes and all that shit.
This is like some crazy freaking gift to West Virginia residents. Like, they passed it. The governor passed it, and then it took effect. We're like, oh shit.
You look at the taxes. Well, the taxes we pay on anything. Like Georgia, which I'm over in Georgia now. I live in Alabama. Georgia's gas. Georgia, they've continually for the past while held off on their state tax on gas. So, whereas the gas costs the same thing basically in Georgia as it does in Alabama, the gas tax not being on the gas in the Georgia means I'm paying $2 and some change. I think I paid $2.87 for gas today, and it's still $3.30 in Alabama. And that's just the difference in that tax that the state adds into it.
Oh yeah, I filled. I topped off the fucking Tacoma tonight, and it was $3.49 per gallon.
Yeah, that's about what I'm paying in Alabama. Now I can come over to Georgia and I can pay, like I said, I think it was $2.87. It was under $2.90 that I paid per gallon tonight. And that's because Georgia
I've got to downsize. I've got to sell a bunch of the freaking shit I don't need as I approach retirement, and I need to go buy a place, probably in Florida, and establish a place with my mother and father in their place. Freaking an extra bedroom. Like, all right, I'm gonna come back here, and then I'll go back and forth, man.
You gotta make sure.
I'm trying to get my folks to sell their place.
Might go to Florida.
You can't bring your dog
hang
to Florida.
out with Chris. I'll freaking start breeding coyotes, man. I'll come down and bring some freaking like yellow fucking female fucking coyote dogs and heat ready to fucking breed. And dude, you told me Roscoe's a monk, isn't he?
Yeah, he's no longer intact, unfortunately. I didn't know any better at the time.
He's a MGTOW dog.
All right,
He
Chris has spoiled my plans.
I'm sorry. I felt horrible even after doing it because like I didn't want to, but I thought I was like required to because I was dumb at the time. He's coming in here to like he just walked.
You were still watching cable television at the time, weren't you?
Yeah, probably
Yeah, well,
was.
see, there you go.
Yeah,
He was indoctrinated.
You watch Bob Barker say, "Hey, stay near your dogs."
Hey, don't mention Bob Barker, man. He makes a hell of some fucked
I
up
love
cheese.
Bob Barker. I did love him. He provided a lot of entertainment to a lot of people. That guy was a good man.
$3.80 a gal.
He wasn't like Jimmy Seville, was he? Bob Barker?
Oh man, dude, I can't even remember. No, every time I can't think about Bob Barker without thinking about the nasty ass fucked up boots we used to have to wear when I was locked up. I mean, they seriously were. They were made by fucking Bob Barker. Not the same Bob Barker, but they were made by Bob Barker. So yeah. As a matter of fact, something came up about that on a stream the other night. And I couldn't remember the name of the damn things. Or the manufacturer of them. I had to look it up.
Doc Martin?
Bob Barker.
Doc Martens?
No, Bob Barker's, man. If you ever want to see what communism
There's like
Doc
Doc Martin rip-offs.
Oh shit, no.
Hey guys, well I gotta jump off and get some more sleep. But happy Thanksgiving, y'all, and I'll see you.
I'm fixing to bounce too, guys. You guys all have a happy Thanksgiving. Get some rest, all you freaking lunatics that have been up with me while I'm sitting here cooking all night and
No shit, Nick Granny's.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get a little bit of sleep before I got to go fry a bird and all that. But you guys, honestly, man, you guys all have a happy Thanksgiving. Bacon.
Fry a bird, don't fry your bird.
You're a lunatic. If you were down here, I would introduce you to fried turkey.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Bacon.
But yeah, you guys take them easy, brother. Chris, take it easy. Joe, take them easy.
Thanksgiving,
man. Have a good time with the family.
Same to you, Joe. Same to you, Coop. Later, guys.
You guys all take them easy. I'm fixing to, like I said, I'm fixing to bounce. I will end this one kind of well, and I don't have the whole dark. He's got the cool saying, be kind and all that. So I'll end it like I do a lot of them. You perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. And that's about it. I love each and every one of you. You guys have a really happy Thanksgiving. Spend it with some family. Eat some good food. Have some good conversation. Realize the government hates you and they want you dead or in prison. And that's about it. I love each and every one of you guys. Bacon, take him easy, brother, up there in the land of I don't know what to call that land anymore. But yeah, happy Thanksgiving, you guys, man. Y'all take them easy. I love you guys. And I'm gonna end it there, man. You guys are cool as shit. And maybe I will do some more cooking with Coop streams in the future, where we just hang out and we cook some good food and do our thing. So you guys get some sleep, you bunch of damn lunatics. I love you guys. I'm out. I'm gonna go get some sleep.